Like this video guys, for more and more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Heavy rain has been falling intermittently in Qingyang City for a few days. Although it is still a hot summer, this heavy rain has indeed brought the long-lost coolness. Luo Chen sat quietly in front of the window, staring at the heavy rain outside, his eyes blank, not knowing what he was thinking. A little fur ball stretched out its short legs, pulled at his trouser legs with difficulty, and then tried to climb up. However, the little ball's legs were too short, and after swaying a few times, it failed to successfully climb up a few steps. Luo Chen's attention was also drawn to the movement of the legs and feet. After seeing the little fur ball, a gentle smile appeared on his stunned expression, making the whole room suddenly lively. "Mokaiu, are you hungry again? Wait, I'll get you some cat food." Luo Chen skillfully picked up the kitten beside his legs and held it in his arms. Then he walked to the cupboard, took out the cat food, poured it into a bowl, and pushed it in front of the little fur ball. "Here, eat it." The little fur ball unceremoniously put half of its body almost into the food bowl. Seeing how contented it was, Luo Chen couldn't help but show a look of relief on his face. In just a short while, a pile of cat food that was bigger than the little ball of fur was finished by it. Seeing such a scene again, Luo Chen still found it difficult to accept this fantasy scene. That's right, the little guy in front of him is not an ordinary kitten, but a kind of beast called light cat. Luo Chen woke up one night and found that the world had changed, but the people and environment around him had not changed much. The biggest change is the sudden emergence of a race called beast tamers. These beast tamers possess all kinds of magical skills, and people can control these beast tamers to enhance their own strength. "Beep, please choose the appropriate store to bind as soon as possible." A voice suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. This was the voice that appeared after Luo Chen woke up and discovered that the world had changed. Luo Chen believes that the changes in the world around him must be related to the voice in his head. This voice sounds every hour, and he is almost having a nervous breakdown. Luo Chen looked at the weather outside the window, patted the head of Light Cat, put the small ball on his shoulder, then opened an umbrella and went out. There were not a few pedestrians on the street, but in comparison, there were more strange-looking beastmen. Perhaps they were some beastmen who liked rain and their own beastmen who took advantage of this weather to go out. Luo Chen is now able to look upon these strange-looking beasts with a normal attitude. At least he won't show any strange expression on his face. The rain was quite heavy. Even with an umbrella, some rain splashed onto his trouser legs. Luo Chen frowned uncomfortably. You can only try your best to pay attention to the road under your feet and choose places where there is no water. The little ball of fur on his shoulder seemed to have sensed Luo Chen's mood, and a gentle light spread from his shoulder to all parts of his body. From a distance, it looked like a layer of white film covered Luo Chen's body. When Luo Chen stepped on it, the white film seemed to have substance, separating Luo Chen from the rain. Luo Chen, who has been cramming his knowledge about beast taming recently, knows that this is the only skill that the light spirit cat on his shoulder currently has, spiritual membrane. Luo Chen turned his head to look at the ball of fur on his shoulder and found that it was a little wilted. He couldn't help but gently touch the little guy's head. "Mokaiu, I'll give you a snack when we get back." Hearing about the snack, the little fur ball opened his eyes and stared at Luo Chen with some anticipation. Taking advantage of the existence of the spiritual membrane on his body, Luo Chen increased his speed. After more than 10 minutes, this spiritual membrane would disappear. He didn't want to experience the feeling of having his clothes soaked by rain. After crossing 2 streets, there are more shops on both sides. Luo Chen stopped in front of a shop called Chenyang Pet Shop, then pushed the door open and walked in without hesitation. He tore off the white paper saying "Shop for Rent" stuck on the glass door of the shop, and then observed the environment inside the shop. Because it was originally intended to be rented out, the store was kept very clean, but it was also empty and had no furniture. Luo Chen sighed. This shop was a property left to him by his missing parents. Since he was not a breeder and could not run the shop, he originally planned to rent it out and become a rent collector. But now the voice in my mind that had been ringing has changed my mind, and I can only bind this store first. Do you want to bind a suitable store? Sure enough, not long after Luo Chen entered the door, the voice rang again, but this time it was asking whether it was bound. Luo Chen had been prepared for this, so he didn't hesitate any longer. He nodded and responded in his heart, yes. The store has been successfully bound. The pet store system is at your service. As the voice in my mind faded, the entire store underwent an inexplicable change. First, the space inside the store seemed to be extended, suddenly increasing to twice its original size. The original shop, which was only over 100 square meters, has now expanded to over 200 square meters. Not only that, some unusually exquisite-looking furniture has appeared in the empty interior. But the entire first floor is filled with square shelves for accommodating small pets. I don't know what material these shelves are made of, but when I touch them, they feel a little warm. Luo Chen looked at the suddenly larger store in surprise, then quietly stepped back, opened the door and walked out. From the outside, the space occupied by the store had not changed. Luo Chen couldn't help but think, could this be a space-type skill? He reopened the shop door and walked in. Since there were such changes on the first floor, wouldn't there be changes on the second floor as well? Without going upstairs to check first, Luo Chen sat at the cashier's desk at the door and quietly asked the voice in his heart, "What on earth are you? Can you come out of my mind?" Unlike the previous voice that had no response to his various inquiries, after the store was successfully bound, the voice seemed to have some intelligence. For the first time, it finally answered Luo Chen's questions. This system is a pet store system. It helps store owners train pets and then sell them. Well, how can you help me train my pet? Shopkeeper, you will have two abilities, the Eye of Truth and Evolution Deduction. The Eye of Truth allows you to display all the information about the beast in text form, and Evolution Deduction can help you find the direction in which the beast can evolve. Hearing about these two abilities, Luo Chen excitedly clenched his fingers and pinched them hard. After feeling the pain, he realized that these were all true. Luo Chen, who has been catching up on knowledge about beast taming recently, has learned some knowledge about beast tamers. For example, all beast masters will awaken their own talents after contracting their first beast. The talents may enable their beasts to evolve faster or make their skills more powerful. Although the Eye of Truth does not have any positive effect on beast taming, it is a necessary talent to become a beast breeder, and his father had this talent. That's why he was able to open such a shop in Qingyang City and accumulate a considerable fortune. However, with the disappearance of the couple, Luo Chen was left with no way to run the store, so it became abandoned. This was the first time Luo Chen had heard of evolutionary deduction. As the name suggests, it was about deducing the evolutionary direction of beast taming. Luo Chen held the ball of hair on his shoulder in the palm of his hand, and then used the Eye of Truth to look at its information. Race, Light Cat. Level, Fierce Beast 3 stars. Category, Psychic, Psychic. Status, Healthy. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1 Spiritual Membrane, attach a layer of air membrane formed by energy to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. Luo Chen carefully studied the information about his own beast, the little fur ball, and found that it was basically the same as what he learned from books. It seems that the contents of this textbook were compiled by breeders. Luo Chen experimented with his new talent, evolutionary deduction, and his target was also the little ball of fur. Evolution route, 1 Light Civet Moon Civet. Moon Cat, Moonlight type, able to use the power of moonlight to fight, is an excellent magician. 2 Light Cat Shadow Cat. Shadow Cat, dark type, an assassin roaming in the shadows, high burst damage, and a relatively fragile constitution. 3 Light Civet Double-tailed Cat. Two-tailed cat, spiritual system, customize your own skills and combat methods as you wish. Because the little fur ball is his beast, Luo Chen has looked up the evolutionary information of the light civet in great detail. He only saw the light spirit cat moon spirit cat king route from the official evolutionary route, and did not see the other two. Is this the ability of evolutionary deduction? Luo Chen was filled with surprise. You know, with the development of beast control, the current evolutionary route has become stable. So now every new undiscovered evolutionary route that emerges means an incredible fortune. As long as the evolutionary route deduced by the talent evolutionary deduction is indeed feasible, Luo Chen can already see a bright future beckoning to him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen calmed down his excitement. Then he looked in the direction of the stairs, with some anticipation to see what the upstairs had been transformed into. Chapter 2. Dong dong dong. Luo Chen walked up to the second floor. The second floor was very empty, with only a pool from which water was bubbling out. In Luo Chen's opinion, this looked more like a hot spring. The pool was not very big, only about 3 meters by 3 meters, and hot steam was rising from it. Luo Chen pointed at the pool and asked curiously, "What is this pool used for?" The voice in my mind sounded again, "The cultivation pool can remove impurities from the pet's body and improve its qualifications." Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. He looked at the little ball of fur on his shoulder. Throw it slowly into the pool. When the little ball of fur saw the water, its whole body resisted. But it couldn't resist its beastmaster and could only watch itself getting closer and closer to the water surface. The little ball of fur couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. If you don't know, you might think it was abused. The pool water wet the little ball of fur, but after a while, the little ball of fur stopped resisting. It could clearly feel abundant energy entering its body through the pool water. Moreover, my whole body seemed to be undergoing a transformation, and I felt warm and unusually comfortable all over. Luo Chen felt that the little ball of fur in his hand was no longer struggling, so he slowly loosened his evil hand that was controlling it. Meow. Hearing the little guy's panicked cry gradually turn into a soothing cry, Luo Chen was a little amused. How long does it take to soak? Depending on the size of the pet, the soaking time will also be different. For a small animal like a civet cat, it only takes 10 minutes, while a large animal usually takes more than half an hour. In addition, the energy contained in the current incubation pool can only supply 3 small beasts to soak every day, and there will be no effect if there are more. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to check the little ball's personal information. Race: Light Cat. Level: Fierce Beast 4-star. Category: Psychic, Psychic. Condition: Comfortable. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Spiritual membrane. Attach a layer of air membrane formed by energy to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. The first thing Luo Chen noticed was that the little ball of fur had been upgraded by 1 star. It was upgraded by 1 star simply by soaking in the pool. This was inevitably too worthwhile. According to what he knew, the current breeders were mainly engaged in 3 aspects of work. The first was beast evolution, which was expensive and the biggest source of money for breeders. The second is to upgrade the rank, just like upgrading the star level of the beast just now. The third is combat capability development, which is a more complicated aspect. Some of it involves learning new skills, improving proficiency in existing skills, improving physical fitness, and so on. The fourth is qualification training, which should be the most difficult one and is an ability that almost only high-level breeders possess, because qualifications are determined from birth and basically require rare treasures to change. My shop already has the ability to upgrade to the 2nd level, although I am not yet an official breeder. However, the store is now able to receive customers normally. Yellow level mission released. The store must have 50 customers within a week, and sell at least 3 beasts above the fierce level. Mission reward: 10 stalks of Xianling grass. Xianling grass, a spiritual treasure that can absorb impurities and generate spiritual energy in the surrounding environment, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the environment. It is the best choice for changing the environment. Luo Chen knew about Xianling grass because it was often a hot topic in the news and was in short supply. In terms of market value, it is more precious than a spiritual level beast, because according to a report published after research, the spiritual energy purified from this mysterious spiritual grass can greatly increase the training speed of the beast. It allows the beast tamer to gain a head start in his training, and living in an environment with high concentration of spiritual energy also has many benefits for the human body. Because of these reasons, the price of Suanlinko is currently high and the market situation is in short supply. There is no doubt that Luo Chen was very tempted by the reward offered by the pet shop system. Luo Chen fished the little ball out of the pond and saw that the little guy seemed a little reluctant to leave. Luo Chen smiled helplessly, "Soaking too much is bad for your hair. Be careful not to turn into a bald cat." As a highly intelligent beast, the little fur ball could of course understand Luo Chen's words. He believed them to be true, shuddered, and quickly climbed out of the pool. "I found a clean towel in the store," wiped the water off the little guy's body, then put it on the ground and let it play by itself. Luo Chen took out his personal terminal from his pocket, then found the registration page for the animal breeder qualification examination and filled in his personal information according to the requirements of the page. Soon the page was refreshed, and Luo Chen was asked to choose the date of the assessment. Luo Chen directly chose the one that was closest. Just 3 days later, Luo Chen had to sigh that the official efficiency was really fast. "I looked at the time and it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was getting late. Furball, go home." Hearing Luo Chen's call, the little fur ball that was running around in the store turned into a shadow and accurately crawled from Luo Chen's trouser leg to its exclusive position, Luo Chen's shoulder. Meow. It stretched out its tiny tongue, gently licked Luo Chen's neck, and then stayed on his shoulder obediently without moving. After opening the shop door, Luo Chen discovered that the heavy rain outside had stopped and the gloomy clouds had faded away. It looked like tomorrow would be a sunny day. Before the accumulated water on the ground could dissipate, the little fur ball reattached the spiritual membrane below Luo Chen's knees to prevent his clothes from being wetted by the dirty water. The rainy weather that had lasted for many days finally stopped, and there were gradually more and more pedestrians on the street. Various magical beasts were running happily beside the pedestrians. Daxia's laws regarding beast taming stipulate that any beast tamed under half a meter in height is classified as a small beast tamed. There are no restrictions on this type of beast being able to go out on the streets, but care should be taken not to release offensive skills at will. Otherwise, they would be caught soon. Luo Chen looked at the giant eagles circling over the city. This beast should be the standard beast of the city's security department. Patrol Eagle can monitor all illegal and criminal activities or citizen disputes in the entire city. In general, the safety environment within the city can still be guaranteed to the greatest extent. However, it is not the same in the wild, which is a restricted area for city dwellers. Only those who have reached the spiritual beast stage are allowed to apply to leave the city and enter the wild. Otherwise, they can only stay in the city for the rest of their lives. The city is a shelter but also a prison. Chapter 3. The next day was a sunny day as expected. After a simple breakfast, Luo Chen took the little fur ball out. Their mission today was to go to the beast breeding farm and buy the beasts for sale in the store. In order to save some money, Luo Chen did not call for a special car for the Beastmaster, but took the bus which was said to be ideal before the Beastmaster arrived. Of course, in the era of Beastman civilization, small beastmen are allowed to take the bus, but they just need to buy tickets of different tiers depending on their size. After paying for an adult ticket and a half-price ticket, Luo Chen took his little ball on the bus to Zikan district. It is the morning rush hour now, and there are all kinds of people on the bus, students going to school, old men and women who are out for a walk, and some office workers. These people were more or less accompanied by one or two beasts. Luo Chen became curious and looked at the beast next to a female student in the front row. Overall it looks like a rabbit, but its fur is pink, and there are one or two crystal-like objects decorating its earlobes. If Luo Chen traveled back in time and saw a pet like this, he would definitely complain that the rabbit's owner was too good at dressing up. But now Luo Chen knew that this was the rabbit's original appearance and it was not dressed up at all. From where Luo Chen was standing, he could smell a faint fragrance emanating from the rabbit. Race: Fragrant Rabbit. Level: Fierce Beast 1 star. Department: Medical Department. Status: Shy. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1 Fragrant. Fragrant rabbits always emit a special fragrance, which has the effect of concentrating the mind and calming the mood. Luo Chen was slightly stunned when he saw the shy state of Xinqiang rabbit, and then he found that Xinqiang rabbit was staring at him shyly. Luo Chen silently withdrew his gaze. He was so busy reading its message that he didn't realize it was very rude to stare at someone like that, even if it was just a beast. Xinqiang rabbit, because of its gentle personality and the fact that it is very helpful for children to grow up with it, it has always been a very popular domestic pet. However, the shortcomings of this type of beast tamer are also obvious, that is, it lacks aggressiveness, it is difficult to evolve, and its combat power and healing abilities are almost non-existent. Therefore, there are not many beastmasters who are willing to make a contract with them. However, this kind of beast is on Luo Chen's purchase list because the price is not as expensive as other beasts, and it is very popular among middle-class families with children, so there is no worry about not being able to sell it. Suddenly there was a commotion in the carriage, the source of which was those young teenagers. All I heard was one of the boys exclaiming, "What kind of beast is that? It's so cool!" The people around him, who should be his classmates, all stretched their necks to look in the direction he was pointing. Then there were voices of agreement with him. Luo Chen's attention was also drawn to the side of the bus. A royal beast that looked like a horse was standing quietly in the middle of the road. Its entire body was covered with blue scales, and there were 2 sharp horns on its head that were about 20 centimeters long and pointed backwards. It looked ferocious and domineering. Just at this moment, the red light turned green, and the beast rushed out like a sharp arrow and quickly disappeared from sight. It seemed that one of the young men knew this beast and explained to his companions. "This is a wind-controlling spiritual horse, a beast of the same level as a spiritual beast. Spirit beasts are the next level below fierce beasts. They are much stronger than fierce beasts. Spirit beasts often mean that a beastmaster has entered the real world of beastmasters." Race: Wind-controlling spirit horse. Level: Spirit beast 4 star. Category: Wind. Status: Anxious. Qualification: General. Skills: 1 Power of Wind Harness, Yellow level harness the strong wind, and the speed of the wind harness spirit horse becomes faster. 2 Scaled Armor, Xian level the body's spiritual energy flows through the scales to protect the body, greatly enhancing the defense. 3 Wind Blade, Yellow level condenses the power of wind element and turns it into a sharp blade. The skill levels are 2 Yellow levels and 1 Mysterious level, which is a slightly weak configuration for spirit beasts. After all, stronger ferocious beasts can possess a Mysterious level skill if they are carefully trained. It seems that either its owner has a better beast to tame, and does not take the training of this wind-taming spirit horse seriously. Or maybe its owner is actually a pauper and does not have enough resources to allow it to learn more powerful skills. However, for a beastmaster who can own this seemingly expensive beast, this possibility is infinitely reduced. Luo Chen originally wanted to check what kind of evolutionary route this wind harness spirit horse had, but he just took a look at the detailed information. He could no longer see the figure of wind-controlling spiritual horse, and Luo Chen had no choice but to give up his idea. The bus continued to move, stopping and starting, people got off and got on again, and about an hour passed. Luo Chen finally arrived at his destination, Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center. From Luo Chen's perspective, this breeding center covers a very large area, and an entire street is the scope of this breeding center. It is not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land in the city is worth a lot of money. Being able to open such a large breeding center in the city shows that the boss is not only very capable, but also has good business acumen. Luo Chen collected his thoughts and saw a young man rushing out of the door of the breeding center angrily. Humph, your Qingyuan store is bullying customers. Why don't you accept individual purchases of beasts? The person following the young man should be a staff member of the breeding center. She patiently explained. We are a breeding center, not a store selling goods. We only supply goods to stores in large quantities. Please go to the store to buy them yourself. Why can't it work if there is no middleman? Why can't I come to the breeding center to choose directly? The young man's emotions seemed to have found an outlet, and he started questioning the staff member. The staff was not angry and patiently explained. Please understand, sir. Not all of the beasts in our breeding center are old enough to be contracted or meet strangers. There are also many pregnant female beasts in there. They really shouldn't be disturbed. However, the young man completely ignored the staff's explanation and kept shouting that he wanted to complain about them. Seeing this farce, Luo Chen couldn't help but shook his head and walked past them into the breeding center. Who knew that the young man saw Luo Chen and thought that he was here to buy the beast individually like him, so he shouted at Luo Chen. Hey, bro, this shop doesn't sell beast tamers to customers, only to stores. Obviously he wanted to pull Luo Chen into the same front. Luo Chen heard his shout, pointed at himself in surprise and said, Are you talking about me? Perhaps the young man wanted to drag Luo Chen into the team that complained about the breeding center, so his attitude towards Luo Chen was much better than that towards the staff. Yes, it's you. Luo Chen looked at him with a reserved smile, but said something that petrified the young man. But I'm here on behalf of the store. Chapter 4. The young man's face turned purple and he didn't say a word for a long time. It's no wonder that the young man thought Luo Chen was buying the items as an individual like him. Luo Chen's appearance was simply too deceptive. He was just a young boy of 16 or 17, just entering high school. Who would have thought that he would be a purchasing agent for a store? Without paying any more attention to the young man behind him, Luo Chen turned around and walked leisurely into the hall. The hall was very spacious, with many sofas placed at random intervals for people to rest. At the service desk on the right side of the door sat several young women in uniform. At first, when they saw someone coming in, the women were delighted, but when they saw that it was a boy of about 16 or 17 years old, they instantly lost interest. Only a sweet-looking girl stood up and politely asked Luo Chen. How can I help you? Her voice is as sweet as her appearance. Luo Chen looked at the nameplate on her chest with the words Zhangya printed on it, and thought that this should be her name. I'm here to buy a beast, what's the specific process? Hearing Luo Chen's question, Zhangya's face froze, as if she thought Luo Chen was the same type of person as the man who had just caused trouble in the hall. She even regretted asking Luo Chen if he needed help. She forced a smile. Sorry, young man, we don't sell beasts to private individuals here. Luo Chen was prepared for this. He pulled out a business license from the backpack behind him and handed it to Zhangya in front of him. I'm here to buy the beast on behalf of the store. Here's the business license. Zhangya took the business license protected by special materials with surprise and read out the name on it. Chenyang Pet Shop. Chenyang Pet Shop? Didn't the owner of this shop disappear? A woman with delicate makeup next to her said subconsciously when she heard the name. After she reminded him of this, Zhangya also remembered the incident that had caused a lot of controversy some time ago. A new secret realm appeared not far from the city gate outside Qingyang City, the vast sea secret realm. At the beginning, the Qingyang City officials classified this secret realm as a 7-star spiritual realm, which means that the officials predicted that the highest level of beastmasters in this secret realm would not exceed the level of a 7-star spiritual beast. Even so, it is considered a very high-level secret realm for Qingyang City, so the authorities mobilized forces from all sides to form an exploration team. Luo Yuheng and his wife, Luo Chen's parents, were in this exploration team, and as expected, an accident happened to this team. Now it has been more than a month, which is far beyond the original return time. No one from this team has successfully returned yet, so the news announced to the public now is that the exploration team is missing. Perhaps in this situation, no news is good news. After a while, Zhang Ye came back to her senses and looked at the young man in front of her, wondering if this was Master Luo Yuheng's child. He looked quite handsome, but he seemed sickly. "Young sir, there is no problem with your business license. I wonder which types of beasts you would like to purchase." Seeing the girl in front of him instantly enter the working state, Luo Chen coughed lightly. "Well, please give me a brief introduction of the types of beasts you have in your breeding center." Hearing Luo Chen's words, the girl in front of him did not show any surprise at all, and took out a picture album from under the cabinet with ease. He opened it in front of Luo Chen, pointed at the directory and said, "This catalog contains all the types of beasts in our breeding center. There are small domestic pet-type beasts, such as the fragrant rabbit, the whispering parrot, and the lucky clover, which are the most popular. There are also some small playmate-type beast tamers that have gentle personalities but also have certain damage skills, such as the radiant dog, the shield bird, and the water turtle. The beasts that are good at fighting are the shadow cat, sawtooth tiger, howling moonwolf and the like." It has to be said that as the largest breeding center in Qingyang City, the Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center has a relatively complete range of beasts. Of course, most of the items sold here are beasts of the ferocious beast level. As for spiritual beasts, there are probably some, but these high-end items are usually sold through auctions. It is estimated that even the Qingyuan Breeding Center cannot sell spiritual beast-level beasts in large quantities. Combining the preparations he had made before coming here, Luo Chen said to Zhang Ye, who was quietly waiting on the side, "Can you take me to see the 3 beasts, the fragrant rabbit, the radiant dog, and the lightning mouse?" The lightning mouse was naturally on Luo Chen's short list as a beast that was good at fighting. Now he had all 3 types of beasts. In a way, it was quite complete. Seeing Luo Chen put forward his own goal, Zhang Ye put away the album. "Please follow me." He made a guiding gesture and led Luo Chen towards the inside of the hall. Pass through an archway and then walk through a long corridor from which a faint white gas is emitted. This is a gas that kills viruses. The beasts inside are still small and fragile. We cannot allow toxic substances from the outside to interfere with them. Luo Chen nodded to show his understanding. Finally, 15 minutes later, Luo Chen, led by Zhang Ye, arrived at the Xinqiang rabbit farm. Half of the farm where Xinqiang rabbits live is open air and the other half is indoors. This half of the open air ground was covered with green grass. Luo Chen recognized the shape of the grass as Qingyang grass, one of the favorite staple foods of Xinqiang rabbit. Among the Qingyang grass that is more than 10 centimeters high, from time to time, there are fragrant rabbits that are more than 10 centimeters tall jumping around. Zhang Ye stood outside the fence of the farm and said to Luo Chen beside her, "Young man, you can choose now. You can grab the one you choose directly on the spot, but once it is sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged." Luo Chen was also very clear about some of the rules of the farm and did not raise any objections. He used the eye of truth to look at the Xinqiang rabbits within his sight one by one. The purpose of this selection was naturally to pick out the Xinqiang rabbits that were gentle and healthy. Those with bad personalities were eliminated, and those with poor qualifications were not accepted. After a lot of selection, Luo Chen finally picked out 3 from these fragrant rabbits. This was his first time opening a store to do business, so naturally he couldn't buy too many goods for the first time, and he himself preferred the direction of fewer but better products, so he would train these Xinjiang rabbits well before selling them. With almost the same choices, Luo Chen went to other farms and picked out 2 glow dogs and 1 electric mouse, thus completing this purchase. To be honest, compared with other stores, Luo Chen's purchases were indeed a bit stingy, but Zhang Ye's face did not show any strange expression throughout the whole process, and she accompanied Luo Chen conscientiously throughout the whole process to choose the beast. 3 fragrant rabbits are 30,000 spirit coins, 2 radiant dogs are 40,000 spirit coins, and 1 lightning mouse is 50,000 spirit coins, a total of 120,000 spirit coins. Young sir, do you need some food for these beasts? Luo Chen nodded. These little guys naturally needed food. Prepare 30 days worth of food for each beast. After hearing Luo Chen's answer, Zhang Ye's face showed some joy after successfully selling the product. Okay, so the total cost is 135,400 spirit coins. I'll give you 135,000 spirit coins after deducting a decimal point. Luo Chen handed over a bank card with some pain. This was the living expenses that Luo Yuheng and his wife left for him and Luo Yang before entering the secret realm. There was a total of 500,000 yuan in it. This reduced the amount by a quarter. Luo Chen silently comforted himself that this was a necessary expense before making money, and he felt much better. Young sir, would you like to take these beasts with you? Or would you like our breeding center to deliver them to your door? As long as you are in Qingyang City, this service is free of charge. When he heard it was free, Luo Chen nodded hurriedly, please deliver the goods to my door. After that, Luo Chen made another request with a stiff face, that is, can you send me back with you? Zhang Ye was caught off guard and showed a trace of astonishment on her face, but she quickly suppressed it and said, of course, there is no problem with this. It was nothing more than having one more person sit in the car, which was not an excessive request. However, Zhang Ye had never encountered such a request before, which was why she couldn't control her emotions. Chapter 5. Compared with taking the bus, the Qingyuan breeding center truck is much faster. Half an hour later, he and the beast he bought were delivered to Chenyang Pet Shop. After declining the breeding center's deliveryman's offer to deliver the animals to the store, Luo Chen asked them to leave the beasts at the door. Luo Chen skillfully took out the key and opened the door of the pet shop, then moved the beasts into the shop one by one. Only after each beast was settled in a cage could Luo Chen take a breath. The little ball of fur used its furry little paws to step on his shoulders in an attempt to relax him, but its strength was too weak, so it could only be said to be some psychological effect. However, Luo Chen still enjoyed it and stretched out his hand to touch the little fur ball's head, praising him, the fur ball's massage is really great. After receiving Luo Chen's praise, the little ball of fur moved even more cheerfully, making Luo Chen laugh heartily. After resting for a while, Luo Chen got up to do his unfinished work. He wanted to start training the several beasts he bought. In fact, on the street where Chenyang Pet Shop is located, there are 5 shops selling beasts alone. If Chenyang Pet Shop wants to stand out in the fierce competition, first of all, the quality of the beast is the most attractive point for customers, but it is still difficult for ordinary beast masters to distinguish the quality of a beast in a short period of time. Therefore, a beast taming shop with a breeder and a beast taming shop without a breeder will definitely have 2 different treatments. Because the breeder can easily detect the condition and quality of a beast, many customers will buy beasts based on the breeder's name. It is precisely because Luo Chen's father, Luo Yuheng, is a star breeder that Chenyang Pet Shop has an unshakable position even in this highly competitive street. However, with the disappearance of Luo Yuheng and his wife, the market share of Chenyang Pet Shop was soon divided up by the other 4 stores. Now Luo Chen wants to take back the market share from the other 4 stores, so he must first pass the qualification exam to become a breeder. But this is not enough. There are also apprentice breeders in the other 4 shops, so he has no competitiveness, unless he can directly become a star beast tamer and firmly suppress the breeders in other shops. Otherwise, he could only make the beast tamers in his store have their own characteristics so as to regain market share. Luo Chen thought a lot and decided to take the breeder qualification test the day after tomorrow. The internship stage was not difficult and Luo Chen was confident that he could get it. He set his sights on several beasts that were observing the surroundings because of the change of environment, and the next step would be to train these beasts. Luo Chen first took the 3 fragrant rabbits out of the cages where they were placed, then put them on his arms and walked leisurely towards the second floor. He came to the breeding pond and gently placed the 3 shivering little rabbits into the pond. The little fur ball following Luo Chen, upon seeing this scene, happily rushed into the pool and took a comfortable bath. Compared with the little fur ball that was running around like the master of the house, the 3 rabbits were much quieter. They huddled together, as if only in this way could they feel a little safer. No matter how frightened they were, the benefits they gained were real. Bits of light entered their bodies in the pool and the fragrance in the air became stronger and stronger. When the 15 minutes were up, Luo Chen prepared a towel and fished the 3 Xinqiang rabbits out of the breeding pool. While wiping their bodies, use the eye of truth to observe the changes in their information. Race: Fragrant Rabbit. Level: Fierce Beast 2-star. Department: Medical Department. Status: Fearful. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1 Fragrant. Yellow level fragrant rabbits always emit a special fragrance, which has the effect of concentrating the mind and calming the mood. The 3 Xinqiang rabbits are in similar conditions. After this simple bath, their star rating is upgraded from 1 star to 2 stars. This is absolutely unimaginable in other stores, but most of the Xinqiang rabbits sold on the market are around 2 star or 3 star. As for the price, a 2-star beast generally costs around 15,000 spirit coins, while a 3-star beast can be sold for 20,000 spirit coins. As for the higher star fragrant rabbit, it is generally not available unless the customer customizes it personally, because the value of breeding is unequal, which may cause the store to suffer a loss. The Xinqiang rabbits for sale naturally would not be of very high levels, but according to Luo Chen's estimation, if they were to soak in this cultivation pool frequently, it was estimated that these 3 Xinqiang rabbits would soon be able to rise to around 4-star fierce beasts. I hope to use this as a selling point to attract some customers. Luo Chen put the 3 Xinqiang rabbits back into the cages specially prepared for them, and then prepared food for the Xinqiang rabbit, Guanghui dog, and Dian Guang mouse. After eating these foods mixed with sedative effects, several frightened small beasts finally fell asleep quietly in the cages. After a night of buffering, their emotions will probably be stable tomorrow. Then Luo Chen went out, had a simple meal in a restaurant on the street, and then went to the supermarket to buy a bed. Yes, that's right, he planned to stay in Shenyang pet shop tonight. After all, the pets in the shop were related to half of his current wealth, so he couldn't be careless. After spreading the bedding on the second floor, Luo Chen took out his personal terminal and prepared to browse the relevant breeding information about Glow Dog and Electric Mouse. However, he found a red message in his message board, and the nickname of the person who sent the message was Light of Chen Yang. Chen Yang Ji Guang, brother, we have a day off the day after tomorrow. The sending time is 3:30 p.m. The message was concise, but it left Luo Chen stunned for a long time. He smiled helplessly, he was really not prepared to meet his relatives in this world. Chen Yang's He Guang, that is, his younger brother in this body, is named Luo Yang. He is 2 years younger than him and is now 16 years old. I am currently studying at Qingyang No. 1 Middle School and am a hard-working sophomore student. Shenyang Pet Shop is named after the 2 brothers. Luo Chen thought about it and wondered if it would be abnormal not to reply to the message, so he replied in the original Luo Chen's tone. Chen Luo, okay, I'll prepare something delicious for you. Plus a big smiling face. Soon the message was sent back. Chen Yang Ji Guang, brother, your old illness hasn't recurred recently, has it? Luo Chen felt a little warm in his heart and replied, no, it has always been normal. Chen Yang Ji Guang, that's good. You should stay at home these days and don't go out easily. After this sentence was sent, Luo Yang seemed more like Luo Chen's brother. Chen Luo, okay, Yang Zazi. Light of Chen Yang. Luo Chen pulled a smile on his face and did not reply to Luo Yang's message. He put down his personal terminal and thought absent-mindedly, does this count as time travel? Luo Chen did not suddenly travel into this world, he had appeared in his mind since Luo Chen was in his mother's womb. But perhaps because the souls of the two worlds did not merge well, Luo Chen has had a strange disease called soul separation syndrome since he was a child. To the outside world, Luo Chen was always dull when he was a child, but sometimes he was very smart and knew everything. However, this situation was split in half, so Luo Chen seldom went to school since he was a child. Most of the time, he followed his parents to run around, seeking famous doctors and seeing various beast-taming masters, but they were all helpless. Later, as he grew older, the soul-leaving syndrome appeared less and less frequently, and Luo Chen, who had traveled through time, had been watching the growth of Luo Chen in this world from the perspective of a bystander. Originally, when he was a child, Luo Chen's intelligence was that his consciousness as a time traveler dominated Luo Chen's body. However, when he realized that another weak consciousness was growing in his mind, he rarely did this. Because he was well educated, he didn't want to be a murderer, even if it was just to kill the consciousness of a newborn. Sometimes he even treated the Luo Chen in this world as his own son, but who knew that as time went by, his consciousness and that of the local Luo Chen would eventually begin to merge and come into contact. Their consciousnesses became more and more entangled, and during the fusion process, the symptoms of the soul separation syndrome became more obvious. It was not until half a month ago that their two consciousnesses were truly integrated successfully. So strictly speaking, he cannot be called a time traveler. He also considers the family members in this world as his real family members. Chapter 6. Shaking his head to get rid of these thoughts from his mind, Luo Chen continued to check the content he had just wanted to search on the Star Network. As soon as you enter the 3 words Guanghui Dog in the browser, a series of entries will be displayed accordingly. What combat skills are suitable for the Radiant Dog? At what age does a Guanghui Dog become an adult and can mate? Price of Guanghui Dog. The evolution of the Radiant Dog. Luo Chen did not pay attention to the most searched content, but continued to edit the content on his own. How to train a brilliant dog. Sure enough, a lot of content came out, but as Luo Chen looked at it, his brows frowned unconsciously. Glow Dog, a one-stop training route from Glow Dog to Blazing Sun Dog, ensuring you have a lively Blazing Sun Dog. Luo Chen was attracted by the title, clicked on it and found out that it would cost 10,000 star coins. Then look at the page below. What is Master Lu's experience in training Guanghui Dog? The best skill combination for the Radiant Hound. And so on. When Luo Chen clicked on it, he found that it was exactly the same as selling courses in his previous life, and they all required fees. After looking at several in succession, Luo Chen gave up as a matter of course. He didn't want to be cheated because of something he didn't know whether it was true or not on the internet. He had no choice but to reread the breeder skills his father, Luo Yuheng, left to him. After a quiet night, the sun once again covered the streets of Qingyang City. There were more and more pedestrians in the streets, many of them were bringing their beasts out for morning practice, some were office workers walking in a hurry, or energetic students. Even though beasts were running rampant outside the city was still full of life under the protection of the city guards, as if people were still living in a prosperous and peaceful era. Chenyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen also got up early. To be honest, spending the night in the store is certainly not as comfortable as sleeping at home. He first added food and drinking water to the new members of the pet shop, and then simply cleaned the store. After finishing breakfast in the breakfast shop next door, he carried the 3 Xinjiang rabbits to the breeding pool on the second floor and gave the 3 little guys another bath. With the keen perception of a beast master, he noticed that the energy aura on them had become stronger. He nodded with satisfaction and stuffed the little rabbits back into the cage. After finishing all this, Luo Chen looked at the two glow dogs and electric mouse and started to feel worried. He was just a novice breeder and didn't know how to train these two beasts. Normally, most breeders are in a master-apprentice inheritance type of profession, because each breeder specializes in different areas, trains different beasts, and different breeders have one or two unique skills of their own. Just like his father Luo Yuheng specialized in Light Spirit Cat, this is also the reason why Luo Chen's first beast was Light Spirit Cat. At least with Luo Yuheng's help, he doesn't need to worry about the training of Light Cat before it becomes the king beast. Luo Chen released the two glorious dogs from the cage, but compared to the gentle and shy Xinqiang rabbits, the personalities of these two glorious dogs were much more lively. As soon as it came out of the cage, it ran around the store excitedly, as if it had taken stimulants. Luo Chen had no doubt that if the shop door had not been locked by him, the two of them would have been able to run directly to the street. The two glorious dogs are about the same size, both about 20 centimeters tall. Their fur is yellow and white, and from time to time a ray of light emanates from their fur. Now, as they run, the light on their bodies no longer appears from time to time, but becomes permanent, making them a glowing mascot. Now the two little Guanghui dogs are unable to control the energy in their bodies very well, and they will inadvertently use the energy in their bodies due to their excitement. As a breeder, it is your job to teach them to control the energy in their bodies to prevent them from harming their owners who cannot make a contract with them after they are sold. Race: Brilliant Dog. Level: Fierce Beast 2-star. System: Optical, Nico. Status: Excited. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1 Light, Yellow level. The energy in the body can be converted into light and radiate from their fur, which can slightly increase the temperature around them. The information of the two radiant dogs is similar. After all, they are still little cubs, so it is normal for them to only have one companion skill. Luo Chen, who had made up for his shortcomings yesterday, now understood that the qualifications for taming beasts were divided into several levels: inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, and peerless. Ordinary is the most common aptitude within a race, good is the second most common, inferior is as rare as excellent, perfect is something you can only encounter by chance, and the last, peerless aptitude is probably harder to come by than winning the lottery. Looking at the two little guys having fun, although they were still cubs, their speed was already a speed that Luo Chen could hardly catch up with. Luo Chen could only look to the little fur ball beside him for help. Furball, calm them both down. After receiving Luo Chen's order, Mo Kaiu looked at the two Guanghui dogs who were running happily with eager eyes. Then he accelerated and jumped accurately in front of a small light dog, with his right paw raised high. Pop! A crisp sound was heard. The little Guanghui dog lay on the ground in a daze, feeling the severe pain on his face, and obviously did not understand what had just happened. After seeing what happened to its companion, the other little Guanghui dog no longer dared to run around happily. It came to the lying little Guanghui dog tremblingly and lay on the ground prone. Others may be curious as to why the glow dog did not resist after being slapped by the light cat, which looked smaller than itself. First of all, Light Cat is a 4-star fierce beast, while Glory Dog is only a 2-star fierce beast. Glory Dog is not a fool, and can also sense the rank of other beasts from their aura. Secondly, glorious dogs are gentle beast tamers, and they would not be listed as companion beast tamers for sale to children under the age of 12. Without the order of their owners, they generally will not actively attack other people. Even though they don't have an owner now, Luo Chen has already fed them twice and is considered their temporary owner, so the two little ones did not resist. Seeing that the two little ones finally calmed down, Luo Chen, with the eyes of the two little Guanghui dogs on his back, secretly gave a thumbs up to the little fur ball. Then he pretended to be compassionate and came to the two glorious dogs, slowly stroking the back of the glorious dog that was beaten. Ouch, does it hurt? When Guanghui dog saw its owner, it whimpered a little aggrieved. Luo Chen fished out 2 small spiritual fruits from somewhere and fed them to the 2 glow dogs. After getting the food, the glorious dog instantly forgot the grievance it had just suffered. Only the little fur ball on the side was looking at the scene in front of it in confusion. It had no idea why things turned out this way. Chapter 7. Jump over. Yes. Luo Chen's voice rang out in Chen Yang's shop. The 2 glorious dogs obeyed Luo Chen's orders and crossed the increasingly high obstacles in front of them. After testing their maximum jumping height, Luo Chen wrote it down in his notebook. The maximum jumping height of a 3-month-old Guanghui dog is 2.3 meters. It also says something like the maximum speed is 3 meters per second, the jumping distance is 2.5 meters, etc., as if a comprehensive physical test has been conducted for the glorious dog. After the test, compared with the more general data on the internet, Luo Chen had a comprehensive understanding of the current quality of glorious dog. However, these data seem to have no effect on the cultivation of glory dogs, so just let them have some fun and vent their energy that has nowhere to go. Luo Chen inadvertently saw the electric mouse looking at the 2 glow dogs with disdain, and then lying down in the cage to take a nap again. Race: Lightning Mouse. Level: Fierce Beast 3 stars. Category: Elemental, Electric. Status: Lazy. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1 Lightning. Yellow level lightning mouse can release lightning through its tail, causing damage to the target. Luo Chen returned the 2 glow dogs that had helped him complete the test back to their own cages, and then gently tapped the cage of the electric mouse. I'll let you feel comfortable for 2 days. Once I become an apprentice breeder, I'll start training you. Electric mouse. It is white all over, with irregular silver curves all over its body, and is about the size of a palm. Hearing Luo Chen's threatening words, he turned his face towards the inside of the cage without any care and pointed his butt towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen was almost amused by this peculiar character of the electric mouse, but he decided to put this grudge off until later. When the time comes, the electric mouse will know who is the king. Although Luo Chen was ready to reopen Chen Yang Pet Shop, the sign outside the door still said it was temporarily closed. Since he had not yet obtained the qualification of an apprentice breeder, it was naturally not the time to reopen the shop. Luo Chen simply packed up these things and went on to learn relevant knowledge about beast taming. What we are going to learn today is the approximate distribution of wild beasts in Qingyang City. The most dangerous place around Qingyang City is naturally the lairs of several king beasts. These king beasts are all beasts that came out from various secret realms near Qingyang City. That's right, not only can the beast masters in this world enter the secret realm to obtain various rare materials, but beast masters can also come to the outside world through the secret realm's door. But I don't know if it's lucky, but the doors to the secret realms are mostly opened in the wilderness where few people go, and rarely directly in the city. Otherwise, humans would suffer even greater losses under the onslaught of beasts, and the current situation of relying mainly on cities for defense against beasts would be difficult to maintain. The levels of beast taming are divided into Fierce Beast, Spiritual Beast, and King Beast. As the third stage of beast control, the King Beast basically leads a tribe. Within the territory of the King Beast, it means that more beasts of the same race will gather together. Therefore, when traveling, you must avoid the territory of the King Beast. 20 miles south of Qingyang City, there is a King Beast species named Falling Feather Peng King. It has a murderous nature and should never be provoked easily. 15 miles to the west is the King Beast Red Flame Lion, 15 miles and 30 miles to the east are the King Beasts Sun Reflecting Royal Lotus and Blue Moon Carp respectively. There are 3 king-level secret realms in the north, and the king beasts in them may come out at any time to cholera the world. Luo Chen frowned inadvertently. This Qingyang City was equivalent to being surrounded by beast masters. You know, the most powerful people in Qingyang City are only 3 king-level beast masters. There are so many king beasts just near Qingyang City, and what about in the wild farther away? I'm afraid there will be even more king beasts. Now Luo Chen finally understood why the people in this world would stay in the city and not leave. The outside world was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Perhaps we also have to worry all the time whether these beasts will come together to attack the city. This kind of thing seems to have happened in other cities before. Because a rich kid somehow got a king beast cub from a secret realm, who knew that the cub was the offspring of the uncrowned king of the entire secret realm. So all the beasts in the secret realm came out in full force and launched a frenzied revenge on the city. Although the city was not actually breached in the end, it did cost the city a great price. In the national city evaluation, the city was once ranked very low. After briefly reading this information, Luo Chen felt a sense of urgency in his heart for some reason. He thought that the secret realm where Luo Yuheng and his wife were trapped was at least a king-level secret realm. He had to improve his strength as quickly as possible and go into the secret realm to find out what was going on, but he believed that Luo Yuheng and his wife would not die easily in that vast sea secret realm. This was because Luo Yuheng was about to be promoted to a king-level beastmaster, and since he was a breeder himself, he could check the information about the beasts in the secret realm in advance. Being able to effectively avoid encounters with beast tamers that they cannot deal with, he now believes even more that they are probably just blocked by a high-level beast tamer and are temporarily unable to escape. Although he thought so rationally, his emotional worries could not be faked, and Luo Chen sighed softly. He put down the terminal in his hand, fed the little guys again, and then checked their status. He simply ate some food and went to bed early. He would take the assessment for trainee breeders tomorrow, so it was important for him to keep his spirits up. The night passed peacefully, and the next day Luo Chen got up early to clean up, first soaking the 3 Xinjiang rabbits in the breeding pool. After discovering with surprise that their realms had all become 3-star ferocious beasts, they set out contentedly for the breeder center to take the assessment. The breeder center is located in the center of Qingyang City. It is not far from Chenyang Pet Shop, only 2 or 3 streets away. It was still early, so Luo Chen strolled there with his little fur ball. When they arrived at their destination, they found that there was already a long line in front of the breeder center. Judging from the length of the line, there must be at least a few hundred people, and the people in the queue are of all kinds and ages. There were children as young as 12 to old men who looked to be in their 60s or 70s. It really opened Luo Chen's eyes. On the contrary, there were not many people of Luo Chen's age group who came to take the assessment. Luo Chen consciously stood at the end of the line and waited quietly for the breeder assessment center to open. "Brother, how many times have you come to take the test?" Luo Chen had just stood still when a fat man wearing gold and silver jewelry next to him spoke to him in a familiar manner. "First time." Luo Chen answered honestly. The little fat man looked as if he understood. "No wonder, I was wondering why you looked so unfamiliar." Judging from what he said, he seems to be a regular customer here. Luo Chen asked unconsciously, "Which number are you in?" Hearing his question, the little fat boy didn't feel embarrassed at all, but said openly, "This is the 6th time. The assessment of the breeder is really too difficult." "It's too difficult." Luo Chen was a little puzzled. From the information he found on the internet, it seemed to him that as long as the talent of Eye of True Knowledge was awakened, there would be no difficulty. How come this fat guy hasn't passed the test after 6 attempts? And what about that elderly man? Luo Chen is a little confused now, not knowing whether he should believe the information about the assessment he found on the internet. At the same time, he felt a little nervous. He had to pass this test, otherwise all his plans would be disrupted, which he absolutely would not allow. As if noticing Luo Chen's sudden nervousness, the little fat man comforted him with the tone of an experienced person. "This is your first time. It's no big deal if you fail. Just consider it as gaining experience. Did you see that gray-haired old man?" The fat boy secretly pointed at the oldest man. Luo Chen nodded at the fat boy, indicating that he saw it. "I heard from others that he has been taking the test for most of his life and still hasn't passed, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Oh my god, now he is under even more pressure. He glanced suspiciously at the fat guy beside him. Was this guy trying to attack his opponent in advance? Chapter 8. However, at this time, the queue finally started to move, and the door of the breeder center opened wide to welcome those who came to take the assessment. It's not obvious from the outside, but the interior of the breeder center is really large. The hall on the first floor is at least 500 square meters in size, and there are doors made of special materials on both sides of the hall. Luo Chen counted carefully and found that there were no less than 20 portals on one side. When Luo Chen was observing the environment on the first floor of the breeder center, a youthful girl came up to him and handed him a number plate. 135. This is the number on the plate. After handing the number card to Luo Chen, the little girl continued to walk backwards, distributing the number cards from her hands to the people in the queue. There were more than 300 people in the team, and the number tags were distributed quickly. The girl had finished distributing them in no time. At this time, an energetic old man appeared in front of the team. He was dressed very decently and elegantly. The most eye-catching thing was a special badge on his chest. The badge is light blue in color as a whole, the background looks like a deep universe, and there are 3 stars on the main body. Star Breeder, 3 stars. Luo Chen, who was familiar with the ranks of breeders, recognized the meaning of this badge at a glance. The ranks of breeders are divided into Apprentice, Starry Sky, Bright Moon, and Brilliant Sunday. The star rank uses star rating to divide the breeder's ability. For example, his father, Luo Yuheng, is a star 5-star breeder. 5 stars is also the highest level among all the stars. The next step is the Bright Moon level breeder. So in a sense, this seemingly knowledgeable old man is not as knowledgeable as his father, the breeder. The old man slowly glanced around and saw that the little girl had already distributed the number plates, then he spoke lightly. I am Lu Chenjiu, today's trainee breeder examiner. There are a total of 324 examinees today. The examination rooms are assigned according to the number plates, with 1 room for every 50 people and 1 room for the last 24 people, for a total of 7 examination rooms. Just the 7 rooms on the left. Lu Chenjiu pointed to the room on his left. Everyone, who already knew the rules of the assessment, went to different rooms. Luo Chen was carried by the large group and arrived at the 3rd gate. After entering the room, there were 50 tables and chairs placed inside, but it was not like the previous life where students had to choose their seats according to numbers when taking exams. Everyone was allowed to sit anywhere. Luo Chen randomly chose a seat near the back because the good seats in the front had already been taken by those who had arrived earlier. After a while, the girl who distributed the number tags came in from the door with a gorilla beast. She was holding a cage covered with black cloth, and the gorilla behind her was holding 2. After placing all 3 cages on the huge stand, the girl spoke with a smile. I'm Lu Qingyu, the invigilator of examination room number 3. When the exam officially begins, you will need to write down the information of the 3 beasts in the cages as detailed as possible. The more complete the information, the higher the score you will get. After saying this, she fiddled with the personal terminal in her hand with a calm look, as if she was looking for some information. Suddenly, a shrill ring came from outside the door. As if receiving some signal, Lu Qingyu lifted the black cloth on the 3 cages from left to right. The assessment is now officially starting. Please do not whisper to each other during the assessment. Luo Chen, like all the other candidates in examination room number 3, looked carefully at the 3 beasts of different shapes in the cages. The one on the far left is a parrot-like imperial beast with long tail feathers. The one in the middle is a cat-like beast, while the one on the far right looks a bit weird, and Luo Chen can't tell which common creature it resembles. To be honest, with Luo Chen's knowledge, he didn't recognize any of these 3 beasts, but don't panic, activate the Eye of Truth. The one on the far left. Species, crested parrot. Level, Fierce Beast 5-star. Department, Phonology. Condition, Depression. Qualification, General. Skills, 1 Simulated Sound. Xian level. The cockatoo can simulate the sounds it hears through its own unique voice. Luo Chen wrote down all the information he saw with the eye of truth on the blank paper in front of him. When he came to the status, he felt a little sad that beast tamers could also have mental illnesses. As for information such as appearance that can be seen at a glance, Luo Chen also summarized it in his own words. It looks similar to an ordinary parrot, with a body length of about 30 centimeters. The crown feathers on its head are as long as its body and are bluish-white in color, while the feathers on its entire body are bright blue. Luo Chen looked at the cat beast in the second cage. Race, long-tailed cat. Level, Fierce Beast 6-star. Department, Military. Status, Lazy. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1 Long-tail whip, yellow level. Use your tail as a weapon and whip the target. To be honest, a good long-tailed cat is far less valuable than an ordinary crowned parrot. First of all, the crested parrot is more rare and difficult to obtain, and the crested parrot has greater potential and a higher upper limit. Secondly, after the crowned parrot learns 1 or 2 offensive sound skills, its combat power will increase instantly. The last beast has a strange shape, because it looks like it is made up of several stones stacked randomly, and it doesn't look like a living creature at all. However, the layers of vibrations coming from it proved that it was indeed a living being. Race, Small Spirit Stone. Level, Fierce Beast 9 stars. Category, Earth. Status, Dormant. Qualification, General. Skills, 1 Spirit in Stone, Earth level. Racial talent. The small spirit stone can devour stones of various attributes to enhance its own talent and combat power. 2 Ground subsidence, Xian level. The small spiritual stone extracts the land elements in the target area, forming a sunken area. 3 Falling rocks, yellow level. The small spirit stone gathers the power of the earth element, forming a huge rock above the target, and then smashes it down. When Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to look at the information about this strange creature, he seemed to stop himself from making any sound. This information really surprised him. What does it mean to have Earth-level racial talent in the ferocious beast stage? This means that this race has the potential to become a king beast directly. As long as there are enough resources, it can be trained to become the highest combat force in Qingyang City. Luo Chen was somewhat skeptical. This breeder center shouldn't be so wealthy as to use such beast taming as a test for trainee breeders. However, seeing the dormant state, Luo Chen seemed to vaguely understand what was going on. Something must have gone wrong with this beast. Even the masters at the breeder center couldn't solve it, so this beast taming was presented as a test question. Luo Chen's guess was correct. Not only did this beast often appear in the card assessments of trainee breeders, but it was also a frequent visitor in the star breeder assessments. I just hope that a genius will appear and solve its problems. Chapter 9. After Luo Chen finished filling in all the information he observed, he found that not many other candidates in the same examination room wrote anything on paper. Most of them were staring at the 3 beasts in the cages, their brows furrowed, looking as if they were thinking hard. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth again with some uncertainty to observe the detailed information of the 3 beasts and found that he had not missed anything. He raised his right hand confidently. Lu Qingyu, who had been scanning the entire room, had actually noticed Luo Chen a long time ago. After all, among all the candidates, he was the only one who was writing furiously, which was quite eye-catching. Lu Qingyu came down from the stands, walked to Luo Chen and asked softly, "What's the problem? Can I hand in the paper early?" Lu Qingyu picked up the paper on the table in front of Luo Chen and replied as a matter of course you can. Then you can wait in the hall for a while. I estimate that your results will be available in an hour. The assessment results of the breeder center are released very quickly, basically on the same day. If you pass, you can receive a badge. If you fail, you can try again next time. Luo Chen naturally knew all this a long time ago, so he didn't say anything else, but went to the hall obediently to wait for his results. The candidates who were in the same examination room looked at Luo Chen's back with envy, and at the same time, they couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Lu Qingyu watched Luo Chen's back as he left the classroom, then looked at his answer sheet with curiosity. After reading it, Lu Qingyu excitedly took out her terminal, edited a message and sent it out. Luo Chen, who was playing on the terminal while waiting in the hall, suddenly heard a gentle voice ringing in his ears. Luo Chen, right? Can you come with me to the examiner's office? Luo Chen turned his gaze to his left and saw the person in a blue dress, Lu Qingyu, the invigilator. After thinking about it, Luo Chen stood up from his seat and said, "Okay." Then he came to Lu Qingyu and followed her to the second floor. Is there something wrong with my answer sheet? Luo Chen looked at the young girl beside him curiously. Lu Qingyu did not hide Luo Chen's thoughts. Your answer sheet is perfect, there is no mistake, it's just that the examiner wants to see you. After hearing this, Luo Chen searched his mind for any memories about the examiner Lu Chenjiu. But after searching thoroughly, I confirmed that I didn't know him at all and I didn't know why he wanted to see me. With a lot of questions in his mind, Luo Chen followed Lu Qingyu's steps to the second floor. After passing through a corridor, Lu Qingyu knocked on a stone door and heard an old man's voice coming from inside. Come in. The layout of the room was simple. Some materials related to beast taming were placed on several shelves. Then there was a desk and several chairs that should be used to entertain guests. Examiner Lu Chenjiu was sitting behind the only desk in the room at this time, looking at Luo Chen inquiringly. Sit. After Luo Chen and Lu Qingyu sat down on the two chairs in front of the desk, Lu Chenjiu continued to speak. I wonder what the relationship is between little friend Luo Chen and Master Luo Yuheng. Luo Chen withdrew his gaze, and when he heard Lu Chenjiu's question, a trace of vigilance rose in his heart unconsciously. However, this kind of relationship cannot be concealed, and it would be quite easy for Lu Chenjiu to investigate if he wanted to. So although he was alert, Luo Chen did not choose to hide it. It was my father. Lu Chenjiu had already guessed it in his mind, so he didn't look surprised by Luo Chen's admission. Instead, he showed an expression of as expected. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, Master Lu, do you know my father? Lu Chenjiu laughed, Master Luo Yuheng, who doesn't know about the higher level beast masters in Qingyang City? Indeed, as the only person in Qingyang City who has the hope of advancing to Haoyu breeder in recent years, Luo Yuheng is the object of friendship for many beast masters. But unfortunately, Master Luo Yuheng is now trapped in the vast sea secret realm and cannot come out. This Lu Chenjiu knew some news about the secret realm of the vast sea. Luo Chen couldn't help asking. Master, do you know something about my father? Hearing the excitement in Luo Chen's tone, Lu Chenjiu patiently explained. I don't know any more information. But the only thing that is certain is that the vast sea secret realm is indeed not a spiritual beast secret realm, but a large king beast secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm has been blocked by several king beasts, so the exploration team cannot return. Seeing that the situation was similar to what he had guessed, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least his parents and others were not in danger of life. What I need to do now is to improve my strength as soon as possible so that I can go to the secret realm to rescue them. Time is running out, and letting them stay in the secret realm for one more day will increase the chance of accidents. As if to make Luo Chen not worry, Lu Chenjiu revealed another piece of news to Luo Chen. Don't worry too much. The city lord has already asked for help from Liaoguang City. It won't be long before a rescue team arrives. Daxia divides cities into 3 categories, upper, middle and lower. Lower cities have a population of 1 million, middle cities have a population of 10 million, and upper cities have a population of over 100 million. Qingyang City is one of the 1,600 lower cities, and Liaoguang City is one of the 160 middle cities. At the same time, Qingyang City is under the jurisdiction of Liaoguang City. A king-level beastmaster who is considered top combat power in Qingyang City is also rare in Liaoguang City, but definitely not extremely rare. Luo Chen couldn't help but have more expectations for Zhongchen's support, but he didn't dare to put all his hopes on others. The right thing to do was to improve himself as soon as possible. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you Master Lu for telling me this news. Lu Chenjia waved his hand, not caring at all. I just saw that your name is the same as the name of the son that Master Luo Yuhang often mentioned, so I wanted to confirm it. If my guess is correct, you should have awakened the eye of true knowledge. Luo Chen nodded as a matter of course you have awakened this talent, so you dare to take the exam? But I have some questions. Why do those candidates seem to have such a hard time answering questions for such a simple test? Lu Chenjia looked a little strange, and coughed lightly. Qingyu, you answer it. Okay, Grandpa. Lu Qingyu turned to Luo Chen and patiently explained, after all, there are only a few candidates who have awakened the talent of the eye of true knowledge, but the demand for breeders is extremely large. Moreover, simply isolating ordinary people from entering the breeder industry based on talent is also inconsistent with Daxia's consistent philosophy. Therefore, the assessment of breeders is also aimed at the vast number of people who do not have the talent of the eye of true knowledge. Of course, for those who have this talent, the assessment is as simple as drinking water. However, for those who have not awakened this talent, they need to learn and memorize a lot of knowledge about beast control. However, it is also undeniable that many knowledgeable breeders have emerged among them, making great contributions to the country's beast training. Now Luo Chen finally understood. It turned out that those people did not have the talent of the eye of true knowledge. No wonder they had to frown and ponder over the test, which was extremely simple for him. Seeing that Luo Chen understood the situation, Lu Chenjiu handed him a badge in the shape of young grass. Here, this is the badge that proves your identity as an apprentice breeder. However, since you have the talent of the eye of true knowledge, I think you will be able to change it to the official starry badge soon. Lu Chenjiu's face now reveals a kind look. Luo Chen took the badge excitedly. He could finally open the store officially and the system task could finally be completed. He has been coveting the system's rewards for a long time. Chapter 10. Luo Chen took the tender grass badge and said, "Thank you, Master Lu." After saying goodbye to Lu Chenjiu, Luo Chen returned along the same route. Chenyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen took down the temporarily closed sign on the door, indicating that the pet shop was open again. He returned to the store, took out a sign from the warehouse, and wrote down the service scope of Chenyang Pet Shop on it. We provide two services, selling and fostering animals. If the trainee breeder's level was not low enough, he would actually like to start providing beast training services. However, the identity of an apprentice breeder could not support him in providing this service, so Luo Chen had to give up temporarily. After putting the sign in a conspicuous position in the lobby on the first floor, all Luo Chen needs to do next is wait for customers to come. From noon onwards, he waited for the sun to set. Not a single customer came in. Luo Chen watched the number of pedestrians on the street outside decrease. I'm kind of doubting my life. Why isn't there even a single customer coming in? Squeak. The sound of the store door opening was finally heard, and Luo Chen looked towards the door with anticipation. She had a high ponytail, a round face with some baby fat, and was wearing the student uniform of Qingyang No. 1 High School. The girl who came in was startled by Luo Chen's fiery gaze, and wanted to open the door and leave, feeling a little overwhelmed. From her actions, Luo Chen guessed what she was thinking and immediately tried to keep her. This was his first customer, and whether he succeeded or not, it would at least increase the popularity of the store. Otherwise, he would really doubt his life. "Student, is there anything you want?" The cute round-faced girl looked even more reserved when she heard his words. I'm just taking a look. Just take a look, no problem, just take a look. As if seeing the essence of the girl's social phobia, Luo Chen turned his attention to his own personal terminal. Without Luo Chen's gaze, the round-faced girl felt more at ease. She first looked around the interior of the store and was somewhat surprised that the store was willing to use space skills to expand the interior space. After looking around the store, he found the only few beasts in the huge store in several cages in the middle of the south side. The girl had a look of deep confusion on her face. How come this shop, which should have had plenty of money in terms of decoration and space, only had these 2 or 3 beasts for sale? The girl glanced at Luo Chen quietly, and when she saw that he was not looking at her, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the cage with the beast in the south. The round eyes stared at the 6 little guys in the cage. The gentle and well-behaved Xinjiang rabbit, the excited and cheerful Guanghui dog, and the lazy and arrogant electric mouse. Among them, the glorious dog was the most excited about the girl's arrival and wanted to get close to the girl through the cage. Luo Chen, who was observing quietly at the side, secretly gave a thumbs up to glorious dog. Yes, this is how you should promote yourself. Luo Chen was a little disappointed with the lazy lightning mouse. Which beast master would be willing to choose such a lazy one? No, he must train it more in the future. The little girl's timid voice sounded, Manager, brother, there seems to be something wrong with the fragrant rabbits here. Luo Chen put down the personal terminal in his hand, came to the cage and asked curiously, what's wrong? The crystals on the earlobes of these 3 fragrant rabbits seemed to be abnormally large. This sentence mustered up all the courage of the little girl. Luo Chen smiled gently, you are right, but do you feel that their fragrance is stronger? The little girl sniffed hard and nodded, and the fragrance in the air was very strong. Moreover, the crystals on their earlobes are closely related to their own ranks. Luo Chen's hint was obvious. The little girl was also very smart. Her eyes lit up and she asked, Manager, what you mean is that the level of these fragrant rabbits is higher than the common 2-star fierce beasts? Luo Chen nodded calmly and gave the little girl an affirmative answer. It seemed that these few words from the conversation with Luo Chen made the little girl less socially anxious. She continued. But the common Xinjiang rabbits on the market have never exceeded the 2-star level of fierce beasts. The ones that the store manager has seemed to be very different. There have been no fragrant rabbits above the 2nd-star level on the market. It's not because they can't breed them, but because the cost is too high. The profit they get is not as high as the profit brought by the 2nd-star level beasts. The little girl glanced at the fragrant rabbit in the cage and asked, then, this. We are different. Shenyang Pet Shop only breeds high-quality pets. Naturally, the quality of the beasts will be raised to a higher level. Luo Chen is happy to advertise his store. How much do these fragrant rabbits cost? The little girl's eyes were full of curiosity. 25,000 spirit coins. After hearing Luo Chen's words, the little girl's face froze, and then she waved her hands hurriedly, No, I don't have money to buy it. A hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Chen's face, but he didn't intend to bully the girl. Haha, it's just a joke. Don't be so nervous. Just continue to observe. Seeing that Luo Chen was just joking, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She stayed here for a while, looked at the time on the watch, and then hurried out of the store. Ding dong! Someone on the terminal sent a message to Luo Chen. Chen Yang Ji Guang, brother, where are you? Luo Chen slapped his head, he almost forgot that his younger brother was also a student at Qingyang No. 1 High School, and he should be on holiday today just like the girl who came to the store. Chen Luo, I'm in the store and will go home soon. After replying to the message, Luo Chen prepared food and water for the 6 beasts for the night, then closed the shop and hurried home. However, when passing by the restaurant, he did not forget to buy some of Luo Yang's favorite food. After all, he had made the trip home with great difficulty, so he still had to reward himself. Click. Luo Chen opened the door of his home. The lights in the house were on, but there was no sign of Luo Yang. Instead, he saw a beast that looked like a lion and was nearly 1 meter tall. The hair on its body is mostly red in color, and the sharp claws on its feet and the fangs in its mouth indicate that it is not to be trifled with. When it saw Luo Chen, it jumped up excitedly. Luo Chen felt a wave of heat coming towards him and he hurriedly put down the food he had packed. He held the lion-like beast firmly in his arms. The light cat that was originally on Luo Chen's shoulders seemed to dislike the high temperature around the lion-like beast and jumped onto a chair nearby. Flame Lion is the name of the beast in Luo Chen's arms, and it is also the contracted beast of his younger brother Luo Yang. Race: Flame Lion. Level: Fierce Beast 9 stars. Category: Elemental, Fire. Status: Joy. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1 Flame, Yellow level. The Flame Lion can spit out flames or attach flames to its claws to attack the target. 2 Flame Bomb, Yellow level. Gathers the energy of the fire element to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 3 Flame True Body, Xian level. Consumes a large amount of fire element and summons a flame true body twice the size of itself. Chapter 11. Boom boom boom. Dull footsteps came from the stairwell leading to the second floor, and a figure appeared from the corner. He has neat short hair and healthy wheat-colored skin. Although his face is still a little childish, one can already see the hard edges and corners of a man. Brother, you're back. The boy looked at Luo Chen with brighter eyes, but when he saw the flame lion throwing itself into Luo Chen's arms, he angrily scolded. Qi Yan, get down from my brother's arms. There was a hint of gnashing in the boy's voice, and the flame lion named Qi Yan couldn't help but shudder when he heard it. Qi Yan reluctantly came down from Luo Chen's arms, with a hint of resentment in his expression. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing and patted its head as if to comfort it. How's school going lately? The two brothers sat down at the table in the restaurant. As they opened their packed meals, Luo Chen began to ask about his younger brother's school life. It's still the same, but I'm about to enter my 3rd year of high school, so I've been doing more combat training than usual. Luo Chen keenly observed the fatigue hidden on Luo Yang's face and sighed silently in his heart. It seemed that this child was not feeling well recently. Don't be stingy with the beast taming materials you need to buy. I'll transfer some money to you later so you can get a good grade in the upgrade exam. Luo Yang shook his head. The money our parents left us is not much to begin with. Let's keep it for now. Even if we don't buy any more beast control resources, I'm still number 1 in the school. Luo Yang's grades have always been very good. His talent as a beast master is ability inheritance. In simple terms, he can inherit some of the abilities of the beasts he has contracted. This ability is extremely abnormal. When it was awakened, Luo Yuhang repeatedly emphasized that his ability should not be exposed unless necessary, and Luo Yang also obeyed and never exposed it. But even so, relying solely on the beast tamer under his contract, he has always been the uncrowned king in the school, far ahead of others. Luo Chen has some understanding of his brother's situation, but he still said, "We still have to spend what we need. We can't lack resources at this critical time for the growth of the beast. We must lay a good foundation." Luo Yang knew that sometimes he would never be able to defeat his brother, so he could only remain silent. After a while, he spoke cautiously, "Brother, have you heard from our parents recently?" Luo Chen told Luo Yang what he had learned from Lu Chenjiu, and then added, "As for you, prepare for the exam now, and don't worry too much about your parents. They will definitely come back safely." Hearing that his parents were simply trapped, Luo Yang's expression obviously relaxed a little, and he nodded. "Brother, I know. I will prepare well for the exam. But why did you go to the store today? Hasn't it been closed for more than a month?" Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "This is the good news I want to tell you today. I have successfully awakened the talent of the Eye of True Knowledge, so I plan to reopen the store. You don't have to worry about money at all in the future. Real. Luo Yang was also very surprised to hear the news. After all, there had been no good news in this family for a long time. First, his parents disappeared, and then Luo Chen's soul-leaving syndrome suddenly became serious. During that period, the young man Luo Yang experienced the darkest moment of his life. Fortunately, the news we have received is that our brother's soul separation syndrome is gradually getting better, and our parents are only temporarily trapped in the secret realm. Now Luo Chen has even awakened his rare gift, the Eye of Truth. Certainly. Luo Chen took out the trainee breeder badge he had just received today and waved it in front of Luo Yang. Luo Yang rubbed the tender leaves on the badge with his fingers for a few times. It's true, that's great. Luo Yang is even happier now than when he first awakened his talent as a beast master, but it's no wonder that he behaves like that. In fact, since he was a child, Luo Chen has always shown signs of soul-leaving syndrome, so his family naturally has more concern and worry for him. Moreover, this time Luo Yuheng and his wife entered the secret realm of the vast sea, which was related to Luo Chen's soul-leaving disease. It was heard that there was a beast in it that could cure mental illnesses. That's why the couple entered the secret realm of the vast sea, hoping to try their luck and see if they could find it. When Luo Yang calmed down, he smiled and said, "From now on, I will leave the training of my beast to you, big brother." Luo Chen also smiled and said, "Okay, I will definitely help you cultivate the strongest beast in Daxia." After saying this, both brothers burst into laughter. Luo Yang certainly didn't have the ambition to become the strongest beast master now. He just wanted to give his brother some confidence. Luo Chen laughed, of course, because he had enough confidence to train Luo Yang's beastmaster to the level he promised. Finish dinner. Flame Lion Cyan restlessly pestered Luo Chen to comb his hair. Luo Chen and Luo Yang didn't quite understand why Cyan liked to pester Luo Chen since he was a child. Even when facing Luo Chen and his master Luo Yang, he would rather stay by Luo Chen's side most of the time. There was no other way. After finally being able to see it, Luo Chen could only resign himself to taking out the small comb specially prepared for it and combing its dark red hair bit by bit. During the whole process, Cyan squinted his eyes comfortably, looking like he was enjoying it quite a bit. While combing his hair, Luo Chen devoted his attention to another talent of his, evolutionary deduction. Flame Lion Red Flame Lion. Flame Lion Lava Lion. Flame Lion Ice Flame Lion King. Very good, there are 3 evolutionary routes for the Flame Lion. The first one has been discovered by the official, and there are breeders in Qingyang City who have mastered this route. But I haven't heard of the latter 2. The Flame Lion itself is a spiritual beast species. After one evolution, it will at least be a king beast species. Originally, Luo Yuheng and his wife planned to evolve the Flame Lion into the first route, but it would cost a lot of money to ask the breeder to evolve it, and the state after evolution could not be guaranteed. Now that I have the relevant knowledge about evolution, I can save a lot of money and give the Flame Lion more options for evolution. However, his evolutionary deduction talent seemed to be incomplete, and he could not see the introduction of some evolved races. So unless there was a ready-made beastmaster, Luo Chen would not be able to confirm which beastmaster was stronger based on the name alone. Thinking of this, Luo Chen sighed helplessly. Hearing Luo Chen's sudden sigh, Luo Yang asked alertly, "What's wrong? Brother, are you tired?" Then he came to Cyan and gave it a light kick. "Get out of the way, you'll enjoy yourself when you get home." Luo Chen patted Luo Yang's legs, but he was indeed a little tired, so he stood up and said, "Nothing, maybe I went through a lot today, I'll go upstairs and rest first." "Okay, brother, you go and rest first." Luo Yang also advised diligently. Luo Chen felt something was wrong, but he didn't think much about it. He just said, "You should go to bed early too." With the sound of footsteps on the stairs, Luo Chen and the little ball returned to their room. After seeing Luo Chen return to the room, Luo Yang immediately went back to the room and changed into dark clothes and put on his coat, looking like he was going out. Luo Yang showed a silver bracelet on his wrist and called out to the flaming lion, Cyan. Cyan obediently ran to his feet, and saw a silver light from the bracelet shining on Cyan's body, and then Cyan disappeared. Luo Yang picked up a backpack and walked out quietly. Chapter 12. Luo Chen slept extremely soundly that night and woke up at dawn. Luo Chen went downstairs to prepare breakfast. He originally wanted to call Luo Yang to eat together, but then he thought that he had finally got a few days' rest, so he let him sleep until he woke up naturally. After he finished his breakfast, he rushed to the pet shop. After the flame lion carefully patrolled the first floor, he went upstairs and pushed open Luo Yang's door and went in. "My brother is gone." The young man's cautious voice sounded. He was currently sitting on a chair in front of the study table in the room, his lean upper body naked. You can see wounds on his chest and arms from being bitten by some unknown beast, and other parts of his body have bruises and scratches from being beaten. The flame lion nodded cautiously. In fact, it also had injuries on its body, but they were well hidden by its hair. Seeing the performance of the flame lion, Luo Yang gritted his teeth and went to the storage room to find the medicine box to apply medicine to himself and the flame lion. Yesterday's steel butterfly was too cruel. Today, I will make it pay. While applying the medicine, Luo Yang couldn't stop mumbling. It seems that it did experience something last night that left a lingering impression on it. Luo Chen opened the door of the pet shop early, and the two beasts immersed in the breeding pool today turned into Glow Dog and Electric Mouse. In Luo Chen's opinion, the 3-star ferocious beast Fragrant Rabbit is already higher than the 1-star one sold on the market, and the price is not much more expensive. This price is considered a complete loss-making sale by other beast-taming shops, so Luo Chen has no doubt about the competitiveness of Xinjiang Rabbit. However, in order to avoid the situation where even good wine needs to be hidden in a bush, he made cards in front of the existing beast cages with detailed information of the beast written on them. Otherwise, he would have to ask the same question every time a customer came, and Luo Chen felt that he would be annoyed to death. The card contains detailed information about the beast's race, level, and skills, and at the end, the selling price is written in a slightly larger font, and the request to bargain is not accepted. The selling price of each of the 3 fragrant rabbits is 25,000 spirit coins. After the first soak in the incubation pool, the energy concentration of Glow Dog and Electric Mouse was indeed improved, but no advancement occurred. Therefore, the current price of Glow Dog is 25,000 spirit coins each, and the price of Electric Mouse is 57,000 spirit coins. This is of course based on the prices of other pet shops in the surrounding area. After all, these two types of beasts do not have much advantage at present, so the prices are consistent with those of surrounding shops. After doing all this, the door of the shop opened from the outside to the inside. "Yayo, does this store really have Samsung's Fragrant Rabbit?" A delicately dressed girl led a well-behaved and sweet girl and rushed in from outside the door. Yayo, the good girl from Qingyang No. 1 High School who came to Luo Chen's store yesterday, watched helplessly as her friend pulled her hand with brute force. "When I came here yesterday, there were still 3 left. I don't know if they've all been sold out today. Hurry, take a look." Luo Chen poked his head out from behind the cashier counter. "The beast is still there, don't worry." The exquisite girl in front looked at Luo Chen in surprise. "Are you the owner of this store?" Facing the girl's question, Luo Chen just smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. I don't know if my father will take back this store after he comes back, but I don't think so." "Where is it?" Luo Chen considerately pointed to the south for the girl who was dressed exquisitely. After getting the directions, the exquisite girl no longer worried about why the boss looked like a minor, and hurried towards the cage containing the fragrant rabbit. Cheng Yao, who was behind, only had time to give Luo Chen an awkward smile before she was involuntarily pulled away. She exclaimed, "Fan Hongxiang, slow down. However, the girl named Fan Hongxiang did not listen to her and continued walking briskly. Soon, the two of them stopped in front of the cage. Only when they saw that the three rabbits were still there did Fan Hongxiang breathe a sigh of relief. Then he regained his composure and carefully observed the fragrant rabbit in the cage in front of him. A new sign. Cheng Yao was very keen to notice that there were new things in front of the cage today. 3 stars of the evil beast. After seeing that the ear crystals of the Xinqiang rabbit in the cage were one size larger than those of ordinary Xinqiang rabbits, Fan Hongxiang was already almost convinced. But to be on the safe side, she took out her personal terminal from the storage bracelet on her wrist, and operated it for a while, but it was unknown what function she chose. A burst of fresh green light emanated from the terminal, shining on the body of Xinqiang rabbit. A piece of information was displayed on the screen of the personal terminal: energy concentration 300, 3 stars for the ferocious beast. Seeing the test results, Fan Hongxiang nodded with satisfaction. Cheng Yao, who was standing by, looked at the terminal in her hand and said enviously, "Hongxiang, is this the latest version of your terminal? This information exploration function looks pretty useful." Fan Hongxiang shook her head. This function is actually useless most of the time. It is only applicable in the current situation. In the wild, wild beasts will not wait for you to scan them obediently. Moreover, this scanning behavior may anger the beasts. After explaining to Cheng Yao that this function only looked useful, she suddenly took Cheng Yao's arm and said, "But I can give you one on your birthday." Then, regardless of Cheng Yao's reaction, Fan Hongxiang shouted to Luo Chen behind the cashier, "Boss, I want to buy a Xinqiang rabbit." The first order came. Luo Chen suppressed his inner excitement and walked to the two of them with a calm face. "Which one do you want?" Fan Hongxiang's eyes rolled. "Boss, please help me pick one." In fact, the 3 Xinqiang rabbits are all similar, and there is nothing to pick and choose. Luo Chen took out a Xinqiang rabbit that looked more energetic from the cage, then put it in a small cage that was easy to carry and handed it to Fan Hongxiang. "Excuse me, do you still need Xinqiang rabbit's exclusive rations?" "No need." Fan Hongxiang shook her head and rejected Luo Chen's proposal. 25,000 spirit coins. Fan Hongxiang was not surprised by the price and calmly chose to pay by credit card. 25,000 spirit coins have been received. The sound of money arriving was surprisingly pleasant. After paying, Fan Hongxiang also seemed very happy. She pulled Cheng Yao next to her and said, "Come on, sister will treat you to a big meal." Cheng Yao whispered goodbye to Luo Chen, then followed Fan Hongxiang out of the store. Luo Chen watched the two girls leave. The first business deal was successfully completed, and 1/3 of the system's task of selling beasts was also completed. However, he had only completed 2 of the 50 customers he wanted, so there was still a long way to go. Chapter 13. After entertaining the 2 guests, Cheng Yao and Fan Hongxiang, Luo Chen also put up a sign at the door to attract customers. New store opened, high-quality beast taming items are on sale. Provide animal care services. I don't know if it was because the sign worked or because Chenyang Pet Shop attracted attention today, but people finally started to come into the store one after another. Although most people just come in to take a quick look and have no intention of buying. However, Luo Chen was quite satisfied as he saw the number of customers increasing towards the mission target. Compared to this commercial street or other beast taming shops in the city, Chenyang Pet Shop has only one waiter and cashier. Naturally, there was no way to explain in detail to the customers who came in. All the customers who came in were there to look around at their own will, and there were relatively few beasts in the store. However, the introduction of the fragrant rabbit of the 3-star beast still attracted the attention of most of the customers who came in to take a look. Someone even asked Luo Chen behind the cashier, "Young store manager, is the introduction of your fragrant rabbit authentic?" Luo Chen stood up from behind the cashier counter. "Customers can observe the earlobes of the fragrant rabbit. The size of the crystal attached to its earlobes represents its current strength. There are even authoritative breeders who have speculated that when the crystals cover the earlobes of the fragrant rabbits, they will evolve naturally, but no breeder has ever succeeded. You can observe the two fragrant rabbits in the cage. Are the crystals attached to their earlobes much larger than those you usually see? After careful observation, the guests found that it was just as Luo Chen said. The two fragrant rabbits walking close to the ground in the cage had crystals on their earlobes that were much larger than usual. Some of them saw that Luo Chen looked young and had a quiet personality, so they couldn't help but want to tease him. Young store manager, apart from the Xinjiang rabbit, which can be considered a fine product in your store, why do the introductions of the other two beasts seem to be nothing special? Facing this question, Luo Chen was not in a hurry. Those two beasts were just bought and have not been bred yet. If you are interested, you can come back in a few days. Facing Luo Chen's confident attitude, the customer, who was originally just talking and looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, said seriously. Okay, my son will be 12 soon. If the beasts you train are really top-notch, I will bring him to your store to buy them. Luo Chen said in a clear voice, okay, 5 days, just 5 days, you can come again. These were only small episodes in the entire morning. What really concerned Luo Chen was that another Xinjiang rabbit was sold in the morning. Now he was only one beast away from successfully selling the 3 beasts. At noon when there were fewer people, he couldn't help but cast encouraging eyes on the last Xinjiang rabbit. Now all his hopes of completing the system task were placed on it. However, Luo Chen's behavior was just a wink to a blind man. Xinjiang rabbit just calmly ate the grass pellets that Luo Chen fed it. Even if the 2 Xinjiang rabbits that accompanied it were missing, it did not affect its enjoyment of eating at all. Luo Chen once again looked at the evolution path of Xinjiang rabbit. Evolution route, fragrant rabbit soft and fragrant rabbit, king beast species. Evolution conditions, Xinjiang rabbit must reach the level of a 6-star fierce beast, and then use the leaves and branches of king's in flower, xianling grass, and kaihuya vine to make a medicine for Xinjiang rabbit to drink, and there is a high probability that the evolution will be completed. I have to say that every time Luo Chen sees this evolutionary condition, he falls silent. King's in flower is a common spiritual beast-grade medicinal herb and is not considered very precious. But the xianling grass is different. Although it is also classified as a spiritual beast, its selling price is more than 30 times that of the king's in flower. The autumn moon vine is a high-level species of spiritual beast, and its branches and leaves are not considered very precious. However, the materials for its evolution alone would cost about 600,000 or 700,000. Not to mention whether Luo Chen can get the materials now, it will take a long time to cultivate the Xinjiang rabbit to a 6-star ferocious beast. Moreover, this soft and fragrant spirit rabbit is a king species of beast. With Luo Yuhang missing, he, a mere trainee breeder, cannot control it. Under such circumstances, Luo Chen still chose a more stable way of development, although the 4-star ferocious beast fragrant rabbit was basically not sold in the store. However, the affectionate Xinjiang rabbit that is raised at home can still advance to this level. Therefore, other people would only think that Chenyang Pet Shop was just reopening and making some business moves to attract people by selling products at a loss. At noon, Luo Yang came to the store with packed food. He put down his sumptuous lunch and looked around the shop curiously, which had undergone a major transformation. "Brother, are you redecorating the store?" Luo Yang had been to Chenyang Pet Shop more times than Luo Chen, so the changes in the facilities and space size in the store instantly attracted his attention. Although these renovations were not made at their own expense, they were all the work of the system. Luo Chen couldn't reveal the existence of the system yet, so he could only bite the bullet and explain, yes, it cost a lot of money. However, Luo Yang did not dwell on this issue too much, but instead looked at the only 4 beasts in the store with great interest. "Brother, the beasts you picked look pretty good." Luo Yang has always been Luo Chen's favorite. It seems that from childhood to adulthood, in some ways, Luo Yang is more like Luo Chen's elder brother, playing the role of taking care of Luo Chen. After all, Luo Chen, who suffers from soul-leaving syndrome from time to time, sometimes looks exactly like an idiot. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, sit down and eat, and then watch it after dinner. Okay. When Luo Yang got closer to Luo Chen noticed something different about Luo Yang, so he asked in confusion, why do you look so pale? Hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Yang's face stiffened for a moment. Maybe the training at the beast taming battle hall this morning consumed a lot of energy. Luo Chen did not doubt him, thinking that Luo Yang really went to the training hall. Where is Cyan? Well, I consumed too much energy this morning. I've already finished my meal and am now resting in my bracelet. Cyan, who was forced by Luo Yang to stay in the bracelet and was sulking, just smiled and said nothing. Oh, I see. Seeing that Luo Chen did not continue to ask questions, Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Then after you finish your meal, go back and rest. Don't overdraw yourself. Luo Yang buried his head in the bowl, only able to respond with a few vague hum sounds. Luo Chen wanted him to go back so early because he naturally didn't want him to go upstairs and discover what happened to the cultivation pool. So the meal was finished with the two brothers each having their own ulterior motives. After finishing his meal, Luo Yang did not hang around in the store anymore and went back in a hurry. The flow of people in the store in the afternoon was actually more than that in the morning, and soon the system's customer flow requirement of 50 people was met. Now all that's left is to sell one more beast, and the first system task will be completed. Chapter 14. However, beast tamers are not daily consumables after all. Even if people have the need to buy them, they will only make a real decision to buy after observing several stores. So throughout the afternoon, most people came to take a look, but no one bought anything. There may be too few beasts in the store, and there are not more options for customers to choose from. It is also possible that the owner of the store looks too young and does not seem to have enough experience in beast training. Luo Chen's mission was also stuck on the sale of the last beast. Today, Luo Chen did not close the store early like yesterday. He planned to extend the store's business hours to 10 o'clock in the evening. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Yang came to Luo Chen with food to have dinner together. Naturally, he bought it from a nearby restaurant just like he did at noon. When Luo Chen saw Luo Yang, who was worrying about how to sell the last beast, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't Luo Yang a ready-made customer? So when Luo Yang put the food on the table, Luo Chen eagerly pulled him and said, "Brother, aren't you going to be promoted to a spirit beast tamer? You haven't bought the second beast yet. I think this fragrant rabbit is very suitable for you." Luo Yang was confused by Luo Chen's sudden action. Did his brother want him to contract Xinqiang rabbit to be his second beast? He placed his palm on Luo Chen's forehead and asked in confusion, "Brother, do you have a fever?" It's not hot." Luo Chen slapped Luo Yang's hand away, and showed his dignity as an elder brother. "I see you like that Xinqiang rabbit very much, you must want to buy it home. Well, take it to the front desk to pay the bill now." Luo Yang had more question marks on his face. Could it be that because the business was not good, his brother was upset by something? This seemed even more terrifying than the soul-leaving syndrome. However, Luo Chen didn't care what Luo Yang was thinking, and dragged him to the cashier. 25,000 spirit coins. Luo Yang looked at Luo Chen worriedly, and in a daze, he took out his terminal and paid. The mission has been completed. Do you want to claim the reward now? Luo Chen immediately chose no. He took the Xinqiang rabbit back from Luo Yang's hands and put it back into the cage. Luo Yang looked at Luo Chen's actions and scratched his head in confusion, but it was okay as long as Luo Chen didn't really intend to let him contract this Xinqiang rabbit. Warning: you must not bully customers because of your size. Please return the beast to the customer. 10% of this reward will be deducted. Luo Chen froze when he heard the system voice. It seemed that the bug in this system was not so easy to fix. He immediately shouted with an idea. Brother, you want to keep this fragrant rabbit in the store for foster care, right? Ah. Yes. Anyway, as long as Luo Chen doesn't let Luo Yang take this Xinjiang rabbit back to sign the contract, whatever Luo Chen says is what matters. Luo Chen felt relieved when he heard the system notification sound no longer sounded, but he immediately felt pain in his heart. A 10% reward is a Xianling grass worth 300,000 spirit coins. After a quick dinner, Luo Chen rushed Luo Yang back home. He locked the door of the shop and put up a sign outside saying temporarily closed. Then I can't wait to check the rewards I got. Withdraw the reward. Luo Chen muttered to himself. A crack appeared without any warning in the air on the first floor of Chenyang Pet Shop, and then several things were thrown out from the crack like garbage. Then the crack was quickly closed again. Luo Chen could even feel that the crack was full of disgust towards the store and the reward items. But when Luo Chen saw the Xianling grass piled together on the floor, he didn't feel disgusted at all. These grass-like plants with a few scattered branches and leaves do look the same as the Xianling grass in memory. In fact, the ones on the ground look taller than the ones that often appeared in the news before. Luo Chen quickly found the flower pots used to cultivate plant-type beasts from the warehouse on the second floor, and planted the 9 Xianling grasses one by one in each pot. After just a short while of work, Luo Chen could feel the energy level in the store increasing. The little fur ball beside him even took the initiative to hug one of the pots of Xianling grass and refused to let go, so Luo Chen could only let it go. When the air became rich in energy, the most obvious impacts were on the few beasts kept in the store. They could now absorb a large amount of energy with every breath they took. Therefore, they don't even need any training to have a better foundation than other beasts. Mission released: sell 6 beasts, receive 200 customers, and foster 3 beasts. Time limit: 10 days. Mission reward: permanent exploration rights to the first level secret realm. Store level system is turned on, the current store level is 1. Comment: it's just a rubbish store run by a rookie. No one would really buy anything here, would they? This time, what appeared was not a sound, but a panel similar to the Eye of Truth. Some of them were like the web version of the business games that Luo Chen had played in his previous life, very crude and simple. Luo Chen forced himself not to read the reviews of the store system to prevent himself from being angered by the bad-tempered system. What is this store level about? What permissions does it have? Luo Chen asked in his mind. The system's voice answered in Luo Chen's ear. The store level is determined based on the store's turnover, customer satisfaction, the level of the beasts managed, and the store's influence. Different levels correspond to different permissions. Level 1 shops have the following privileges: the number of small beasts that can be cultivated in the breeding pool is increased to 5 per day, 1 permanent secret realm quota is available, the shop space is 500 square meters, 2 floors, and there is 1 store manager. It seems that there is no difference from before, but the number of places in the cultivation pool has increased by 2, which is a good thing. So what is this secret realm like? It can be understood that the store will have an exclusive secret realm, and only with the permission of the store manager can other people or beasts enter and exit. And there is an environment for breeding beasts or some special beasts. The upper limit of the beasts that can survive in the first level secret realm is fierce beasts, and the level of beasts that can be cultivated is also fierce beasts. Luo Chen understood all of this. Wasn't this providing him with a stable supplier? As long as he owned the secret realm, he could capture the beasts from it and sell them. He no longer had to go outside to select the beasts, cultivate them, and then sell them for a second time. After figuring this out, Luo Chen couldn't wait to complete the second task issued by the system and have a secret realm exclusive to the store. Chapter 15. As a reward from the system, Luo Chen placed 3 Xianling grasses on the first floor, 3 upstairs, and prepared to take the remaining 3 home. Unlike the colorful nightlife in the previous life, there are not many people wandering on the streets of Qingyang City at night. After waiting for a while, no guests arrived. Luo Chen closed the shop and returned to his home 2 blocks away. As soon as he got home, the little fur ball jumped lightly onto his own kitten nest, closed his eyes comfortably, and took a nap. Luo Yang and Qi Yan were not seen on the first floor of the house. Luo Chen went up to the second floor as if he was familiar with the place, came to Luo Yang's door, knocked, and prepared to open the door and go in. He turned the doorknob but it didn't budge. Then Luo Chen realized belatedly that Luo Yang had locked the door from the inside. Wait a moment. Luo Yang's somewhat panicked voice came from the room. Then there was a sound of rummaging through drawers and cabinets, and after about 2 minutes, the door was opened from the inside. Luo Chen leaned against the door with his arms crossed and raised his eyebrows. You've grown up and started to have secrets. Luo Yang smiled awkwardly without arguing. Brother, what do you want from me? He turned sideways, as if to invite Luo Chen to come into the room and sit down. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, I won't go in. I'm not an unenlightened parent. Children still have to have some privacy. I came to you to ask you to do me a favor. Tomorrow I will go to the beast farm to select some beasts. Can you help me check the store? Luo Chen stared into Luo Yang's eyes and asked, You should be free tomorrow, right? Oh, yes, of course. After getting a positive answer, Luo Chen stopped bothering Luo Yang. Okay, that's it, just this one thing, you can continue playing. After saying that, Luo Chen disappeared around the corner, and the sound of dong 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 coming down the stairs was heard. Luo Yang locked the door again and opened the healing medicine he had just hidden. He lifted up his clothes and continued to apply medicine to the hideous wound on his abdomen, sprinkling the white medicine powder on the wound that was slightly bleeding. Luo Yang couldn't help but let out a slight hissing sound. Looking at the cold sweat on the boy's forehead, he could also understand that he must be suffering from pain that was hard to accept. After applying medicine to the wound, he opened his terminal and edited a message and sent it out. Light of Chen Yang, tonight's event is cancelled. That should be a small group, because after Luo Yang sent the message, received popped up in the message box one after another. Luo Chen got up early the next day. Without disturbing Luo Yang, he went to the store by himself. The little ball of fur, a fragrant rabbit, 2 glow dogs, and a electric mouse were all put in the cultivation pool on the second floor to take a bath. After today's bath, the information of several beasts also changed to varying degrees. Xinqiang rabbit broke through to the 4-star level of the ferocious beast, the 2 Guanghui dogs also successfully broke through to the 3-star level of the ferocious beast, and electric rat broke through to the 4-star level of the ferocious beast. The little ball of fur also upgraded from a 4-star ferocious beast to a 5-star ferocious beast. This wave of promotions gave Luo Chen a big surprise. It should be because of the upgrade of the system yesterday, which also upgraded the effect of the incubation pool. Moreover, the 6 Xianling grass in the store increased the energy concentration of the environment, so it was normal for them to be promoted one after another. But no matter what, Luo Chen's mood brightened up because of the promotion of these beastmasters. The information column of Glorious Dog was adjusted to 3 stars, and the price was also changed to 28,000 spirit coins. The price of Electric Mouse is adjusted to 60,000 spirit coins. Then, the position of Xinqiang Rabbit was adjusted from the cage on the south side to the north side. The beasts on the south side were used for sale, and the 2 rows of cages on the north side were used to place the beasts that were fostered here. Therefore, there are only 3 beasts for sale in the store now, which is not even enough to complete the minimum number of the second task. Luo Yang arrived at the store around 8 o'clock in the morning. In fact, there was nothing to explain, except that he was asked to sell the beast at the price indicated above. Without giving Luo Yang a chance to ask anything, Luo Chen gave a few instructions and left. However, Luo Chen did not take the bus this time. After all, he was a man who could make money, so spending this little money was acceptable to him. Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center. Familiar location, familiar reception staff. Zhang Yi, the staff member who had received Luo Chen before, obviously did not expect that Luo Chen would come to the breeding center again so soon. She asked anxiously, "Did something go wrong with the batch of beasts we bought last time?" Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, "Business is pretty good. This time I'm here to buy beast cubs. Please take me to choose some." Hearing that there was no problem with the last batch of beasts, and that Luo Chen was coming to buy beasts again, Zhang Ye's face blossomed with a bright smile. "Okay, please follow me." Just like last time, Luo Chen chose the type of beast to buy before Zhang Ye took him to different breeding centers to choose beasts. This time, Luo Chen once again chose 4 fragrant rabbits first, and then chose a new beast Frost Wolf. Frost Wolf is considered a relatively high-level beast among the ferocious beasts, and has a complete and developed route for evolving into a king beast. It is a kind of beast that is very popular among the middle-class families in Qingyang City. Of course, it is also relatively expensive. A cub costs more than 80,000 spirit coins. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and bought 2 Frost Wolf cubs, 4 fragrant rabbits, and their food, spending a total of 210,000 spirit coins. Another big order was closed, and Zhang Ye was very happy to give Xinqiang Rabbit an extra half-month's worth of food for free. "I came back by riding on the delivery truck of Qingyuan Breeding Center. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at Chenyang Pet Shop." Seeing Luo Chen coming back from buying the beasts, Luo Yang came out of the store and helped move a few beasts into the store. After packing up everything, Luo Chen keenly discovered that one of the beasts in the store was missing. There were originally 2 glory dogs and now only one was left. When I opened the system panel, I saw that the share of the beast sales task had become 1/6. He patted Luo Yang's shoulder in surprise and encouraged him, "You did a good job, young man." Luo Yang smiled helplessly. The sale of the beasts didn't seem to have much to do with him. After the customer came in and took a look around, he took a fancy to one of the glorious dogs. It should be a playmate for his 6-year-old son, and the family seemed to be well off, so the deal was made quickly. The store was still open at this time, and naturally there were still some customers, watching the newly purchased beasts being locked in the empty cages on the south side. The relatively handsome Frost Wolf naturally attracted the attention of customers. "Young store manager, how much do you want to sell these 2 Frost Wolves for?" Apparently, someone quickly identified the species of this beast. Luo Chen looked at the person who was speaking. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had a very rough appearance and various scars on his exposed skin. His eyes were also sharp and very aggressive, and based on his aura, Luo Chen could deduce that he was a spiritual level beast master. An adventurer who often wanders in the wild? Luo Chen muttered to himself. This Frost Wolf was just bought and has not been trained yet. "If you want it, I will sell it to you at the purchase price. It only costs 85,000 spirit coins." Luo Chen did not make any money, because 83,000 was the price of the Frost Wolf itself, and the remaining 2,000 was the price of its rations. The man who asked the question became interested. "If the young store manager cultivates it, how much will this Frost Wolf cost?" "The price will be determined based on the level of cultivation. If the cultivation is good, it may be worth 150,000 or 160,000 yuan. Luo Chen did not directly answer the question about the pricing of Frost Wolf. The man laughed when he heard Luo Chen's answer. He seemed to be a cheerful person. "Then I will buy this Frost Wolf at the original price now. I will come to see the breeding results of the other Frost Wolf later. If it is better than mine, I will definitely take care of the foster care service for the young store manager." Luo Chen's original purpose was not to make money, but to complete the system's task. If this happened in other beast taming shops, even if it was just a resale, the price of this Frost Wolf would probably increase by 10,000 spirit coins. Swipe the card and pay. The man picked up the frost wolf cub by the scruff of its neck and carried it away. The frost wolf cub did not resist at all. It was indeed a spiritual beast, and it obviously felt the man's powerful aura. Chapter 16 June 15th, 552nd year of the new life calendar. Today's sales revenue, from the sale of 2 beasts, Glow Dog and Frost Wolf, brought in 113,000 spirit coins. It cost 210,000 spirit coins to purchase 4 fragrant rabbits and 2 frost wolves. Today's account balance is reduced by 97,000 spirit coins. After the man who bought the frost wolf left, Luo Yang quietly pulled Luo Chen aside. "Brother, what's the situation with the Xianling grass in our store? Many customers have asked me this morning if I would sell it." Luo Chen finally understood why there seemed to be dozens of people lingering in the store. They didn't look like they were here to watch the beast taming. Instead, they were discussing something around the 3 Xianling grasses. After hearing Luo Yang's words, Luo Chen quickly asked the system in his mind, "System, after the Xianling grass is sold, does it count as completing the system's task?" "System." The system seemed to crash for a moment before responding. "Xianling grass is the predecessor of some kind of beast, so it can be counted as sales for now." After getting confirmation from the system, Luo Chen asked mysteriously, "What kind of store are we?" "Pet shop." "So?" Luo Yang still didn't quite understand what Luo Chen meant. "So why not sell it if you can make money?" Luo Chen took down a board from the second floor and wrote a lot of things on it with a pen. After writing, he handed the board to Luo Yang and asked him to put it in the most conspicuous place in the hall. "Instructions for purchasing Xianling grass in our store. Our store has 2 Xianling grass for sale, each priced at 400,000 spirit coins, and you must purchase at least 1 beast from our store when purchasing." Luo Chen shamelessly adopted a bundling sales model. Given the popularity of the 2 Xianling grasses, if both were really sold out, the system's second task would be completed. When Luo Yang put the sign in the middle of the hall, it instantly attracted the attention of customers staying on the first floor. After reading the requirements written by Luo Chen, many customers felt that this request was reasonable. Because the last time the Xianling grass appeared in Qingyang City, it was sold for 610,000 at the auction house. Now the items in this store only cost 400,000, so even if you add a beastmaster, it's not a big deal. Just after reading the notice, a customer came to the cashier and found Luo Chen, a young man in his 30s with shiny hair. "I want to buy a Xianling grass and the fragrant rabbit." When the man was about to pay, the other customers reacted instantly and swarmed to Luo Chen's cash register. "I also want a Xianling grass and the Guanghui dog." "I want one too." "I want one too." Luo Chen's eyes widened unconsciously. Are there so many rich people in Qingyang City now? Among the dozens of customers in the store, are there so many people who have the money to buy Xianling grass? Luo Chen stretched out his hands and pressed them down slightly. After the scene became quieter, he said, "Everyone, our store only has 2 Xianling grasses for sale, but so many people want to buy them, it's really not easy to divide them. Everyone, I am a purchaser of Liang Group. Please give me some face." It was the greasy-haired man who first told Luo Chen that he wanted to buy Suanlinko. He took out a business card from his shirt pocket and placed it on the cashier. The person on the business card is Wei Yanzheng, the purchasing manager of Liang Group. After hearing what the man said, the other customers' discussions became quieter. I have to say that his identity is quite intimidating in Qingyang City. It is said that the Liang Group moved from the central city to the lower city. It has only been in the lower city for more than 10 years, but it has been thriving in Qingyang City with the help of 2 king-level beastmasters in the family. Now it has become a giant in Qingyang City, so people in Qingyang City rarely provoke the Liang Group. But at this time, a few more people walked in from outside the store, wearing the same neat uniforms. When everyone present saw the attire, they instantly recognized who the people were. They were from the Qingyang City Law Enforcement Team. The leading man was very tall, about 1.9 meters, but he looked very young. He looked around the store and then spoke. I heard that there is Xianling grass for sale here. I wonder if our law enforcement team has the honor to buy one. Although his words were questions, his tone was unquestionable. Luo Chen frowned, feeling that this person was a little too strong, and couldn't help feeling a little displeased. We only have 2 Xianling grasses for sale in this store. Please wait until you have discussed it with us before buying. Luo Chen's voice sounded calmly, but the impatience in his tone was very obvious. As the one who knew Luo Chen best in the field, Luo Yang clearly felt the unhappiness in Luo Chen's tone. He frowned and stared at the law enforcement team and the manager of the Liang group. Among the dozens of guests present, it was obvious that these 2 had the highest status, so the others did not compete with them to buy the 2 plants of Xianling grass. The character who later became the law enforcement captain also got a Xiang rabbit when he bought the Xianling grass. After successfully holding the Xianling grass in his arms, he asked, "Will you sell the last Xianling grass?" There were a total of 3 Xianling grasses placed on the first floor. After 2 people bought one each, there was still one left for calming the area. Luo Chen shook his head coldly, that one is kept in the store for use and not for sale. Tisk. The man from the law enforcement team sighed softly, what a pity. He could clearly sense Luo Chen's dislike for him from his attitude, but he didn't care. Seeing Luo Chen's firm attitude, he retreated from the store with his minions behind him. Instead, the man from the Liang group pushed the business card in front of Luo Chen and said in a gentle manner, "Young store manager, if you have any rare items to sell in the future, you can contact me." Luo Chen looked at the 3 words Wei Yan's hung on the business card and nodded, "Okay." But in the eyes of Manager Wei, what kind of items are considered treasures? Facing Luo Chen's curious question, Wei Yansheng smiled lightly, as for treasures like Xianling grass, there is no need to say more. You can also notify me of some rare and uncommon beasts. Luo Chen frowned and thought for a moment, then pointed to the Xinqiang rabbit quietly staying in the cage on the north wall. Does a Xinqiang rabbit cub like the 4-star fierce beast count? What? Even the knowledgeable Wei Yansheng was shocked by Luo Chen's words, a 4-star fragrant rabbit cub. Luo Chen nodded naturally, and led Wei Yansheng, who looked unconvinced, to the cage of the fragrant rabbit. The fragrant rabbit in the cage is less than 2 months old. Judging from the size of the crystal on its ear, I think Manager Wei can sense its approximate level. Wei Yansheng himself was also a beast master of a fairly high rank, so he naturally had some sense of what was happening. He stared at the fragrant rabbit in the cage and marveled at it. It's possible for a cub to reach this level. I really don't know how they were trained. Has this fragrant rabbit learned any other skills? No. Luo Chen answered truthfully. Wei Yunchen's expression was visibly regretful. Young store manager, to be honest, this fragrant rabbit is indeed amazing, but it has no skills, and considering its species positioning, it is indeed a bit far from being called a fine product. Luo Chen knew what Wei Yansheng meant. Even if the Xinqiang rabbit was of a higher level, it was still a Xinqiang rabbit after all. It had not learned any new skills and had not undergone any qualitative changes, so it could only slightly attract other people's attention. However, young store manager, if you can cultivate the Xinqiang rabbit to the level of a 6-star fierce beast, I can send it to the King Yun treasure auction. Luo Chen knew about the King Yun treasures auction, which was held by the Liang group once a month. All of the items listed above are rare treasures. Logically speaking, items of the ferocious beast level are not even qualified to be included in the auction. As long as the products have been put up for auction, their values have skyrocketed. The last time the Xianling grass appeared was at the King Yun treasures auction. It was sold for more than 600,000 yuan. Presumably, the Xianling grass purchased from Luo Chen this time will also be listed at the King Yun treasures auction again. Luo Chen smiled and said, Manager Wei, didn't you buy a Xinjiang rabbit this time? You can leave it with me for foster care. When I train it to a 6-star fierce beast, you can come and get it then, how about that? No matter how much the Xinjiang rabbit is sold for, it will be your personal income. Chapter 17. Wei Yanzheng looked confused, and he asked tentatively, how much is the foster care fee? Luo Chen silently calculated in his heart, how about charging you 60,000 spirit coins? Pay a deposit of 10,000 spirit coins before fostering. 60,000. Wei Yanzheng looked at the Xianling grass in his arms, as if he had made up his mind, okay, 60,000. As he said that, he handed the cage of the Xinjiang rabbit in his left hand to Luo Chen. After paying the money, Wei Yanzheng eagerly left the shop protecting the Xianling grass in his arms. Without the eye-catching Xianling grass, the customers in the store dispersed in 2s and 3s, leaving only a few who remained in the store to observe the beasts. Luo Chen called up his task panel. Task progress, sold 6 beasts, completed, received 200 customers, completed, and fostered 5 beasts, completed 2. Time limit, 10 days. Mission reward, permanent exploration rights to the first level secret realm. When Luo Chen was away, Luo Yang sold a glow dog and a frost wolf that had just arrived in the store for sale. These are the 2. Then the 2 Xianling grasses and the 2 Xiangxiang rabbits sold in a bundle just completed the system's task of selling beasts. There are only 3 foster beasts left to complete the task. Luo Chen turned his gaze to Luo Yang and showed a friendly smile. Brother, where is Qi Yan? Why can't I see him? Well. Luo Yang was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the bracelet on his hand and said, I was afraid of scaring the guests, so I let it rest in the bracelet. Luo Chen looked at the store and saw that there were not many customers. It's okay, let it out. Although Luo Yang felt a little strange, his trust in his brother made him release Qi Yan directly, and the bracelet shone a green light on the open space in front of him. Then a mighty flame lion appeared. It first looked at the surrounding environment, then saw Luo Chen behind it, and pounced on him without hesitation. If Luo Yang hadn't stopped him in advance, Luo Chen, who had never experienced the beating in a beast battle, would have been knocked to the ground. Luo Chen stepped forward and touched Qi Yan's head, then said to Luo Yang beside him, before you start school, leave Qi Yan in the store. Go to the cashier and pay the bill yourself. It's 2,000 spirit coins. Ah! When Luo Yang heard Luo Chen's words, he froze in place for a moment. What? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Foster care is free, right? Go quickly. No, if you open a store and don't make money from other people, but just take advantage of your brothers, is that really a good thing? Luo Yang could only complain silently in his heart. Not daring to resist, he could only walk to the cashier silently and swipe 2,000 spirit coins from his terminal. People were coming and going in the store, and before we knew it, it was already evening. Seeing that there would be no more customers coming, Luo Chen prepared to close the store and go home with Luo Yang. At this time, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old came in with something in her hands. When she saw Luo Chen near the door, her eyes lit up and she said crisply, Big brother, can you treat the beast here? Luo Chen smiled gently at the little girl and said, Little sister, you need to go to the animal hospital to treat the beast. We sell beasts here. While answering the little girl, Luo Chen also saw clearly what she was holding in her hand. A butterfly with a silver body and wings that seemed to be made of steel, shining with a cold light. If it were healthy, it would definitely be a very good-looking beast. But now, one of its steel-like wings was broken in the middle, and the other wing was in even worse condition, as if it was about to fall off its body, with only half of its part still connected to the body. Luo Chen could feel that this butterfly-like beast was on the verge of death. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, the little girl was obviously disappointed. She clenched her palms in an attempt to make the butterfly beast feel more comfortable. Luo Chen quietly asked the system in his mind, "System, can this butterfly be saved?" "It can be saved. Just soak it in the incubation pond and it will be able to maintain its current state of life." After getting the system's answer, Luo Chen stopped the little girl who was about to turn around and leave. "Wait a moment." The little girl turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Big brother. I have a way to save it." Luo Chen pointed to the silver butterfly in her hand. "Really?" Hearing Luo Chen's words, the little girl's eyes widened instantly, like a cute version of a little squirrel. "But you have to leave this imperial beast with me, okay?" Facing such a lovely little girl, Luo Chen spoke softly unconsciously. "Foster care." The little girl blinked nervously. "How much does it cost?" As if she was afraid that Luo Chen would not save the butterfly, the little girl gently placed the silver butterfly on the ground, and then took out a handful of loose banknotes and coins from the backpack behind her. He hurriedly handed it to Luo Chen. "Brother, this is all the money I have, please save it." Luo Chen took out a 10 spirit coin note from the banknotes she handed over and placed it on the cashier's counter. "Okay, that's enough." Then, he picked up the silver butterfly from the ground and held it in his palm. The silver butterfly was too big to fit in the little girl's 2 palms, but in Luo Chen's hand, 1 palm was enough to cover the entire body of the silver butterfly. Holding it in his palm, Luo Chen could more intuitively feel the weak breath of life of this silver butterfly, like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Luo Yang, who was observing the whole process, came over and whispered in Luo Chen's ear. "Brother, don't lie to the little girl. There is no chance of this steel butterfly surviving." Luo Chen glanced at Luo Yang and said, "You are the breeder and I am the breeder. If I say I can save her, I can save her. You stay here with the little girl and wait for a while." After saying that, he came to the second floor with the steel butterfly mentioned by Luo Yang in his hand. Luo Chen gently placed the steel butterfly in his hand into the water of the incubation pool. The pool water slowly covered the body of the steel butterfly, and then the steel butterfly sank to the bottom of the pool without any reaction, just like a corpse. Luo Chen couldn't help but doubt the system's words. "System, you are not lying to me, are you?" "No, wait a moment." The system's answer was still so confident and firm. Luo Chen calmed down and paid close attention to the silver butterfly sinking to the bottom of the pool. Sure enough, after a while, a faint fluorescence appeared on the wound on the butterfly's body. It was as if there was an invisible force attached to the wound, the broken wings were returning to their place, and new flesh and blood were growing on the damaged parts of the body. Its own aura gradually became stronger and more stable, and it seemed that there would be no problem for it to survive. "You can fish it out now. If you soak it like this for another week, it will heal." Luo Chen followed the system's advice and fished the steel butterfly out from the bottom of the pool. It has opened its little eyes and is now looking at Luo Chen with gratitude. Luo Chen touched its wings. "It wasn't me who saved you. She was waiting for you downstairs." Chapter 18. On the first floor of Chenyang Pet Shop, Luo Chen held the steel butterfly in both hands and bent down slightly so that the little girl could see its current condition. "Wow, Big Brother is amazing." The wound on its body healed so quickly. When the little girl saw the intact wings and steady breathing of the steel butterfly, she screamed in surprise. Compared to the little girl's pure joy, Luo Yang's expression was incredible. He opened his mouth wide, as if he didn't know what to say. "This is not." As a beastmaster who had received school education, Luo Yang understood what it meant to rescue a dying beast in just a dozen minutes. Even though the creature that was rescued was just a small ferocious beast, he knew that his brother had a secret, but he didn't expect his brother's secret to be so scary. Thinking that there were outsiders around, Luo Yang calmed down a little, closed his mouth, and waited for a time when there was no one around to have a good talk with his brother. Luo Chen didn't know how shocking his actions were. He just smiled as he looked at the little girl who was carefully stroking the steel butterfly in his palm. "Now its surface injuries are much better, but the internal injuries still need to be repaired. After 3 more days of treatment, you can take it home. When the little girl heard about taking it home, her brows furrowed visibly. Big brother, I picked up this beast from outside, and I don't even know where its home is. Was it picked up? Was it abandoned by its own beast master? Or was it a wild beast that strayed into the city? Luo Chen immediately ruled out the second option. The city was heavily guarded, and a small 4-star steel butterfly beast would not be able to break in. Regardless of the situation, Luo Chen could be sure that there was no mark of the contract on this steel butterfly, and it was still a pure beast, which would not affect the subsequent contract with the Beastmaster. This is not its original home. You saved it, so from now on, where you are is its home. Luo Chen looked at the little girl in front of him with a loving face. After all, who doesn't like a well-behaved child? The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the steel butterfly in Luo Chen's hand. My home is its home. Her chubby little hands slowly slid over the wings that seemed to be made of fine steel. Take good care of yourself, and I will take you home when you recover. The little girl's tone was full of responsibility. Seeing that it was getting dark, Luo Chen hurriedly urged the little girl to go home. The little girl reluctantly said goodbye to the steel butterfly. After the little girl left, seeing that there was no one in the store, Luo Yang hung up a sign saying temporarily closed and locked the door. Luo Chen, who had just put the steel butterfly in the cage, turned around and saw his brother's series of actions. He felt a little strange and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Luo Yang held his forehead with his hand. His brother's safety awareness was too poor. "Brother, do you really not know how dangerous it is for you to treat the steel butterfly?" Healing beast tamers were not uncommon, but the ability to bring a dying beast tamer back from the brink of death was indeed too rare. Rarity meant being coveted and dangerous. Seeing Luo Chen still looking confused, Luo Yang continued with some regret. Qingyang City's #1 beast hospital, the signature beast treatment medicine Lingzhu, cannot cure a dying beast in just 10 minutes even if it reaches the spirit beast stage. Even their Dean's King animal medicine Lingzhu Wang couldn't do it. That Jinggang butterfly was cured in your shop. What do you think it means? This means that he has a beast tamer in his shop that has a more terrifying healing effect than the medicine Bamboo King, but Luo Chen is just a small beast tamer. Hearing Luo Yang's words, Luo Chen obviously thought of something and his face turned pale. The peaceful life in his previous life, coupled with the fact that he was so well protected in this life, made him often forget that this was a world of beast taming full of dangers and a world where personal strength was extremely exaggerated. Now that their parents are missing, the two brothers have no one to rely on. If there are people with bad intentions, there are probably 1,000 ways to make them disappear quietly in the city. As he thought about it, Luo Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Luo Yang saw that his brother was aware of the danger and was afraid that Luo Chen's old illness would relapse, so he quickly comforted him, but luckily it's a little girl this time. She probably doesn't know what this means yet. Brother, you don't need to worry too much. Just be more careful next time. Luo Chen let out a long sigh, with a guilty look on his face. Brother, this is just one time, it won't happen again. With a stronger sense of security, they had no interest in opening the store today. After a simple packing, Luo Chen and Luo Yang returned to their home in the community under the moonlight. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Luo Chen arrived at the store early to start business as usual. The current beast situation in the store, 1 electric rat, 1 frost wolf, and 2 fragrant rabbits. Fostering situation, 2 fragrant rabbits and 1 steel butterfly. Luo Chen remembered that he had just brought in 6 beasts yesterday, so why did it feel like there were still so few beasts in the store now? Luo Chen looked at his taskbar first. He was still short of 2 more beast samples. Then he could complete the system's task and didn't have to go to the beast breeding center to buy beasts. First, take the 3 foster beasts to the 2nd floor and soak them in the breeding pool. Among these 3, one was prepared as a gift for Luo Yang to be promoted to a spirit beast tamer, one had signed a contract with Wei Yanzheng, and the other needed to be saved. There were 2 remaining spots in the incubation pool. Luo Chen allocated one to his little fur ball and the other to the new frost wolf. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh that although there were not many beasts in the store, there were even fewer spots in the incubation pool. Perhaps the news of the existence of Xianling grass in the store spread, and there were a lot of customers in the store today, most of whom came for the reputation of Xianling grass. Not many people buy beast tamers, but because the concentration of spiritual energy in the store is high, more beast tamers choose to foster beasts. In the whole morning alone, 12 customers chose to foster their beasts. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the store, when their owners left, the beasts seemed reluctant to leave. After working all morning, at noon, there were fewer customers, so Luo Chen was able to take a break and check his task rewards. Task progress: sold 6 beasts, completed, received 200 customers, completed, and the number of beasts in foster care reached 5, completed. Mission reward: permanent exploration rights to the first level secret realm, available for collection. Luo Chen closed the store, hung up a sign saying temporary rest, rubbed his hands, and chose to receive the reward. Task rewards have been issued. Seeing the words on the panel, Luo Chen looked around the first floor and didn't find anything extra. That means it is on the second floor. With this guess, Luo Chen was relieved. He was really afraid that the system would directly place the entrance to the secret realm on the first floor, which would make it difficult for him to open a store. Coming to the second floor, Luo Chen finally saw the first level secret realm rewarded by the system. Chapter 19. As soon as he went up to the second floor, Luo Chen discovered the secret realm of the system reward. In the southeast corner of the second floor, a light gate more than 2 meters high stands there quietly, and the light gate is dark blue. Luo Chen walked to the light gate, the faint blue light shone on his face, and he inexplicably felt an eerie feeling. Originally, he wanted to go directly into the light gate, but after looking at himself and the little fur ball beside him that was still a cub, he sighed silently and stopped thinking about it. Entering the secret realm is important, but your own life is also important. According to the system, the first level secret realm is full of beasts of the same level as ferocious beasts, which means that there may be ferocious beasts from 1 star to 9 stars. The light cat that I have contracted is only a 5-star ferocious beast now, so it is not safe to go in rashly. Luo Chen opened his terminal and dialed a number. Brother. When Luo Yang rushed to the pet shop, he found that the door was closed and there was a sign outside saying suspended and closed. He shook his head helplessly. This pet shop was really run too casually. It closed down all the time, which could easily leave a bad impression on customers. He sent a message to Luo Chen on the terminal, and the store door quickly opened from the inside out. Luo Chen popped his head out, and when he saw that Luo Yang was the only one there, he quickly stretched out his arm and pulled him in. Then there was a click sound of locking, and the door was locked again from the inside. Brother, what's the matter? Why did you call me here in a mysterious way? Luo Yang couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the store. Luo Chen did not explain directly, but said to Luo Yang, "Follow me." After that, he first walked towards the second floor. Luo Yang followed Luo Chen's footsteps to the stairs and found a note that was not there. Cultivation site, no visitors allowed. He remembered that there was no note when he came yesterday. It seemed that his brother had posted it today. It was just a piece of paper, Luo Yang didn't care about it. What he cared about was something on the second floor that made his brother close the store. I went up the stairs very quickly. There was not much on the second floor, just a pool and a light door. Secret realm. As soon as he saw the light gate, Luo Yang exclaimed, obviously he was very familiar with this thing. However, the secret realm should not be opened in the city, because there is a certain spatial law on the air membrane that protects each city, which will interfere with the formation of the secret realm and make the entrance to the secret realm open outside the city. Luo Yang's expression changed slightly, and the flame lion instantly appeared in front of him. Then he rolled quickly to protect his silly brother. Luo Chen looked at the figure in front of him blankly. He poked Luo Yang's back and said, "Brother, what are you doing?" Luo Yang and Flame Lion looked at the light gate vigilantly. Seeing that no beast had come out of it for the time being, he decided to popularize the knowledge of beast taming with his brother who had not received much education. That light gate leads to a secret realm, where beasts of unknown rank may rush out at any time. Let's go down first and report the situation here to the law enforcement team. Then he looked at the silent light gate while preparing to protect Luo Chen and retreat towards the stairs. Luo Chen now knew that Luo Yang had misunderstood, and he had to explain it to him. He grabbed Luo Yang's forearm from behind to stop him from retreating. Luo Yang turned half of his head and glanced at Luo Chen with a puzzled look. Luo Chen touched his nose and said weakly, "Brother, is there any possibility that the secret realm was summoned by me?" Luo Yang's face was filled with even more confusion. "Brother, do you want to take a look at what you are saying?" Luo Chen easily analyzed Luo Yang's current mental activity from his facial expression. Luo Chen's voice sounded very confident. "You can understand this as part of my talent. This secret realm was indeed summoned by me, but it is a one-way passage. We can go in, but the beasts inside cannot come out without my permission." A look of bewilderment appeared on Luo Yang's youthful face. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Just like the treatment of the steel butterfly yesterday, is it part of your talent?" Luo Chen nodded and looked at Luo Yang with a firm gaze. "That's right, and this secret realm is full of beasts of the same level as the fierce beasts. I called you here because I want you to go in with me and take a look." It took Luo Yang a long time to digest the news that Luo Chen told him, but he still looked skeptical. In front of the light gate where the two came from, the ferocious beast 9 stars Flame Lion stood in front of them, behind it was Luo Yang, and at the end was Luo Chen who was carrying Light Spirit Cat on his shoulder. The two people and two beasts entered the light gate one after another. When Luo Chen entered the light gate, he didn't feel anything special. It seemed no different from passing through any other ordinary door. The difference is that after entering the light gate, the different body surface temperatures allow them to truly feel that they have arrived in another space. There is light in this space, but it is not bright, just like the brightness of sunset turning into dusk. However, the flame lion had flickering flames on its body, making Luo Chen and the others much brighter than the surrounding areas. Looking around, they found that the two of them and their two beasts should be standing on an open grassland, surrounded by wilderness. Luo Chen could feel the grass under his feet brushing against his trouser legs. This space is not very big, the kind that you can see the end at a glance. It is estimated to be about 10,000 square meters in size and about 50 meters high. As for why Luo Chen made such a speculation, it was because he could see the air membrane representing the boundary of the secret realm as far as he could see. At the edge of the air membrane, there were distorted space ripples, which emitted unreal light of various colors, and it was easy to find. "System, is this the level 1 secret realm? It doesn't look like there are any beasts to tame." Luo Chen secretly asked the system in his heart. The arrogant voice of the system sounded in Luo Chen's mind, "Please actively explore and discover." Luo Chen curled his lips, not really understanding what there was to explore in such a small space. He squatted down helplessly and used the eye of truth to look at the green grass all over the ground, hoping to discover something. Name: green grass. Uses: food that two-headed antelopes like to eat. Long-term consumption can promote evolution. Although it was not a beast-taming herb, it was at least a spiritual herb that was related to beast taming. Luo Chen's inner loss was slightly dissipated. The flame lion circled around Luo Yang and Luo Chen. Although the flames on its body were illusory, the high temperature on its body still made the green grass wilt. Luo Chen first observed the surrounding environment vigilantly. After seeing the size of this secret realm, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that even if there were beasts to tame in such a large secret realm, they would not be very strong. Brother, what are the uses of these grasses? Luoyang saw Luo Chen observing the grasses for a long time and couldn't help but ask. Luo Chen nodded. It's a kind of grass that two-headed antelopes like to eat. It's quite useful. Let's walk around and see if there are any beasts in this little secret place. Having said that, Luo Chen stood up, picked a direction at random, and walked forward. Luoyang naturally had no objection, but he and the flame lion stood on the left and right like two great guardians, protecting Luo Chen and the little ball of fur in the middle. After walking about 100 meters, Luo Chen discovered plants that were different from the green grass, and he felt that the energy on them was more than twice as strong as that of the green grass. Good news, there are indeed beast tamers in the secret realm. Bad news, it's a plant-type beastman. There is a ranking of the types of beastmasters that are popular among the current low-level beastmasters. The first class is naturally the beast tamers that can fly, the second class is the beast tamers that run on the road, the third class is the plant-type beast tamers, and the fourth class is also the beast tamer that is least recommended for novice beast tamers to contract, and naturally it is the beast tamer that can only live in water. But after a while, Luo Chen collected his thoughts and turned to carefully observe the plant-type beast in front of him. In appearance, it grows to half a meter tall, much taller than the green grass next to it. It is dark blue in color all over, has no roots, and only 3 flat leaves protruding from the ground. Looking at the appearance of this plant, Luo Chen somehow remembered a plant called gladiolus in his previous life. Although the leaves were very similar, the color was completely different. Choosing this dark blue plant that looks poisonous as the target of the Eye of Truth, Luo Chen carefully observed its detailed information. Chapter 20. Race, Kinjua Grass. Level, Fierce Beast 6 star. Type, Wood, Grass, Nether. Status, Healthy. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1 Whip. Yellow level Kinjua grass uses its tough and slender branches and leaves to whip the target. 2 Phantom Phosphorus. Xian level phosphorus powder is attached to the leaves of Kinjua grass. When attached to the target's body, the phosphorus powder will continuously invade the netherworld chi, causing negative effects on the target, corroding the body and consuming energy. At this time, Luo Chen and Luo Yang were still more than 10 meters away from the Kinjua grass. Perhaps it did not discover the two of them, or perhaps the long life in the secret realm made it relax its vigilance. It was still emitting a faint blue phosphorescence. Luo Chen informed Luo Yang beside him of the information about the Kinjua grass, and thought about how to capture the Kinjua grass back. Kinjua grass, I don't seem to have learned this kind of beast taming, and I don't have any impression of it. Luo Yang frowned and thought for a while after hearing the news and said. But judging from its skills alone, it should be a top-level beast that is not inferior to the flame lion. What Luo Yang said was correct. Being able to possess mysterious level skills in the ferocious beast stage made him one of the excellent and top-level ferocious beasts in any case. Hearing Luo Yang's evaluation, Luo Chen licked his lips and said excitedly, I haven't heard of it, which means I haven't seen it near Qingyang City. It can be sold as a special beast in the store. Brother, capture this Kinjua grass. Luo Yang nodded heavily, and Qi Yan seemed to have received some order, crawling on the ground with all 4 limbs and entering hunting mode. It stared sharply at the Kinjua grass that was dozens of meters away from it. The temperature of its body was rising rapidly, and the remaining green grass around it was becoming more and more wilted. Attack! At Luo Yang's command, he and Qi Yan quickly ran towards the Kinjua grass. While running, 7 or 8 fist-sized fireballs condensed around Qi Yan's body and rushed towards the Kinjua grass at a speed faster than Qi Yan. The distance of dozens of meters was reached in a moment, and the fireball, which was moving even faster, hit the branches and leaves of the Kinjua grass mercilessly. The branches and leaves, which were covered with faint blue phosphorescence, were forced to fall to the ground under the impact of the fireball, and traces of burnt yellow appeared on the surfaces of the branches and leaves that were touched. The sudden attack was indeed effective, and the Kinjua grass, which was originally lower in level than Qian, was seriously injured. At this time, Qi Yan, who was following closely behind, swung his sharp claws and slashed fiercely at the 3 branches of Kinjua grass. Fortunately, the leaves of Kinjua grass are quite tough, and the sharp claws only leave deep scratches on the surface of the leaves, without breaking the branches and leaves. However, after these 2 attacks, the aura of Kinjua grass instantly weakened. It was obvious that Qi Yan's 2 attacks were still effective. The disadvantage of plant-type beast tamers is that when their level is low, they can only passively take hits on the spot. The phosphorescence on the leaves of Kinjua grass suddenly brightened for a moment, and then its branches and leaves fiercely lashed towards the red flame next to it. Qi Yan easily dodged the attack by jumping backwards, and then took advantage of the gap between the attacks of Kinjua grass. With the flames attached to its claws, it hit the Kinjua grass fiercely several times, and the momentum of Kinjua grass was completely weakened. Luoyang was a few meters away from Xian's formation. This was the scene that Luo Chen, who arrived later, saw. He took out a ring-shaped object from his bracelet that could only store items. Beast Binding Ring. Luoyang recognized it at a glance. The Beast Binding Ring is a major technological invention of mankind combined with beast taming. It is worn on beasts that have no ability to resist. It can limit the use of their body's energy and control them when the beasts resist. It is a powerful helper in catching beasts in the wild or taming wild beasts. It is very popular, but the price is also very high. Qi Yan took the beast binding ring from Luo Chen's hand, came to the side of the Kinjua grass which had almost no power to resist, and then put all 3 of its leaves into the beast binding ring. Seeing that the beast binding ring was put on, Luo Chen took out a remote control-like object from his arms and gently pressed the red button on it. The beast binding ring began to shrink and just stuck to the root of the Kinjua grass. The faint blue phosphorescence on the Kinjua grass dimmed instantly, and its aura disappeared as well, as if it had become an ordinary weed. The little fur ball jumped off Luo Chen's shoulder curiously, circled around the Kinjua grass curiously for a few times, and occasionally stretched out its small paws to touch it, looking curious. Luo Chen scooped up the small ball of fur in his arms, then took out tools to dig the Kinjua grass out of the ground with its roots, and transplanted it into a large flower pot. First, capture this one and bring it back to try to cultivate it, and then explore the number of beasts in the secret realm. This sentence was said to Luoyang who was beside him. Luoyang nodded in understanding, took the flower pot from Luo Chen naturally, and led Qi Yan to continue walking forward. Luo Chen looked at his empty hands, shook his head helplessly, and stood up and followed Luo Yang's footsteps to continue exploring this little secret place. Luo Chen and Luo Yang then spent a total of 1 hour to explore this small secret place. During the whole process, apart from Kinjua grass, no other beasts were found. However, apart from the first Kinjua grass, they later found traces of Kinjua grass in other locations in the secret realm, but did not capture it. 3 stalks of Kinjua grass for the 8-star beast, 5 stalks of Kinjua grass for the 7-star beast, and 8 stalks of Kinjua grass for the 6-star beast. Some green grasses left for the rest. Luo Chen wrote down the information about the beasts in this secret realm that he had collected in a small notebook, and then said to Luo Yang, who had been silent, "The information has been collected, let's go out first." Luo Yang nodded, still silent, but came to the light gate of the secret realm, and followed Luo Chen's footsteps back to the 2nd floor of the pet shop. Luo Chen took the Kinjua grass from Luo Yang's hand and first placed it in the animal cage on the 1st floor for sale. As soon as he put it in, the system's voice sounded in his mind. System Task Release, Task 1. Sell 3 beasts obtained from Secret Realm 1, and the reward is a 50% increase in the spiritual energy concentration of the Secret Realm 1. Task 2. Sell 10 beasts in the store, and the store level will be upgraded to level 1, Unlocking new permissions. Task 3. If the number of samples sent by the store's beasts reaches 10, you will be rewarded with a store guarding beast. Hearing that the system had released 3 tasks in succession, Luo Chen couldn't help but show joy on his face. Finally, there were tasks to be performed. In order to complete the first task, he would have to trouble his younger brother to go to the secret realm to help him capture 2 plants of Kinjua grass. This was easy enough, but he didn't know what the market response would be for the plant-type beast-taming product Kinjua grass. From Luo Chen's point of view, the third task is definitely the easiest to complete. After all, the Xianling grass is there, and it is the cheapest and fastest way for a beast master to let the beast absorb energy. Luo Chen looked around at the few beasts waiting to be sold in the store and sighed silently. The number was still too small. Perhaps he could take bigger steps next time. Chapter 21. Elder Brother. Luo Yang's voice sounded from behind Luo Chen. Luo Chen turned around and saw Luo Yang looking at him with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Luo Chen looked at his brother curiously. Luo Yang stood at the corner of the stairs. His lips moved, and after a while a sound came out. Brother, you must keep your secrets well and don't reveal too much even to those close to you. Luo Chen chuckled. It turned out that Luo Yang was worried about this. He walked in front of Luo Yang and realized belatedly that he was almost as tall as him. Patting Luo Yang on the shoulder, he said, Don't worry, I'm not that naive. Besides, we are a family. Don't we have trust in each other? Luo Yang hesitated for a moment before whispering, That's not what I meant. The voice at the end was too soft for Luo Chen, who was standing opposite him, to hear clearly. What? Luo Chen asked, wanting to hear clearly what Luo Yang said. Nothing, brother. Don't tell anyone about your ability to summon a one-way secret realm and your ability to save dying beasts. Seeing Luo Yang's serious look, Luo Chen made a promise with a smile on his face, okay. After hearing Luo Chen's promise, Luo Yang turned around and went into the utility room, not knowing what he was busy with. Luo Chen ignored him and looked at the time. It was already around 7 in the afternoon. He had been busy all afternoon and only now realized that he was hungry. Luo Yang, what are you busy with? Hurry up and go eat. Wait for me, it will be ready soon. A few minutes later, Luo Yang came out of the utility room and saw that he had posted a new note below the note. This is a cultivation area, no visitors allowed. There is a vicious dog above, no entry. Luo Chen looked at the 8 characters written in a flamboyant style and couldn't help laughing. Luo Yang didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and he took Luo Chen's arm and went out to find the food he liked. After eating and drinking their fill, the two returned to Chenyang Pet Shop. The purpose was not to continue opening the store at night, but to enter the secret realm and capture 2 Kinjua grass. No matter what, the system's task had to be completed as much as possible. With the experience gained in the afternoon, the catching trip at night went very smoothly. Without wasting much time, we successfully caught 2 Kinjua grass. One was a 6-star fierce beast, and the other was a 7-star fierce beast. After finishing the capture and cleaning up the store, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, which was basically Luo Chen's rest time. The two of them simply closed the shop and took Qian and Xiaomo Kaiyu home to rest. The two of them were indeed very tired today, so after returning home and simply washing up, they went to bed early. Have a good night. Urgent report. Huoyan City, Baihu City, Fenghua City, and Lihuyu City were declared destroyed by the beast tide. The reason for the beast tide attacking the city is still unknown. The upper city Xingyu City has sent strong men to investigate the cause and search and rescue the people who fell in the 4 cities. Luo Chen had just finished feeding all the beasts in the store and arranged for today's 5 beasts to soak in the breeding pool before he opened his personal terminal and received this message push. Luo Chen read the news with a serious expression, only then did he realize the seriousness of the matter. Xingyu City was the upper city, and among the other 4 cities that were breached, Fenghua City was the middle city, and the remaining 3 cities were the lower cities. 4 cities were breached at the same time. This had never happened in Daxia since the emergence of beast control. What's more, one of the cities was a large city. This was definitely an unprecedented major event. Fierce beasts, spiritual beasts, king beasts, wild beasts, star beasts. The top fighters in the lower city are usually the beast masters of the king beasts, and the top fighters in the middle city are basically the beast masters of the wild beasts. If you want to break through the 4 cities, you must have the participation of star beasts, and there must be no less than 3. Thinking of the analysis of some beast masters on the internet, Luo Chen clenched the terminal in his hand, and somehow a sense of urgency suddenly arose in his heart. Ding dong! Someone sent him a message on the terminal, and Luo Chen came back to his senses and clicked on the screen to check the message. Lu Chenjiu, Master of the Breeding Center, the support from Liaoguang City has arrived. We will explore the secret realm of the vast sea today. I estimate that good news will come soon. It took so long for support from Liaoguang City to arrive. Suddenly Luo Chen seemed to have thought of something, his fingers moved quickly on the screen, and 2 messages were sent out. Luo Chen, thank you Master for telling me this news. Luo Chen, the support came at this time. Is it related to the news that the 4 cities were breached by the beast tide? After a while, the message from the other side came. Lu Chenjiu, Master of the Breeding Center, my friend is smart. It is indeed related. Liaoguang City is investigating the secret realms of its subordinate cities, including the newly emerged Hanhai secret realm. Luo Chen, thank you very much, Master. If you have more information, I hope you can let me know. I would be very grateful. Lu Chenjiu, Master of the Breeding Center, no problem. It was rare that Lu Chenjiu still remembered him and told him the news. Luo Chen silently kept Lu Chenjiu's kindness in his heart. He put down the terminal in his hand and focused his attention on the 3 kinjua grass he caught yesterday, hoping that someone would buy them today. He found a piece of paper, wrote the information of the 3 plants of kinjua grass on it, and then pasted them on their respective cages. After 8 o'clock in the morning, more and more customers came. Just as Luo Chen expected, there were not many people buying beasts, but many people wanted to foster them. In just one morning, 8 customers had fostered 11 beasts, completing the 3rd task of the system. As for kinjua grass, although it attracted the attention of customers, it was just a novelty for them. After seeing the price of 70,000, they backed off. With the price of 70,000, the beastmasters were more inclined to purchase a beastmaster that could move on land. Even though kinjua grass possessed profound skills and was of good quality, and was a rare netherworld beastmaster in Qingyang City, no beastmaster had purchased it the entire morning. At noon, Luo Chen quietly opened his store panel, then selected the 3rd task and chose Submit. He chose to receive the reward only after he came to the 2nd floor. A familiar space crack opened up in mid-air, and a bird-like beast with bright feathers fell from it. Squeak! An exasperated voice came from the mouth of the bird beast. It covered its butt with one wing and pointed the other wing at the space crack that had disappeared. It kept squeaking and jumping around, as if it was cursing something. Luo Chen quietly opened his eyes of truth. Species name, Cyan Linke, sealed. Level, Spirit Beast 9 stars, sealed. Department, Sound Department, Light Department. Status, Angry. Qualification, Peerless. Skills, 1 colorful aura, Earth level colorful aura of different colors will add different characteristics to the skill effect. Colorful aura red, the skill has burning damage, colorful aura blue, it has healing effect, colorful aura yellow, it has penetrating effect, colorful aura orange, the aura turns into a shield. 2 Imitation of sound, Xian level the colorful sound bird can imitate the sounds of different races or different musical instruments. 3 Calming sound, Earth level the colorful sound spirit bird emits a calming sound, which can dispel the effects of mental skills on friendly targets and cause mental damage to malicious targets. 4. Spirit Bird. Xian level Cyan Spirit Bird summons the Spirit Bird's true energy body to fight on its behalf. Before Luo Chen could admire the powerful skills of Cyan Linke, he was caught off guard by a clear and pleasant sound. What the hell are you looking at? Chapter 22. Luo Chen was stunned. He really didn't expect that the exquisite and beautiful colorful sound spirit bird in front of him would suddenly say such a thing. Before he could say anything, Xiao Niao seemed to react and glanced at Luo Chen from head to toe. Are you the owner of that shop? You look just so. The tone was not polite at all. Luo Chen clenched his palms and ignored the sparrow in front of him. Instead, he silently called the system in his mind. Is this the rewarded spirit beast for protecting the store? The spirit beast has seen it, but is it sure that it can protect the store? A crackling sound of electric current flashed through my heart, as if the system had also fallen into some kind of stuck state. Although the beasts have some differences in personality, they will absolutely obey the orders of their hosts 100%. Cyan Linke waited for a long time, but the shop owner ignored him, so he was a little upset. Go and prepare some spirit beast meat for me. I'm hungry. After hearing the system's guarantee that the beast in front of it would absolutely obey its orders, Luo Chen raised a meaningful smile. Hold your head and squat down. As soon as Luo Chen gave the order, the body reaction of colorful sound spirit bird was obviously much faster than its mouth. Its body was still flying in the air, and its wings with colorful glittering lights were neatly folded behind its head. Even its legs were slightly bent, and it did a standard squatting posture with its head in its hands in the air. Boom! The dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard on the second floor. Luo Chen could even feel the floor shaking. He looked at the colorful sound spirit bird in surprise. He did not expect that its small half-meter body could have such a great weight. FK, sir, why are you giving orders? Can't you see I'm still flying? Judging from the strong sound it made, it was obvious that the fall from mid-air had not caused it any damage at all. Shut up! This was the second order Luo Chen gave it, and its ears instantly became much quieter. Luo Chen rubbed his brows. Next I'll ask you a question and you answer it. Without waiting for it to respond, Luo Chen asked his first question, where are you from? The colorful sound spirit bird that had been silenced finally realized that it could speak, but the words it spoke were not under its own subjective control. I don't know. Although he had expected this result, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that the existence behind the system had already been prepared. How old are you? 2342 years old. What level are you originally? I don't know what it said, it just turned into a vague tone, and Luo Chen couldn't hear what it meant. Say it again. It was still an unclear noise, and it seemed that this was information that was not allowed to be disclosed. Why did you become a store guardian spirit beast? To break through. What does the store guarding spirit beast have to do with your breakthrough? Have no idea. Luo Chen was so angry that he thought, well, that's the same as not saying anything. Luo Chen then asked some other questions, but basically did not get any useful information. Either they didn't know, or the answers were perfunctory. Move freely. The colorful bird then lowered its wings from its head, and the whole bird flew up from the ground. It flew up and down in front of Luo Chen, looking like it was eager to say something to Luo Chen. Speak. Luo Chen lifted the order to shut up. His grandmother. No talking. Cyan Linke had just uttered 3 words when he received the gift package of silence from Luo Chen. As a pet guarding the shop, I have 3 requirements for you. 1. You are not allowed to swear. 2. You are not allowed to pretend to be an ordinary pet in front of customers. 3. You are not allowed to leave the pet shop without my permission. Otherwise, don't even think about talking anymore. Just nod your head if you agree. Colorful Sound Spirit Bird looked at Luo Chen for a long time before nodding reluctantly. Its little eyes were rolling around dishonestly, and no one knew what evil thoughts it was thinking. Seeing that it agreed, Luo Chen lifted the order to silence it. Cough cough. 2 light coughs came out of the mouth of Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, confirming that it could make a sound. It looked at Luo Chen and said, "I'm hungry. Do you have any spirit beast meat to eat?" Luo Chen was speechless. This guy came up and asked for spirit beast meat. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider. A pound of spirit beast meat cost several thousand spirit coins, and a better one might cost tens of thousands of spirit coins. That's not something his small, newly started shop can afford. In other words, the only people in the entire Qingyang city who can afford it are the few king-level beast masters. So Luo Chen rejected the request of Cyan Linke without hesitation. "No." Cyan Linke sighed humanely, "The meat of the ferocious beast will be fine, right?" Colorful Sound Spirit Bird was also crying in its heart that one day it would be reduced to eating such low-grade meat as the meat of ferocious beasts. The price of ferocious beast meat ranged from a few hundred to thousands of spirit coins. Luo Chen did not refuse this time, but nodded as a sign of agreement. He sent a message to Luo Yang, asking him to buy some ferocious beast meat for the store, and then returned to the first floor to act as a ruthless store-watching machine. However, what was different from the morning was that there was an exquisite and beautiful bird beast Colorful Sound Spirit Bird on the cashier table. Its colorful feathers always attracted customers who wanted to touch it. When it wanted to use its wings to swat away the customers' dirty hands, Luo Chen's threatening look froze it in place, allowing some brave customers to touch it back and forth. Luo Chen's face was full of satisfaction. Judging from the appearance of Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, it was indeed a good sign to attract customers. Cyan Linke had a look of despair on its face, and it was no longer clean. Zhang Heng is a junior high school student at Qingyang No. 1 Junior High School. As it is the time for the college entrance examination for senior high school students, their classroom has been requisitioned and they naturally got a week's vacation. Besides his busy studies, he likes to visit some beast taming shops and get in touch with beast taming in real life. He heard from his good friend that Chenyang Pet Shop had reopened after renovation, so he took advantage of his break to go into the store to see if there was anything new. As soon as I walked into the store, I saw a group of people gathered next to the cashier counter. I don't know what attracted so many people's attention. He tiptoed quietly and saw only densely packed heads, and had no idea what was surrounded inside. With his height of 1.65 meters, it was indeed a bit difficult for him to squeeze in. Zhang Heng gave up the idea of joining in the fun and decided to observe more about the beasts in this store. Zhang Heng was silently looking forward to encountering species he had never seen before. Chapter 23. There are so few beasts. Seeing that there were only a few cages with beasts in them, Zhang Heng couldn't help but murmur in his heart that compared with other beast taming shops he had visited, the number of beasts here was not even a fraction of what was in other beast taming shops. Zhang Heng shook his head and gave a 2-star evaluation of the 2 fierce beasts, Xinqiang Rabbit, in his heart. These 2 fragrant rabbits were from the batch that Luo Chen bought just 2 days ago. They had never been cultivated in the breeding pond. When they were first bought, they were only 1-star beasts. They were only promoted because of the presence of Xianling grass and the abundant energy in the environment. Zhang Heng naturally would not pay too much attention to the most common beastmaster, the Xinqiang rabbit. He looked at the electric mouse in the cage next to him, and this time there was some interest on his face. He first identified the species of the beast in the cage, and then recalled the information about the beast in his mind. Then I looked at the information and price posted on the upper left corner of the cage. A 4-star vicious beast. Surprise flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. It was rare for the lightning rat in the beast taming shop to reach this level. Not to mention, this lightning rat was still in its infancy and had a lot of room for growth in the future. Now he was more interested in looking at other beasts. The frost wolf in the cage next to him was just above normal in his opinion, but a 5-star frost wolf cub could also get excellent reviews in similar stores. He looked at the last plant-type beast on the wall, frowned, and thought for a long time but couldn't remember what kind of beast it was. The 3 slender diamond-shaped branches and leaves are about half a meter long, with a faint blue phosphorescence on the surface. He guessed in his heart that it might be a variant of gladiolus, because they looked very similar. But when he saw the introduction in the upper left corner of the cage, he fell into a daze. Ghost system. Even his words were a little stuttering. Manager, where is the manager? After reading the information, he couldn't find anyone and just shouted loudly while looking around. Luo Chen, who was behind the cashier counter, naturally heard the boy's strange cry and walked out puzzledly. Here. Seeing the boy's excited and overwhelmed look, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Seeing his young appearance, the young man's eyes flashed with suspicion, but he immediately rushed over excitedly, "Boss, that Kinjua grass, ahem, is it really a beast of the netherworld type?" Luo Chen scratched his head in confusion and answered as a matter of course, "Isn't it written on it?" Seeing Luo Chen's calm face, Zhang Heng knew that he was too excited. He quickly calmed down his excitement and rubbed his hands awkwardly. "I'm sorry, but we rarely see netherworld beasts in Qingyang City. I'm a little excited." Luo Chen nodded to show his understanding, and then he made a sales pitch, "If you are interested, you can buy it back." "I won't buy it, but I know someone will be interested." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously. Luo Chen didn't know what he was trying to say, so he just said, "Please do as you please." Zhang Heng took out the terminal in his arms and seemed to have connected a number. "Brother, good news, your second beast has been found. Don't disbelieve me, this is really a netherworld beast. There are 3 of them in the store right now. Come quickly, or they might be gone if you're late." Location? Chenyang Pet Shop. Having said this, Zhang Heng hung up the terminal and stood in front of the cage of 3 Kinjua grass like a guard. Luo Chen's heart moved. It seemed that this Kinjua grass might really have customers. After a short wait, a silver scale horse stopped at the door of the pet shop in a proud and majestic manner. Silver scale horse is the evolved form of black iron horse, a very powerful mount-type beast that only the top families in Qingyang City can own. Such a fine horse parked at the door of the store undoubtedly attracted the attention of passers-by and customers in the store. Silver-scaled horse, isn't that the Zhang family's representative beast? Will the Zhang family members come to the store to choose the beasts themselves? Different from ordinary beastmasters in Qingyang City, the families with powerful beastmasters usually have family members who personally go to the wild to capture beasts for contracts. Otherwise, they would buy beast tamers that were eligible to appear at auctions. They rarely came to a store like this that was clearly designed to provide the first beast tamers with a chance to buy one. Amidst the speculation all around, a weathered man in his 20s with a face full of green stubble came down from the silver scale horse. Seeing his appearance, some of the onlookers exclaimed, "Is it him?" Seeing his companion's behavior, the people nearby couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with this person?" "You don't know, this is Zhang Zheng, the eldest son of the Zhang family. At such a young age, he has already advanced to a 4-star beastmaster of spirit beasts, and his talent is extraordinary. His most horrifying battle record some time ago was that he was chased by 2 6-star spirit beasts, but he successfully fought back and killed them both. The most terrifying thing is that he has only contracted 1 beastmaster so far." The people around him were also shocked that he could kill 2 wild beasts that were 2 stars higher than him, but what was even more shocking was that he had only contracted 1 beast at the moment. Normally, a beast tamer of fierce beasts can contract 1 beast, while a beast tamer of spiritual beasts can contract up to 2 beasts, and each level up increases the number of contracts. No one would think that the eldest son of the Zhang family cannot afford a beastmaster. He must have not encountered a suitable beastmaster, so he has kept his second beastmaster pen empty. While Luo Chen was eavesdropping on the conversation of passers-by, the young man called Zhang Zheng had already strode into the store with a subtle glimpse of eagerness in his eyes. Zhang Heng, who was in the store, had already seen his brother. He jumped up and waved to attract his brother's attention. Here! He came to Zhang Heng and touched the little kid's head with his hand, but did not ask where the Netherworld beast tamer was. Because his talent as a beastmaster had already guided him in the direction of Netherworld beastmastering, when he saw the type of Netherworld beastmaster plants, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But we can't blame him too much now. There are not many nether beast tamers in the nearby cities, and he bought his first beast tamer at a great cost in the central city. He had been worrying about his second beast, but he didn't expect to encounter it in Qingyang City. It was really a pleasant surprise. Kinjua grass. He couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the beast taming introduction in the upper left corner of the cage. Only after reading the complete introduction of Kinjuko did he resolutely walk towards the cashier counter. Who is the store manager? As expected of a family member, Zhang Zheng maintained his facial expression very well, not letting anyone see his inner urgency at all. Luo Chen held the little fur ball in front of him in his arms and answered, I am. Zhang Zheng paused for a moment, then forced out a friendly smile, I bought all 3 Kinjua grasses. Chapter 24. Somehow, a strong domineering style came over me. The big customer spoke, and Luo Chen smiled from the bottom of his heart, okay, pack it right away, the discount is 320,000 spirit coins. The Kinjua grass of the 7-star ferocious beast is priced at 120,000 spirit coins, and the other 2 6-star ferocious beasts are priced at 100,000 spirit coins. Take off the beast binding ring. This expensive reusable item will naturally not be given to customers for free. Place the 3 plants of Kinjua grass in the same cage. Zhang Zheng swiped his card to pay neatly. 320,000 spirit coins have been received. The sound of money arriving was so nice. But what sounds better is the sentence in my mind, task 1 has been completed, and the reward is waiting to be collected. Zhang Zheng, who got the Kinjua grass, did not rush to leave the store. Instead, he put one hand on the cashier's table and looked at Luo Chen and asked, I wonder if the store manager can get more nether beast tamers? I want to buy a lot. Is this a test? Or is he simply trying to buy more beasts? Luo Chen's heart trembled slightly, but he replied calmly, these are all we have in the store for now, but if the customer wants them, I can try to contact the supplier. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Zhang Zheng's eyes lit up for a moment, then can the store manager add the terminal number? When there is a product, we will contact you in time. Luo Chen did not refuse. The two of them added each other as friends on the terminal. Then Zhang Zheng took Zhang Heng on the silver scale horse and quickly left Chenyang pet shop. Because the reward for task 1 was only to increase the spiritual energy concentration of the level 1 secret realm by 50%, which had no effect on the outside world, Luo Chen directly chose to receive the reward in his mind. When collecting the reward, Luo Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the sales of the 3 Kinjua grass he sold were also counted towards task 2, which was to sell 10 beasts. Luo Chen now had the urge to call back Zhang Zheng who had just gone out, and immediately sell him 7 more Kinjua grass to complete the second task. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Luo Chen immediately dismissed it. Chenyang pet shop had been in the spotlight too much, so he should be cautious first. In the afternoon, I finally sold another Xinjiang rabbit. In the evening, a little girl came into the store skipping and jumping. She was the little girl who sent Steel Butterfly for treatment that day. She took out an exquisite little cake from her arms and handed it to Luo Chen. Thank you, brother, for treating Xiadi. Luo Chen did not reject the little girl's kindness. He took out the steel butterfly from the cage, handed it to the little girl and instructed. The steel butterfly is almost fully recovered. Take it home and let it recuperate for a few days before it can move normally. Race, Steel Butterfly. Level, Fierce Beast 4-star. Department, Gold. Status, Grateful, Minor Injury, Recovering. Qualification, General. Skills, 1 Body of Steel, Yellow level. The Steel Butterfly is covered in steel, possessing great strength and toughness. The attributes of Steel Butterfly cannot be said to be very good, but after all, it is a serious combat type beast tamer like Fragrant Rabbit and Glow Dog, and is also more rare and scarce. The little girl's chubby little hands stroked the silver wings of the Steel Butterfly. The Steel Butterfly glanced at her lazily, and when it saw that she was its benefactor, it lowered its eyes and rested with peace of mind. Big brother, do you mean that I can take Xiadi away now? After receiving Luo Chen's affirmative response, the little girl cheered excitedly, bowed politely to Luo Chen, then carried her small school bag and staggered out of the pet shop. As the night progressed, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street, and the stores gradually emptied of customers. Brother, Chen Yang Ji Guang brother, come home soon. Without any beginning or end, Luo Chen's terminal received a message like this from Luo Yang. Luo Chen asked him what happened, but he didn't give a direct answer, just asked him to go home quickly. So mysterious. Luo Chen murmured unconsciously, but seeing that there were not many customers, he simply closed the shop. He wanted to go home and see what this kid Luo Yang was keeping secret. Furball, it's time to go home. Luo Chen called out, and the little furball swiftly climbed up his clothes and onto its designated spot, Luo Chen's left shoulder. Colorful bird rolled its eyes, aimed at Luo Chen's right shoulder, and flapped its wings as if trying to stand on it. Who knew that Luo Chen had seen through its movements and said directly, "No flight allowed." Snap! The slender and graceful colored sound spirit bird fell to the floor of the store in a panic, its eyes gleaming with ferociousness and its mouth wide open. You! Luo Chen's eyes widened, and he held back the rest of the words. The little fur ball on his shoulder tilted its head and looked at the colorful sound spirit bird curiously. However, colorful sound spirit bird immediately changed its strategy and looked at Luo Chen with resentment, like a poor little thing who had suffered a great injustice. You are the store's guardian spirit beast, so stay inside and watch over the store. Luo Chen ignored its pitiful expression and instead gave it a task. After saying that, he ruthlessly locked the shop door from the outside and left in style. Yin Linke was left alone in the store, jumping up and down. It was so angry that it kept its eyes on the beasts in the store and let out a sinister laugh. Luo Chen didn't know what kind of inhumane torture the beasts in the store had suffered from the colorful sound spirit bird, but he had already arrived at the door. After opening the door, Luo Chen quickly discovered 3 people talking in the hall. Before Luo Chen could react, he felt embraced in a warm embrace. Then he heard soft sobbing. Luo Chen's body stiffened. After realizing who it was, he quietly relaxed his body and stretched out his arms to hug back. The person who came was his mother, Su Muking, an 8-star beast tamer of spiritual beasts, a gentle and tough beauty. Chen'er, Mom thought she would never see you again. A pleasant female voice sounded in Luo Chen's ears. The woman holding him in her arms relaxed her hold on him a little, held up his face with both hands, and after a closer look she commented, "You've lost weight. Ahem, don't stand at the door, come and sit down." The young man sitting on the sofa coughed twice in a low voice, then spoke in his deep bass voice. This person is his father Luo Yuheng, a 9-star beast tamer and a 5-star star breeder. The support from Central City came slowly, but the rescue efficiency was quite high. The people were rescued between morning and afternoon, Luo Chen thought silently in his heart. Su Muking pulled Luo Chen to sit on the sofa, looking at him constantly. Seeing that Luo Chen hadn't spoken, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Chen'er, is the soul separation syndrome acting up again?" Luo Chen came back to his senses and shook his head to deny it. "No, it's just too surprising. Dad and Mom are finally back safely." Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen and said, "Chen'er, I heard from your brother that you have awakened your talent and reopened this door. There is nothing to hide, Luo Chen nodded. Come here, let me check you out. Luo Chen sat down obediently and stretched out his arms in front of Luo Yuheng. This kind of examination had been carried out countless times since he was a child, so Luo Chen was already familiar with it. Luo Yuheng placed his hand on Luo Chen's wrist, and a gentle mental force passed through his wrist, conducting a comprehensive examination of Luo Chen's entire body. After a long time, Luo Yuheng withdrew his hand. His face turned pale, but he was still smiling. Those old quacks who said Chener couldn't awaken his talent were simply exaggerating. When Luo Chen was a child, he had always been a guest of famous medical masters in the surrounding cities, and even went to hospitals in the upper city, but most of them were helpless against his soul-leaving syndrome. It was also claimed that he would never be able to awaken his talent as a beast master and would not live past the age of 25. You know, going to the middle city and upper city is not as easy as in peacetime. Just the travel expenses and the qualifications to enter the city are very difficult things to get. Moreover, his parents were obviously gifted beast masters, but they used most of the resources they obtained to treat his illnesses, so he never made any progress. No matter what, he felt the sincere love of the parents in this world. After scolding him, Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen solemnly. Chener, don't tell anyone about your talent. Even your mother and I don't need to know the details. Luo Yang should have told them something, but Luo Yuheng and Su Muking were obviously not prepared to ask more questions, and let Luo Chen keep his own secret. But I am a little curious about the shop you reopened. Then I'll take you there tomorrow. Luo Yuheng naturally agreed readily. Seeing that Su Muking and Luo Yuheng looked exhausted, Luo Chen knew that they had obviously endured all kinds of hardships in the secret realm, so he advised them to rest first and deal with anything after they had rested. Seeing that the two children were safe, Luo Yuheng and Su Muking's biggest worries disappeared. Now they also understood that the two needed enough rest, so they did not refuse Luo Chen's arrangement. Chapter 25. Luo Chen's family had a good sleep tonight, but Qingyang City had a sleepless night. Even though it was night, huge birds and beasts could be seen flying over Qingyang City from time to time, and dull footsteps could be heard on the streets, as if a large army was migrating. The disturbances in the outside world were blocked outside the Luo family's area by a huge air membrane, so Luo Chen, who was sleeping soundly, had no idea that a major event had occurred in Qingyang City. The uneasy movement in the city continued until dawn. Newspaper media, sensing something unusual, jumped on the news and all kinds of gossip emerged. Breaking news: the Qin, Feng, and He families of Zhongcheng Liuguang City have jointly launched an attack on the Hanhai secret realm. Shock: the three families have sent out a total of 60 beast masters to attack the vast sea secret realm this time. When seeing the second one, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. He could only say that it was worthy of being the central city. The strength of just 3 of the families was enough to plow Qingyang City back and forth 3 times. At 6:12 am, the 3 teams withdrew from the vast sea secret realm. However, many of the beast masters in the teams were injured, and the number of personnel was greatly reduced. It is suspected that the 3 combined teams suffered heavy losses. The family of 4 ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Su Muking while listening to the news. After hearing the news report, Luo Yuheng and Su Muking looked at each other solemnly, and both smelled a hint of something unusual. Luo Yang asked carelessly, "Dad, what treasures are there in the vast sea secret realm that even the noble families of Liuguang City couldn't help but join forces to take action?" Luo Yuheng originally didn't want them to know so many things. As school-age children, they should focus on their studies. However, looking at Luo Chen's equally curious eyes, he suddenly felt that the children had grown up. After organizing his words for a while, he began to talk about some situations in the vast sea secret realm. The environment in the vast sea secret realm is mainly ocean, with occasional scattered islands on the sea. Most of the beasts inside are sea beasts. This is also the reason why the beasts in this secret realm, although they are all very powerful, have not attacked the outside of the secret realm. The one that attracted the three major families in the secret realm should be a king beast race, the tide-caller mermaid. Luo Yang scratched his head. King beast species? It is indeed rare in Qingyang City, but for a medium-sized city like them, it should not be a big deal, right? Just looking at the fact that they dispatched 60 king-level beastmasters to attack this secret realm, it seems that they are not short of a few king-level beastmasters. So this race named Tide-Caller Mermaid must have something special about them. Hearing Luo Yang's doubts, Luo Yuheng's eyes flashed with a smile, and he patiently explained, "You should know that there is a difference between the king beast species and the king beast species. Although some king beast species can be promoted to king beasts, they still have to break through the threshold. If they cannot break through the bottleneck, they may never reach the level of king beast in their lifetime. As for the other king beast species, once they reach adulthood, they will definitely reach the king beast level, without any bottlenecks in the process." Luo Yang exclaimed, "Could the tide-calling mermaid be the second type?" Luo Yuheng smiled and nodded, confirming his words. Now it is not difficult to understand why the three major families in the middle city would make such a fuss. As long as they get hold of tide-calling mermaid, their descendants will be able to grow into king beast tamers continuously. Since it concerns the prosperity of the family, they naturally can't wait to attack the secret realm of the vast sea overnight, probably because they are afraid of more trouble. However, the matters concerning Central City and the king-level beast tamer were still far away from Luo Chen at the moment, so after hearing about them, Luo Chen did not take them seriously. After breakfast, the family of four went to the current Chenyang pet shop together. When Luo Yuheng and Su Muking saw the changes in the store, they would be lying if they said they were not surprised, but they both kept their doubts in their hearts and did not ask the reasons for these changes. Luo Chen picked out some things that he could tell and took the initiative to tell them to Luo Yuheng and his wife, such as the function of the cultivation pool, the secret realm, and the store guardian spirit beast colorful sound spirit bird. After visiting the secret realm, Luo Yuheng was most interested in two kinds of beasts he had never seen before, Kinjua grass and Cyan Linke. Perhaps this is a common problem that breeders like to study? He cut off a leaf of the Kinjua grass for research purposes, and also wanted to conduct a comprehensive test on the Kinjua grass. Even the colorful sound spirit bird, with Luo Chen's tacit consent, provided a feather and a small tube of blood for Luo Yuheng to use for research. Seeing that his parents accepted the changes in him well, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had a backer in Qingyang City, so he remembered Zhang Zheng's request yesterday. "Chen Luo, another batch of Kinjua grass arrived yesterday. Do you still want to buy some?" "Zhang Zheng, Cheng, yes, how many are there?" "I'll be in the store right away." "Chen Luo, 7, probably going to cost 1,000,000 spirit coins." "Zhang Zheng, Cheng, okay." After the deal was done, Luo Yuheng went to the second floor to study the materials from Kinjua grass and Cyan Linke, not knowing what he was doing. Luo Chen set his sights on his mother who was cleaning up the store. "Mom, I just talked about a deal. Can you help me capture some beasts in the secret realm?" As for his younger brother, Luo Chen selectively ignored him. Now there is a more suitable and powerful candidate. Who is his younger brother? He doesn't know him. Su Muking smiled gently, patted Luo Chen on the shoulder and said okay, then followed Luo Chen into the first-level secret realm on the second floor. After entering the secret realm, a huge bird more than 1 meter tall appeared in front of Su Muking. Its feathers were all snow-white. What attracted people the most was probably its unruly eyes. Although it doesn't have human facial features, this bird gives people a cocky feeling. It stretched out its slender neck and rubbed Su Muking first, then looked at Luo Chen, and also patted Luo Chen's shoulder gently with its wings as a greeting. Su Muking signaled with his eyes to Luo Chen and the Hao bird in front of him to tell him his request. "Dai Hao, help me capture 7 6-star or 7-star Kinjua grass of fierce beasts in this secret realm." Afraid that Hao Uk would make a mistake, Luo Chen considerately pulled out the image of Qing Yu Cao from the terminal's photo album and held it in front of Hao Uk for it to identify. Hao Uk glanced at the appearance of Kinjua grass on the screen, flapped its wings slightly and flew into the air, searching for Kinjua grass that met the requirements in the secret realm according to Luo Chen's request. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to secretly check the information of Hao Uk. Name, Hao Uk. Level, Spirit Beast 7 stars. Category, Psychic, Psychic. Status, Relaxed, Minor injuries. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1 Object Control. Xian level Hao Uq's spirit appears outside the body and can grab objects that do not resist through the air. 2 Mental Barrier. Xian level Hao Uk controls mental energy to form a pure mental barrier that can block energy, mental, and physical damage. 3 Mental Piercing. Xian level Hao Uk condenses his mental power to form sharp spikes, which directly attack the target's mind. 4 Claw Attack. Yellow level Hao Uk consumes the least energy and uses its claws to cause damage to the target. 3 Mysterious level Skills, which should be considered excellent among spirit beasts. It is worthy of being his mother's beast. Hao Uk acted very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, it had completed its mission and flew back. It slowly landed in front of Luo Chen and Su Muking, and quietly floating behind it were 7 somewhat wilted Kinjua grass. There was not one more, not one less, and there were deep scratches on the surface of their branches and leaves, which were obviously left by the Hao bird. Luo Chen took out the flower pots that he had prepared long ago, and together with Su Muking, planted the 7 Kinjua grass into the pots. He then asked Hao Uk to use the skill of controlling objects to help transport them to the first floor. Not long after finishing his work, Zhang Zheng hurried into the store. Perhaps it was influenced by the 3 attacks on the secret realm yesterday. In any case, the store has been open for a long time today, but there are not many customers coming in, and the store seems deserted. The kid from the Zhang family. As soon as Zhang Zheng entered the store, Su Muking recognized him. Chapter 26. Zhang Zheng, who had just entered the store, was slightly startled when he heard the familiar voice. After seeing Su Muking in the store, his expression obviously stiffened. It turned out to be Madame Luo in person. Congratulations to Madame Luo for returning safely from the secret realm. Looking at the obedient Zhang Zheng in front of him, Su Muking nodded. Are you the client doing business with Chener? Chener. Zhang Zheng looked at Su Muking's affectionate call, then looked at Luo Chen next to him, and said in surprise, could it be that Luo Chen is Madame Luo's eldest son? It's no wonder that Zhang Zheng didn't know Luo Chen. Luo Chen often sought medical treatment in other places and seldom stayed in Qingyang City. Even when he returned to Qingyang City, he seldom went out. So basically, those who were not very close to Luo Yuheng and his wife didn't even know about Luo Chen's existence. After all, they were not very close, so Su Muking had no intention of explaining anything to it. He waved his hand and said, hurry up and start the transaction. Seeing that Su Muking had no desire to continue the conversation, Zhang Zheng tactfully stopped asking questions. Luo Chen took him to the hall to check the 7 plants of Kinjua grass, and after they had found no problems, he signed the sales contract and swiped his card to pay. The 6-star beasts were still sold for 100,000 spirit coins, and the 7-star beasts had their prices slightly adjusted according to their qualifications. The total price of the 7 beasts was 840,000 spirit coins. After Zhang Zheng left with the Kinjua grass, Luo Chen asked Su Muking curiously, Mom, how do you know him? Su Muking teased Cyan Linke with his hands, and Cyan Linke had to pretend to be well-behaved and cute. As for him, his soldier skeleton was promoted by your father 2 years ago. We have met each other a few times. I didn't expect that he was promoted so quickly. Is that so? Luo Chen suddenly realized, but he seems to have a great demand for netherworld beast tamers. Su Muking threw a small piece of meat of the ferocious beast little fragrant pig in the air. Colorful sound spirit bird flew into the air quickly and accurately to catch it, and then swallowed it with a fragrant taste. This may be related to his talent for beast control. It seems that he can only contract beasts of the netherworld. When his talent for beast control first appeared, he did not contract a beast for a long time. His current beast soldier skeleton was obtained by his father at a great cost from other cities. As if he had thought of something, Su Muking's expression was a little sad. After briefly understanding the whole story, Luo Chen suddenly calmed down, because the system had prompted him that the task had been completed and he could collect the reward at any time. Task 2. Sell 10 beasts in the store, completed, and the store rank will be upgraded to level 1, to be claimed. Since there were no one in the store now, Luo Chen locked the door and put up a sign saying it was temporarily closed. Then he took a deep look at his mother and decided to give her a shot of defense in advance. Mom, no matter what you see later, you must stay calm. Su Muking didn't understand what Luo Chen meant when he heard his instructions. He looked at Luo Chen calmly, waiting for his explanation. Who knew that Luo Chen finished this sentence without any beginning or end, and then closed his eyes. The reward has been received and is being distributed. Su Muking did not hear Luo Chen's explanation. Instead, she heard the sound of space expanding. Even the distance between her and Luo Chen doubled. In addition to the expansion of space, the facilities in the store are also changing. The cages are no longer small spaces stacked together, but have become some kind of stone cages. The space inside seems to be about 10 square meters, so there is no problem in placing some medium-sized beasts. However, even though the space was doubled, there were only 30 cages on the entire first floor. The rest of the space was used as aisles or to provide some tables and chairs for customers to rest. Luo Chen couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that the system was also planning to go the high-quality route. The beasts that were originally prepared for sale were now placed in cages near the door. Luo Chen glanced around but did not find any of the beasts. System, where are the beasts that others have kept here? Where did you take them to? On the second floor. The system's voice sounded a little lazy. After hearing the system's answer, Luo Chen patted his chest and felt relieved. The disappearance of so many beasts that were fostered with him was not a big deal, but losing money was a big deal, but the failure of the store would be a big deal. Luo Chen touched his nose, looked at Su Muking who was stunned by the changes around him, and said softly, "Mom? Are you okay?" Su Muking rubbed his head, clearly doubting his life. "Wait a minute, let me digest it." Shrugging his shoulders, Luo Chen could only walk to the second floor by himself to see the changes in the store. When I went up to the second floor, I found that the space on the second floor had been completely divided into 2 parts. The door of one room was written with foster room and the door of the other room was written with cultivation room. Luo Chen looked at both rooms and found that they were about the same size, each occupying about 500 square meters. There are more than 20 cages inside the foster room, which appear to be used to house the imperial beasts for sampling. This arrangement can be regarded as a complete separation of the imperial beasts for sampling and those for sale. It also avoids the problem of disturbing the beasts that are sent in during normal store openings because of the coming and going of customers. There have also been some changes in the breeding room. In addition to the existing breeding pool, there is a new device called Attack Simulator. The share of the breeding pond changed again, becoming 10 medium and small beasts per day. This special installation takes up a quarter of the size of the entire room, and from the outside it looks like a special glass covering an area. Luo Chen studied it carefully before he understood how to use this device. First of all, this device can simulate various skills of the spirit beast's strength. Then place the beast in this simulation device, and you can simulate various skills to attack the beast, thereby training the beast's ability to withstand attacks or reaction speed, shield strength, and other abilities. After reading the introduction, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he realized that this was a good thing. However, one thing that was certain was that if he wanted to simulate a skill, the beast must have been released in this device before it could be simulated. However, Luo Chen did not take this small shortcoming seriously. After leaving the breeding room, Luo Chen looked towards the third floor with anticipation. With this upgrade, Chen Yang Pet Shop actually had an extra floor. He was very much looking forward to what kind of surprises the third floor would bring him. When he reached the third floor, there were no rooms or doors that Luo Chen needed to open. When he reached the last section of the stairs, the entire third floor was in full view. There was only a lonely light door standing in the corner of the third floor, and the rest was just the ceiling and the floor. It could be said that the house was completely bare. Well, there was nothing else on the third floor except a room for him, so Luo Chen suppressed the slight sense of loss in his heart. At this time, the light gate fluctuated, and the figures of Luo Yuheng and Luo Yangneng emerged from the light gate. Judging from the slight joy on Luo Yuheng's face, he must have researched something just now. The two people who came out of the light gate looked around and clearly felt the changes in the store. "Brother, where is the pool on the second floor?" Luo Yang still thought they were on the second floor. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "During the time you were in, the store was upgraded." Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Luo Yang's eyes widened. What happened in such a short time? You guys look around on yourselves first, I'll go study the upgraded store." After saying this, Luo Chen ignored the reactions of the two people, turned around and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Luo Chen came to the first floor, found a seat and nestled comfortably in the sofa. He closed his eyes, and the panel of the store appeared in front of him. The number in the upper right corner representing the store level has changed from 0 to 1. The originally crudely made panel has become a little more refined, but it still has the style of a web game produced by a small company. But none of this matters. What matters is the new features that have been added. As if noticing that Luo Chen was studying the store panel, the system's voice rang out in time. The store level has been upgraded to level 1, the store points system has been enabled, and the store supply section has been enabled. Complete different tasks, or successfully sell beasts in the store, and you will get corresponding points. The points you get can be used to buy the required items in the supply section. Luo Chen looked at his points balance, and a big 0 stung his eyes. He knew that the tasks he had completed and the beasts he had sold would not make up for his points. Open the supply section on the panel, and pictures of 5 items will appear on the virtual shelf above. Clicking on them will also display their detailed information. The first one is Xianling Grass, which is sold for 10 points. The second one is a level 1 secret space expansion stone, which can expand the secret space by 100 square meters, and the selling price is 50 points. The third one is a level 1 secret realm spiritual energy concentration stone, which can increase the spiritual energy concentration in the secret realm space by 20 cubic meters, and the point price is 20 points. The fourth one is a level 1 spiritual spring which can produce 10 cubic meters of spiritual water every day. The point price is 100 points, and the purchase is limited to 2. The fifth one is the level 1 marrow cleansing pill, which can effectively improve the qualifications of ferocious beasts. Each beast is limited to 1, and the price is 50 points. These 5 items were placed on the supply board, and each one made Luo Chen envious, but he had no points in his pocket, so he could only look but not touch, which made him feel very uncomfortable. According to most time travel settings, the supply of this store should be enriched and upgraded as the level increases, so naturally Luo Chen asked the system in his mind. After getting a positive answer, he closed the panel contentedly. When he opened his eyes, he found that his mother Su Muking was not on the first floor. She must have gone to other floors to hang out. Luo Chen didn't care. When he opened the shop door, the heavy rain outside unexpectedly splashed Luo Chen's trouser legs. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today. Generally speaking, the weather forecast in the beast taming world will not be wrong unless the weather is changed artificially. The next moment, Luo Chen knew who the culprit was. A towering figure stood outside the city. Luo Chen's pupils shrank. Could this be? Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 27. With Luo Chen's excellent eyesight, he could even see the scales on the body of that towering figure. The upper body of a human, the lower body of a fish, the green scales spread from the fish's tail to its neck. Her face seemed to be created by gods, every detail was flawless, and the fish fins beside her ears were embellished with pearls. This is a mermaid. Luo Chen recalled the description in the children's book from his previous life. Doesn't this fit the description of the strange creature outside the city very well? The beast that Luo Yuheng told him about yesterday should be called tide-calling mermaid. He took another quick look and was absolutely sure that this was a female. But now the creature outside the city is full of momentum, staring at Qingyang City, and a violent voice echoes throughout the city. Human, hand over my people within an hour, or the sea will flood the city. The sound was as powerful as the might of heaven, and hearing it in the ears was like a heavy hammer on the spirit. As if to confirm its words, 100-meter-high wall of pure water rose up behind it. The towering wall of water remained frozen, waiting for the order from the mermaid, and then it would transform into a huge wave and crash into the protective membrane of the city. The rain is getting heavier. Luo Chen originally wanted to use the Eye of Truth to check the information of the tide-caller mermaid, but he didn't know whether it was because the distance was too far or the level difference was too big, he couldn't see anything. At some point, Luo Yuheng and his wife and Luo Yang all arrived at the store entrance, and together with Luo Chen, they looked at the huge monster outside the city. Laws of heaven and earth, wild beasts. Luo Yuheng's face was full of solemnity. Qingyang City was really going to face the biggest crisis since its establishment. Ferocious beasts, spiritual beasts, king beasts, wild beasts, the most powerful beast tamers in Qingyang City are only at the level of king beasts. How can they resist the attack of a wild beast that is at a higher level? Even the air membrane that protects the entire city and its people can probably only withstand a few attacks from wild beasts. Woo-woo. A long and desolate horn sounded in the city. The sound of the horn dispelled the mental oppression brought by the voice of the tide-calling mermaid just now. Luo Chen could clearly feel his spirit relaxed and the feeling of palpitations dissipated a lot. You two stay in the store. Your mother and I need to go out for a while. Luo Yuheng looked at the two brothers with a serious expression. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel worried. Are you going to join the defense of the city? Su Muking gently touched the two brothers' heads and said, this horn will only sound when Qingyang City is at risk of life and death. All beast masters above the spiritual level in the city must participate in the battle. Luo Yuheng took out a token from his storage device and handed it to Luo Chen. If the city is breached, both of you will drop blood on this token. Then he looked at the two brothers deeply, and then resolutely rushed into the rain with Su Muking. Gurgle. A beast covered with blue-gray scales, 6 meters long, and somewhat similar to the crocodile in his previous life, appeared at Luo Yuheng's feet. However, unlike the crocodile, its limbs were more developed and it was at least 1 meter tall. The heavy rain that others tried to avoid seemed very comfortable to it. Su Muking and his wife sat astride the beast. The ground shook, and the two of them and the beast disappeared at the end of the avenue. Luo Chen tightly grasped the token in his hand, be sure to be safe. After the horn sounded, more and more people began to appear on the streets. Some were beast masters rushing to the city wall, and some were logistics personnel transporting various supplies. All kinds of strange and bizarre beasts seemed to flood the streets all at once. In the time of preparation for war, the previous rules and regulations prohibiting various beasts from going on the streets were temporarily abolished. The wild beasts were attacking the city, and the mere prelude of declaring war had made it difficult for ordinary people to move around in the city. How many beast masters are here now? Feng Qingyang, the mayor of Qingyang City, rubbed his brows and asked the adjutant beside him. The adjutant pushed up his glasses, and a morning glory on his shoulder created slight ripples, as if in some way connected to the city wall beneath his feet. There are 17 king-level beast masters and 3,672 spirit-level beast masters. He did not mention the ferocious level ones, because the rest were naturally ferocious level beast masters. Feng Qingyang had a bitter smile on his face. How could such a little strength be enough to withstand the siege of a wild beast, even with the existence of a protective air membrane? Have the three from Central City left? The adjutant shook his head. No, the beast next to Princess Calling Tide should have space-related skills. The space of Qingyang City has been anchored, and now all space teleportation skills are restricted, including the teleportation array in the city. This is the information Master Chong observed about the beasts outside the city. As he spoke, the adjutant handed the tablet in his hand to Feng Qingyang. Race, Tide Caller Mermaid. Level, Wild Beast 5-star. Type, Water, Spirit, Illusion. Status, Violent. Qualification, Excellent. Age, 325. Skills, 1 Tide Calling, Xian level Tide Calling Mermaid calls for the tide to surge on the sea. 2 Rain Call, Earth level the Tide Caller changes the weather in the target area and calls for rain to fall. 3 Illusion Sound, Xian level the Tide Calling Mermaid uses her powerful mental power to create illusions through sound and confuse the selected target. 4 Giant Wave, Xian level the Tide Summoner forms a huge wave and mixes spiritual power in it to create damage. 5 Hailing Trident, Earth level a regular weapon formed by gathering the power of an area of sea. When attacking a target, it is equivalent to the entire sea area attacking the target. 6 Dharma of Heaven and Earth, Earth level consume energy to create a Dharma image that is 100 times stronger than one's own. The Dharma image has 100 times the strength of the caster's physical fitness. 7 Water Spirit, Earth level controls the power of water element to form various forms, thereby granting different characteristics. 8 Water Tornado, Xian level a large amount of water elements roll up into the shape of a tornado, causing massive damage to targets wherever it goes. 9 Guardian Water Shield, Xian level condense water elements to form a water shield to protect the target. 10 Water Cage, Xian level a huge water cage is formed in the target area, causing suffocation and imprisonment of the target. After reading the information about the Tide Calling Mermaid, Feng Qingyang felt a little autistic. How the hell is he going to beat her? There are still many restrictions on Blue Star for those above the level of wild beasts. I guess this Tide Calling Mermaid must have paid some price to get out of the secret realm. First, find a way to disrupt the beast next to it so that support from the central city can arrive. The method was not wrong, but it was not easy to interfere with the beast next to it under the protection of a wild beast. I was afraid that it would be torn to pieces before it could get close to people. At this time, a big man rushed in from outside the door. He was burly and strong, like a human beast. He was cursing as he came in. Damn it, why should we, the people in the lower city, have to clean up the mess caused by those people in the middle city? He looked at Feng Qingyang and kept talking, City Lord, why don't you hand over the people from those 3 families? After all, it only wants its clansmen, so why not give them back to it? Feng Qingyang's face darkened. Wang Xiaolin, can you use your brain? If you don't hand over its people now, it will be more cautious and not act so crazy. If you return its people to it without any worries, how can you be sure that it won't take revenge? Feng Qingyang paused for a moment. Even if the bet succeeds, and Tide Calling Mermaid returns to the secret realm with her people, how can you stop the revenge of the Central City family? Feng Qingyang glared at Wang Xiaolin. The situation was urgent. He obviously didn't want to waste any more words with him. He turned to his adjutant for instructions. Notify the survivors of the 3 families in the city to come and defend the city. This city cannot be defended by only the people of Qingyang City. Also, ask when the support from Liuyun City will arrive. Yes. The adjutant received the order and immediately went to arrange it. Feng Qingyang walked out of the door and came to the top of the city wall. It turned out that the room he had just stayed in was an attic on the city wall. Looking at the more than 200-meter tall figure outside the city, one can feel the power of tide-calling mermaid more and more at this distance. It's like a 1,000-pound burden pressing on one's heart, which makes it really hard to relax. The heavy rain has paralyzed the city's sewer system, and the accumulated water has reached the height of an adult's knee. Looking down from the city wall, one can see various water-attributed beasts beginning to appear in the stagnant water, including shrimp soldiers, crab generals, ink snakes, spiny-backed turtle. Densely packed and countless. Feng Qinjiang's guess was correct. The tide-calling mermaid had never thought of letting things go peacefully. She had created such a big scene because she definitely wanted to destroy the entire city. The reason why it limits the time to 1 hour is probably to create an environment suitable for combat with marine beasts. But now every minute and every second is equally important to the hundreds of civilians in the city. They need time to wait for support from the upper city. So now all they can do is watch helplessly as more and more sea water gushes out from the light gate, and more ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts appear, with a few king beasts among them. Chapter 28. Feng Qingyang stood on the city wall. When the raindrops were about to fall on him, they were separated from him by an invisible film. His resolute face stared at the soldiers and law enforcement officers running back and forth, his expression flickering. "City Lord, what is the current situation?" A slightly old voice suddenly appeared beside Feng Qinjiang's ears. Feng Qingyang turned around in surprise, and the tone became a little respectful. "Master Chang, why did you come here in person?" "Haha, Qingyang City has reached a time of life and death. I still have the strength to fight in my old bones, so why can't I come?" The old man was wearing a grey gown and had grey hair. There was a shadow of an ancient giant tree surrounding him, blocking out all the rain. The wrinkles on his face showed that he was indeed very old. If he did not break through from the king level to the next level, his life would be extinguished like a candle in the wind. He is Qingyang City's Royal Level 5-star Beast Master, Hao Yu'erzhan Breeder, and the president of Qingyang City Breeders Association Chang Heng. Now that the space gate cannot be used, it will probably take some time for support from Liaoyun City to arrive. Feng Qingyang was silent. If the people coming from Liaoyun City had not reached the wild level, or if there were wild level beasts appearing in the Hanhai secret realm, even if the reinforcements came, they might not be able to beat back the wild beasts. Oh! A giant bird flew in from the city, its wingspan estimated to be over 20 meters long. It flew to the sky above the East City Gate and hovered. Several people jumped down from the back of the giant bird, 2 young men and 1 middle-aged man. These 3 people were received by Feng Qingyang yesterday, so naturally he knew them. The middle-aged man in the front has a full beard and looks very tough. His name is Qin Zhou, and he is the head of the Qin family in this operation. The thin and younger-looking young man on the left is from the He family of Liaoguang City, and his name is He Lianjiu. The person on the right, who exudes a rebellious temperament, is a member of the Feng family of Liaoguang City, named Feng Lixiao. Qin Zhou clasped his fists towards Feng Qingyang and said, "I'm sorry for causing trouble to City Lord Feng this time. We have already sent a message for help to our family. The important people in the family will arrive in an hour. During this period of time, we will do our best to help the City Lord protect Qingyang City." Feng Qingyang sneered in his heart. It was clearly Qingyang City that was implicated by them, but his words made it seem as if they were helping Qingyang City overcome the difficulties. But now was not the time to express his dissatisfaction. Feng Qingyang replied with a fake smile, "There are few king-level beast masters in Qingyang City. We have to rely on the experts from the 3 families to defend the city. I will do my best." Qin Zhou didn't seem to feel the low pressure around Feng Qingyang and was still smiling. He Lianjiu gently bent down to express his attitude. Although Feng Lixiao was unruly, he also showed that the Feng family would do their best. The rain between heaven and earth suddenly stopped in mid-air. Outside the city gate, the lips of the Dharma image of mermaid calling the tide moved, and the oppressive voice appeared again. The time is up. It seems you are not ready to hand over my people. Fine, fine, fine. Siege. The word siege was uttered angrily. Many ordinary people in the city could not withstand such pressure, and blood continued to seep out of their earlobes. The rain fell from the sky again, hitting people's skin and causing pain. The 100-meter-high wave behind the Dharmakya also smashed down towards Qingyang city. As the first line of defense for the city protecting air membrane had been deformed by the impact of the huge wave. But at least this attack was blocked by the air membrane. Seeing this scene, the corners of tide-calling mermaid's mouth curled up, as if everything was not beyond its expectations. The huge waves hit the ground, causing the accumulated water on the ground to increase by several dozen centimeters in an instant. The water, which had originally reached above the knees, suddenly reached an adult's waist-deep level along the river. The right hand of the mermaid calling the tide was stretched out, and a 100-meter-long trident appeared in its hand. Needless to say, all beastmasters could feel the terrifying power contained in the trident, and the aura of destruction gathered on it. However, in an instant the trident changed from an illusion to a reality. The tide-calling mermaid aimed directly at the air membrane that protected Qingyang city and threw the trident out. The trident connected with the air membrane, but this time the air membrane could not resist. A crisp tearing sound was heard, and cracks spread from the place where the two were connected. Then the air membrane protecting Qingyang city shattered into pieces in the air like punctured glass, while the trident continued to move forward without slowing down. Boom! The sound of a violent collision rang in my ears, and the city wall could not withstand the attack of the trident. It collapsed and a large hole of several dozen meters appeared. But the only good news is that this time the trident finally disappeared. A crack appeared in Qingyang city, and the sea beasts that had been waiting outside the city gate for a long time did not act like hyenas that smelled blood, and rushed towards the gap one after another. City guards, block the gap. It was the adjutant's voice. Immediately, well-trained soldiers summoned their beasts to the gap to resist the strange beasts in the water. The fight began, and all kinds of colorful skills collided at the gap. From time to time, various body parts were carried away by the water and floated towards the city or outside the city. The tide-calling mermaid looked at the gap with an obviously dissatisfied look on her face, and then a second trident reappeared in her palm. Feng Qingyang, who had been watching its movements, narrowed his eyes slightly. Beastmasters above the king rank of 5 stars, join me in resisting this attack. After shouting this, his body came into the air, and 3 bird-like beasts with different appearances appeared around him. A flying bird with its whole body glowing, the ultimate light bloomed from its body, and then a huge shield formed by a thick layer of light appeared in front of it. The other 2 birds should not have shield-type skills, but offense is the best defense. They simultaneously use their strongest skills, targeting the trident in the hands of Tide-Caller Mermaid. Qin Zhou, He Lianjiu and Feng Lixiao, who were originally standing on the city wall, heard Feng Qinjiang's order and followed him to the mid-air and stayed beside him. Each of them summoned their own beast and released their skills to attack the flying trident. At the same time, flying feathers, water streams, lightning, and wind whirlpools collided with the trident at the same time. A sharp explosion sounded, like the sound of the creation of the world. The beastmasters and beastmasters near the city wall all lost their perception of this world for a moment. Then there was a flash, and after the brilliant light, the beastmasters standing in the air were all blown back by the shock wave, but the trident was finally blocked by their combined efforts. Snort! The tide-calling mermaid snorted coldly. It realized that among the people who had just joined forces to resist was the murderer who had captured its people. It continued to attack in anger. After all, this is not the sea, and the power of hailing trident has been greatly weakened. Its hands were slightly raised upwards, and 4 streams of water swirled upwards slightly countercurrently around its body, then accelerated to form a waterspout 100 meters high. The 4 water tornadoes, with terrifying power, moved towards the city gate. Wherever they went, all the beasts in the water, friend or foe, were sucked in and torn into pieces by the terrifying pressure inside. Every attack of the tide caller seems to involve the power of heaven and earth, which is really terrifying. I'll hold one off. Master Chongheng walked out from a corner of the city wall, and then resolutely went to meet the water tornado on the far left. When he was closer to the waterspout, the shadow of the tree covering him suddenly became real and took root outside the city gate in an instant. As if it had absorbed enormous amounts of energy from the ground, its body, branches, and leaves grew wildly, and soon they were about 70 or 80 meters high. Ancient and vigorous vines hung between its branches. At the top of the tree poked out a green snake head, looking at the attacking waterspout with cold eyes. Leaves fell from the ancient trees one after another, forming a wall made entirely of leaves in the path of the waterspout. After the waterspout hit the wall of leaves, its speed slowed down significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green snake head spit out a stream of cold air that swept towards the water tornado. The cold air directly formed a thick layer of ice when it touched the water surface. The cold air touched the bottom of the waterspout and the ice was torn into powder as soon as it turned into ice. However, it was still useful. The speed and height of the waterspout were slowly decreasing. The remaining water tornadoes were resisted together by several king-level beastmasters who controlled 7 or 8 king-level beasts using different methods. Chapter 29. Tide-caller Mermaid had contempt in her eyes, looking at the beastmasters and their beasts who were resisting the water tornado as if they were bugs. With its current size, humans were indeed the size of bugs in its eyes. Its lips opened slightly, and a soft chant sounded from the eastern city gate, like a mother's gentle call, or a lover's warmest comfort. Feng Qingyang, who had been distracted by the actions of tide-calling mermaid, said hastily, "Don't listen to its voice." No one knew how he could make his voice ring in the ears of the beastmasters before that of tide-calling mermaid. The thunder-like sound made all the beastmasters dazed for a moment, and then they recognized it as the voice of their city lord and immediately did as they were told. But does this approach really work? The next moment, even if they turned off their hearing, the beastmasters and their beasts on various parts of the city wall could not avoid hearing this soft and ethereal voice. Although the medium is sound, in essence phantom sound is still a mental attack launched by Smerchant Sama. Even if you are deaf, as long as your spirit is still moving, you can hear this voice that follows you like a shadow. Then a strange scene appeared on the city wall. All human beastmasters and their beasts suddenly stopped attacking the sea beasts near the city wall. But the sea beasts were not affected at all, and they launched fierce attacks at the beastmaster and the beasts from under the waist-deep water. With just this moment of control, a large amount of blood spurted out, and many beastmasters of lower levels lost their lives. There was a gap in the defense of the city wall, and many sea beasts sneaked into the city through the gap. It was also because of this moment of control that several king-level beastmasters who had originally tried to stop the water tornado were caught off guard and were knocked away by the water tornado. If they hadn't reacted in time, they would have been pulled in and torn to pieces. The water tornado was unstoppable and this time it hit the city wall hard, without any air barrier. The seemingly thick city wall built with special materials turned out to be as fragile as a piece of paper under the power of the waterspout, and all kinds of building debris were rolled up and flew high into the sky. In an instant, 3 large holes appeared on this side of the city wall. Countless sea beasts underwater took advantage of this opportunity to bypass the waterspout that was continuously causing damage and rushed into the city frantically through the gaps. Feng Qingyang lay on a giant bird with white wings and a black body, spat out the blood that had accumulated in his mouth, and looked in the direction of Qinzhou. "When will the support from your 3 families arrive? If not, we will die here together." Qinzhou's current condition is not much better than Feng Qinjiang's. Blood is oozing from all over his body, but he still forces himself to stand up. "It should be soon. Just need to hold on for another 20 minutes. Why don't we abandon the city?" With dozens of our king-level beastmasters, it's easy to hold out until support arrives. An inopportune voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. It turned out to be a relatively unfamiliar king-level beastmaster. There was a big Huxia character for he, embroidered on his clothes. He must be a member of the He family. Feng Qinjiang's face darkened, and he laughed in anger. The lives of the aristocratic families of Liuguang City are more precious than those of us in the lower city. Why do you need to use the lives of the people of Qingyang City to buy time for you? Liang Shu, shut up. The young man wanted to say something, but Lian Jiu, who always showed a gentle face, scolded him and then turned to Feng Qingyang. Liang Shu's words are out of control. City Lord Feng, please don't mind. I will arrange for the He family's beastmaster to clear out the sea beasts that have sneaked into the city. I will definitely protect the safety of the people in the city. Feng Qingyang looked at He Lianjiu deeply and said to him, all that matters is not gold and jade. Ignoring the livid face that formed on He Lianjiu's face after hearing his words, he commanded the giant bird under him to fly towards the largest gap in the city wall. At the same time, his voice seemed to have been blessed by something, and it rang in the ears of all the beastmasters near the city wall. All the beastmasters in Qingyang City, listen to my orders now. The city guards and law enforcement personnel will all go to guard the 3 gaps. The beastmasters recruited in the city, you will now return to the city to clear out the sea beasts that have entered the city. I know there are too many sea beasts, but support is coming soon. Our families are behind us, so please hold on. Please, everyone. The sound of the wind blowing gently was heard, but there was no response. However, the beastmasters on the city wall and on the streets inside the city rushed to the gap despite the heavy rain from the sky. Various defensive skills began to be released at the gap in the city wall. Many beastmasters with earth-related skills struggled to build a city wall in the water, while the rest of the beastmasters released skills to block the sea beasts that wanted to enter the city through the gap. For a time, the sea monster's pace of entering the city was curbed. Feng Qingyang looked at the tide-calling mermaid 100 meters away with concern. He didn't know why it didn't release any more skills, but this was a good thing for them for the time being. Qin Zhou looked at He Lianjiu and said, since the He family wants to clear the sea beasts in the city, we should set off quickly. My Qin family is more accustomed to doing this kind of hard work of defending the city. After saying this, Qin Zhou waved to several beastmasters wearing Qin robes behind him, and rushed to a gap in the city wall. Feng Lixiao sneered, as if he looked down on the He family, and rushed to another gap with a group of people behind him. He Lianjiu stared at the direction where the Qin and Feng families were going with a gloomy face, and murmured as if he was cursing, if you like to be a hero, it depends on how many people from your 2 families can survive in the end. He turned his head towards the city, summoned a turtle-like beast, and stepped on it first, follow me. The voice was a little louder when he spoke to the people behind him. Several members of the He family looked at each other and stood on the giant turtle one after another. Some sea beasts have broken through the blockade of the city wall and entered the city. Please close your doors and windows and stay away from the water. Wait for the high-level beastmaster to clear the wild beasts in the city. The announcer's voice was trembling a little, but the people who heard the broadcast news fell into even greater panic. As early as when the air membrane guarding the city was ruptured, the people in the city had already made some guesses. In addition, they were able to see the power of the skill of Tide Caller Mermaid, so they could estimate how tragic the battle would be just by imagination. After hearing the announcer's broadcast, they immediately took active self-rescue measures and rushed to the top floor in the heavy rain. Even though it was still raining heavily outside, they didn't dare stay in their seemingly safe home at the bottom of the water. In the low and dark rain, the 4 or 5-story buildings were filled with shadowy figures. The brothers Luo Chen and Luo Yang, who were staying in the store, also heard the broadcast. They couldn't help but feel deeply worried about their parents who were out guarding the city wall. Luo Chen opened the shop door and looked at the water in front of him that was almost up to his chest. His face couldn't help but look a little ugly. However, the pet shop was not affected at all, as if there was an invisible barrier that kept the accumulated water outside the store. "Brother, there seems to be something in the water." Luo Yang, who was beside Luo Chen, seemed to have seen something and he spoke up to remind Luo Chen. "What?" Luo Chen realized belatedly. Luo Yang was about to say something when a 3 or 4 meter long imperial beast with bone spurs on its sides suddenly rushed out from the murky water and pounced in front of Luo Chen. Its speed was so fast that Luo Chen, who was still a rookie, was completely unable to react. Just as its mouth was about to bite off Luo Chen's head, a red stream of light rushed out from behind Luo Chen and passed directly through the mouth of this fish-taming beast covered with bone spurs. Luo Chen could even smell the stench coming from its mouth. There was still a look of fear in its eyes as it fell weakly into the water. "You fought in front of me, but you didn't even go out and ask who the father is on this street." A defiant voice came from behind Luo Chen, and Luo Chen patted his chest in shock. Luo Yang realized it belatedly and pulled Luo Chen back into the store. Only at this time did the two have time to look at the colorful sound spirit bird that had just taken action. They saw it standing arrogantly on the cash register table, staring arrogantly outside the store. Well done! Having his life saved by the colorful sound spirit bird, Luo Chen rarely praised the colorful sound spirit bird out loud. He almost forgot that this guy was also a beast that was sealed to the spiritual level. Chapter 30. The colorful sound spirit bird, which received the praise, almost raised its head to the sky, which made Luo Chen feel a little funny. Ahem, are there any other sea beasts on this street? The water on the street outside was turbid and had a salty smell. Luo Chen couldn't see if there were any sea beasts lurking beneath the turbid water. Colorful bird flew to the store entrance, stared at the flowing muddy water for a while, and then answered Luo Chen's question. There are also 2 fierce beasts and 1 spiritual beast. Luo Chen's heart sank. You know, Chenyang Pet Shop is a shop close to the city center in Qingyang City. There are sea beasts even here. With so many sea beasts sneaking in, the situation must be extremely critical. It shouldn't be a problem for you to get rid of all the sea beasts on this street, right? Luo Chen looked at the colorful sound spirit bird uncertainly. Cyan Linke glanced at the street outside with disdain. This is a piece of cake for me. But you have to allow me to leave the shop first. As if remembering something, Cyan Linke added a premise at the end. Okay, no problem, but if I ask you to capture them alive, can you do it? Colorful sound spirit bird had a resentful look in its eyes, as if to say, why are your requests becoming more and more difficult? Perhaps it had strong confidence in its own abilities, and in the end, it nodded with difficulty. Then go ahead. Luo Chen looked at the colorful sound spirit bird with bright eyes, and even clenched his fists and waved them up and down to cheer it up. Colorful bird shook its head and spread its colorful wings. Before Luo Chen and Luo Yang could react, it had already arrived in the center of the street. Although it was still raining, the Cyan Linke was surrounded by a shield made of orange light, which blocked the impact of the rain on him. The water surface, which had some ripples just now, strangely became a lot calmer after the appearance of colorful sound spirit bird. Perhaps these sea beasts also sensed the powerful aura of the colorful sound spirit bird and its ill intentions. However, if they were in real sea water, as long as they hid at a certain depth, the colorful sound spirit bird might not be able to do anything to them. But now they are in a street with water less than 2 meters deep. No matter how much they reduce their presence, they still cannot escape the perception of the colorful sound spirit bird. Colorful sound spirit bird made a gorgeous 360-degree rotation in the air, during which brilliant light spread and grew from its body, and then a large colorful sound spirit bird composed purely of colorful light appeared behind it. Luo Chen recognized it immediately. This was the skill spirit bird of colorful sound spirit bird. It looked quite beautiful. There was no sign of any movement from the colorful sound spirit bird itself, but the spirit bird energy body behind it dived straight into the water. Luo Chen and Luo Yang couldn't see clearly what kind of battle was taking place underwater, but judging from the splashing and boiling water, they thought the battle must have been quite intense. The two didn't have to wait long before the spirit bird flew into the air with a strange fish that looked about 2 meters long in its mouth. Open the cage and lock it in. Cyan Linke shouted to the two brothers who were watching the show at the door. Luo Chen looked back at the cage with a diameter of 3 meters, and then at the strange fish that was more than 2 meters long. He thought that the fish could be put in, but if he threw it directly on the ground, would the fish die of thirst? After hesitating for a moment, Luo Chen opened one of the cages swiftly, and then the spirit bird held the dying strange fish in its mouth and threw it into the cage from above. Just as the spirit bird flew into the store, a large amount of water splashed suddenly on the street. Several other shadows hidden under the water sensed that this colorful sound spirit bird was not someone they could afford to offend, so they seized the opportunity and quickly fled in 2 directions of the street. Want to run? See if your grandfather will agree. The words he uttered while looking at the delicate and graceful colorful sound spirit bird were so fierce. After saying this, a quick cry came out of its mouth, and to Luo Chen and Luo Yang's ears, the sound just sounded a little sharp. However, the few figures underwater who wanted to get away from the street seemed to have suffered a serious blow, as if all they could see was a bright red floating on the water surface. The water surface calmed down temporarily, and no one knew whether the sea beasts that were attacked were dead, unconscious, or escaped in some way. The spirit bird in the store put down the strange fish in its mouth, and immediately flew out of the store. Then, it looked for the place where the bright red blood stains were left just now, dived down, and actually caught the strange fish in its mouth. It took several trips back and forth to move all the strange fish. Luo Chen looked at the strange fish in the cage and was extremely excited. Now the store finally didn't seem so empty anymore. Although sea beasts are not very popular among beastmasters, especially in inland cities, it is still a no-cost business after all. If they cannot be sold, they can be killed and sold for meat. However, the next thing that worried Luo Chen was that these 6 sea beasts obviously could not leave the water for too long, and how to arrange them was an urgent problem to be solved. Luo Chen thought about it carefully and decided to dig a big pit in the secret realm on the 3rd floor to temporarily place the 6 strange fish. Brother, let's go to the secret realm on the 3rd floor and dig a pit to place them. Luo Chen naturally told Luo Yang his thoughts. Luo Yang came back to his senses from the fierce fighting power of colorful sound spirit bird and nodded obediently. Cyan Linke had just returned from the store. Luo Chen assigned him a new task. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Remember to sprinkle some water on these sea beasts regularly to prevent them from dying. There was no time to check the information of these strange fish, so Luo Chen could only call them by their names for the time being. Standing at the cashier counter, combing her feathers, the colorful sound spirit bird looked at Luo Chen suspiciously. What are you doing on the 3rd floor? Are you leaving these sea beasts like this? Luo Chen looked at the puzzled look on the Cyan spirit bird's face and could only patiently explain it to it again, since it was the biggest contributor today. Upon hearing that Luo Chen was going to dig a big pit in the secret realm on the 3rd floor to place these strange fish, Cyan Linke suddenly burst into a strange laugh. Ha ha ha, you actually want to go to the secret realm to arrange these sea beasts? Ha 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 ha. Luo Chen looked at Cyan Linke who was laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, and was wondering whether he should give him another silence order. But the colorful sound spirit bird flew straight to a cage that contained a strange fish, and pressed somewhere on the cage with its tiny claws. The next moment, the bottom of the cage sank half a meter, and then the strange fish inside shrank proportionally in all directions, directly shrinking to 1/5 of its original size. It was originally 2 meters long, but now it looked only about 40 centimeters from the outside, and its appearance became a lot cuter. Then clear water began to seep out from the bottom of the cage, and soon the water level was higher than the ground level, but the outside of the cage had been covered with a layer of glass at some point, sealing the water from flowing out. The strange fish, which was originally dying, has now regained its vitality and is swimming freely in the water. Luo Chen and Luo Yang looked at this scene in amazement, especially Luo Chen. As the store manager, how could he not know that this cage had this function? After a long while, Luo Chen came back to his senses. Okay, how did you do that just now? Cyan Linke raised an eyebrow and looked at Luo Chen, pretending to be in deep thought. Seeing its attitude of asking for benefits, Luo Chen didn't understand. Tomorrow's fierce beast meat will be replaced with spiritual beast meat. Is it just for tomorrow? Cyan Linke sighed sadly. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said, 3 days, the next 3 days. You know, spirit beast meat is very expensive. Colorful Bird smiled and decided to stop while it was ahead. It flew to another cage, flapped its wings, and called the two brothers Luo Chen to the front of the cage. As it worked, it explained to the two brothers, look, there is a secret compartment here. Just open it like this, and then press this red button, and the inside of the cage will change according to the type of beast inside. Simulate a suitable living environment for them. Luo Chen looked at the button and saw a diamond-shaped grid next to it that looked like something needed to be placed. He curiously asked Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, Ak, what is this grid used for? That is used to place energy stones. After placing the energy stones, in addition to the most basic environmental simulation, the cage can also provide suitable energy elements, which are more suitable for the beasts to absorb and accelerate their growth. Energy stone, what is that? Luo Chen's questions were so many that Cyan Linke felt a little tired. Energy stones are stones that contain energy. Okay, there is no difference between explaining and not explaining. It's probably just like someone asking Luo Chen what money is, a common sense question. Luo Chen did not ask any more questions, but went to the cages of other strange fish with Luo Yang respectively and turned on the environmental simulation function in the cages. Sure enough, the living environment inside turned into water. After finishing the cage of the strange fish, Luo Chen came to the cage of the fragrant rabbit curiously and turned on the environmental simulation function. The environment inside the cage really changed as expected. However, instead of water appearing, it turned into a grassland. The grass was short, retaining the appearance of green grass while not allowing the Xinjiang rabbit to hide under the grass and be difficult to observe from outside the cage. Frostwolf. The environment inside the cage turned into an ice field with some ice and snow covering the ground. The originally listless Frostwolf actually showed a somewhat comfortable expression in this harsh environment. The environment inside the electric mouse's cage has changed the most. Except for the side facing the outside for observing the electric mouse, the rest is covered with strange minerals. The electric mouse has also changed its original lazy appearance and is now crawling around excitedly inside. Seeing this, Luo Chen also marveled at the thoughtfulness of the store's facilities. This would help to avoid any psychological problems that the Beastmasters might have in the store to a great extent. You should know that the psychological problems of beastmen are difficult to cure. A living environment suitable for them can at least avoid this problem in terms of living conditions. Chapter 31. During the time that Luo Chen was studying the cage, the battle situation outside the city wall seemed to have taken a new turn. Don't be so presumptuous, you evil creature. An old voice came from behind the tide-calling mermaid, and along with it came a white feather that seemed to be able to tear space apart. When Bai Yu was about to stab the back of tide-caller mermaid, a thin layer of water shield appeared behind it, and Bai Yu could not move forward in front of the water shield. The tide-calling mermaid turned around and looked at the uninvited guest behind her. 3 people were standing on the giant pure white bird, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young-looking, beautiful woman. However, judging people's age by their appearance is the most unreliable thing. Maybe the woman who looks the youngest is actually the oldest among them. The white feather just now was stabbed out from the giant bird under the feet of the 3 visitors. After sensing the aura of the 3 visitors, tide-calling mermaid's expression became somewhat ugly. Oh, you humans are the only ones who can snatch my young children, but my mermaids are not allowed to attack the city." The mermaid calling the tide looked at the three old men opposite her, and her huge voice spread far away. The thin old man among them responded, "Of course it is allowed, but you have already attacked this city. I am here, you should stay on Earth now." Another middle-aged man next to him had a hot temper. "Old he, why waste time talking to a beast? Just fight directly." Then, a red-haired lion covered in iron armor appeared beside him, running towards the tide-calling mermaid opposite him as if walking on flat ground. As it ran, its body gradually grew larger, and in a moment its size was almost the same as that of the tide-caller mermaid on the opposite side. The lion did not hesitate and pounced on the tide-calling mermaid on the opposite side with the most primitive attack method. The attack method was simple, but the power was earth-shattering in the eyes of the beast masters on the wall of Qingyang City. The tide-calling mermaid had a gloomy expression on her face, and she condensed the hailing trident in her hand and fought with the fierce warrior that was rushing towards her. The woman on the giant bird frowned slightly and looked at the rain that enveloped the entire Qingyang City. She put her hands forward and slightly lifted them up. A lotus blooming with soft light appeared in her hands. The lotus rotated smoothly and automatically, and it was obviously an extraordinary divine object. The woman opened her red lips slightly, as if saying something. The lotus in her hand slowly rose into the air and landed above Qingyang City. Then its body suddenly became bright and spacious, as if a small artificial sun had appeared in the sky above Qingyang City. The light emitted by the little sun dispelled the darkness covered by dark clouds, and the rain was suppressed and gradually became lighter. The tide-calling mermaid who was fighting with the armored lion looked at the lotus in the sky with resentment, and summoned a water tornado to attack it out of anger. However, the lotus was not afraid of the water tornado's attack at all. A petal fell off its disc, then grew larger and wrapped around the water tornado, making it disappear into thin air. The rain was dispersed, and the accumulated water in Qingyang City was slowly evaporating. Affected by this, the aura of tide-calling mermaid was also weakening. The middle-aged man who summoned the armored lion licked his lips and said excitedly, "Mermaid, a new species, just in time to catch it and study it." He looked at the old man who had not moved and urged him, "Old he, why don't you do something? If he gets away, it's all your fault." The old man called old man. He shook his head helplessly. A green light flashed on his body, and a jade-like pine tree floated in front of the giant bird. As soon as it appeared, the pine needles on the tree turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed at the tide-calling mermaid who was fighting with the armored lion. As the rain was gradually fading, it was already difficult for tide-calling mermaid to deal with the armored lion on the opposite side. At this time, pine needles were flying all over the sky, and it no longer had the strength to block them. The pine needles penetrated through the Dharma image of the mermaid of the tide calling, and there was no scene of blood splattering. Instead, the huge Dharma image of the mermaid of the tide calling gradually shattered and disappeared into thin air. In the middle of the Dharma image, there was a shadow about 2 meters long falling from mid-air. It was the real body of the tide calling mermaid. More than one. After the Dharma image of tide-calling mermaid collapsed, the beast that had been blocking the space of Qingyang City also appeared in the field, but it was protected in the middle by a huge water ball. The figure saw tide-calling mermaid falling from the sky and hurriedly caught its body before it hit the ground. "There's one more." The middle-aged man was a little surprised, but his expression turned excited the next second. Who doesn't like buy one get one free? However, the mermaid in the water ball who looked similar to the tide-calling mermaid just looked at the sturdy man angrily, and then tightly grasped a teardrop-shaped pendant on her chest with both hands, while seeming to chant an ancient spell. A deep blue light gate opened behind the two of them. The figure in the water ball rushed into the light gate without hesitation, holding tide-calling mermaid in his arms. Then the light gate closed directly, leaving the armored lion that wanted to stop it helpless. The sturdy man even exclaimed, "TNN, the Space Department is too shameless, isn't it? Then he turned his gaze to the light gate representing the vast sea secret realm 2 kilometers away, and suggested to the two people beside him. How about we chase them in? The woman who had been silent the whole time spoke up. No, when the space door opened just now, my beast sensed the aura of several wild-level creatures inside. If we go in rashly, we will be caught in a trap. The middle-aged man looked embarrassed, and did not question the woman's words. They were able to suppress the tide-calling mermaid just now because they had the advantage of terrain, and the earth suppressed non-native wild-level creatures, otherwise they would not have won so easily. First seal the entrance to the secret realm, and wait for people from the city to move the entrance to the secret realm into Luoyun city. The old man took back the pine tree and made such arrangements. Yes. The sturdy man and the beautiful woman nodded in agreement. The three of them had decided the destination of the vast sea secret realm in just a few words, without considering the opinion of the city lord at all. This is the advantage of being strong. The dark clouds completely dissipated, and two suns appeared in the sky. One was the original sun, and the other was the sun transformed from the lotus. The woman did not take it back, but continued to emit light to evaporate the accumulated water on the ground, and also provided some benefits to the people in the city. Anyway, under the illumination of the light emitted by the lotus, the people in the city felt that their physical strength was constantly being replenished, and the cold aura that had been drilling into their bodies also dissipated. It seems that the light of this lotus has certain therapeutic effects. After the battle, the survivors of the three families immediately came to the three men excitedly. Some bowed to greet the head of the family, while others met the elders, uncles, and the like. The battle was over, leaving Qingyang city in ruins. There were still many sea beasts inside and outside the city that had not been cleared out. After Feng Qingyang paid his respects to the three of them, he hurriedly commanded the city guards and law enforcement team to clean up the mess. However, the biggest threat is gone. After the water receded, the remaining sea beasts can no longer cause any waves. This can at least stop the losses for Qingyang city a little. Chapter 32. Chenyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen looked at the two suns in the sky and suddenly realized that the sea monster's siege was over. An exciting broadcast voice appeared in Qingyang city at the right time. Good news, the sea beast siege has ended. All residents please wait patiently where they are. The beast masters have already started clearing out the sea beasts and stagnant water in the city. I believe that you will all be able to return home soon. Just as what was said on the broadcast, several animal tamers soon appeared on the central street where Chenyang Pet Shop was located. They summoned their own beasts, and through the beasts' skills, they either absorbed the energy into the scales on their bodies or condensed it into a huge water ball, which was then transported out of the city on a flying bird. In any case, the efficiency of these beasts is still quite high. The height of the accumulated water is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it is estimated that it will be cleared up in no time. Luo Chen looked for a while and then turned back into the store. What worried them most now was whether their parents were safe. They didn't know how they were doing now. In order to divert his attention, Luo Chen set his sights on the 6 strange fish caught by colorful sound spirit bird. First, use the eye of truth to look at the strange fish with bone spurs on its sides and back, and successfully see some information about it. Race, cold bone fish. Level, spirit beast 2-star. Department, water system. Status, injured. Qualification, general. Skills, 1 cold bones. Yellow level cold bone fish will grow cold bones from different parts of their bodies. These cold bones are extremely hard and they can use them to attack. At the same time, these cold bones make them one of the foods that seabed predators dislike. 2 bone spikes, yellow level the bonefish will shoot out the cold bones on its body, causing damage to the target. 3 water shield, yellow level the bonefish condenses water elements to form a shield around itself. After reading its information, Luo Chen was a little disappointed. Beastmasters that can only survive in the sea are not favored by inland beastmasters. The skills of this cold bone fish are mediocre, so even a spiritual beast would probably find it difficult to attack. Luo Chen took a look at the 6 strange fish caught by colorful sound spirit bird. Wow, 3 of them were cold bone fish. He would raise them for a while. If no one is interested, he could use them as food for colorful sound spirit bird. Continuing to look at another sea beast, this one looked a bit like the manta ray that Luo Chen had seen in the oceanarium in his previous life. Its body was flat like a blanket. Race, green ray. Level, spirit beast 1 star. Category, water, light. Status, slightly injured, confused. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1 light concealment, yellow level. The blue stingray refracts the propagation path of light to make itself disappear from the sight of other creatures. 2 swift swimming, yellow level. The blue ray changes its swimming state to swift swimming, greatly increasing its speed. 3 star flash, yellow level. The blue stingray flashes star-like lights around itself. Those who look directly at it will suffer damage to their eyesight, and those who get close will be harmed by the high temperature of the flash. 4 light energy ray, Xian level. The green ray accumulates energy and then spits out a light energy ray from its mouth that can cause huge damage. After seeing the introduction of green manta, Luo Chen realized that this beast was actually quite good and had excellent qualifications. Colorful sound spirit bird captured 2 green rays in total. The panel of the other one was quite ordinary. Not only was its aptitude ordinary, it also did not have the skill of light energy ray. Although they are of the same race, there are sometimes great differences between individuals. Luo Chen set his sights on the last sea beast, hoping that it could bring him some surprises like the green manta just now. Race, iron-toothed fish. Level, spirit beast 5 star. Category, water, gold. Status, slightly injured, angry. Qualification, general. Skills, 1 iron teeth, yellow level. The iron teeth fish will devour the ores on the seabed to absorb the metal elements in them to make its teeth harder. 2 huge strength, yellow level. The iron tooth fish has a terrifying bite force and can easily bite through even metal. 3 iron armor, yellow level. Some of the metal elements absorbed by the iron-toothed fish will adhere to the scales on the surface, forming an iron armor to protect the iron-toothed fish. Luo Chen sighed quietly. If this iron-toothed fish couldn't be sold, it probably wouldn't be popular as food. There are 6 sea beasts in total, 3 cold bone fish, 2 green rays, and 1 iron tooth fish. Relatively speaking, the one most likely to be sold should be the green manta with excellent qualifications. Luo Chen thinks the possibility of selling the other 5 beasts is not very high. Task 1, sell a spiritual beast, reward 100 points and 5 energy stones. Mission 2, successfully evolve a beast, reward 150 points and a mystic skill crystal. Task 3, sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items for sale in the store. Just after checking the information of 3 sea beasts, the system finally released a new task. Luo Chen asked the system in his mind in surprise, "System, are you alive?" System. Host, please note that this system is non-living. There is no life or death. Okay then, but why is there such a long interval between the release of this mission? Luo Chen was a little curious. The store upgrade consumed a lot of energy, and it will take some time for this system to upgrade as well. Not knowing whether the system's explanation was true or false, Luo Chen could only choose to believe it. The first task is to sell beasts. There are exactly 6 beasts in the store now, but I don't know if anyone will buy them. You can also sell one of them to your family. Although this method is a bit tricky, it is considered allowed if the system does not prohibit it. To complete the task, don't shiver. The second task was to evolve a beast. Luo Chen also had a direction. The Xinqiang rabbit that Luo Yang had fostered had reached the 6th star of a fierce beast and could be tried to evolve. The third task was a headache for him. There were less than 20 beasts for sale in the store, let alone those with good qualifications or above. This task can only be accomplished slowly. The two figures that appeared at the door on the first floor interrupted Luo Chen's thoughts and also attracted the attention of Luo Yang, who was observing the cage. "Mom and Dad!" Luo Yang exclaimed in surprise. Outside the door were Luo Yuheng and Su Muking, who had just returned from the battle to defend the city. Now that he saw the two of them return safely, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, he also observed that Luo Yuheng's aura was very different from before he went out. It seems that he has successfully advanced to the king-level Beastmaster in this battle, and Luo Yang naturally discovered this. "Dad, which of your beasts advanced?" Luo Yuheng smiled slightly, and a huge cat that was more than 1 meter tall appeared and squatted beside him. The big cat's body is snow white with fluffy fur, which is very consistent with human aesthetics. When Luo Chen looks at it, it's as if he is looking at the grown-up version of the little fur ball in the future. This is exactly Luo Yuheng's beast, the Light Cat, but now it should be called the Light Cat King. When the little fur ball saw the appearance of the Light Cat King, perhaps it smelled a familiar scent, and came to its side step by step, tiptoeing and sniffing gently around it. The Light Elvis used his fluffy and wide tail to gently sweep across the little ball of fur, looking very intimate. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to check the detailed information of Light Elvis and found that he could not see anything. The failure of this information exploration made Luo Chen certain of one thing, that is, now he can only explore the information of beasts of two levels, fierce beasts and spiritual beasts. Luo Chen looked at the little fur ball that was happily playing with the tail of Light Elvis. This little guy couldn't be so carefree anymore. As his beast, how could he just lie there like that? The innocent little fur ball doesn't know yet that its beastmaster has already made up his mind to curl it up. A family of 4 sat down at the tables and chairs on the first floor for customers to rest. Since the battle had just ended and there were no customers coming in, the store was still very quiet. "Dad, how is the battle outside?" Luo Yang couldn't wait to ask as soon as he sat down. Luo Yuheng prepared his words for a moment, and then said with a heavy voice, "It was tragic, many spirit-level beastmasters died, and many king-level beastmasters also sacrificed. The city walls were breached by the tide-calling mermaid. If it weren't for the arrival of support from Flowing Cloud City, Qingyang City might still be under siege by sea beasts. Why did that tide-calling mermaid suddenly stop attacking halfway through the siege?" This is a question that Luo Chen has always been curious about. Logically speaking, the tide-calling mermaid should have already broken through the city wall. With its strength as a wild beast, no one in Qingyang City could stop its attack. If it had used all its might to destroy, Qingyang City would have become a dead city by now. However, it did not do so. Instead, it let the lower-level sea beasts attack through the gaps. Luo Yuheng laughed when he heard Luo Chen's question, and then explained to him, "This is because of the suppression of heaven and earth." Heaven and earth suppressing. Yes, these mysterious creatures cannot enter the earth at will, because the current earth does not allow such powerful alien creatures to appear. Currently, the upper limit of the level of beasts allowed to enter the earth is the king beast, but some wild beasts can temporarily enter the earth by paying a certain price. However, when they use skills that exceed the upper limit multiple times, they will still be repelled by the rules of the earth, so the tide-caller mermaid only maintained the rain to create a suitable environment for those sea beasts after releasing skills several times. Then tide-caller mermaid can be said to have entered Earth planet for the sake of her tribe, but why do the beasts from other secret realms also want to enter Earth planet and occupy territory? One doubt was explained, but more doubts arose. There is a more scientific guess that the Earth is recovering, and in the process of this recovery, various opportunities will arise, allowing the beasts in the secret realm to break through racial restrictions and their bloodline evolution to climb to a higher peak. Therefore, these low-level beast masters landed on Earth as the vanguard, just to seize the good hilltops and places to settle down for the big guys behind them. In this process, they naturally became the opposite of humans who occupied the largest territory, but humans were supposed to control beasts, so they were originally in an opposing relationship. Originally Luo Chen thought he had come to a world of taming beasts, but now he realized that he had come to a world where spiritual energy was revived, but humans just happened to have the ability to taming beasts. According to the news from the capital, the next Earth star upgrade is about to arrive, and it may be the most intense one yet. Luo Yuhang told the two brothers this news, which he got from an unknown source, just to let them be prepared. Chapter 33. Ah! Luo Yang also exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, this was something that had never been mentioned in the books. Or perhaps these things would only be covered in college. Okay, you guys take good care of her in the store. I'm going to continue my research and try to pass the Haoyu breeder's assessment as soon as possible. Ever since he learned that Luo Chen's soul separation certificate had been healed, Luo Yuhang had devoted his entire body and soul to the research of the breeder. Just as he had settled down, he rushed back to participate in research. As far as Luo Chen knew, to become a star breeder one had to make 3 9-star beasts break through and become spirit beasts in the assessment. The assessment of Haoyu's breeders is relatively difficult. He requires breeders to master at least 5 routes for the evolution of ferocious beasts into spiritual beasts, and 1 route for the evolution of spiritual beasts into king beasts. Of course, this assessment will not be an assessment of knowledge content, but it will really require the breeder to train the beast to that level. I heard before that this kind of exam would not be conducted in the real world, but simulated in a virtual world, so there was no need to consider the problem of beast taming and lack of materials. Through these, Luo Chen remembered that he was still an apprentice breeder, which made him a little depressed. However, the most important thing now was to complete the system's tasks first. Looking at the streets outside that were still being cleaned, Luo Chen suppressed the urge to buy materials immediately. He decided to buy them tomorrow. He estimated that the city would be cleaned up tomorrow, and the shops might not be open if he went to buy them today. As expected, there were no customers that day, so Luo Chen closed the shop early and took his parents and brothers home. On the second day, Luo Chen handed over the task of looking after the store to his mother Su Muking, and excitedly took Luo Yang to the Chamber of Commerce building. The height of the Chamber of Commerce building is nothing compared to the 100-story buildings that Luo Chen had seen in his previous life. From the outside, it looks only a dozen stories high. However, this is already the tallest building in Qingyang City. Because of the beast controlling structure and the city protecting air membrane, the buildings in the city cannot be built too high. However, I heard that there are many tall buildings in the middle city and upper city, which Luo Chen has never seen. Downstairs in the Chamber of Commerce building, Luo Chen and Luo Yang took the gold card handed to them by their mother and walked into the largest trading center in Qingyang City. The first floor is a spacious hall that stretches as far as the eye can see. It is lined with shops, most of which sell daily necessities. There are quite a few people in the building. It seems that this is the place least affected by the siege crisis. Luo Chen had no intention of hanging around downstairs, so he pulled Luo Yang directly into the VIP elevator and swiped his card to go to the 6th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and the first thing that greeted the two of you was a sweet welcome. A good-looking woman in a professional suit stood outside the elevator door and made a gesture of invitation to Luo Chen and Luo Yang. After being surprised at first, Luo Chen calmed himself down and walked out of the elevator. I wonder what you two need. Several kinds of materials: king's in flower, fig, autumn moon vine, golden sandstone, and ice jade. Luo Chen listed several materials in succession. Okay, please follow me. Hearing that the materials Luo Chen mentioned were all relatively precious, the woman leading the two people remained calm and led the way in front of them. After exiting the elevator hall, the first place you enter is a lobby. In the lobby there is a huge stone made of black iron with 3 big characters King Yun Pavilion written on it. Then there are 6 entrances distributed in a circle behind the boulder. Materials Hall, Spirit Mine Hall, Beast Taming Hall 1, Beast Taming Hall 2, Breeding Hall, and Pharmacy Hall. King Yun Pavilion, an industry under the Liang Group, is known as the pillar industry of the Liang Group along with the King Yun Treasures Auction. The various beast-taming items in King Yun Pavilion are the most abundant in Qingyang City. If his family can't buy them, they basically can't be bought anywhere else. The receptionist took the two of them into the materials hall on the far left. Although there wasn't much to see from the outside, the inside was a different world. The space inside should have been expanded using the beast-taming skills, and it appears particularly large, with hidden compartments on the background walls everywhere. Luo Chen recalled that it was very similar to the Huxia medicine store he had seen before, but this one contained materials for taming beasts, and all the grids were covered with a special energy layer. If you want to take out the items inside, you must use special methods. The receptionist led the two to the counter in the lobby and said, "Master Li, there are two guests who need to buy some materials." Hearing what the receptionist said, Master Li, who was reading a book, put down the book in his hand and asked gently, "What materials do you two need?" Luo Chen repeated the ingredients he needed, and Master Li nodded in understanding. "How much do you need for each?" 3 king's-in flowers, 2 figs, 3 10-year-old autumn moon vines, and 3 pounds each of gold sandstone and ice jade will do. After hearing Luo Chen's request, Master Li smiled and touched a small green bird on his shoulder, and saw the bird flying up and down in the cubicle. After a while, 4 items that Luo Chen needed came back floating behind him. You too can check the quality of the materials. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. The items in King Yun Pavilion are still very reliable. Even a layman like Luo Chen feels that the materials are of excellent quality. How much? Luo Chen handed the gold card in his hand to Master Li. Master Li smiled and quoted, "A total of 450,000 spirit coins." Luo Chen felt a pang of pain when he heard this, but luckily it was the money in the gold card that was spent, so after rounding it off he didn't spend any money, and Luo Chen instantly got rid of his pain. Master Li packed up the 5 materials, and Luo Yang took them and put them into his storage bracelet. The two who had no other needs were preparing to go home, but they met an acquaintance in the hall. Manager Wei. Wei Yanzheng tilted his body and saw a handsome young man calling his name, and immediately took 2 or 3 steps forward in surprise. "Little boss, why are you here?" "Buy some materials. Manager Wei's fragrant rabbit has been cultivated to a 6-star fierce beast. I wonder when Manager Wei will have time to take it away." Yesterday, the Xinjiang rabbit it fostered had already reached the requirements of a 6-star ferocious beast. However, yesterday there were sea beasts attacking the city and the shop was upgraded, so he forgot about it. He only remembered it when he saw Wei Yanzheng. Wei Yanzheng was very surprised when he heard Luo Chen's words. He really didn't expect that in just a few short days, Luo Chen had actually cultivated the Xinjiang rabbit to such a level. "It's really surprising, but I'm really too busy these days, so I'd like to ask the little boss to foster the fragrant rabbit for a few days." Luo Chen nodded hesitantly, "Of course, it's okay, but you have to pay for every subsequent day." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Wei Yanzheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, I'll hand it over when I go to get the beast. But are you interested in the King Yun Treasures Auction, young boss?" King Yun Treasure Auction. Luo Chen muttered, "What does Manager Wei mean?" The King Yun Treasure Auction originally scheduled for the end of the month will be held 5 days in advance. This will be the grandest King Yun Treasure Auction yet, with many hidden treasures appearing. If you are interested, I have an invitation here. Before Luo Chen could react, Luo Yang was pulling his sleeve frantically from behind. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. "Thank you very much, Manager Wei. I wonder how many people this invitation can bring." Wei Yanzheng took out a blue invitation card with gold-plated text and handed it to Luo Chen. "One card can bring 1 follower. However, according to the previous specifications, the 6-star fragrant rabbit could also enter the auction. Now that the specifications have been upgraded, it can't, which is a pity. However, that Xianling grass is still among the items for auction, and it will definitely be sold at a high price this time. If the boss is willing to sell the rest of the Xianling grass, he must not miss this opportunity. The beast masters in Luoyun City are the ones who are truly wealthy and powerful. After listening to Wei Yunchen's last words, Luo Chen seemed to understand why the King Yun treasure auction was brought forward and the scale was unprecedentedly large. It turned out that it was for the beast masters of Luoyun City. After saying this, Wei Yanzheng said goodbye to Luo Chen in a hurry. It seemed that he was really busy. After putting away the invitation, Luo Chen and Luo Yang went back home. Chapter 34. Crush the King's flower into juice, add 2 leaves of Xianling grass, let it sit for half an hour, then pour it into a crucible, add water and heat until the liquid turns blue. Then turn off the heat and let it cool, and the Xinqiang rabbit's evolutionary potion is ready. Luo Chen repeated the process of preparing the medicine solution, then looked at the blue liquid in the crucible, nodded with satisfaction, and operated completely according to the requirements. It seems that I have a talent for cooking. The color of this potion is so beautiful. Pour the potion in the crucible into a small bowl. Luo Chen smiled and looked at the Xinqiang rabbit that was caught on the second floor. It was the one from Luoyang. Come on, Big Bunny, it's time to take your medicine. The color of this bowl of potion is brighter, but it smells refreshing and sweet. If Luo Chen didn't know what the consequences would be if someone drank it, he would really like to try his first potion in this world. A small bowl of medicine was placed in front of Fragrant Rabbit. When Fragrant Rabbit smelled the medicine, it quietly moved towards the small bowl. It first sniffed tentatively near the small bowl, and then most of its ears, which were covered with crystals, stood up, indicating that it was now in a state of alert. Eventually, unable to resist the body's instinctive desire for the bowl of potion, Fragrant Rabbit stretched out its pink tongue and quietly licked the potion in the small bowl. Xinqiang Rabbit ate very quickly, and the limited amount of potion was licked clean in no time. Luo Chen looked at Xinqiang Rabbit with anticipation. This was the first time he saw the evolution of a beast, so he had to observe it carefully. So, under Luo Chen's gaze, Xinqiang Rabbit licked the corner of his mouth with aftertaste, then rolled his eyes and lay stiffly on the ground. Luo Chen blinked his eyes belatedly. This shouldn't be a normal sign of evolution, right? Shit, is the potion I made poisonous? Was Xianxiang Rabbit poisoned to death by myself? He quickly touched the neck of Xinqiang Rabbit and found that it was still beating, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Luo Chen's Fragrant Rabbit suddenly emitted a soft light from its ear, and then the light flowed to all parts of the body like water. Luo Chen hastily retracted his fingers, fearing that he would interfere with the evolution process. More changes began to appear. The body of Xinqiang Rabbit doubled in size, and the crystal-like objects on its earlobes began to grow and appear on its 4 ankles. It was like it was wearing small boots made of crystal. In addition, a smell that was softer than the original fragrance appeared, and when you smelled it, you could feel that your whole mind was clear. At this point, the entire transformation process was finally completed, and Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth with great anticipation. Race: Soft and Fragrant Spirit Rabbit, King Rank. Level: Spirit Beast 1 star. Department: Life Science. Status: Satisfied, Confused. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1 Soft Fragrance. Xian level. The soft fragrance spontaneously released by the soft fragrance rabbit can calm the mind, and smelling it for a long time can enhance the resistance to mental attack skills. 2 Familiar Spirit, Earth level. The soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit anchors 3 plants as its own familiar spirit. As long as it consumes enough energy, it can replicate the familiar spirit. The familiar spirit has no reproductive ability and cannot be divided. The energy level of the familiar spirit cannot be too different from that of the soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit. 3 Life Crystal, Xian level. The soft fragrant rabbit consumes energy to condense the life crystal. The life crystal contains rich life energy. Swallowing it can continuously produce a healing effect for the beast. After reading the information about the evolved Rosyang Wanling rabbit, Luo Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. Was such a powerful beast really evolved from the pet beast Cyan Xiang rabbit? Not to mention other skills, the spirit alone can make it instantly become a focus of attention. Let's put it this way, Xianling grass is a precious plant. If the Ruxiang Wanling rabbit can mark it as a Wanling, not to mention a lot, as long as one Xianling grass can be produced every month, given the rarity of Xianling grass, the person who owns it can make a fortune. This is even more true for those large families, as they possess even more precious materials. If they were to add the soft and fragrant rabbit, their families would surely take off. After a while of self-satisfaction, Luo Chen finally remembered to ask the system a question. System, why is there an additional king-level species after the name of the race this time? That means that this beast race, if it has enough resources to grow normally, will have no bottleneck in breaking through to the king level. Luo Chen. He said that if it was just a spirit beast it shouldn't have earth-level skills, but it turns out to be a king beast when it grows up, so there's nothing to worry about. However, thinking about it, I still feel that it is a bit outrageous to get such a beast just by consuming those materials. Task 2, successfully evolve a beast, completed, reward 150 points and a mystical skill crystal, to be claimed. Luo Chen directly confirmed the receipt of the reward, and then his original balance finally became 150, no longer a lonely zero. As for the skill crystal, it appeared in Luo Chen's hand. Holding it in his hand, its detailed information naturally appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Wild wind slash, Xian level. By manipulating the wind element in a special trajectory, a whirlwind with great damage is formed to slash the target. Learning conditions, beast tamer of wind spirit rank or above. The method of use is to let the beast master eat it raw, or stick it on the forehead and use mental contact with the skill crystal, and the skill information in it will naturally flow into their minds. However, even with the help of skill crystals, there is no 100% guarantee that the beast master can learn the skills, it just increases a certain probability. After figuring out how to use the skill crystal, Luo Chen carefully put it away and waited to use it when the time was right. Luo Chen held the soft and fragrant rabbit in his arms and sent a message in his family group. 900. Chen Luo at all members, come to the cultivation room on the second floor. I'll show you something good. Chen Yang Ji Guang, what good stuff. Wait, I'll be there soon. Beautiful mother, okay. 920. Light of Chen Yang at handsome dad, daddy is waiting for you. 922. Handsome dad, I was so absorbed in my research just now that I didn't look at the terminal. Handsome dad, I'll be there soon. Son, what good stuff do you have? I heard his voice before I saw him. Luo Yuheng opened the door of the breeding room and walked in. Looking at his red and swollen eyes, it was obvious that he had not had a good rest for a long time. Luo Chen held the rabbit in his arms in front of Luo Yuheng. Here, this is it. Luo Yuheng carefully observed the appearance of this rabbit-shaped beast tamer and found that it was quite different from all the rabbit-shaped beast tamers he had seen. As a 5-star breeder, Luo Yuheng naturally used his innate eye of truth to examine the rabbit. Chapter 35. After a long silence, Luo Yuheng suddenly looked at Luo Chen with shining eyes. My eldest son, is this the advancement gift you gave to your father? It just so happens that I have no idea about the third beast to control. Ah! Luo Chen didn't react for a moment. He quickly put the rabbit in his arms into the arms of Luo Yang beside him. This beast belongs to my brother. You can ask him. Retreating behind Luo Yang, Luo Chen said that this beast had nothing to do with him. Little kid. Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Yang expectantly. Luo Yang felt under tremendous pressure under his gaze. He looked to Su Muking on the other side for help, and his voice changed several times. Su Muking smiled lightly, walked to Luo Yuheng and patted him gently. You're so old and you're still fighting with children. Ahem, okay, okay. Where did this beast come from? Luo Yuheng coughed twice embarrassedly. Do you still remember those 2 6-star fierce beasts, the fragrant rabbit? This is the evolution of one of them. Luo Chen had already explained it to them just now, so this sentence was explained by Luo Yang to his father. After hearing the explanation, Luo Yuheng's eyes suddenly became eager. Xiao Chen, did you evolve this? After seeing Luo Chen nod in confirmation, Luo Yuheng walked around the store excitedly. Haha, I didn't expect my son's talent in breeding is so terrifying that he can evolve such a beast before he even enters the spiritual level. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Luo Chen seriously. Xiao Chen, this evolution process should not be accidental, right? Well, it is through a fixed method that this kind of strange soft fragrant spirit rabbit can be evolved. It should be no problem. I already have the relevant knowledge about its evolutionary route. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Luo Yuheng breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone knows, the assessment of a breeder requires a complete grasp of several beast-taming evolutionary routes. Obviously, these routes are either deduced by oneself through consuming a lot of materials and various research, or inherited from others through some kind of apprenticeship, or purchased from other breeders at a cost of a lot of money. No matter which one, the resources and money spent will not be a small amount, so the breeders who appear to be glamorous on the surface actually have a lot of hardships behind them. Now Luo Chen was able to master a unique evolutionary route while being an apprentice breeder. Anyway, he had never seen a beast like the soft fragrant rabbit before, so it must be the first time it appeared on Earth. Moreover, he observed the skills of the beast, as long as he could firmly grasp this evolutionary route. Whether it is selling beasts or replicating and producing rare plant resources through beasts, it means that his son will not lack money and resources, and will definitely be able to go further on the path of a breeder. So what are your plans for this kind of beast control in the future? Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng with confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Looking at his son's clear and foolish eyes, Luo Yuheng rubbed his head. What I mean is, you want to hide the existence of this beast first, and use its skills to replicate and produce some precious plant resources, so as to make a fortune in silence. Or do you want to use this beast as a store sign and earn various resources by selling it? Luo Chen also knew how rare this beast was, and looked at Luo Yuheng with some entanglement. If this beast is revealed, will it have any impact on our family? No one knows a son better than his father. Luo Yuheng completely understands Luo Chen's concerns, which are nothing more than the kind of thing that makes one guilty of possessing a treasure. It's okay. As long as we control the quantity sold, your father, as a king-level beastmaster and soon to be the breeder of Haoyulan, still has some power. Seeing his father's confident look, Luo Chen put aside his worries and suggested with a smile. The Liang group is going to hold an auction of King Yun treasures soon. Why not use that as the debut for the Ruxiang Juan spirit rabbit? Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen, who was smiling like a little fox, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Boy, I'm afraid you have had this idea for a long time, right? In response, Luo Chen gave him an embarrassed smile. Luo Yang scratched his head. During the conversation between his father and brother just now, it seemed that his soft and fragrant rabbit had flown away. Isn't this rabbit mine? Seeing that the two of them didn't notice him, Luo Yang could only speak weakly. Luo Chen looked kindly at his 1.85-meter tall brother, who now looked like a pitiful little brother. Be good, I'll evolve a better one for you in a few days. Let me use this one first. Luo Yang turned to look at his mother, wanting her to speak for him. Who knew that Su Muking just patted his shoulder and said, listen to your brother. 3:1, Luo Yang was completely defeated, and in the end he could only watch the innocent and lovely Rosiang Wanling rabbit fall into the hands of his brother, the big devil. Chen Luo, there is a new beast in the store. Do you think it can be included in the King Yun treasure auction? Wei Yan's hung, broken wings, what kind of beast? What level is it now? Chen Luo, soft and fragrant spirit rabbit, a king of beasts, a beast that has not appeared so far, and now a 1-star spirit beast. Wei Yan's Hung, broken wings king beast species? That's fine, but I still need to come to the auction house to identify it in advance. Chen Luo, okay, then I'll go to the auction house tomorrow. Wei Yan's Hung, broken wings, I will be there to receive you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. After agreeing on a time with Wei Yan's Hung, Luo Chen put down the terminal in his hand. Just like yesterday, there were not many customers in the store today. Qingyang City was still under reconstruction, so this depressed scene was normal. However, many beast masters came today and took away the beasts they had kept in the store. Suddenly, the foster room in the store seemed much emptier. When closing the store at night, Luo Chen suddenly thought of a question. System, if the beast sent to us is sold at the auction house, the sales revenue should be counted as the store's, right? Host, are you talking about the soft and fragrant rabbit? Right. No, that beast was left in the store by a customer. It is not our own beast. Luo Chen then remembered that he had sold the Xinqiang rabbit to his younger brother in order to complete the task. My goodness, this is really a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Well, what if I buy this beast back? Luo Chen's mind suddenly lit up and he came up with a good idea. No, this system prohibits the repeated sale of a beast. Please run the store well and don't always think about speculation and taking advantage of loopholes. Well, the state of the beast was completely different when it was sold twice. It was a small ferocious beast at first, but now it is a spiritual beast. The system seemed to be stuck in some kind of state and responded after a while. After analysis by this system, it is suspected that the host took advantage of loopholes when the first sale was made. If the host insists that such behavior is reasonable, the system will take back the first mission reward as well. No, let's talk it over nicely. If it doesn't count, then it doesn't count. Under the threat of the system, Luo Chen wisely gave in. I just silently complained in my heart, saying that he was so smart and couldn't adapt at all. Luo Chen was a little dejected. It seemed that in this auction, Roxiangwan Spirit Rabbit could only make a name for the store, but could not complete the task of selling a spirit beast. Chapter 36. On the second day, Luo Chen came to the Chamber of Commerce building accompanied by Luo Yuheng. Last time he came to buy materials, this time he was treated as a guest in the reception room. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen did not stay in the reception room for long before Wei Yansheng and an energetic old man arrived. Master Luo! The old man exclaimed in surprise when he saw Luo Yuheng, looking very familiar with him. Luo Yuheng also recognized the person who came. Master Lu, what a coincidence that we meet here. Have you joined the Liang group? The visitor was none other than Lu Chenjiu, the chief examiner of Luo Chen's breeder assessment at the time. After listening to Luo Yuheng's words, Lu Chenjiu waved his hand and said, "No, they are short of manpower for the auction in recent days, so I was pulled in to serve as a soldier. I haven't congratulated you yet for successfully returning from the secret realm. Oh, let's not talk about it. Xiao Chen, this is Master Lu Chenjiu, come and meet him." Luo Yuheng called Luo Chen behind him to come and meet him. Master Lu, thank you for telling me about the secret realm last time. Luo Chen thanked Lu Chenjiu. An unnatural look flashed across Lu Chenjiu's face. Hey, it's just some news. It's not worthy of thanks. Wei Yansheng and the other three on the side finished talking, and then he embarrassedly urged, "It turns out that Master Lu and the young boss know each other. This is easy, but I am really busy now. Can you identify the beast first?" Seeing this, Luo Yuheng did not hesitate and took out the Roxiangwan spirit rabbit from the storage bracelet that could store living things and placed it on the table in the living room. Wei Yansheng looked at the rabbit on the table and always felt that this beast had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moreover, the crystals on its earlobes and paws were too similar to those of the Xinjiang rabbit. Luo Chen did not show any special expression. He just tried his best to use his innate eye of truth to check the information of Roxiang Wanling rabbit, while his hands kept writing on the paper. Wei Yanzheng at the side took out his business card and handed it to Luo Yuheng. You must be Master Luo Yuheng, I am the purchasing manager of Liang Group. If you have any rare beasts for sale in the future, you can contact me. Luo Yuheng took Wei Yunzhen's business card with a calm expression, thank you. I wonder if Master Luo is interested in becoming a consultant for our Liang Group. Wei Yanzheng continued after handing over the business card. Today, Luo Yuheng wore his breeder badge when he went out. Apparently, Wei Yanzheng tried to recruit him only after seeing his status as a 5-star breeder. But this was not the first time that Luo Yuheng heard about the recruitment of a powerful force, but he was not interested in these things at all, so he said coldly, no need, I don't want to be bound by the power. Seeing Luo Yuheng's firm attitude of refusal, Wei Yanzheng wisely did not pester him and stopped trying to recruit him. Top quality, top quality. Lu Chenjiu exclaimed in amazement after writing the information of soft fragrant rabbit on the paper. Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng smiled at each other. Wei Yanzheng hurried to Lu Chenjiu's side, took the paper in his hand and read it carefully. Master Luo, are you really selling this beast? Lu Chenjiu's tone was full of disbelief. He really couldn't understand why someone would be willing to sell a beast tamer of this level. Luo Yuheng's attitude towards Lu Chenjiu was obviously much gentler than his attitude towards Wei Yanzheng. He nodded affirmatively towards Lu Chenjiu. It's such a waste of resources. Lu Chenjiu didn't finish his words because he thought of a possibility and his pupil shrank. Since he was willing to sell it, it must not be an accidental acquisition. It must have a complete evolutionary route. Lu Chenjiu, who had figured it out, took a deep breath and said enviously, congratulations to Master Luo for making further progress in his ability as a breeder. Luo Yuheng smiled at him, without denying it or explaining to him that this was an idea evolved by Luo Chen. Because this was something the two of them had discussed in advance, to have Luo Yuheng, who was about to be promoted to Haoyu breeder, stand in front of the stage as a shield. Luo Chen actually hopes that this beautiful misunderstanding can last a little longer. Being able to take on the position of purchasing manager of Liang Group, Wei Yanzheng has good vision. After reading Soft and Fragrant Rabbit, his eyes lit up. If such a beast can't be put on the auction house for rare items, then there's no need to sell other things. Perhaps this beast could really be the final item to be auctioned. Wei Yanzheng suddenly had such an idea in his mind. However, the order of the items was decided after discussion by several bigwigs of the Liang Group. Now the order has been almost determined. Once this beast is delivered, I don't know whether they are willing to change the original order. Shaking his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Wei Yanzheng came to Luo Yuheng and asked carefully. I wonder if Master Luo has any requirements for the starting price of this product, or if it will be determined by our auction house. The time and materials consumed in cultivating this beast are extremely precious, so the starting price cannot be too low. Let's set it at 1 million spirit coins. And I have another request, when auctioning, I have to state that this beast is from Chenyang Pet Shop. Wei Yanzheng looked embarrassed. The starting price of 1 million seemed very reasonable to him, but the last request put him in a difficult situation. There has never been a precedent for advertising other stores at an auction, because rare items appear at the King Yun Treasures auction. On the one hand, it increases the selling price of the products, and on the other hand, it also enhances the reputation of the King Yun Treasures auction. These are two mutually reinforcing things. However, Luo Yuheng's request for advertising is obviously to use the King Yun Treasures auction as a springboard to attract traffic to his own store, which is obviously contrary to the interests of the auction itself. Master Luo, I need to ask the higher UPS for instructions on this. Luo Yuheng nodded and motioned Wei Yanzheng to go ahead. Wei Yanzheng left the reception room in a hurry. About half an hour later, Wei Yanzheng returned, but this time he looked full of confidence, and it was obvious that he had good communication with his boss. Master Luo, our auction house provides you with two options. The first is that our auction house will spend 8 million spirit coins to buy this beast. At the same time, we will advertise for Chenyang Pet Shop throughout the city for half a month. The second one is to explain the origin of the beast at the auction according to your request, but the commission for the final transaction will be increased to 7%. Which one do you choose? I choose the second one. Luo Yuheng did not hesitate and directly chose the second method. Advertising all over the city may look attractive, but it is meaningless. Chenyang Pet Shop will take the boutique route in the future. Qingyang City was originally a lower city, and the consumption capacity of the residents was limited. The goal of Chenyang Pet Shop was to spread its fame from Qingyang City, rather than limiting its fame to one city. For this auction, the Liang Group will definitely invite some people from the central city Liuyun City, so this beast will be sold at this auction. Seeing that Luo Yuheng was so determined and chose the second method without hesitation, Wei Yanzheng took out a contract with some regret. Master Luo, this is the auction contract. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it. After Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen looked at it carefully and found no problems, they signed their names neatly. I have to take this beast away first. You won't be able to take care of it if it stays here. I'll bring it back on the day of the auction. Luo Yuheng's behavior is very reasonable, because beasts are different from other auction items. If it is a more common beast, the auction house will be able to take good care of it if they know how to feed it. However, for some rare beasts, the auction house's breeders have no experience in taking care of them, which can easily cause the beasts to become poorly maintained or fall into a negative state. Therefore, it is allowed to bring living beasts to the auction day. Of course, if the seller changes his mind at the last minute and does not want to sell them, he will face a large amount of compensation. Therefore, the auction house will not prohibit such things, and even encourages such behavior, which is equivalent to reducing the manpower of the auction house. Even though he was very busy, Wei Yanzheng still personally sent Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng downstairs before going back to deal with his own affairs. Chapter 37. Chenyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen pushed 3 pieces of paper in front of Luo Yang and Qi Yan. Qi Yan lay on the ground, scratching his head in confusion with his furry paws, not understanding what Luo Chen meant. Red Flame Lion, Lava Giant Lion, Ice Flame Lion King. Luo Chen picked up each card, looked at it, and then read out the contents. Brother, is this the beast that Qi Yan can evolve into? Luo Yang's tone was 3 parts excited and 7 parts uncertain. Luo Chen clicked on the card of the Ice Flame Lion King. The materials to evolve into this beast are not sufficient. However, the materials for the Lava Lion are complete. If you agree, you can try to evolve it directly. If you want to evolve into a Red Flame Lion, you should go find your father. He has more experience in this area than I do. Luo Yang felt like he was hit by a huge surprise. He patted his head and forced himself to calm down. Brother, wait a moment while I look up information about these 3 beasts on the internet. As he spoke, Luo Yang took out his terminal and started searching impatiently. Luo Yang was mainly searching for the 2 types of beasts, Ice Flame Lion King and Lava Giant Lion. After all, on the first day he contracted Qi Yan, he knew that it would evolve into Crimson Flame Fire Lion in the future. Therefore, he was already very familiar with the basic information about the Red Flame Lion. Log into a software called Beast Taming Encyclopedia, which basically covers all the currently known beasts. I heard that the Huxia government is behind this software. However, apart from some common beast taming information, there are many other contents that can only be unlocked by paying. Luo Yang entered the 4 words Lava Lion into the search bar. The small wheel representing the search kept spinning and the results appeared after dozens of seconds. Sorry, no relevant information was found. There is no information, which means that the information of this kind of beast has not been recorded by Huxia officials. New species, these 3 words made Luo Yang's eyes light up, and he continued to look up the information of another beast, the Ice Flame Lion King. Similarly, a line of sorry, no relevant information was found appears on the terminal screen. It was learned that except for the Red Flame Lion, the other 2 beast tamers have not appeared or have never been officially included. Luo Yang is now feeling both happy and worried. He is happy that the beast master he evolved is special enough and can catch people off guard at some point in time. What is worrying is that without knowing the information of these 2 beast tamers, it is impossible to determine whether this beast tamer is really strong enough. It is also possible that after evolution, its performance may not even be as good as that of the Red Flame Lion. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yang set his sights on the card of Ice Flame Lion King. Judging from the name alone, this was most likely a king beast species. The king beast species does not have a bottleneck and does not provide enough resources to grow normally into a king beast. Although the Red Flame Fire Lion can also grow into a king beast, it is not a king beast species and will also encounter a bottleneck when it reaches the 9th star of the spirit beast. So from this point of view, the Red Flame Lion is completely inferior to the Ice Flame Lion King. Even if the skills are not strong, they should not be too bad. Luo Yang gritted his teeth and decided to go for it and take a gamble. Brother, let's go with the Ice Flame Lion King. The young man's voice was firm and resolute. What materials are missing? Luo Chen was not surprised at Luo Yang's choice, because if it were him, he would probably make the same choice. Maybe this is the gambling gene running in the Luo family. I've already bought the Ice Jade, and I'm still short of a portion of Ice Fire. Fire in ice is a general term for a type of flame, referring to the flame burning in ice. The ice spiritual flame, the falling snow white flame, the cold marrow spiritual fire, all belong to fire in ice. However, no matter which type of ice and fire it is a rare treasure for Qingyang City. This ice fire is not easy to find. How about choosing the lava lion to evolve? I feel that the lava lion may not be worse than the Ice Flame Lion King. Although he understood, as an outsider, Luo Chen still wanted to persuade him. Luo Yang smiled and said, Brother, give me a few days to look for it. If I can't find it, I will choose the lava lion. Luo Chen shrugged. Okay, this stubborn guy needs to be made to hit his head against the wall before he turns back. Well, it is also possible that you will hit the wall and not turn around, and will die on it. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Chen laughed softly. Luo Yang looked at Luo Chen, who suddenly laughed, with a suspicious expression on his face. Brother, what are you laughing at? Ahem, nothing much. Aren't you going to look for ice and fire? Why don't you hurry up and go? Okay. Luo Yang took Qi Yan's bracelet back from the side. You don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight. After saying this, Luo Yang's figure had disappeared around the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor. Looking at his hurried posture, it seemed that he would not give up until he visited all the shops selling materials in Qingyang City. The mission has been updated. Mission 1, sell a spiritual level beast, reward 100 points and 5 energy stones. Mission 2, make 3 beasts evolve, reward 200 points and a level 2 secret realm. Mission 3, sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and the system store items will be updated. The system's voice suddenly appeared, prompting Luo Chen that the task had been updated. There are no changes to Task 1 and Task 3, but the number of tamers required to evolve in Task 2 has changed. The rewards from the secret realm appeared again, and Luo Chen was very envious. Not only did the secret realm have its own unique beasts, but it could also be used as a breeding farm, experimental center, warehouse, etc. It was really useful. Unfortunately, his current level is too low. He can only see the evolutionary paths of ferocious beasts, but not those of spiritual beasts. Otherwise, he could have given those sea beasts a try. Today was also a day of slow business, but the performance of several beasts in the store had been greatly improved. The most expensive beast Frost Wolf was only a 4-star ferocious beast when it first arrived, but now it has reached a 6-star ferocious beast. How about raising beasts in our Chenyang pet shop? Both Xinjiang rabbits are now 3-star ferocious beasts. The electric rat has also reached the level of a 5-star ferocious beast. Luo Chen felt that if he couldn't sell the electric mouse, it would become a loss for him. However, he didn't want to sell the 5-star electric mouse at a low price. He would raise it for a while and evolve it when it reached a high enough level. It is just right for completing the task of system evolution and beast taming. In the next 2 days, only a few customers came sporadically to foster their beasts. The work of clearing the debris from the sea monster attack in Qingyang City has come to an end, and the new city wall on the east side has been completed. The city protecting air membrane, which symbolizes safety and protection, also covered the heads of the residents of Qingyang City again, giving them a full sense of security. It may be that there have been too many king-level beastmasters coming and going in Qingyang City recently, so the beastmasters in the secret realms near Qingyang City that have king-level beastmasters or who have already settled on Earth did not take the opportunity of the disappearance of the protective air membrane to attack the city. Overall, the post-war reconstruction process went very smoothly. June 25. The King Yun Treasures Auction, which can be regarded as a major event in Qingyang City, was held today. The location is still in the Chamber of Commerce building. King Yun Pavilion is closed today and all staff members need to serve the King Yun Treasures Auction. This time, there are not only distinguished guests from other lower cities who came through the teleportation array, but also some distinguished guests from the medium-sized city of Liuyun City. It can be said that this is the most grand King Yun Treasures Auction since its inception. Various rare beasts that were rarely seen in Qingyang City in the past were ridden by beastmasters of various spirit or king levels. In order to increase the popularity of the King Yun Treasures Auction, the Liang Group also broadcast today's auction items live on the big screen in Qingyang City. Moreover, a live broadcast room was simultaneously opened on the terminal's network to broadcast this grand event. It can be seen that if this auction is successful, the King Yun Treasures Auction will reach a higher level. In the past, king-level beast tamers were considered a rare top combat force in Qingyang City, but today, at least 20 or 30 of them were seen in the Chamber of Commerce building. Luo Chen's family of 4 came here on Su Muking's beast Hao UK. Fortunately, Hao UK passed the beast taming driving license test, so the family of 4 does not have to get stuck in traffic today. However, the air traffic was indeed quite congested. The closer to the Chamber of Commerce building, the more people there were. The various beasts that appeared along the way almost dazzled Luo Chen's eyes. Whenever he saw a beastmaster with a strange appearance, he would stare at the person's information for a while. By now he was feeling a little dizzy. So Luo Chen had to close his eyes and choose to curb his damn curiosity. Luo Chen closed his eyes and rested for half an hour before he heard Su Muking's gentle voice, "We're here." Luo Chen opened his eyes and found that they had arrived at the square in front of the Chamber of Commerce building, with various beasts parked nearby that served as mounts. However, judging from the situation outside, it seems that only customers with an invitation to the King Yun Treasures Auction can park in this square. The team entering the Chamber of Commerce building was also divided into 2 teams, one team should be customers with private rooms, and the other team should be customers in the lobby. Luo Chen's invitation letter was for a seat in the ordinary hall, but after deciding to auction the soft fragrance rabbit here, Wei Yanzheng gave Luo Yuheng an invitation to a private room, which allowed him to bring 5 people. So Luo Chen naturally followed Luo Yuheng's steps and entered the auction house through the VIP channel. Led by the receptionist, Luo Chen and his family came to the 9th floor of the Chamber of Commerce building, which was only open when the auction was held. Entering the box, I found it was decorated in a very stylish way, and all the facilities looked like they were worth a lot of money. One side of the box is made entirely of a special material, through which one can see outside and the lobby downstairs without any obstruction, but people outside cannot see clearly inside, thus ensuring the privacy of the guests. Moreover, with the size of 10 square meters, 5 people can sit in the room plus a table for snacks, and it doesn't seem crowded at all. As the time gradually approached 10 o'clock, the seats in the hall were gradually filled with people, and it could be said that every seat was occupied. Luo Chen silently estimated that there were nearly 3,000 people in the hall alone. You know, even those who stayed in the hall were the richest group in Qingyang City. Including the distinguished guests in the box, it is estimated that there are nearly 5,000 customers at today's auction. It is a rare event. Chapter 38. Ding ding. The doorbell of the box rang, and when it was opened, Wei Yanzheng appeared in front of the door. After seeing Luo Yuheng, he smiled and said, "The auction is about to start, and the beast can be handed over to the backstage now." This had been discussed beforehand, so Luo Yuheng naturally had no objection and readily handed over the soft fragrant rabbit to Wei Yanzheng. Not long after Wei Yanzheng left, with a dong sound that spread throughout the venue and attracted everyone's attention, someone walked up to the high platform at the front. "Welcome everyone to the King Yun Treasures auction. I am today's auctioneer, Liang Jingxi." A tall, intellectual, classical beauty stood on the stage, as if she had walked out of a painting. She looked at the guests below with a proper smile on her face. Today's auction has a total of 132 items, all of which are rare and exquisite. If you are interested, don't miss it. In the box of Luo Chen's family, Luo Yuheng saw the auctioneer clearly and spoke in surprise. The Liang family really takes this auction very seriously. Even the eldest daughter of the Liang family has shown up to be the auctioneer. Su Muking said calmly, "It's normal. I guess the Liang family wants to use this auction to return to Liuyun City." Luo Yuheng frowned and twitched the corners of his mouth. That might be a little difficult, but it should be possible to attract the attention of some of the upper echelons of Floating Cloud City. "Maybe," Su Muking said noncommittally. After a brief opening speech, the auction officially began. Our first lot is a 16-leaf Xianling grass. As we all know, the more branches and leaves a Xianling grass has, the more spiritual energy it can produce every day. The Xianling grass sold on the market today is rare, and even those that are sold mostly have 4 to 10 branches and leaves. And this Xianling grass should be considered the best among the best. When Liang Jingxi started to introduce, the curtain on the booth in front of her had been lifted, and a plant of Xianling grass with lush branches and leaves and full of green appeared in the glass display case. At the same time, the large screen behind the entire stand also displayed the Xianling grass in 360 degrees, and a 3-dimensional projection appeared on the table in the box. Luo Yuheng stretched out his finger and slid it on the 3-dimensional projection. Then the 3-dimensional model expanded or shrunk, or changed angle, along with his finger. It was very convenient. Luo Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the technological level of this world was at most similar to that of his previous life, but who knew that it had developed to this point? What's the feeling of suddenly changing from fantasy style to science fiction style? Liang Jingxi gave the customer some time to check the information about this Xianling grass, and then continued, "The starting price of this Xianling grass is 100,000 spirit coins, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit coins. Bidding starts now. You don't need to shout out your bid at the King Yun auction. You just need to enter your bid price on a tablet on the table in front of you, and the current highest bidder will be displayed on the big screen behind Liang Jingxi." The numbers on the big screen changed very quickly, and finally after a few minutes, the speed of change slowed down a little. The current highest bid is 450,000 spirit coins from customer number 132. Is there a higher bid? However, the number only paused for a moment, and even before Liang Jingxi finished his sentence, the number started to jump. 470,000 spirit coins. 480,000 spirit coins. 483,000 spirit coins. Looking at the soaring prices, the customers in the hall could only sigh in despair and silently put down the tablets in their hands. It was not that they did not have the financial resources to bid. If the price rises too much, they will consider whether it is worth it. For them, it is better to save the money and compete for the high-level beasts that will appear later, which can quickly improve their strength, rather than buying a long-term effective Xianling grass. 600,000 spirit coins, the guest in box 25 is offering. When the price reached a certain level, customers in the box also began to bid, and the atmosphere in the auction venue gradually became heated. Liang Jingxi smiled and looked at the guests in the audience. 600,000 spirit coins for the first time. The numbers on the big screen changed again. 620,000 spirit coins, box 17. This time, the price of Xianling grass reached its peak, and no customer made any bids afterwards. Then this Xianling grass belongs to the guest in box 17. Luo Chen blinked in the box. That Xianling grass should be the one he sold to Wei Yan's Hung. He bought it for 400,000 spirit coins at that time, but now he sold it for 620,000 spirit coins? It's not that I regret it. They spent a lot of money in the early stages to hold such an auction. I can only say that they deserve to make the money. The first lot was a success, and Liang Jingxi's cheeks were also slightly pink, making her even more charming. Let's start with the second lot. In the subsequent auction process, various products appeared. Most of them are spiritual beasts. Of course, those that appear at the King Yun Treasures auction are not ordinary ones. Most of them are either rare or have some attractive characteristics of their own. Most of them also bid high prices, but the appearance of these beasts made the guests in the hall very excited. However, when facing the guests in the boxes, they were a little cold and seldom participated in the bidding. Liang Jingxi glanced at the boxes with the earlier numbers. There had been no movement from the opening to now. It seemed that the products at the auction really could not attract their attention. The box where the He family is located is box number 2. The arrogant young man looked at the products being auctioned off the stage and said with some disdain, "The countryside is the countryside, such inferior products can also be brought to the auction. But this auctioneer is indeed okay. After the auction, ask the Liang family if they can offer someone to us. Maybe we can consider their request to open a store in Liaoyun City." At the end of his words, there was an obscene gleam in his eyes. He Lianjiao looked at He Liangshu who was talking nonsense in front of him, with a well-hidden disgust between his brows. The captain of the law enforcement team of Liaoyun City will soon come to move the secret realm. You'd better behave yourself recently to avoid leaving a bad impression. After hearing what He Lianjiao said, He Liangshu seemed to remember something and his expression became a little more restrained. "I'm not robbing you. It's something we both agreed to. How could it be reported to the law enforcement team?" He Lianjiao glanced at him and said calmly, "You'd better be. This guy always relies on the fact that he has a wild-level ancestor, a king-level father, and a genius brother to stir up trouble everywhere. Fortunately, he has some foresight and will not offend people with strong backgrounds, so most families indulge him. You'd better not provoke the mayor of Qingyang City. He is a member of the Feng family. What you said during the last siege has already made him unhappy." Speaking of this, He Liangshu's expression was completely indifferent. Even if he is a member of the Feng family, so what? I am still a member of the He family. His sister is Feng Manwu. In response to his indifference, He Lianjiao said calmly. "Feng Manwu again, ah? Feng Manwu? The wild-level beast master that the Feng family sent to support this time." He Lianjiao nodded. He Liangshu shrugged, "It's really troublesome, I'll just avoid him from now on." Although his grandfather and Feng Manwu were both wild-level beast masters, his grandfather only had one wild-level beast master, while Feng Manwu had two. Therefore, he classified Feng Manwu as one of the people who should not be provoked. The next lot is the 55th lot, the extremely cold spiritual flame. Chapter 39. The next lot is the 55th lot, the extremely cold spiritual flame. After hearing these words, Luo Yang, who had been listless, suddenly became energetic, like a puppy smelling the fragrance of food. His eyes brightened up. In the past 2 days, he ran almost all over Qingyang City but couldn't find ice fire. Unexpectedly, he found it at the auction. The energy contained in the extremely cold spiritual flame auction today has reached the peak of the spiritual level. It is a good choice whether it is for fire-type beasts to absorb, as a collection, or as a gift. The starting price is 100,000 spirit coins. As the voice fell, the price displayed on the big screen soared all the way. After the price reached 460,000 spirit coins, it began to rise slowly. The rarity of this item is similar to that of Xianling grass, but Xianling grass is a general auxiliary material, while this extremely cold spiritual flame is a disposable consumable material. Therefore, its value will be lower than materials such as Suanlinko that can be used for a long time. At this time, Su Muking also started to participate in the bidding under Luo Yang's whisper. The price increase each time is not much. After the highest price appears on the screen, the price is slowly increased by an additional 2,000 spirit coins. 523,000 spirit coins for the third time. Deal. Congratulations to the guest in box 50 for obtaining the extreme cold spirit flame. After Liang Jingxi uttered the word deal, Luo Yang's tense spirit relaxed and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, the extremely cold spirit flame was delivered to their box. Su Muking took out his gold card in a domineering manner and asked the waiter to swipe the card to pay. The extremely cold spiritual flame, a kind of fire in ice, is truly wrapped in a ball of ice, but it is only the size of a palm. Through the half-meter square ice block, you can see it slowly fluctuating in it. It really looks like a flame burning quietly with ice as fuel. Luo Chen could feel that the temperature had been dropping rapidly since the extremely cold spiritual flame entered the box. It was obvious that this was not something that the ice that wrapped the extremely cold spiritual flame could do. This feeling of dropping temperature disappeared only after Luo Yang put the extremely cold spiritual flame back into the storage bracelet. The following lots are becoming more and more valuable. Many of them are spirit beasts that have the opportunity to be promoted to king beasts, attracting many customers. Kangxulinja, crystal butterfly, cloud tit, and so on. Luo Chen was even interested in several of the beasts and wanted to buy them to study. Because these beasts seem to be very rare in Qingyang City, they are relatively rare. I don't know how the Liang group got them. Luo Chen also saw how much the price of a high-level spiritual beast was generally. Just like the Kangxulinja that looks like both a tiger and a lion, its current level is a 7-star spirit beast, and its appearance is also in line with human aesthetics. It was finally sold for 1.35 million spirit coins. Crystal Butterfly has a beautiful and dreamy appearance, and is an 8-star spiritual beast. However, its skills are more auxiliary, so its price is not as high as the previous Kangxulinja, and it was sold for only 1.275 million spiritual coins. Clouded Tit is the third to last lot, and it is also the most valuable lot that has appeared so far today. A true king beast species. Although its current rank is only 3-star spiritual beast, if this beast is given to the younger generation in the family, or a contract is made with a spiritual level beast master, and it is trained well, a king level beast master will surely emerge. Therefore, its bidding price kept soaring, and even the people in the first few boxes couldn't help but bid. In the end, it was bought by the Qin family of Liuyun City in box number 3 for 3.45 million spirit coins. We have 2 lots left. For those of you who have not bid today, you must not miss the next 2 lots. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised. I will not introduce the second to last lot, which is also known as the finale, in detail. Please look at the big screen. Liang Jingxi walked to the side, fully displaying the view of the big screen behind her, and then a text introduction appeared on the big screen. Race, soft and fragrant rabbit, King level species. Level, Spirit Beast 1 star. Department, Life Science. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1 Soft Fragrance, Xian level. The soft fragrance spontaneously released by the soft fragrance rabbit can calm the mind, and smelling it for a long time can enhance the resistance to mental attack skills. 2 Familiar Spirit, Earth level. The soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit anchors 3 plants as its own familiar spirit. As long as it consumes enough energy, it can replicate the familiar spirit. Familiar spirits have no reproductive ability and cannot be divided. The energy level of the familiar spirit cannot be too different from that of the soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit. 3 Life Crystal, Xian level. The soft fragrant rabbit consumes energy to condense the life crystal. The life crystal contains rich life energy. Swallowing it can continuously produce a healing effect for the beast. It's basically the same information as the Eye of Truth, but they just removed the status column. Another king beast species. Why are king beast species like cabbages in today's auction? This is the second one. This one is even lower in rank than the previous one. Why is it ranked lower than the cloud tit? That's right. The cloud sparrow at least has some attack skills, but this one is worse. It only has auxiliary skills and can't even protect itself. Well, man, this is an excellent king beast species. Not only does it advance quickly, but it is also easy to learn other skills from it. If you don't know how to use offensive skills, just learn them. Similar remarks are heard frequently. In box number 3, Qin Zhou and other members of the Qin family were sitting in the box. After reading the skill introduction of soft and fragrant spirit rabbit, Qin Zhou's breathing became heavy. A boy next to him who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old saw Qin Zhou's excitement and asked in confusion, "Second uncle, what's so special about this beast?" "Xiao Mu, let me ask you how much the longyang grass in your family is worth." The young man thought it was his uncle testing him. 1 plant is worth 2 million spirit coins, and there is still no market for it. Qin Zhou nodded, "You are right, the yield of longyang grass is scarce. If we have this soft fragrant rabbit, the family's longyang grass may not have to worry about the yield in the future." The young man turned back and carefully read the skill introduction of soft fragrant rabbit, then he murmured belatedly, "So that's it." Qin Zhou stared eagerly at the Rose Yangwan spirit rabbit that appeared on the exhibition stand, wishing he could go down and snatch it right away. He didn't know how others evaluated the value of this beast, but to him, the value of this soft and fragrant rabbit was even higher than the mermaid obtained during this trip to the secret realm. Longyang grass is their family's special beast taming material, the most critical material for upgrading to a king beast. They may even be able to use it to cultivate a king beast with a higher concentration of dragon blood, and the family will therefore enter a period of vigorous development. There may still be some people in the hall who have not realized the true value of Rose Yangwan Ling rabbit, but everyone in the box has reacted. Just waiting for Liang Jingxi to say start bidding. Liang Jingxi estimated that everyone had finished reading the information about soft and fragrant rabbit before she walked onto the stage with graceful steps. This beast comes from Chenyang Pet Shop in Qingyang City. Liang Jingxi's eyes moved and he suddenly said this. Regardless of what the people in the hall and the box thought after hearing this, she continued. The starting price of the soft fragrant rabbit is 1 million spirit coins, and each bid cannot be less than 10,000 spirit coins. The bidding begins now. Qin Zhou in box number 3 had been waiting for her to say this for a long time, so as soon as Liang Jingxi finished speaking, he had already entered a number on the tablet. 5 million spirit coins, box number 3. Chapter 40. 5 million spirit coins, box number 3. This should be the fastest price surge in this auction, with the auction starting at 5 times the reserve price. But this is just the beginning. 8 million spirit coins, box number 1. The price jumped drastically again, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the venue. The cloud sparrow, which is also a king beast species, is at a higher level than the soft and fragrant rabbit, but it was only auctioned for 3.14 million or 3.15 million spirit coins. The auction of Rose Yangwan Spirit Rabbit had just begun when the guests in the front row seats at the top started bidding for it. Now, even those who were sitting in the hall and didn't know the true value of soft fragrant rabbit could smell a hint of something unusual. But even if they understand it now, this price is enough to discourage most people. 8,200,000 spirit coins, box number 2. The competition was limited to boxes 1 to 3, and other competitors knew the identities of the people in the boxes in advance, so they wisely chose not to bid. 8.5 million spirit coins, box number 3. Qin Zhou frowned, feeling that he was in some trouble. Although he was a king level 7-star beastmaster and had a lot of say in the family, the amount of money he could use at one time was only limited to 15 million spirit coins. Moreover, they had already purchased the king beast species Cloud Sparrow, and now they could spend only more than 10 million spirit coins. Now they were afraid that the other two families were also determined to get this beast. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said, "Qin Mu, contact your grandfather quickly and send him the information about this beast." 9.5 million spirit coins, box number 9. Originally, it was a competition among the three major families in Liuyun City, but suddenly, a mysterious box number 9 appeared. Qin Zhou just frowned and started entering numbers on the tablet again. 9,500,000 spirit coins, box number 3. This time, Qin Zhou decided to increase the amount little by little, just to delay time and give Qin Fuzhong, the Qin family's wild-level beastmaster outside Qingyang City, time to arrive. 9,520,000 spirit coins, box number 1. Box number 1 only increased by 10,000 spirit coins. Thinking of a certain possibility, Qin Zhou not only cursed. "FK, the Feng family and I are going together. 10 million spirit coins, box number 2. He Lianjai still looked elegant and dignified, but what he was thinking in his heart was that in terms of financial strength, his He family was not inferior to the other two families. When the other two families wanted to add little by little to delay time, He Lianjai was thinking about using the financial resources he could control to crush the other two families and get the beast in his own hands. When Qin Zhou saw the numbers on the big screen, he couldn't help but slam the table. This black-hearted boy from the He family. After Liang Jingxi confirmed the price twice and was about to confirm it for the third time, she sent out the number that had been entered on the tablet. 1,100,000 spirit coins, box number 3. Hey! He Liangxi snatched the tablet from He Lianjai's hand, and directly entered a string of capital numbers. 1,100 and 100 spirit coins, box number 2. The extra 10,000 at the end seemed like a provocation. Qin Zhou had never been so sensitive that he felt that the 0 and 10,000 were a mockery of himself, which caused his Feng Zhang face to darken further and further. There was no other way, so he could only hold his nose and raise the price again, 1,100 and 2,000. 1,02,100,000, box number 2. The price of box number 2 was increased very quickly each time, as if saying to Qin Zhou, "Is that it?" Boom! A heart-pounding aura descended upon the auction venue. "I heard that there are some good things in this auction. Can I ask for an invitation?" Everyone looked towards the direction where the sound came from, only to find that at some point, a strong middle-aged man riding an armored lion appeared at the entrance of the venue. He was one of the 3 people who came to support when Qingyang City was attacked by the mermaid who calls the tide that day. Liang Qiu, the current head of the Liang group, was sitting in box number 9, happily watching the competition among the 3 major families. However, when he saw the figure of the burly man, his face suddenly became distorted. It was really exciting. But he immediately calmed down and walked out of the box. "The arrival of Lord Qin really brings honor to my humble place. Please come and see me." Every step taken by the lion under Qin Fuzhong seemed to be stepping on the hearts and minds of everyone in the hall. Everyone could even hear the boom boom of its heartbeat. That's good. After all, I'm here uninvited. I'll just stay here. Let's continue the auction. The armored lion stopped at a position closer to the platform in front, and Liang Qiu had no choice but to stand beside it with a smile. After receiving Liang Qiu's signal, Liang Jingxi was about to continue the auction process when another inappropriate voice sounded. Since Qin Fuzhong is able to participate in this auction halfway, Patriarch Liang doesn't mind having 2 more of us, right? There were 2 more figures at the entrance of the auction house, 1 old and 1 young, 1 man and 1 woman. They are also the remaining 2 of the 3 people who came to support the battle to defend Qingyang City. Facing a big boss of the wilderness rank, what could Liang Qiu do? His face, which already had many wrinkles, was now almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. Of course you can. Old man he, why are you everywhere? Being disrespectfully addressed as Old man he, the man was not angry at all. He continued to smile and said, "This world is so big, you should always allow someone to walk the same path with you." Tisk. Qin Fuzhong glanced at him disdainfully, then said, "I offer 15 million spirit coins." "I offer 18 million spirit coins." Old man he said lightly. "FK, you old man, you haven't taken out all your pension, have you?" Qin Fuzhong complained in a slightly vulgar manner. As soon as he said this, even the smiling old man he's expression cracked a little. "It's just a little money, it won't cost me my pension." I don't know why he emphasized the word pension. "Oh, that's good. If you use your pension to buy this beast, your descendants will be miserable if they are unfilial and end up living on the streets." Qin Fuzhong seemed to be giving advice with good intentions, but every word he said was secretly cursing the He family for their bad family traditions. He Song, also known as Old Man He, finally couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, "Qin Fuzhong, if you have the ability, just use your financial resources to speak directly, and don't talk endlessly like a gossipy woman." "Tisk, I'm thinking about you, why are you still angry?" Okay, I'll offer 20 million. Feng Manwu, who had been silent the whole time, seemed not to notice the undercurrent between the 2 of them. She just said coldly, "On behalf of the Feng family, I bid 21 million. Hearing that Feng Manwu had also joined the bidding, Qin Fuzhong showed a trace of helplessness on his face. "Big sister, this is just a king beast, there is no need to raise the price so high. Brother really likes this beast, how about you give it to brother?" Feng Manwu looked at Qin Fuzhong, who was acting like a drama queen, with no change in expression. "I'm sorry, I also like this beast, but I still want to try it with my financial resources." Looking at the 2 people who were uncooperative, Qin Fuzhong finally showed some helplessness on his face. The family did have some financial difficulties recently, and it was difficult to directly take out 20 million spirit coins. "Okay, I won't compete with you guys anymore. I'll just offer the highest price I can, 15 million spirit coins plus a king-level beast, the red blood dragon Cypress. If you can offer a higher price, I will withdraw from the competition." Qin Fuzhong's words shocked everyone in boxes 1 to 3. Even the 2 people next to him could hardly control their expressions. The Qin family is really bold. They can even trade out the special beasts in the family. My He family is withdrawing. Old man He regained his smiling expression, but his trembling eyebrows showed that he was not in a calm mood. Feng Manwu also shook her head. Unlike Qin Fuzhong of the Qin family, there was more than one wild-level beast master in the Feng family. She did not have much autonomy over the family's beast masters or funds, so she took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Although he felt very painful about the price he paid, Qin Fuzhong showed a look of relief on his face after hearing that both of them had withdrawn from the competition. As long as he could capture this soft and fragrant rabbit, he thought it would all be worth it. He looked at the auctioneer Liang Jingxi on the stage, somewhat dissatisfied with her days. "Little girl, didn't you hear that they all withdrew from the competition?" Why don't you announce the result quickly? Liang Jingxi, who had just come to her senses after being reminded, pounded the stage 3 times and said, "Then this gentle and fragrant rabbit was successfully photographed by this gentleman." Chapter 41. The 3 families in the first 3 boxes had already walked down early during the bidding between the 3 big guys and came to the center of the hall. Seeing that Qin Fu Zhong had auctioned off the Rose Yangwan spirit rabbit, Qin Zhou was now both happy and heartbroken. The good news is that with the addition of Rose Yangwan Ling rabbit, maybe it will be able to change the current predicament of the family. What was heartbreaking was naturally the red blood dragon Cypress, the family's beast that was never allowed to leave the family. One of them was actually traded away as a bargaining chip. When paying by credit card, King Yun Treasure's auction house will deduct a commission of 1.05 million spirit coins from the 15 million spirit coins, and the rest will be transferred to the terminal left by Luo Yuheng in advance. As for the king-level beast red blood dragon Cypress that Qin Fu Zhong mentioned, King Yun Treasure's auction house wisely did not mention the matter of taking a commission. I wonder if you can contact the seller? There are many things to pay attention to when cultivating this red-blooded dragon Cypress. I need to explain it to the seller in person. Qin Fu Zhong watched Qin Zhou swipe his card and pay the spiritual coins before asking casually. But even if it was just a casual question, Liang Qiu could directly feel the unquestionable nature of it, for the reputation of King Yun Treasure's auction house. Liang Qiu was still under tremendous pressure. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He answered carefully. In order to protect the privacy of the seller, we have to ask the seller for his or her opinion. However, he thought that the seller had taken the initiative to advertise at the auction house and would not hide his identity. He did this just to gain favor in front of the seller. He thought that Qin Fu Zhong, who seemed carefree, would not be angry about this. When saying this, Liang Qiu had already gone through many thoughts in his mind. After making sure that he was sure to make a profit, he straightened his shoulders slightly and relaxed a little. Okay, contact him quickly. As Liang Qiu expected, Qin Fu Zhong did not care. After receiving a signal from his boss, Wei Yanzheng sent the message early. After receiving a confirmation reply, he walked up and whispered a few words in his boss' ear. After hearing this, Liang Qiu's face showed a look of relief. Master Qin, the seller has agreed. Should we go directly to our reception room now? Or should we wait until the last beast is auctioned off? Qin Fuzhong, who was holding the soft fragrant rabbit in his arms, was in a particularly good mood. He asked, "What is the last beast? Is it more precious than this rabbit?" Hearing this, Feng Manwu and Hisong on the side both paid some attention, and were obviously looking forward to what the last beast would be. Well, the last one is a 2-star king-level red flame fire lion. Liang Qiu's face was a little embarrassed. If he had known earlier, he would have let soft and fragrant rabbit be the last item to be auctioned. The price of the auction is now enough to buy several king-level red flame lions. It is indeed a bit embarrassing now. Qin Fuzhong's expression was indifferent when he heard Liang Qiu's answer. Oh, then let's go directly to the reception room now. Although there is no direct evaluation of the value of the last beast, this attitude of ignoring is the best evaluation. Liang Qiu had no choice but to respond with a smile. He turned and looked at the other 2 masters, thinking that they were probably not interested in the last beast master either. My lords, we have prepared a VIP room for you too. If you don't want to stay here, you can go and have a rest first. Old man Hisong said with a smile, we are together with this Lord Qin. Wherever he goes, we will go there too. Don't worry about us. Although Feng Manwu didn't show any expression, she didn't say anything against it, which naturally meant she agreed. But Qin Fuzhong was not happy about it. Who is with an old man like you? We have nothing to do with each other. Stay away from me. Hisong kindly reminded, when carrying out tasks assigned by the law enforcement team, leaving one's post without permission is not a minor crime. Qin Fuzhong's face darkened, and his tone became somewhat hostile. Aren't you two the same as me? You also left the entrance to the secret realm. Hearing his rebuttal, He-song shook his head and said, we left the secret realm to find the first teammate to leave his post, and we each left a beast to guard there, so we can sense the edge of the secret realm at the first time. As he spoke, He-song glanced at the armored lion he was sitting on, the beast named Earth-Shaking Armored Lion. It's indeed different from you. Qin Fuzhong's expression changed again and again, but now he had the handle in the hands of this old man, so he could only speak, okay, the three of us will go, and let your younger generation stay wherever it's cool. Old man, he didn't mind his bad attitude at all. He waved to He Lianjiu, He Liangshu, and others around him, signaling them to leave. Feng Manwu didn't need to say anything, the Feng family members behind her left on their own accord. Qin Fuzhong's expression softened a little. When the law enforcement officer comes, you'd better keep your mouth shut. He-song's smiling expression seemed to be engraved on his face, his eyes narrowed into slits, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. Of course, I have never been a talkative person. Humph. A light snort expressed Qin Fuzhong's inner distrust. Liang Qiu, who had been standing aside for a long time, saw that their argument had finally ended, and then he carefully led the way for them. The VIP room was just upstairs from the auction house, and they soon arrived at their destination. There were only 3 people in the VIP room at this time, Luo Chen, Luo Yuheng, and Wei Yanzheng, who were accompanying them. Liang Qiu gave a brief introduction, emphasizing the identities of the 3 people as wild-level beast masters. To prevent Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen from offending important people, Luo Chen was a little sad. He was just a rookie in the first realm, ferocious beast realm, but now he could meet a big shot in the 4th realm, wild realm. From this perspective, there is nothing special about these big shots. Apart from the fact that they look particularly energetic and there seems to be an invisible vibration around them, they are not much different from normal people. While Luo Chen was absent, everyone had already taken their seats. Master Luo, I wonder if this soft fragrant rabbit is a beast of a new evolutionary route that you researched, or was it discovered by chance in the wild? After sitting down, He-song asked directly. I, Luo, have discovered a new evolutionary route by chance recently. However, the evolutionary materials are hard to come by and it took a long time, so I have only managed to evolve one. Even though he was facing 3 wild-level beast masters, Luo Yuheng's answer was still neither humble nor arrogant, because in Daxia, the status of a breeder is still very honorable. The Animal Breeders Association is notoriously protective of its own people. If a serious animal breeder dies, there will definitely be people at the top who will investigate the cause of death. Moreover, they will even use beast tamers that can travel back in time to investigate. Don't doubt the financial resources and background of the Breeder Association. Qin Fuzhong smiled cheerfully. The beast itself is a treasure, so it is understandable that the breeding process is difficult. Luo Yuheng smiled at Qin Fuzhong. Feng Manwu's clear and pleasant voice rang out, I wonder if this beast can evolve into another one. If I know what materials are needed, maybe I can find a way. Luo Yuheng tapped the table with his fingers regularly. Master Feng also wants to buy a Ruxiang Juan spirit rabbit. Feng Manwu nodded. Master Luo, if you have any requests, you can mention them. Originally, we don't allow beast taming reservations in our store, but the 3 adults still have to give us face in person. 20 million spirit coins, plus several hard-to-find materials, will be provided by the adults. I will make an exception here. However, the species of the beasts can remain consistent, but their qualifications cannot be determined. If the 3 adults can agree, shall we sign the contract now? After Luo Yuheng said this, he looked at the reactions of the 3 people opposite him. This price was naturally determined after Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng discussed it after the auction. It was not very cheap, but it was within their acceptable range. After thinking for a while, Feng Manwu spoke first. Okay, I accept this condition. Then our Chen Yang pet shop will reserve the next soft fragrant rabbit for Lord Feng. Seeing that Feng Manwu agreed, He Song also agreed to this condition. Finally, even though he had already obtained a Rose Yang Wan spirit rabbit, Qin Fu Zhong still asked to reserve another one, but he still had some foresight and stayed last. This would reserve a lot of time for the family to raise spirit coins, and also allow them to verify the effect of the soft fragrant spirit rabbit in their hands in advance. If it is not worth it, they could just use the excuse that they cannot find the corresponding materials to invalidate the treaty. After signing a treaty with each company and leaving contact information, everyone's faces showed some sincerity. The contract has been signed, and the beast has been reserved. You two can go now, right? Do you want to stay and spy on the secrets of my beast? After the contract was signed, Qin Fu Zhong immediately started to chase the people away. The other two did not stay long and left the VIP room after Qin Fu Zhong finished speaking. Liang Qiu, who left last, even considerately closed the double doors made of fragrant wood. Qin Fu Zhong's face showed a look of pain and reluctance. He said to Luo Yuheng like an old father who had entrusted his daughter to someone else. Master Luo, next is the other part of the reward for today's auction, our Qin family's signature beast, the red blood dragon Cypress. You must take good care of it. Chapter 42. A bright red plant appeared in front of Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng. This plant is bright red from its branches to its leaves, but the color of the branches and leaves is darker than the main trunk. Compared to its tiny branches and leaves, its trunk is very wide, and there seem to be strange protrusions on the main trunk which serves as the base, as if some reliefs were carved on it. Luo Chen looked around and saw that the relief vaguely looked like a swimming dragon. No wonder this beast was called the red blood dragon Cypress. However, his realm is too low, and the Eye of Truth cannot check some information about red blood dragon Cypress. Qin Fu Zhong was still watching here, and he needed to maintain his stable personality, so Luo Chen forced himself to suppress his curiosity. Similarly, Luo Yuheng was also attracted by the beast in front of him, but unlike Luo Chen, he obviously saw more information from the beast in front of him. But after watching for a while, his face showed some doubts. Luo Chen only heard Luo Yuheng ask Qin Fu Zhong, Master Qin, is this beast lacking a lot of necessary resources to feed it? How can it be in a state of lacking dragon energy nourishment? Qin Fu Zhong had a trace of worry on his face, and he sighed before saying, this is what I want to tell you about the things you need to pay attention to. The growth of the red blood dragon Cypress must be nourished by sufficient dragon energy, otherwise its growth will stagnate, and it may even regress or eventually die. In our family, there is a kind of longyang grass with very low yield, which can provide the dragon energy needed for the growth of the red blood dragon Cypress, but the yield is extremely low. But I am in charge, and I can allocate 5 pieces from the family every month to ensure that the level of the red blood dragon Cypress will not fall. After hearing what he said, Luo Yuheng finally understood why Qin Fu Zhong was willing to sacrifice the bloodline of the family's guardian beast to get this soft and fragrant rabbit. In that case, thank you very much, Lord Qin. However, now that the Ruxiang Juan spirit rabbit has arrived at the Qin family, I believe that the longyang grass will not be too scarce in the future. After hearing Luo Yuheng's words that sounded like a promise, Qin Fu Zhong's face showed a little more joy. Haha, if it's really as you said, I will take the initiative to give you a few more leaves of longyang grass every month. Over the next period of time, Qin Fu Zhong and Luo Yuheng carefully discussed some matters that should be paid attention to during the daily growth of red blood dragon Cypress. Finally, because he was in a hurry to go back to guard the secret realm, he took a reluctant look at the red blood dragon Cypress and left the VIP room resolutely. After Qin Fu Zhong left, Luo Chen finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and urged to ask for information about red blood dragon Cypress. Race: red blood dragon Cypress. Level: King Beast 3 stars. Category: Wood, Martial. Status: Weak, lack of dragon energy, dormant. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1 Blood Dragon Shadow, Earth level. The Blood Dragon relief on the body of the red Blood Dragon Cypress consumes a large amount of blood and energy and can briefly break away from the body to engage in combat. 2 Blood Encouragement, Xian level. The red Blood Dragon Cypress boils its own blood and energy, increasing its combat power in a short period of time. 3 Qi and Blood Conversion, Xian level. During a battle, the red Blood Dragon Cypress can absorb the blood in the field, temporarily enhancing its own combat power. At the same time, it can use the collected Qi and blood to perform other skills. 4 Blood Barrier, Xian level. The red Blood Dragon Cypress uses its blood to transform into a solid shield to protect its own body. 5 Dragon Might, Earth level. The red Blood Dragon Cypress consumes the dragon energy in its body to generate Dragon Might, which deters the same level or lower level, weakening the target's skill strength, and will also have a certain impact on beasts with higher realms than itself. After listening to Luo Yuheng's retelling, Luo Chen's expression became somewhat indescribable. This Beastmaster is obviously a combat-oriented one, and judging from Qin Fu Zhong's confident speech just now, it seems that he has a strong combat capability. But the shortcomings are now too obvious. That is, he cannot get enough nourishment from the dragon energy. Not only can he not exert his full combat power, but his current growth is also restricted. The auction was over, but compared to the fierce competition for the second to last item, the bidding for the last item, Red Flame Lion, seemed a bit sloppy. In the end, it was only sold for nearly 5 million spirit coins, which was not a very high price. However, these naturally have nothing to do with Luo Chen, who has already returned home. The most difficult materials for Xian's evolution have been found, so it is natural for it to start its long-awaited evolution. At night, the moon is bright in the sky. Chenyang Pet Shop. Looking at Luo Yang and Xian opposite him, Luo Chen's expression was very serious. Are you ready? Perhaps Luo Chen's expression was too serious. Luo Yang couldn't help but feel a little more uneasy in his heart. He said tentatively, "Brother, how about I make some more preparations?" Luo Chen looked at him speechlessly. "It's not you who evolved, you don't need to prepare, I'm asking Qi Yan." Qi Yan looked at Luo Chen with innocent eyes, then nodded. His serious look was so endearing. Luo Yuheng, the caretaker, stood nearby, watching their conversation with great interest and smiled silently. "Okay, Qi Yan, you go into this breeding room." Luo Chen pointed to the breeding room behind him, which was surrounded by some special transparent material. After Qi Yan had crawled around in the breeding room, Luo Chen took out the 2 materials needed for its evolution, the extremely cold spiritual flame and the ice jade. Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng, who had been acting as a transparent man beside him. "Dad, it's up to you now. You need to use your mental power to refine the ice jade hammer into liquid." Then the extremely cold spiritual flame was divided into 5 parts, each of which was wrapped in liquid melted from the ice jade. Wait until the ice jade is burned back into jade by the extremely cold spiritual flame, and then let Qi Yan swallow it. The whole process seems very simple, but each step is a great test for the breeder, requiring the breeder to have a strong control over his or her own mental strength. Only then can the ice jade be successfully melted into liquid, and then the ice spiritual flame can be divided into 5 parts. This will test the resilience of the breeder's mental strength. If the strength is not enough, it will be easy to be injured by the extremely cold spiritual flame. Luo Yuheng is worthy of being a 5-star breeder and has perfectly replicated Luo Chen's requirements. Looking at the finished product floating in the air like an ice crystal jade ball, and to the naked eye, each grain is basically the same size, about the same size as the glass marbles I played with when I was a child. However, the miniature version of the extremely cold spiritual flame inside kept beating, but the cold air it brought was locked inside by a layer of ice jade outside. "Qi Yan, swallow one first." After hearing Luo Chen's arrangement, Qi Yan first looked at Luo Yang, and when he nodded, he swallowed one of the ice crystal jade pills without hesitation. Qi Yan tilted his head, the cool feeling was quite good. After a while, special changes appeared on Qi Yan's body. Its originally deep red skin suddenly turned white, and even the flamboyant red mane next to its head suddenly turned white from the roots. However, this change only lasted for a moment, and the mane soon turned back to red. At this time, Luo Chen and the other two were standing outside the cultivation room. Luo Chen shouted to Qi Yan inside, "Qi Yan, take another ice crystal jade pill." Qi Yan obediently swallowed another one. This time, the changes on its body seemed to have follow-up power, and large areas of its skin turned snow-white. About 10 minutes later, Luo Chen asked it to swallow the third ice crystal jade pill. It was like a large army approaching. Qi Yan's body had turned completely snow-white, but this white had a distinct layering feeling. Luo Chen then let Qi Yan swallow the fourth one. This time, light blue dots appeared on its body, dotted on its white jade skin. The fifth and final one, a faint blue flame suddenly emerged from its head. It opened its mouth, and then a blue flame emitting a low-temperature flame emerged. It was so scared that it immediately closed its mouth, and then ice blue flames would occasionally emerge from all over its body. Finally, it was the tail. Unlike other parts of the body where flames only appeared from time to time, the extremely cold spiritual flame continued to burn on Qi Yan's tail as if it would never go out. The tail also turned completely blue. After eating the last one, Luo Chen confirmed that its evolution was complete, because Luo Chen had used the Eye of Truth to see all the information after its evolution. Chapter 43. Race: Ice Flame Lion King, King of Beasts. Level: Spirit Beast 1 star. Type: Fire, Ice. Status: Confused. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1 Ice Flame. Xian level: The Ice Flame Lion King controls the fire in the ice that emits low temperature. This allows it to have the characteristics of continuous burning fire and can also use extreme low temperatures to cause damage to the target. 2 Ice and Fire spreading across the prairie. Earth level: The Ice Flame Lion King controls the extremely cold spiritual flame in his possession, which quickly spreads out in all directions with himself as the center. Wherever the ice and fire pass, they are all frozen. 3 Flame, Yellow level: The Ice Flame Lion King can inhale and spit out or attach ice flames to its claws to cause damage to the target. 4 Stream Flame Bomb, Xian level: gathers ice flames to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 5 Ice Flame True Body, Xian level: consumes a large amount of ice flame energy in the body and summons a flame true body that is twice the size of itself. 6 Fire Devourer, Earth level: The Ice Flame Lion King can enhance the strength of itself and its skills by devouring different types of ice and fire. Luo Chen simply couldn't believe that a beast master who had just been promoted to a spirit beast could possess 6 skills, 2 of which were Earth level, even though one of them was only a passive skill like fire devouring. Normally speaking, it's not impossible for a spirit beast to have so many skills, but that's usually only the beast tamers that have stayed in the spirit beast realm for many years and have no hope of advancement, so they'll spend more time learning skills to find hope for a breakthrough. However, it is rare for a beast tamer to be able to add 3 new racial skills directly after evolution. Most of them add new effects or mutations based on the original skills. This beast is pretty good. Luo Yuheng had obviously also seen the skill introduction of the Ice Flame Lion King and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although Luo Yang still doesn't know the specific situation of the Ice Flame Lion King, when he saw the amazement on Luo Chen's face and heard Luo Yuheng's praise, he knew that he had made the right bet this time. The next moment, the feedback of Qi Yan evolving into a spiritual beast came to him. A layer of blue flame suddenly and strangely appeared on his body, but it did not cause any harm, as if it was an illusion. Considering his talent as a beast master and his inherited abilities, the Ice Flame Lion King has not yet mastered his own skills, and this kid may also lose control of his skills. Luo Yuheng quickly opened the door of the breeding room and decisively threw Luo Yang in. When will you two learn to control the power in your bodies? I will let you out. Having said that, he locked the door of the breeding room without hesitation. If other beast masters were promoted to spirit beasts, it is possible that only their physical fitness, reaction ability, and the energy level in their bodies would be improved. Luo Yang is able to inherit the skills of the beast, so the various changes in Qi Yan may also happen to him. Before you can control your own strength, it is better not to come out and harm others. It's getting late, Xiao Chen, let's go back and rest first. Luo Chen looked into the cultivation room, and saw Luo Yang with a faint blue flame above his head. He tapped the glass gently. Brother, you should reform yourself in there. I will come to see you tomorrow. The two brothers looked at each other through the glass window, and it really felt like they were visiting a prisoner. However, after hearing Luo Chen's words, the depressed look on Luo Yang's face was almost solidified. Brother, do you want to play like this? Haha, you should hurry up and get familiar with your own strength. We will come back to see you tomorrow morning. After saying that, Luo Chen followed Luo Yuhang downstairs and went home. As for the problem of sleeping at night, as a Turan-level beast master, it would not be a problem for him to not sleep for a night. Luo Yang and Xian, who stayed in the cultivation room, looked at each other. Luo Yang sighed and said, take control of your own power, or you won't be able to get out tomorrow morning. After saying that, Luo Yang closed his eyes, felt the energy flowing throughout his body, and tried to control it. After this feedback, he, who was able to inherit the power of taming beasts, also knew the various skills that Qi Yan now had. After a while, a fist-sized ice blue fireball emerged from his body and smashed into the wall. Or a giant made of ice flame more than 3 meters high would appear, moving left and right or waving his arms constantly under Luo Yang's control. There was also a cold white flame spreading from his body to the surroundings, but it could not get close to Qi Yan, because Qi Yan also used the skill called Ice and Fire. The man and the beast each occupied half of the breeding room. From the previous release of skills by each of them, to the final confrontation between the man and the beast using skills, it is unknown when they completely mastered the power they now possess. Luo Chen arrived at the store early in the morning and saw Luo Yang and Qi Yan sleeping in each other's arms in the breeding room. Luo Chen opened the door of the breeding room and woke up the man and the beast who were sleeping soundly. Wake up, have breakfast, and then go home and rest. Luo Yang and Xian, who had just woken up, were slightly stunned. Okay. Their voices were all soft, and it seemed that practicing skills yesterday really tired them out. However, after eating the breakfast brought by Luo Chen, the man and the beast wanted to go back to rest but still failed to do so. At the King Yun Treasures auction yesterday, when auctioning the Rose Yang Wan Spirit Rabbit, Liang Jingxi mentioned a Chen Yang pet shop, and the effect was indeed seen today. Not long after Luo Chen opened the store, the number of customers in the store grew wildly, and soon the store was as bustling as a vegetable market. Luo Yang took a look at the bustling crowd downstairs and quickly decided to stay in the quiet space on the second floor. Is this the pet shop that bred the Ruxiang Juan Spirit Rabbit? The decoration looks pretty good. Is the cage filled with a sea beast? Isn't this the sea beast that appeared during the siege a few days ago? Why is this kind of store still selling low-level beasts like the Xinqiang rabbit? Wow, this frost wolf looks so powerful, 120,000 spirit coins, sorry to bother you. Where's the boss? I bought this electric mouse. But in addition to these doubts or discussions about the store, there is also all kinds of noise. Brother, move aside, you are stepping on my foot. Oh, sorry. I didn't see it. In the surging crowd, voices would be heard from time to time. How dare you squeeze into this young master? FK, which family's young master is this? Let me see him. Ah, it's Master Liang. Sorry to bother you. Luo Chen stood at the stairs on the second floor, looking at the densely packed people on the first floor, and felt his temples throbbing. He shouted at the top of his voice, silence. Startled by the sudden sound, the people on the first floor all looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, Luo Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, "Those who said they wanted to buy beasts just now, come to the front desk to check out." After saying that, he walked downstairs leisurely. Even though the crowd was crowded, they still made way for him with difficulty. Fortunately, Luo Chen was thin, so he was able to successfully reach the cashier counter. "You want to buy the Frost Wolf? I'll give you 120,000 spirit coins. Lightning Mouse, 73,000 spirit coins. Cold Bone Fish? 320,000 spirit coins. Those two fragrant rabbits? They are ornamental animals, not for sale." After a while, Luo Chen registered all the people who wanted to buy the beasts. Seeing that all the beasts had been sold, some people still said that they wanted to buy one, but they were directly rejected by Luo Chen. "Well, sorry, all the beasts in Chenyang Pet Shop have been sold out. We are closed today. Thank you all for coming. Except for the few people who bought the beasts, other customers please leave in an orderly manner. Thank you again for your visit." Luo Chen repeated this sentence twice before customers started to come out. There were some stubborn people who didn't want to leave, and Luo Chen had to persuade them to leave one by one. After nearly an hour of hard work, the store finally became deserted, with only a few people who had invested in purchasing the Beastmasters remaining. Luo Chen looked at the crowd that was gathered outside the store and refused to leave, and closed the door without hesitation. Chapter 44. You bought the Frost Wolf, right? Luo Chen looked at the middle-aged man closest to him. After the middle-aged man nodded, Luo Chen walked to the cage of the Frost Wolf, which was now a 7-star ferocious beast. "How are you going to take it away?" Luo Chen sought the man's advice. The man simply took out a beast binding collar with a leash and handed it to Luo Chen. Luo Chen released the Frost Wolf from the cage and put the beast binding collar on it. He handed the end of the leash to the man and said, "Okay, sir, take care." However, the man did not move to leave when he heard Luo Chen's words of sending him away. He said sincerely, "Well, could you introduce me to the breeder in your store?" Luo Chen paused, "I am the manager of this store and also the breeder. What's your question?" "You." The middle-aged man was indeed surprised. Luo Chen looked handsome and young, and he thought he was just a clerk in the store. So he tried to summon a beast from his beast bracelet. This beast was generally very similar to the wolf in the previous life, but it was much larger in size, and was more than 2 meters tall just when standing there. There are light grey patterns on its brown skin. The strength of my grey wolf has not improved for a long time. I want to find a breeder to develop a training method for my beast. Luo Chen looked at the information of the grey wolf while listening to the man's request. Race, Grey Wolf. Level, Spirit Beast 5-star. Department, Gold. Status, Curious. Qualification, General. Skills, 1 Iron Claw, Yellow level when attacking, metal elements are attached to the claws. 2 Grey Marks, Xian level. The grey marks on the body increase the energy flow of the grey wolf throughout the body, allowing it to absorb energy from the outside world and recover faster. 3 Iron Sand, Yellow level. The grey wolf condenses metal elements to form iron sand, which interferes with the sight of local targets or causes damage to the eyes. 4 Pounds, Yellow level. A skill developed through years of training and practice that instantly increases speed. After checking the information, everything seems to be relatively normal. This grey wolf must have reached the bottleneck of its growth. If it wants to make some breakthroughs at this time, it either needs reasonable stimulation from the outside world or consumes some special resources suitable for it. But Luo Chen doesn't have any good solution now, as he is still a small apprentice breeder. Luo Chen could only tell him the 2 methods he had deduced. The materials suitable for it are actually very broad, as long as they are not very special gold materials. As the middle-aged man thanked him, Luo Chen escorted him out of the store. Luo Chen took the electric mouse out of the cage and handed it to the customer who bought it. He originally wanted to wait until it reached the 9th star of the fierce beast and then see its evolved form, but since it had been bought, he could only say that he did not have this blessing. Luo Chen looked at the last wealthy guest, a fat little man wearing gold and silver. Somehow Luo Chen always felt that he looked familiar. Are you sure you want to buy all the remaining sea beasts? Although in Luo Chen's opinion, this little fat guy is not short of money, but 6 spirit-level beasts, even if they are all sea beasts, still cost more than 2 million spirit coins. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to buy a high-level spiritual beast that can run on land? The little fat man didn't answer his question, but said to himself, "Don't you remember me? The one who talked to you during the last breeder assessment." After the fat boy's reminder, Luo Chen finally understood where the sense of familiarity came from. So it's you. So you really want to buy all 6 sea beasts? The fat boy, who originally wanted to keep in touch with Luo Chen, was caught off guard. Wasn't this the procedure for negotiating business with people that he learned at home? Shouldn't we exchange pleasantries first, build up our relationship, and then talk about business? But the fat guy is not someone who doesn't know how to adapt. He nodded decisively, "Yes, I want to buy them all. How much is it in total?" Hearing that he really wanted to buy it and was not making fun of himself, Luo Chen's attitude became more friendly. "The total is 2.36 million spirit coins. I'll round off the difference for you. Just pay 2.35 million spirit coins in total." The fat man did not bargain with Luo Chen. He took out a black bank card and asked Luo Chen to swipe the corresponding amount. Then he continued, "Now can we reconnect?" Hearing this, Luo Chen looked at the little fat man in surprise. He really didn't understand what kind of relationship he had with him. However, considering that he was the biggest customer in his store, Luo Chen still gave him face and did not reject him. Instead, he asked, "What kind of relationship do you mean?" "Of course we are friends." "Okay, please start your performance." "My name is Chang Gaihan, I'm from Xingyu City, I'm 17 years old, and I'm a 5-star spiritual beast master." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and looked at Luo Chen with sparkling eyes. Luo Chen could only imitate his sentence structure and introduce himself again. "Luo Chen, Qingyang City, 18 years old, fierce level 6-star beast master, also an apprentice breeder." At the same time, he stretched out his slender hand and shook hands with Chang Gaihan's chubby hand. "You are amazing. You passed the breeder assessment on your first try. I have taken the test dozens of times but still haven't become a trainee breeder." Luo Chen touched his nose and said, "It's just because of my talent. Talent is also part of strength." "Well, you're right." As a socially anxious person, Luo Chen was not used to such awkward conversations with others. On the contrary, the fat boy Chang Gaihan seemed very comfortable. Seeing Luo Chen's embarrassment, Chang Gaihan decided to get straight to the point. An egg with a star-speckled surface appeared in his hands. "Pet eggs." Luo Chen's eyes showed interest. "Race, Liu Star Spirit. Level, hatching. Department. Status, incubating. Skill." When Luo Chen used his eye of truth to look at the information about this beast, all he saw were question marks, or it was still in the process of hatching. The only useful information he knew was the name Liu Star Spirit. "What is this?" Luo Chen asked in confusion. "There is a pet egg that has not yet hatched. I would like to entrust it to Brother Luo to see if it can be hatched. The reward can be discussed in detail." Chang Gaihan looked at Luo Chen with anticipation in his eyes. The name of this beast sounds very high level. Luo Chen, who didn't know Chang Gaihan's background, didn't agree immediately. "Why are you looking for me? I'm just a trainee breeder. With your financial resources, it shouldn't be difficult to find a Haoya breeder. They may have more experience in this area than I do." After hearing his words, Chang Gaihan said calmly, "Perhaps it was fate that guided you. Only you can hatch this beast. And we are friends now. Isn't it normal for us to help each other? What the hell is this guidance of fate? Luo Chen always feels it's weird. They've only known each other for a few days and they're already just friends. Luo Chen subconsciously wanted to refuse. I'm sorry, this pet egg. I have to try it before I know if it's okay. Halfway through his refusal, Luo Chen suddenly made a U-turn. What made him change his mind? It turned out that the system had just issued a new task in his mind. Task 4, successfully hatch the Luo Star Spirit and be rewarded with Starlight Protection. Starlight Protection. Starlight creates protection, making the target immune to curse skills. The skill of immunity to curse is known as the most difficult skill to defend against. With such a generous reward, it is too difficult to just give up. But you need to leave this egg with me for a while. I need to study it before I know whether it can be hatched. Luo Chen felt that he should still leave room for himself, so he gave Chang Gaihan a shot of prevention. Chang Gaihan nodded as a matter of course. Sure, if there are any materials you need, you can also tell me and let me find them. Seeing that he agreed, Luo Chen took the starlight egg from him. Okay. Chapter 45. The starlight egg was icy cold to the touch, and felt like fine jade. Luo Chen could even feel the vigorous yet weak throbbing of life in the egg. These are clearly two completely opposite feelings, but now they appear at the same time. Perhaps this is the reason why Fatty and the others cannot hatch this beast? Luo Chen held the starlight egg in his hand and examined it carefully, then looked up at Chang Gaihan who was looking at him expectantly. His eyes clearly asked, "Why are you still here? Did you see anything just now?" Chang Gaihan rubbed his chubby little hands and asked expectantly. "No, it's only been a short while, what can you tell? I'll put it upstairs and study it when I have time." As he spoke, Luo Chen took a step forward and walked up to the second floor of the store. Chang Gaihan also moved his legs, obviously wanting to follow, but Luo Chen immediately stopped him after noticing his intention. The second floor is a training ground. No one is allowed to disturb us. If you have nothing to do, go back first. Not even friends. Can't. Well, alright then, be sure to contact me on the terminal if you have anything. After saying that, the fat boy Chang Gaihan walked out of the store, looking back every few steps. After waiting for the strange little fat man to leave the store, Luo Chen immediately locked the door from inside the store. Thinking of Chang Gaihan's inexplicable desire to be friends with others, Luo Chen always felt something was strange and had no idea what his purpose was for the time being. You can only take one step at a time and see what happens. After a long time, the truth will be revealed. The fat little man Chang Gaihan walked out of the store, ignoring the other people gathered at the store entrance and their prying eyes. I just quietly asked in my mind, can he really hatch the star spirit? A clear voice answered in his mind, the revelation of fate points to this place. I only heard a vague voice, and the two words Luo Chen were among them. Although fate may make mistakes, all predictions this time are on the positive side. The Luo Star Spirit's egg has been handed over, so there is no point in worrying here. In his opinion, Luo Chen is not a bad person, and at worst he will not damage the egg. Chang Gaihan still has some confidence in the defensive power of this egg. Qianzi, thank you. This voice was very sincere. He and Qianzi Fortune Wheel traveled through many cities, and finally saw a trace of the hatching of Luo Star Spirit here. Among them, the destiny exploring skill of Qianzi Fortune Wheel was of great help. Thank me after the Luo Star Spirit hatches. Being thanked so formally by the fat man, Qianzi Fortune Wheel seemed a little shy. Chang Gaihan responded okay in his mind and walked into a shop next to Chenyang Pet Shop. How much is your store selling for? Chenyang Pet Shop. After closing the shop door, Luo Chen carefully carried the egg up to the second floor. I first placed the egg in the incubation pool on the second floor. I don't know if it will be useful, but considering the effect of the incubation pool, it will not do any harm. The starlight egg slowly sank to the bottom of the incubation pool, and then Luo Chen witnessed the horror of this egg. Originally, the water in the incubation pool was only 1 meter deep. After placing the starlight egg into the pool, the water level of the incubation pool dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Luo Chen thought that the starlight egg was absorbing energy to hatch, after absorbing half of the pool of water, he did not see any special changes in the starlight egg. Luo Chen immediately stepped into the pool and took it out, otherwise this guy would definitely suck the pool clean. This pool is an important facility for opening my own shop and completing my mission, so there must be no problems with it. System, how do we hatch this thing? Don't just push me to take on the task and then leave it alone. What is the difference between this and digging a light pipe without burying it? System. After a long silence, the system's voice appeared in his mind again. Once you obtain the second secret realm, you can hatch this egg there. Luo Chen quickly opened his shop panel and took a look at the status of his tasks. Task 1, sell a spiritual beast, completed, reward 100 points and 5 energy stones, can be collected. Mission 2, make 3 beasts evolve, 1 has evolved, reward 200 points and a level 2 secret realm. Task 3, sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, 4 have been sold, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items will be added to the store. Mission 4, successfully hatch the Liu Star Spirit and receive the Starlight Protection as a reward. The reward for the first completed task has been collected, and 100 points have been credited to my account. The current balance in the store system is 250 points. Then 5 pieces of jade the size of a baby's fist appeared in Luo Chen's hand. It's crystal clear and looks very expensive. It seemed that this kind of thing could be used on the animal cages on the first floor and next door. Luo Chen first collected the 5 energy stones and planned to use them when there were new residents in the cages. When Luo Chen was staring at these energy stones in a trance, the little fur ball that had been quietly sitting on his shoulder suddenly took an energy stone from his hand and swallowed it while Luo Chen was not paying attention. Luo Chen, who noticed the movement of his hand, broke out in a cold sweat after just one look. My God, how could you eat such a big thing? Spit it out quickly, don't let it get stuck in your throat. During the intense movement, several energy stones fell to the ground. Luo Chen didn't care, but just anxiously pried open the little fur ball's mouth. No. The opened mouth was empty, with only the little fur ball and little Lotus showing their pointed milk teeth. Did you really swallow it? Luo Chen looked at the bewildered little ball of fur with a serious expression. Didn't you swallow it? Luo Chen searched the ground but only found 4 energy stones, and did not find any trace of the 5th energy stone. He picked up the little fur ball in his hand and squeezed its soft belly, but there was no feeling of any hard object. That's strange, where did the stone go? After searching for a long time without finding it, Luo Chen decided not to look for it anymore. Instead, he ordered the little ball of fur to stand in front of him properly. From now on, you are not allowed to eat anything without my permission, do you hear me? If I catch you eating something else next time, you will fast for 1 day. If you do it again, you will fast for 2 days. When dealing with little ones like these, they must be educated strictly and naughty children must be supervised more. Luo Chen pressed the little ball of fur on the head and nodded a few times, forcing it to sign the treaty, and then he let it go with satisfaction. The system, which had been a bystander, could no longer bear it and said, My stupid host, it did eat the energy stone. But there's nothing abnormal in its stomach. Worried, Luo Chen picked up the little fur ball again and checked its stomach again. The energy stone melts in your mouth and turns into the purest and gentlest energy, replenishing every part of your body, so the energy has been completely absorbed by it. If you don't believe it, you can look at its current level. Race, Light Cat. Level, 7 stars of Fierce Beast. Category, Psychic, Psychic. Status, Satisfied, sleepy. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1 spiritual membrane. Xian level attaches a layer of air membrane formed by energy to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. Indeed, the rank of the little fur ball has been upgraded from the original 6-star ferocious beast to the current 7-star ferocious beast. It turns out that energy stones can also be used as food for beasts. How come this effect seems to be even better than the breeding pool? As if it knew what Luo Chen was thinking, the system spoke. Energy stones are good for providing energy, and they do have a great effect in promoting the early growth of beasts. However, the nurturing pool is used to warm up the beast's physical quality in all aspects, including removing the remaining hidden injuries in the body, and improving the aptitude imperceptibly, which has a great effect. The two cannot be regarded as the same. Okay, then I'll use both together. Seeing the little fur ball squatting on the ground feeling very sleepy, and knowing that it had absorbed too much energy, Luo Chen didn't want to educate it anymore. After placing it in its exclusive nest, Luo Chen looked at Luo Yang, who was struggling with the terminal in the beast taming skill simulation room. I have been on the 2nd floor for such a long time, but he didn't seem to notice me. I wonder what is on the terminal that attracts him so much? Luo Chen walked in and patted Luo Yang on the shoulder. What are you doing? You are so focused. Chapter 46. Hearing that it was Luo Chen's voice, Luo Yang pushed the terminal in front of Luo Chen and said in an angry tone, "Someone is blackmailing the pet store online." Luo Chen took the terminal that was about to be put into his mouth a little further away from himself, and then he could see the content clearly. The Chenyang pet store had a poor service attitude and drove customers out of the store. Then followed several thousand words, which described what the author saw and heard in Chenyang pet shop with some exaggeration. The staff had poor service attitude, the store was small, and there were few beasts in the store, so everyone went there in vain. Moreover, the store only keeps some ordinary useless beasts, and the photo of Xinjiang rabbit is given a big close-up. Under this post, many people agreed and said they would not shop at this restaurant anymore. At first glance, Luo Chen was a little angry, but after a while he gradually calmed down. Because apart from the large amount of personal emotional words in this post, Luo Chen felt that the rest of what people said made sense. Poor service attitude? Luo Chen thought about it, and there were too many people just now. His face seemed to be a little cold, but he could explain that it was just not a cold face, so many people didn't go out. The space inside the store is small. With more than 400 people coming in at the same time, my store is only more than 500 square meters, so it seems small. There are not many beasts in the store. Luo Chen has no way to refute this, but our store will go the boutique route in the future, so isn't it normal to have fewer beasts? Let's talk about the close-up of the fragrant rabbit. Can our fragrant rabbit be the same as those in other stores? Have you ever seen the fragrant rabbit with a 5-star rating? Luo Chen touched his chin and thought, should they also open an official account like other internet celebrity stores? But when he thought about the busy state of the store, Luo Chen had to give up this idea temporarily. In addition to running the store, he also had to practice, so he didn't have so much time to maintain the account. However, you can directly open a certified official account, and when you have beasts for sale in the future, you can post them on it, which will be convenient for customers. Luo Chen took out his terminal and followed the authentication process to create an official account for Chenyang Pet Shop. But now it's empty and there's nothing inside. After finishing it, Luo Chen put it aside and didn't care about it anymore. Luo Yang watched Luo Chen authenticate an official account and then stopped taking any other actions. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why don't you do something to fight back against those posts that slander you? What are you fighting back for? Don't you think what they said is right? Besides, black and red are still red. This is a good thing. When our beast masters have new ones in the future, we can fight back with the quality." Although what Luo Chen said made sense, Luo Yang still felt a little aggrieved, so he simply turned off the terminal and stopped reading the content. Luo Chen patted his shoulder, and his calm eyes calmed Luo Yang's emotions. You are now a spiritual beast master. You should consider the contract for your second beast. Also, school will start the day after tomorrow. Have you finished your homework? Hearing Luo Chen mention this, Luo Yang's eyes flashed with panic, and he smiled at Luo Chen embarrassedly. Brother, well, I'm going home to rest first. He picked up his coat that had fallen to the ground and patted Cyan on the head. Cyan is gone. Looking at Luo Yang and Qian's embarrassed escape, Luo Chen smiled silently. Opening the system panel and looking at the 250 points in the account balance, Luo Chen felt inexplicably dazzled. It would be better to spend some of this number. He looked at the 5 items on the supply board and wanted everything on them. After hesitating for a while, I finally spent 100 points to buy a level 1 spiritual spring which can produce 10 cubic meters of spiritual water every day. This can be placed in the secret realm. Then he spent another 50 points to buy 5 Xianling grasses, which he planned to place in the store, 2 downstairs, 2 on the second floor, and 1 on the third floor. Moreover, Xianling grass can not only continuously increase the concentration of spiritual energy every day, but it is also the key material for the Xinqiang rabbit to evolve into the Ruxiang Junling rabbit. It can be said to be the material that has the greatest effect on Luo Chen now. With the last 100 points, Luo Chen bought a level 1 secret space expansion stone and a level 1 marrow cleansing pill. Both items cost 50 points, which just used up all his points. The level 1 secret realm space expansion stone is naturally used in the only level 1 secret realm. Now that secret realm has been renamed by Luo Yuheng, called Qinju's secret realm. The origin of the name is naturally related to the only beast in the secret realm, Qinju grass. The level 1 marrow cleansing pill is naturally prepared for the little fur ball. It's your own beast, so if you don't feel the pain yourself, who else will feel the pain? In the second task of the system, one of the 3 beasts has been evolved, the Frost Wolf King, and Luo Chen plans to complete the remaining 2 with the little fur ball and the fragrant rabbit. The items purchased from the system were still delivered very quickly, but this time they were not thrown on the ground like garbage like last time, but were placed more gently on the only table in the cultivation room. A purple hexagonal stone with the word empty written on it. It should be the secret space expansion stone. A bead the size of an adult's fist that emits the glow of white jade. It is impossible to tell what it is from the outside. There are also 5 Xianling grasses that Luo Chen is familiar with. The last thing he saw was a purple square jade box. When Luo Chen opened it, he discovered that there was a thumb-sized pill inside. When the jade box was opened, a faint fragrance lingered around Luo Chen's nose, making him want to swallow it. He picked up the pill from the jade box, walked to the sleeping little fur ball and shook the pill under its nose. As if it had dreamed of something delicious, it closed its eyes, stuck out its pink tongue, licked the pill, and then rolled its tongue, and the thumb-sized pill disappeared into its mouth. It even smacked its lips with satisfaction. Luo Chen smiled and rubbed its head, letting it sleep peacefully in its nest again. Find the flower pots in the store and transplant 5 Xianling grass into them, then put 2 pots on the first floor, 1 pot each in the cultivation room and foster room on the second floor, and 1 pot in the empty room on the third floor. While Luo Chen was arranging these Xianling herbs, with his sensitive perception as a breeder, he could clearly feel the abundant spiritual energy in the store. Holding the remaining 2 items, Luo Chen has guessed that the bead emitting white light should be the spiritual spring, although he doesn't know why it is a white bead. But the system says that as long as you dig a hole and put it in, a fixed amount of spiritual spring will be produced every day, which is very convenient. Luo Chen took these 2 things to the third floor and entered the quiet secret realm. The ground was still covered with dense green grass, and walking on it felt like walking on a soft carpet. However, the only flaw is that there are large patches of black stains on this green carpet, which are the empty spaces left after the Qinju grass was dug up. Now the remaining green grass has not yet occupied the land they left behind, so this inharmonious picture appears. However, what attracted Luo Chen's attention most was a small house standing on the flat land. In front of the door of the house was an enlarged version of a small fur ball crawling. Luo Chen walked nearly 300 meters before arriving in front of the wooden house and greeted the Light Elvis at the door. "My dad is still practicing in there." Light Elvis nodded lazily, then turned around and arched the door, indicating that Luo Chen could go in directly to find him. Luo Chen shook his head and came to the front of Light Elvis with a friendly smile on his face. "Big Fur Ball, do me a favor." The Light Cat King called the big hairball tilted his head curiously and looked at Luo Chen, as if asking, "What can I do for you?" Luo Chen stretched out his hand and touched the fur on the broad back of Light Cat King, and sighed in his heart that it was so smooth, and said, "Just dig a hole for me in front of this house." Light Elvis tapped his feet, not quite understanding what was going on. Luo Chen quickly said, "No, not under your feet." He walked about 30 meters in front of the wooden house, then looked at the distance and felt that it was appropriate. Then he pointed at his feet and said, "Here, just dig a pool about 15 meters long and 5 meters deep." Light Cat King stared at Luo Chen's feet thoughtfully, and waved its paw at Luo Chen, signaling him to move aside. Luo Chen obediently moved away from where he was standing, and saw that the eyes of Light Elvis became bright, and then a transparent big hand appeared where Luo Chen had just stood. The transparent giant hand stretched out its 5 fingers and dug hard into the soil underground. The dark brown soil was easily grabbed out and then placed on the open space next to it. A large hole more than 1 meter deep was left on the spot. Seeing that Light Elvis moved quite quickly, he understood what he meant. Luo Chen took out another hexagonal purple stone and pressed it on the ground in the secret realm. An invisible wave spread out from the secret realm, and then the boundary of the secret realm suddenly retreated a little, and more dark brown soil appeared at the boundary. If you look from top to bottom, you can find that the secret realm has become a whole lot bigger. After all, 100 square meters is equivalent to 1/10 of the size of the original secret realm. For the secret realm, this increase is still very obvious. The Light Cat King on the other side just looked up at the expansion of the secret realm, and when he saw there was no danger, he no longer paid attention to it. "Continue to use your giant hands to diligently dig holes for Luo Chen." However, Luo Yuheng, who had been immersed in cultivation, was startled by the vibration. However, his original cultivation came to an end. When he noticed that Light Cat King used his skills, he stopped practicing. The changes in the entire secret realm now made him feel even more surprised. He immediately walked out of the wooden house and saw the scene outside. He spoke with some doubts. "What are you doing?" Chapter 47. Light Cat King controlled the giant hand formed by mental power and dug within the range defined by Luo Chen. When he saw Luo Yuheng asking questions, he just raised his claws and pointed at Luo Chen. Luo Yuheng was about to ask Luo Chen something when he looked up and saw the expanded edge of the secret realm. After his mental power was spread out, he measured the size of the secret space and felt that the secret realm had really expanded by nearly 1/10. How was this done? Luo Yuheng murmured, extremely confused by the scene before him. Based on his own experience of being 42 years old, this was the first time he saw a secret realm growing on its own. He looked at Luo Chen with a confused look, who was most likely to know the answer. A stone that can increase the size of the space in the secret realm. Luo Chen had no way to give him a better explanation. Anyway, the facts were already in front of him, so what else did he need to explain? Seeing that Luo Chen was having a hard time giving a reasonable explanation, Luo Yuheng realized that it was related to his amazing talent for taming beasts, so he buried this matter deep in his heart. Luo Yuheng raised his chin and looked at the more than 10 meters wide pit dug by Light Elvis. "Then what are they doing?" "When it comes to this, Luo Chen is a little mysterious. Wait a minute, when the pit is dug, you will know." Light Elvis was very fast, and a 15m x 15m pit with a depth of 5m appeared in front of the wooden house. Even some irregular edges and corners were flattened back and forth by the mental power of Light Elvis, so that a big pit that looked quite perfect from the outside appeared in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen took out the fist-sized white ball and asked Light Elvis to put it into the middle of the deep pit. Light Elvis did as he was told, and the white ball of light formed a sharp contrast with the dark brown land. It can be unblocked now. The system followed Luo Chen's instructions and silently removed the seal on the white light ball. Then, water droplets continued to seep out of the surface of the light ball. As time passed, the speed at which water seeped out of the surface of the light ball became faster and faster, almost becoming a small water pump. There was water gathering at the bottom of the pit, but it seemed that more of it was seeping down. From Luo Chen's visual observation, about half of the water was seeping down. In the end, the water in the pool only filled a small half of the pit, and the water level stopped rising. Spiritual energy. Luo Yuheng took out some water and smelled it in front of him, his eyes bright. The concentration of spiritual energy contained in this water is very high. However, Luo Chen's focus was different from Luo Yuheng's. After the water level stopped rising, he saw that the ball of light at the bottom of the pool was still there, and he felt confident. It seems that this spiritual spring can be moved at any time in the future. After Luo Yuheng took out some spring water, he dripped it next to a plant of Kinjua grass not far from the deep pit. The branches and leaves of the Kinjua grass were visibly stretched out, and became more energetic. Light Elvis also used his mental power to take out some spring water, drank a sip quietly, and smacked his lips. There is a special sweetness, and at the same time, one can feel spiritual energy flowing to every part of one's limbs and bones. Although for a king beast like it, this spiritual energy is very weak, drinking it regularly will still have great benefits. While Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng were not paying attention, Light Elvis secretly took a few more gulps and did not stop until he was full. Luo Yuheng looked eagerly at the ball of light at the bottom of the pool. This was a really good thing. It could produce spring water containing spiritual energy. It should be something that could serve as a foundation for those big families. The look he gave Luo Chen became complicated. This kid kept taking out good things. I really didn't know when his limit would be. Xiao Chen, come with me to practice. By the way, I will explain to you some important points to pay attention to after becoming a star breeder. He decided that he would keep a close eye on Luo Chen's training for the next period of time. Only when his strength improved could he protect what he had in his hands. Luo Chen originally wanted to study hard, and Luo Yuheng's request coincided with his, so he agreed without hesitation. Following Luo Yuheng into the cabin looked very ordinary from the outside. In fact, when I came in, I found that it was really nothing special. The wooden house is only about 100 square meters in size, but the left half of the house looks particularly messy, with several wooden tables filled with materials. The table was a very ordinary wooden table. Although the materials on it were arranged in a messy manner, they were very valuable. The few types that Luo Chen could identify were all worth 200,000 or 300,000. The right side of the wooden house should be where Luo Yuheng usually rests. There is a low bed with several futons placed on it. However, through the back window of the wooden house, you can find that there is actually a backyard with 4 cages, 3 of which contain beasts resting. 2 antelopes and a plant of Kinjua grass, which seemed to be related to Luo Yuheng's recent research. Luo Yuheng took the lead and sat cross-legged on the futon on the low bed, and Luo Chen followed his action and also sat cross-legged. In this simple wooden house, the first class of the Luo family father and son began. The condition for an apprentice breeder to become a star breeder is to successfully upgrade 3 different 9-star beasts to spirit beasts during the assessment. Only when you are a star breeder can you truly become a breeder. Luo Yuheng placed his hands on his knees. However, there is another most important prerequisite for becoming a star breeder, and that is that you must first become a spiritual level beast master. Then above are the 1-star to 5-star breeders. We divide them from 1 star to 5 stars based on the source of their spiritual power. After you become a star breeder, your mental power will form a small star-like dot in your mind, and this small dot will gradually grow larger as your mental power increases. When it reaches a certain level, new star points will be regenerated, which is the origin of the 5 stars. Although 5 stars seem rare, it is difficult to accumulate. Some breeders waste their entire lives and remain at this level. Luo Yuheng emphasized this very solemnly to prevent Luo Chen from really turning over here. The next step is the bright moon breeder. At this time, the stars in the spiritual power will merge into a bright moon. This is an improvement in the quality and quantity of spiritual power. Similarly, when one reaches the realm of Yang, the spiritual power will be as vast as the sun, illuminating the entire spiritual world. But these are still a little far from you now, you just need to have a general idea, and then the focus of today will come. Luo Yuheng cleared his throat, and then Luo Chen straightened himself to show that he was listening carefully. Since your talent of the Eye of True Knowledge was awakened, your mental strength has also been greatly improved. Every time you use the Eye of True Knowledge, your mental strength is consumed. Whenever you observe the information of different beasts in succession, do you always feel dizzy or have a tingling sensation in your mind after so many times? Luo Chen thought about it and nodded, realizing that he had indeed had such a feeling. That's because you have consumed too much of your mental energy, and you need to get enough rest before your spirit can recover. Our mental strength can also be trained. This is the soul hardening method I got at an auction house. It can greatly enhance the toughness and strength of the spirit. Luo Chen took the jade slip handed over by Luo Yuheng, followed Luo Yuheng's instructions, and placed the jade slip on his forehead. Then, a flood of information suddenly flooded into my mind. Soul tempering method. To put it simply, this piece seems to be something like a martial arts method, explaining in various aspects how to temper one's soul, but this jade slip should have been left behind by the old scholar. There were many unfamiliar and incomprehensible parts in it, but fortunately there were special drawings demonstrating how to temper it, so it was not that difficult for Luo Chen to follow the instructions. So Luo Chen quickly entered the state and began to temper his soul. Seeing that he got into the state so quickly, Luo Yuheng nodded with satisfaction. In this quiet and mysterious place, you cannot feel the passage of time. In Luo Chen's spiritual world, Luo Chen performed 5 rounds of tempering according to the description in the jade slip before stopping. This was because he had reached his limit and he had no extra mental energy for further tempering. Moreover, he had no way of using the Eye of Truth today as his mental strength had been exhausted in the process of tempering. I opened my eyes and found that Luo Yuheng had left without me noticing. Luo Chen got off the low bed and came outside the wooden house. He found Luo Yuheng and Su Muking who had arrived at some point next to the spiritual spring not far from the door. 2 people are now planting something next to the spiritual spring. When he got closer, Luo Chen saw that what they were planting was the Qinjua grass. There were nearly a dozen Qinjua grass planted on this piece of land. If it weren't for Luo Yuheng, a king-level beastmaster, and Su Muking, a high-star spirit-level beastmaster, being so close, Luo Chen estimated that they would have fought long ago. How's your training going? Su Muking learned from Luo Yuheng that Luo Chen had learned the soul tempering method today, and asked with concern. Not bad. Hearing Luo Chen say this, Su Muking felt relieved. There's no need to rush your practice. Just take your time. You're still young. Su Muking's voice was gentle. Luo Chen really wanted to say that he was already 18 and not too young, but when he saw Su Muking's eyes, he swallowed the words back. Are you bringing all the Qinjua grass in the entire secret realm here? Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng and Light Cat King who were busy and happy on the land and spoke. Su Muking raised the corner of his mouth. Your father said that putting these Qinjua grass together will make it easier to take care of them, and with the nourishment of this spiritual spring water, there is no need to worry about their lack of energy. Won't they fight? No, those who dare to fight have been taught a lesson. Su Muking's words were meaningful. Luo Chen looked carefully and found that there were obvious scratches on the leaves of several of the Kinjua grass. Some of the plants even had 1 or 2 leaves missing, which showed that they had been severely punished, and in a very tragic way. Chapter 48. Luo Chen left the quiet secret realm and came to the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. At this time, the little fur ball had already woken up. Luo Chen observed his realm and was surprised to find that he had reached the realm of the 9th star of the fierce beast. Is this how powerful an energy stone and a marrow cleansing pill are? But now we can consider the evolution of the little fur ball. The little ball of fur jumped accurately onto Luo Chen's shoulder, and Luo Chen could clearly feel that it had become much heavier. Now it can still stay on my shoulders, but I guess it won't be able to grow any longer. 1 light civet moon civet. 2 light cat shadow cat. 3 light civet double-tailed cat. 4 light cat king. When Luo Chen observed the evolutionary path of the little fur ball now, he found one more path than when he first observed it. But Luo Chen immediately understood the reason. It should be that as the beast itself grows, its possible evolutionary path also changes accordingly. Some evolutionary routes require reaching a certain level before they can appear, while others require the beast itself to meet certain conditions before they can appear. Just like the light spirit cat, even if it does not evolve itself, it can still grow to the spirit beast stage, as long as it evolves into the light spirit cat king when the spirit beast reaches 9 stars, just like Luo Yuheng's big fur ball. Which of the 4 evolutionary routes is better? It's a pity that he can't see the detailed information after the evolution, otherwise he wouldn't be in the same dilemma as Luo Yang at the beginning. After struggling for a while, Luo Chen finally made a choice. The material of this evolutionary route seemed to be more rare, so he went with it. As for the material problem, don't we have the Feng family, the He family, and the Qin family in Liaoguang City? It's impossible that someone from Central City can't even find some materials. Anyway, the level of those 2 fragrant rabbits is almost reached. I looked at the time and it's a bit late now. I'll send a message tomorrow. Have a good night's sleep. The next day was the 3rd day after the auction. Outside the east gate of Qingyang City, facing the rising sun, a space crack wider than the Qingyang City gate slowly unfolded, as if something had forcibly torn a hole in the space. When the space crack opened up, people from the Feng, Qin, and He families, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed to the space gate and waited. Judging from the behavior, it doesn't seem to be a precaution against enemies behind the space rift, but rather a welcome for the arrival of some important person. After a long while, the gap in space stabilized and became a regular space gate. However, there was a gloomy darkness inside the space gate, and nothing could be observed when looking inside from the outside. In the He family's team, He Liangshu looked up at the space crack and grumbled with some dissatisfaction. Who is coming? Such a grand ceremony! They want us all to come here to welcome them. He Lianjiao beside him glanced at He Liangshu's grandfather, He Song, who was also the He family's wild level beast master, who was floating in the air, and then took over He Liangshu's words. The highest commander of the Liaoguang City Law Enforcement Team, Tang Zhao. Is it him? When He Liangshu heard the name spoken by He Lianjiao, he exclaimed in surprise, causing the people around him to look at him in surprise, wondering what he was crazy about. He Liangshu reacted and lowered his voice. Even if the secret realm is a wild beast secret realm, it shouldn't be possible to invite him, right? Hearing He Liangshu's doubt, He Lianjiao also shook his head and said uncertainly, maybe he just happened to be on his way and came to deal with things here. It is more likely that there is a deeper value in this secret realm of the vast sea. That's right, an old voice sounded beside the two's ears, sure, learn more from Lianjiao in this regard. He Lianjiao looked at He Song's back and bowed slightly to show his respect. Yes. He Liangshu was very arrogant and naughty in front of other people, but he was still very well behaved in front of He Song. After hearing his words, he quickly bent down and responded. At this time, something was finally coming out of the stabilized space gate. Oh! The first thing that came out was a loud cry. This simple cry alone could be heard throughout the area within 100 miles of Qingyang City. All the beasts that heard the cry prostrated themselves on the ground, showing their submission to the king. Only a few king-level beasts in the surrounding area were still able to stand on the ground, but they did not dare to roar to counter the cry. An enormous bird's head poked out from the space gate, with red crown feathers on its head, as red as if blood was dripping from it. Then there is its slender neck, with layers of light purple feathers piled up on its neck. The huge wings are a darker purple than the ones on the neck. When the two wings are spread out, they give a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Then there are 3 tail feathers that are almost as long as the body. One tail feather is platinum, one is light blue, and one is purple, the same color as the body feathers. After seeing the full appearance of the beast, people from the 3 families recognized it and called out its name. Sky-splitting bird, it's sky-splitting bird. That's really cool. The beast called sky-splitting bird did not flap its wings, but just hovered quietly in the air. At this time, a loud voice came from the back of the sky-splitting bird. Where is the secret land of the vast sea? The old man of the He family bowed slightly and answered respectfully, 3 miles east of here. According to He Song's description, Tang Zhao, who was sitting on the back of the sky-splitting bird, discovered the location of the secret realm with a slight sweep of his mental power. Sky-splitting bird turns in midair and faces backwards. Then its platinum tail feathers lit up slightly. At the light gate of the secret realm in the vast sea 3 miles away, dense light and shadows similar to the platinum tail feathers of the sky-splitting bird suddenly appeared. These lights and shadows covered the light gate of the vast sea secret realm. Just when these lights and shadows were about to attach to the light gate, a thin stream of water emerged from the light gate. First it turned into a layer of water film covering the light gate, and then separated into a stream to fight against the light and shadow tail feathers. Then we were faced with those dense lights and shadows. The confrontation was silent, and the tail feathers of lights and shadows and the water flow formed a kind of stalemate. The water flow protected the door of the light gate, causing the light and shadow of the tail feather to be unable to move forward another step. Tang Zhao, who was sitting on the back of the sky-splitting bird, stood up. His eyes seemed to see through the void and the light gate of the vast sea secret realm to see the person who made the move inside. Interesting, there really is a big one. Sky-splitting bird flapped its wings slightly and arrived in front of the light gate of the secret realm of the vast sea. Then the purple tail feather lit up slightly, and a small ball containing purple lightning power flew quickly towards the light gate and exploded above the water film. The small thunder ball contained violent power, and the water film was easily blown apart, while the light gate itself was safe and sound. Human race, don't go too far. Strange words came out of the light gate, as if someone had just learned to speak. Humph, you are going too far, I think you are the ones with the most evil ambitions. If it weren't for the suppression of heaven and earth, you would have turned this inland into an ocean long ago. Why would you hide in the secret realm and talk to me here? Tang Zhao's face was full of coldness, and his whole body was filled with the bloody murderous aura of iron-blooded killing. We are waiting to leave the secret realm. You can't stop us. We are waiting. The owner of the voice revealed a piece of information. Now it is not the only one paying attention to the light gate of the vast sea secret realm, and there are more than one at the same level as it. Okay, let me see if you dare to leave this secret place. A second beast appeared behind Tang Zhao, a little man formed of pure fire. The body and limbs are made of red flames, but inside the 2 eyes, one is jumping with white flames and the other is black. What comes from this fire man is more of a sense of tyranny, as if he wants to burn everything. Tang Zhao was accompanied by 2 beasts, and it seemed that he really wanted to have a big battle with the owner of Shenzhen in the secret realm. You. The owner of the voice in the secret realm was obviously very angry. For a moment, the sea surface where the light gate was located in the secret realm of the vast sea was turbulent. Outside, the scene of the rising sun just now has turned into a scene of dark clouds. There is a kind of oppressive feeling as if a storm is about to come. A hand that was 80% similar to a human's hand stretched out from the light gate, but it was covered with scales, and there were thin structures like fish fins between the fingers. Under the control of this strange palm, the swirling dark clouds also formed an extremely huge palm. Compared with it, the sky-splitting bird became like a small ant. After this giant palm was formed, it grabbed towards sky-splitting bird and Tang Zhao like a dark cloud covering a city. Chapter 49. A wild beast that has broken through the limit realm still dares to attack. The fireman looked at the palm above his head, and his whole body suddenly exploded, and then reorganized, and a fire lotus that was no less powerful than the giant hand bloomed in the air. The entire lotus is red, and the high temperature it emits causes the surrounding air to distort. Boom! The flaming lotus and the giant hand collided with each other, and the shock wave caused by the collision rushed far away, and the sky and the earth became clear. Then the giant hand broke into pieces, turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. The flame lotus was also in trouble, and the outermost petals disappeared. The flame between the lotus petals suddenly turned slowly into a dark blue color. A cold and strange aura emanated from the lotus, and it became even stronger. Always be prepared to counterattack the hand that extends from the light gate. The hand that stretched out from the light gate in the vast sea secret realm stretched out a little further, and a green, scaly forearm appeared from it. However, before it could make any other moves, a crack was seen spreading from between its fingers to its arm. As if encountering some terrible danger, the owner of the forearm immediately withdrew his arm from the light gate. A suppressed and painful sound came from inside the door. Human, it will take, not long before we can get out. Tang Zhao stood tall, with the breeze lifting a few strands of his hair, revealing his deep eyes. He spoke to the owner of the voice as if declaring war. At your service. Humph, human, you will regret this. After saying this harsh word, the voice fell silent. This time, the phantom of the sky-splitting bird's tail feathers finally landed on the door, leaving an imprint of the tail feathers patterns on it. At the moment the brand was formed, a transparent chain grew out from the brand and then connected to the tail feathers of the sky-splitting bird. The light gate, which had stood still during the two previous clashes, was now swaying left and right as the platinum tail feathers of the sky-splitting bird swayed gently. It feels like a hydrogen balloon hanging from a child's arm. After the battle ended, the large force formed by the three families finally arrived. Tang Zhao turned around and looked at the three families behind him, and said casually. The mission of guarding the vast sea secret realm has been completed. The missions of the three of you have also been completed. If you want to return to Liaoguang City with me now, you can set off. After he finished speaking, without waiting for the three families to react, the space in front of sky-splitting bird was torn apart by an invisible force, and a space crack as wide as the one just now at the city gate appeared. As it flapped its wings, the sky-splitting bird, carrying Tang Zhao and the Flame Man, with the light gate like a floating balloon hanging from its tail, entered the space crack. However, after they entered, the space crack did not close immediately, but remained in place. The meaning was obvious. Almost all the beast masters of the Feng family have a flying beast, so under the order of Feng Lixiao who was beside Feng Manwu, they flew into the space crack one by one. A willow tree appeared next to He-song, with dozens of willow branches hanging down, which were tied around all the He family members to prevent them from being dispersed by the turbulence in the space cracks. At the Qin family's side, a pure white bird was performing its skill. White feathers fell from its body, and every member of the Qin family received one. Then the white feathers formed the same white wings behind them, and the white wings led them to fly into the space crack. Only after all the people from the three families disappeared into the space crack did Feng Qingyang, who was watching on the city wall, withdrew his gaze. Now Qingyang city is finally safe and quiet. This is what the black-faced man next to him thought. The disturbance outside the city had little impact on the residents of Qingyang city. Even if it suddenly got dark in the morning and they heard a loud bird call, they thought that some beasts were probably fighting outside the city again. Anyway, as long as they don't attack the city, everything will be fine. Even if they do, the worst that can happen is that we can just run away. It won't be like the last time when the sea monsters attacked the city. After all, this is a world of beast taming, and you can survive better if you are more calm. Chenyang Pet Shop. After Luo Chen sent the required material information to the 3 families who wanted to purchase soft fragrance rabbit, he went back to the secret realm to practice. Seeing that the people from these 3 families are quite powerful, these materials should not be difficult for them to find, and I guess there will be good news soon. The store is still closed today, and the system has not released any new tasks. Luo Chen was also stunned by the booming situation yesterday. He decided to stay out of the spotlight for a few days. He also needed to use this time to improve his own strength and let the little ball learn a few skills. Now this lonely skill looks a bit pitiful. After completing the evolutionary mission, you will obtain a new secret realm, which may contain some surprises. In the morning, Luo Chen tempered his mental strength in the secret realm and felt that his mental strength had been greatly improved. This feeling of gaining something as long as he made efforts made Luo Chen unable to stop. In the afternoon, I went to Qingfeng Breeding Center and bought more than a dozen Xinjiang rabbits. Luo Chen plans to raise these fragrant rabbits in the quiet secret realm. As long as all these fragrant rabbits evolve into soft fragrant rabbits, he will basically not be short of plant-type materials in the future. After arranging the Xinjiang rabbits he bought in the Qinjia secret realm, Luo Chen also specially asked Qingling Elvis to look after them a little. Don't let the water in the spiritual spring attract them too much, or they might fall in and drown if they try to drink the water. Looking at the stupid eyes of these rabbits, Luo Chen felt that this was very possible. After giving Light Elvis an anxious reminder again, Luo Chen left the secret realm under his impatient gaze. The cultivation room on the 2nd floor. Come in. Luo Chen said gently to the little fur ball. The little fur ball first looked at Luo Chen, then turned back to look at the beast taming skill simulation room behind him, and walked in without any doubt. Luo Chen had a weird smile on his face. After the little fur ball came in, he quickly locked the door from the outside. Hearing the sound of the door closing behind him, the little fur ball looked at Luo Chen behind the floor-to-ceiling glass in confusion, as if asking why he didn't come in. Luo Chen showed an innocent smile to the little fur ball, and then reminded him warmly, "Little fur ball, be careful to avoid the skills that attack you later." The control method of the beast taming skill simulation room is very advanced. It is just a panel that stores all the skills recorded in this simulation room. Luo Chen took a look at them. Ice and fire spreading across the prairie, flames, flowing flame bombs, ice flame true body, wow, all of them are the skills of the ice flame lion king. It's about to begin. The little fur ball immediately became alert, keeping a close eye out for any unknown attacks that might occur around him. Luo Chen clicked on the skill flowing flame bomb, and then 2 options appeared. 1. Set reasonable skill strength according to the star level of the beast in the simulation room. 2. Set the skill strength by yourself. Luo Chen naturally chose option 1. A small bullet-sized stream of flame formed by ice and fire fell straight down from the top of the little fur ball's head. The little ball's vigilance paid off. The moment the flowing flame appeared, it sensed it keenly and dodged it easily. But the real simulation has just begun. The next moment, a stream of flame attacked the little ball from above, in front and to the right. However, the gap left for dodging was still enough this time, so I managed to avoid it without any danger. The next moment, flame bombs came from all directions. Meow! The little fur ball screamed. There was not enough space for it to dodge, so it could only gather a layer of air film on its side. It took the damage from the flame bomb and rushed out of the encirclement. The flare bomb hit its air membrane and did not ignite its white fur, but the actual impact force hit its body, which was very painful for the little fur ball that had never experienced a battle. In the following time, the speed of the flame bomb became faster and faster, forcing the little ball of fur to speed up. Moreover, the intensity of the flame attached to the flare bomb also increased. The little ball had to consciously increase the thickness of the air film in order to isolate the increasingly terrifying low temperature on the flare bomb. After doing this many times, the little ball of fur began to show signs of fatigue, so Luo Chen took the initiative to stop the exercise. The first thing the little fur ball did when he came out of the simulation room was to punch and kick Luo Chen's trouser legs, as if he was blaming him for leaving his cat all alone in the simulation room. After venting for a while, after Luo Chen took out an energy stone, the little fur ball completely forgot about touching Luo Chen's trousers. Instead, it rubbed against it in a flattering manner. Luo Chen looked at its worthless appearance, feeling both amused and helpless, and pretended to be disgusted and pulled it up from his trouser leg. "Here you go, stop rubbing it." The little fur ball didn't care about anything else. He swallowed the energy stone in one gulp, ran quickly to his nest, and fell into a deep sleep. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Judging from the speed, today's training was quite effective. He would continue tomorrow. Chapter 50. In the next few days, Luo Chen tempered his mental strength in the morning. Then in the afternoon, I picked out a few fragrant rabbits and pure grass and soaked them in the breeding pond together with the small fur balls. During this period, the cultivation pool showed Luo Chen its special features. The qualifications of pure grass and fragrant rabbit were successfully transformed from ordinary qualifications to good after soaking. It brought a big surprise to Luo Chen. Today is July 2nd, 552 in the new calendar, 1 week after the auction ended and 3 days after the 3 major families left Qingyang City. Ever since Luo Chen sent out the information about the items he needed, Feng Manwu collected resources very quickly and had sent all the necessary resources yesterday. When Luo Chen checked yesterday, he found that these resources were more sufficient than what he requested, which made Luo Chen have a much better impression of her. The 3 beasts for evolution, the little fur ball and 2 fragrant rabbits have been prepared in the breeding room. Luo Chen took out the small crucible that he had used to prepare the evolution liquid of soft fragrant rabbit for the first time, and prepared a double portion of the evolution liquid according to the material ratio from last time. 2 portions of blue liquid medicine were placed in 2 small bowls respectively. When the 2 fragrant rabbits smelled the potion, they couldn't wait to drink it up. After experiencing a state of suspended animation, the 2 rabbits began to evolve from their limbs one after another. Including but not limited to, the body doubling in size and dreamy and beautiful crystals rapidly growing in the legs. After reading the information about the 2 soft and fragrant rabbits with the eye of truth, Luo Chen still felt a little regretful. The 2 rabbits that had evolved only had good qualifications, and it was unknown if it was for this reason that they both lost their 3rd skill life crystal. Fortunately, the second most important skill, Spirit Favored, still exists as a talent skill. Although the skill life crystal does not appear as their innate skill, it is still possible for the Beast Master to allow them to possess this skill in the future, but it will require a certain amount of energy and resources at that time. Put these 2 evolved little rabbits aside, the next step is the evolution of the little fur ball. Luo Chen actually felt a little nervous. After all, this was his own beast and he was always afraid of any accidents. Take out the prepared materials one by one. The tail of a white jade fox, the tail of a diamond tiger, and 3 golden wheat flowers. The tails of the white jade fox and the King Kong tiger cost 320,000 spirit coins respectively. The golden flower is cheaper, costing only 130,000 spirit coins. This set of materials costs nearly 700,000 spirit coins, which is much more expensive than the evolution materials of Rose Yangwan Spirit Rabbit. I hope the final evolved form won't disappoint me, at least it can't be worse than soft and fragrant rabbit. Crush 3 golden flowers into powder and sprinkle them on the 2 tails. Fill half of the crucible with water, bring to a boil over high heat, and throw the 2 tails in. Use mental power to attach to the 2 tails, and use the mental decomposition technique mentioned by the system to decompose the two tails at a microscopic level. Looking from the outside, you can see the two tails slowly dissolving in the water. After half an hour, the liquid in the crucible became viscous and gelatinous. You can turn off the fire at this time. Luo Chen looked at the light green viscous gel in the pot, recalled the whole process and found nothing was missed, then nodded with satisfaction. The little fur ball jumped onto the table, lowered its head and sniffed the crucible. A pungent smell that was definitely not pleasant filled its nostrils. All of a sudden, the little fur ball's entire face was distorted, and it quickly jumped backwards in response to the stress. Then it looked at Luo Chen with suspicion, silently accusing Luo Chen of actually cooking something that looked poisonous for it to eat. Luo Chen laughed, "This is not for you to eat, come closer, this is for wiping." Seeing Luo Chen waving at him, the little fur ball came over with confidence, but his expression was still full of disgust for the smelly gelatinous substance. After all, kittens have a very sensitive sense of smell and always have a physiological aversion to overly irritating smells. "Lie down on the table and don't move." Luo Chen scooped out a small spoonful of the refined potion from the crucible and smeared it on the little fur ball's body. A coat of fur as smooth as satin was suddenly stained with a piece of light green medicine. It was not only unsightly in appearance, but also a mental torture for the little fur ball. As Luo Chen applied more and more medicine all over its body, the little fur ball closed its eyes in despair. But the feeling of the fur being condensed together became clearer. Several times, the little fur ball couldn't help but want to jump into the pool next to it. Compared with water, it now hates the green sticky gel on its body more. When half of its body was covered with the medicine, the little fur ball's feeling of uneasiness finally subsided, because another feeling began to appear in its body. A cool feeling, or rather streams of pure energy, flowed into its body from the place where the potion was applied. This feeling of absorbing energy made it temporarily forget the physical discomfort. Therefore, applying the medicine to half of his body did not take much effort on Luo Chen's part, and the speed was much faster than at the beginning. At this time, the little ball of fur was lying on the ground with its eyes closed as if it was asleep. As the energy from the potion was absorbed, bits of green light emanated from the potion on his body. These dots of light gathered more and more, and then turned into a green cocoon of light, enveloping the little ball of fur. After about half an hour, the light cocoon finally dissipated, and the little ball of fur jumped towards Luo Chen from it. However, Luo Chen seemed to have seen something terrifying and immediately moved aside. It's no wonder that Luo Chen behaved like this, because the little ball of fur has now grown to more than half a meter long and suddenly jumped towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen said he really couldn't bear it. The little ball of fur missed its target, and when it fell to the ground, it was surprised to see that its claws seemed to have become much bigger. It didn't care why Luo Chen didn't catch it, but ran to the foster room next door to look in the mirror. Luo Chen was just about to read the information from the little ball of fur when suddenly a special energy surged into his body. This is the power feedback that the little fur ball gets after it advances to the spiritual level. Luo Chen sat down immediately, carefully feeling and digesting this sudden power. The power feedback of the spiritual level is nothing more than some improvements in physical fitness, such as strength, power, reaction speed, etc. I heard that only after reaching the king level will a beast master have the power to float, and not only that, his lifespan will also be increased. There seems to be more changes when it comes to the wild level. So Luo Chen accepted this power very quickly. After accepting it, he immediately checked the current information of the little fur ball that came back with elegant steps. Race, two-tailed cat, king beast species. Level, spirit beast 1 star. Department, psychology. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1 spiritual membrane, Xian level. A layer of air film formed by energy is attached to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. 2 cut off the tail to survive, earth level. When a two-tailed cat is fatally injured, it can choose to cut off one of its tails to avoid the injury. 3 Light Tail, Xian level 1 of the tails of a two-tailed cat. This tail contains a large amount of mental power and can condense the mental power into substance to interfere with the outside world. 4 Tail of Illusion, Earth level 1 of the tails of the two-tailed cat. Through this tail, the two-tailed cat can create illusions in the outside world to a certain extent and interfere with other targets. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and carefully split the tail behind the little fur ball in the middle. He found that there were indeed 2 tails. Just now, the 2 tails were just pressed together, making him mistakenly think they were one. At first Luo Chen thought that the evolutionary route was wrong and he evolved into Light Cat King. Judging from the information we have now, the race of the double-tailed cat that the little fur ball evolved into is not bad, with 2 earth-level skills. Cut off the tail to survive. This life-saving skill looks really good. However, Luo Chen suddenly thought that cut off the tail to survive seemed to mean that one needs to cut off one tail. Doesn't that mean that after the tail is broken off, the unique tail and the skills above it will also be lost? It seems that this is a disadvantage. When you really need to cut off the tail, you do need to be careful. It would be great if the animal could actively control the tail after it is cut off. Chapter 51. Today's little fur ball is much bigger than before, and can barely be called a medium fur ball. It stood on the ground, and its head was able to touch the shoulders of Luo Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Apart from the fact that it has a tail behind it, its appearance is actually not much different from that of the light cat. After the evolution, Luo Chen was finally able to check the evolutionary path of the spirit beast. Luo Chen set his first target on the little fur ball. Double-tailed cat, yin-yang cat. Evolution conditions: 2 materials with opposite properties. The two-tailed cat reaches the realm of 9-star spiritual beast, uses mental power to mix the 2 materials with opposite properties in a 1:1 ratio to form an absolute balance, and then lets the two-tailed cat drink it. Two-tailed cat, three-tailed cat. Evolution conditions: as long as you normally upgrade from a 9-star spirit beast to a king beast, you can become a 3-tailed cat king. There are only 2 evolutionary routes, and the second one cannot be considered an evolution at all. It is just a normal breakthrough in the level of the Beast Master. The first evolutionary route seems interesting, but it is still a long way from the current fur ball. Streamer City. As a medium-sized city, it has a population of tens of millions. Whether in terms of the height of the buildings or the prosperity of the streets, it cannot be compared with the border town Qingyang City. The Qin family is considered a large family in Liaoguang City. Their mansion is located in a slightly quieter location in the south of the city. The entire family built a very modern villa complex here, covering a very large area. In one of the largest and most magnificent villas, which is usually used for family meetings, Qin Fuzhong, Qin Zhou and Qin Fang, the current head of the Qin family, are together. The 3 of them gathered around the table, looking nervously at the half-meter-long rabbit on the table. If other people in Liaoguang City knew that the 3 leaders of the Qin family treated a spiritual beast so seriously, they would be shocked. "Uncle, how is it? Can we start?" Qin Fang, the head of the Qin family, asked Qin Fuzhong impatiently. He couldn't help but be nervous. Whether the Longyang grass could be successfully copied by the Ruxiang Juan spirit rabbit was a matter of great importance to the future prosperity or decline of the Qin family. The Qin, He and Feng families did not publicize the information of Ruxiang Wanling rabbit in Liaoguang City. After being taken care of by the Qin family for a few days, I successfully got it to anchor a plant of Longyang grass in the house and become its spirit companion a few days ago. Although Ruxiang Wanling rabbit has not yet signed a contract with the Qin family. However, the spirit beast's intelligence allowed it to clearly sense the demands of the 3 people in front of it. So, streams of light flashed across its earlobes, and these streams of light gathered on the table in front of it. Then, as if they were woven, these streams of light were woven into the shape of a grass that was more than 10 centimeters high. Then after the top leaves were woven, the whole grass gradually changed from the shape of light and shadow to a real shape. A long yang grass with brown branches, green leaves and red veins appeared as the three people waited with bated breath. Qin Fuzhong carefully took the long yang grass that appeared out of thin air in his hand, and after checking it over and over again, he excitedly confirmed. This kind of aura, the dragon energy contained in it, is indeed the dragon yang grass. The remaining two people also took the long yang grass one by one and confirmed it. Yes, the dragon energy here feels stronger than that on the long yang grass we cultivate at home. God bless our Qin family. Now the danger of long yang grass decline can be solved. Qin Zhou's rough face trembled, and tears could be vaguely seen in his eyes. After a while, their mood calmed down. Qin Fuzhong had a friendly smile on his face, like a strange uncle. My dear, how many plants of long yang grass can you make in a day? The little rabbit tilted its head, not showing the necessary alertness. After making 3 more plants for Qin Fuzhong in succession, Rosyang Wanling Rabbit refused to make any more plants for Qin Fuzhong no matter what. Now they have a rough estimate, it can produce up to 4 strains per day. But they only have this one Rosyang Wan Spirit Rabbit, and they dare not treat it like a workhorse. Therefore, Qin Fuzhong decided that Rosyang Wanling Rabbit could only produce 2 long yang grasses a day at most. For the rest of the time, you just need to consume the resources provided by the family and grow with peace of mind. Qin Fang, the head of the Qin family, suggested, Uncle, in order to make the spirit rabbit grow quickly, should we find a beast master contract from within the family? This beast taming world has a very peculiar feature. Often, beast tamers that sign a contract with human beast tamers will grow faster. Perhaps this is also the revival of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, a gift to mankind, and the talent of a beast master is one of them. Qin Fuzhong was in a good mood now. He looked at Qin Fang with a smile and asked, What do you think? First of all, the combat power of the person who makes the contract cannot be too low, otherwise he will not be able to protect the clan beast well. Secondly, the person who contracts this beast tamer cannot leave the family often, otherwise he will not be able to provide the family with a stable supply of long yang grass. Finally, and most importantly, this person must be loyal to the family. Qin Fuzhong nodded in agreement, then who do you think is suitable? Qin Fang pointed at himself proudly and said, Look, I am a king level 8-star beast master, my combat power is not low, and I am the clan leader. I stay in the clan all year round to handle affairs, and I can provide the family with a stable supply of long yang grass. My Beastmaster talent is double release, which means there is a chance that the Beastmaster's skills will be used twice. When I cooperate with it, I can directly increase the output of long yang grass. Aren't you excited about this? Finally, and most importantly, my third beast taming slot is still empty. At this point, Qin Fang had a silly smile on his face. Look, am I not the chosen one? After thinking about all these, it seems that not agreeing to him would be inhumane. But what impressed Qin Fuzhong the most was the double release of the Beastmaster's talent, which could increase the yield of long yang grass. There is no way, the family beast red blood dragon Cypress demands too much long yang grass. If there were enough long yang grass, the 9-star king level red blood dragon Cypress in the family would have a chance to break through and become a wild level beast, thus restoring the family to its former glory. Okay, then you come to the contract and make sure you take good care of it. After entrusting the Rosyang Wan spirit rabbit to Qin Fang, Qin Fuzhong turned to Qin Zhou. From now on, you will be fully responsible for all transactions with Chen Yang Pet Shop. Remember to communicate with them on an equal footing. Pay attention to what is going on in their store. After saying that, Qin Fuzhong paused, then changed his mind. Well, you go directly to Qingyang City to guard it and keep an eye on the movements of this store. If there is any news about the soft fragrance rabbit, report it to the family immediately. Qin Zhou scratched his head in confusion and said doubtfully, but didn't we have an agreement with them? They will contact us if there is any news about the beast tamer. Qin Fuzhong was a little disappointed. We sent people to wait for them, which showed our respect for them. They were willing to sell to us first. We bought the remaining rabbits earlier than the other two families. We will have more time to grow. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Qinzhou nodded belatedly. Seeing that he had listened to his words, Qin Fuzhong nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the Rose Yangwan spirit rabbit resting peacefully in Qin Fang's arms, with an ample supply of long yang grass, there is no need for the Qin family to worry about not being able to return to the position of the number 1 family in Liaoguang City. Chapter 52. Luo Chen naturally knew nothing about what happened in Liaoguang City. He was now happily opening his task panel. Task 1, make 3 beasts evolve, completed, reward 200 points, a level 2 secret realm, can be claimed. Task 2, sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, 4 have been sold, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items will be added to the store. Mission 3, successfully hatch the Liaoyu star spirit and receive the starlight protection as a reward. Luo Chen chose to claim the reward from the level 2 secret realm. On the 3rd floor of Chenyang Pet Shop, next to the Qinzhou secret realm, a new light gate appeared. The light gate of the quiet secret realm emits a faint blue light, while the door of this newly emerged secret realm emits star-like fluorescent light, making it look even more dreamy. The little fur ball created a layer of air film around Luo Chen and himself, and then they entered the starry light gate. Vast, deep, and broad. This was Luo Chen's first feeling after entering the light gate. Looking up, you will see the eternally lonely starry sky. The ground beneath Luo Chen's feet is like a speck of dust floating in the entire starry sky. Various stars, planets, white dwarfs, red giants, comets, etc. pass by the earth beneath our feet. The power of various star elements is extremely active here. Is this level 2 secret realm so big? Luo Chen sighed in surprise. Host, wake up! If the system had a physical body, it would definitely wake Luo Chen up. The space of the secret realm is only the land under your feet. The rest of the background is projected and fake. Why didn't you say it earlier? What a waste of emotion. Luo Chen's head, which was originally held high, drooped down instantly, and his eyes glanced nervously to the left and right. The surrounding terrain is quite flat, with a large area of bare rocks exposed under the starlight, looking extremely barren. From any perspective, it is hard to imagine that life can exist in such an environment. Luo Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition, is there really no beast tamer here? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Luo Chen reluctantly carried the little ball of fur and continued forward in the predetermined direction. Along the way, there were nothing but stones. Various stones of strange shapes were scattered randomly on this empty land. After running for a long time, Luo Chen finally gave up the search reluctantly, and with a bit of helplessness, he randomly found a relatively smooth stone and sat down to rest. System, you are too unreliable. What do I need this secret place with nothing in it for? As a warehouse. System. The wonders of the secret realm, please discover it yourself, host. Luo Chen lay relaxedly on the smooth boulder behind him. You know what, the energy around the boulder was extremely active, and it was extremely comfortable to lie on it. After lying down for a while, Luo Chen seemed to remember something and took out an egg with stars on its surface. The system said that the secret of your hatching is in this secret realm. Your name contains the word star spirit. I hope the rich starlight energy here can be useful to you. Luo Chen looked around, preparing to find a suitable place to place the egg. Who would have thought that the starlight egg that had been safely in Luo Chen's hands would suddenly float in the air? The starlight on the surface of its eggshell seemed to be inspired by something and began to move slowly along a certain trajectory. The rich starlight energy in the secret realm was strongly attracted to it, turning into a visible energy vortex surrounding it. For a moment, this egg seemed to become the only center of the secret realm, and even more star power came out from outside the secret realm. Luo Chen looked at the stars nearby above his head, which were emitting a large amount of starlight, shining directly onto the starlight egg through the membrane at the top of the secret realm. Didn't you say that those stars outside are fake? Hearing Luo Chen's question, the system did not agree. The secret realm is an independent space. Those stars are just projections of the stars in the outside world. They came here across time and space after receiving the call from the Luo star spirit. Really? Luo Chen was skeptical. Really? The system answered with certainty. Luo Chen felt a shaking beneath his body, and then he was lifted into the air. The sudden movement made the little fur ball stand up instantly. He protected Luo Chen and was ready to attack the invading enemy at any time. Luo Chen looked up, and not only the ground beneath his feet, but also the strange-looking stones in the secret realm that originally had no breath of life seemed to have suddenly come alive. They looked very strange, and their entire bodies were made of stone. Luo Chen found it hard to imagine how they could eat and reproduce. Moreover, when they were lying on the ground, there was no sense of life in them at all, they were really like dead objects. Before the stone creature under their feet could attack them, Luo Chen and the little ball of fur quickly jumped off it. Fortunately, during the entire process when Luo Chen and the little ball of fur were looking for a relatively safe position, this stone life did not actively attack them. Their attention seemed to be completely absorbed by the starlight egg floating in the air. While these stone men were not noticing him, Luo Chen immediately used the Eye of Truth to spy on their information. Race: Starlight Stone Spirit. Level: Spirit Beast 5-star. Category: Light, Starlight, Earth. Status: Excited, Worshipping. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1 Starlight Stone. Xian level Starlight Stone spirits absorb starlight for food all year round, and the excess starlight that is not consumed is combined with earth elements to form a special resource, Starlight Stone. 2 Falling Boulder. Xian level the Starlight Stone spirit condenses a boulder above the target, and then drops it according to its will. 3 Starlight Body Tempering. Xian level Starlight Stone spirits repeatedly receive starlight to temper their physiques, which makes their already hard physiques even harder and more difficult to break. Their bodies are their best weapons. 4 Body Reorganization. Earth-level Starlight Stone spirits do not have a fixed external form. They can change the stones on their bodies to form the form they want at will. Luo Chen read the information of several Starlight Stone spirits one after another, and even some of them were king beasts. But now they all don't know why they are all worshipping in the direction of Luo Star Spirit. It was like meeting the king, and also like meeting my benefactor. The process of the starlight egg absorbing starlight power is still continuing, and bits of starlight on the body of the Starlight Stone Spirit are also converging towards the starlight egg. Luo Chen, who was originally worried about what they would do to the starlight egg, felt relieved a little. These beasts wouldn't intend to fatten up the starlight egg before eating it, and even if they did, they wouldn't worship it. After watching for half an hour, Luo Chen found that the starlight egg had no intention of stopping. It was like a bandit who had not absorbed starlight for thousands of years and did not want to stop for a moment. Luo Chen really couldn't tell when it would stop, so he could only leave and estimate the size of the edge of the secret realm first. It is almost 100,000 square meters, 10 times the size of the quiet secret place. After walking around, I found that there are quite a lot of Starlight Stone spirits here, probably several hundred. The lowest realm is 3 stars for spirit beasts, and the highest is 6 stars for king beasts. The one at the highest level is also the closest to the starlight egg. Just standing there, Luo Chen feels that he is not even as tall as the other person's calf. After having a general grasp of the situation in the secret realm, Luo Chen named this secret realm number 2 the Shilling Secret Realm, which is a good summary of the characteristics of this secret realm. After waiting for about half an hour, new changes appeared on the starlight egg. Chapter 53. Click. A crisp sound rang out in the secret realm, and a crack appeared from the top to the bottom of the starlight egg. Luo Star Spirit is finally about to be hatched. The appearance of the first crack seemed to be a signal, and then, irregular cracks appeared everywhere on the starlight egg. The dense, spider-web-like cracks were eventually broken from the inside by the creatures inside. A creature with transparent wings jumped out from inside, and its appearance was extremely similar to that of a human. It has a slender body, only about 30 centimeters tall, and a crown decorated with stars is worn on its head. She is wearing clothes with the background of the universe, and the stars embroidered on them are moving according to a certain specific pattern. The tiny feet are exposed. The first impression that Luo Chen got from Liu Xingling was that it was a two-dimensional creature that existed in cartoons. Could it really appear in the real world? Fortunately, its face is relatively normal, and the eyes do not take up half of the face as in real life. If that were the case, Luo Chen estimated that he really couldn't accept it. Race, Liu Star Spirit. Level, Spirit Beast 6 Star. Category, Light, Starlight, Moonlight. Status, Newborn, New. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1 Starlight Pendant, Xian level Liu Star Spirit summons starlight to infuse into the target's body, healing the target's injuries in a short period of time. 2 Starburst, Earth level Liu Star Spirit throws stars at the target area and detonates them when needed. 3 Moon attracts stars, Earth level the Liu Star Spirit blesses the target with a star, allowing the target to draw in the power of starlight and change and enhance their physique. 4 Moon summoning technique, Earth level the Liu Star Spirit summons the moon to appear, amplifying itself in all directions, and can emit moonlight from the moon to attack the target. Although he could sense from the beginning that this beast was not simple, Luo Chen was still shocked when he saw its information. It is a spiritual beast as soon as it is born and has 4 innate skills, which can definitely kill most beasts in seconds. It is true that some beastmen are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. The Liu Star Spirit slowly flew over the beasts that were bowing down to it, and scattered starlight fell from its body and sprinkled on the starlight stone spirits. The starlight stone spirits that were visibly becoming somewhat sluggish due to the loss of starlight became better after absorbing the starlight. No one knew how they communicated. The stone spirits surrounding the star spirit gradually dispersed, returned to their old places, and turned into a piece of lifeless stone again. During this time, all the stone spirits ignored Luo Chen and the little ball of fur. Perhaps they felt they posed no threat, or perhaps it was just the nature of this race and they were not aggressive. Liu Star Spirit passed through the scattered starlight stone spirit team and came to Luo Chen's side. "Take me to him." A childish voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Roar, this Liu Star Spirit not only looks somewhat similar to humans, but its intelligence also seems to be much higher than other beasts of the same level. This is the third beast that Luo Chen has encountered that can communicate with humans. The first is the store-guarding beast Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, and the second is the siege beast Calling Tide Mermaid. Chong Gaihan. Luo Chen uttered a name. Right. Do you still have memories of being an egg? Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. Liu Xingling paused, then said belatedly, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets, but I promise not to tell anyone what I saw and heard in the store." Although Liu Star Spirit is a newborn, the genetic memory retained in the tribe still allows it to realize how shocking the things in this store are. Moreover, he seemed to have seen the preparation ratio of the evolution potions of the 2 beast tamers, Fragrant Rabbit and Light Cat. Now, it feels like the boy in front of me will never let me go. Sure enough, Luo Chen smiled at it and said, "Sorry, I need you to stay in this secret place for a while. I can't completely believe your promise." Liu Star Spirit was a little discouraged. Although it believed that it was trustworthy, its words alone were not enough to gain the trust of the handsome young man in front of it. "If you need any resources, I can tell Chong Gaihan." Liu Star Spirit swayed his body up and down, shook his head and said, "The starlight energy here is very sufficient. I don't need anything at the moment." Good. Seeing that it really didn't need anything, Luo Chen didn't stay in the secret realm any longer. He needed to ask the system how to deal with this Liu star spirit. In the breeding room on the second floor of Chenyang Pet Shop, Luo Chen sat in a chair with his eyes wide open, his attention entirely focused on his mind. System, come out. What's going on with the Liu star spirit? You didn't tell me how it could sense the outside world when it was an egg. Host, you didn't ask either. Although a little weak, the system still carefully refuted. Oh, Luo Chen said in a mocking voice, I don't even know what this beast is. If you hadn't issued the task, I wouldn't have accepted the commission to hatch it. Now you say I didn't ask? Without saying anything else, do you have any way to eliminate the hidden danger of leaking store information? The system froze for a while before responding. When you complete the task of selling 20 or better beasts, I will swap the available items on the supply panel for you and add a related item. Is that okay? Luo Chen looked at the completion status of his task. He was still 16 away from the target of 20. Well, at least there was a solution. You should know that the wealthy little fat man Chang Gaihan already lives next door to me, and he would greet me warmly every time I go out. Although he was not urged to hatch his egg, Luo Chen still felt a strong psychological pressure every time he saw him. If I run into him now when I go out, and he gets tired of waiting and asks for his balls back, but I keep them and refuse to give them to him, wouldn't that make me a shady shop? No, I have to calm down this little fat boy Chang Gaihan first. I can't let him ask me for the starlight egg before the mission is completed. But if you want to delay, there are still many ways to do it. Luo Chen stretched out an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Task 3, successfully hatched the Liu star spirit, completed, and was rewarded with the Starlight Guardian, can be claimed. Task 3 has been completed. Although the result is not very good, the reward must be collected. After Luo Chen chose to receive the reward, he didn't feel anything special. Simply a crack spanning time and space appeared in front of him, and a beam of starlight shone out from it, enveloping Luo Chen. The starlight passed through Luo Chen's body and touched his soul, as if it was covering him with a layer of gauze woven from starlight. A layer of protection was added to Luo Chen from his body to his soul, allowing him to avoid damage from some curse skills that were difficult to defend against. Chapter 54. After leaving the store, through the transparent glass door, Luo Chen saw Chang Gaihan sitting in the store leisurely drinking tea. However, after seeing Luo Chen coming out of the store, he glanced at Luo Chen. Seeing Luo Chen walking towards his shop, a hint of expectation appeared on his face. He put down the teacup in his hand and went to open the door for Luo Chen personally. No interruption, hey! Luo Chen spoke as he secretly looked around the store. Chang Gaihan enthusiastically led Luo Chen to sit down at the tea table. No, I just happen to be free and I'm waiting for someone to disturb me. Luo Chen remembers that this store was originally a restaurant, but now all the tables and chairs have been removed and it has been renovated with many ornaments and shelves. There are many things like antiques or works of art placed on it, which are very elegant and grand but out of place in this bustling pedestrian street. Chang Gaihan elegantly poured Luo Chen a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. The porcelain cup, as white as jade, was filled with amber tea soup. Brother Luo, try this cup of tea. A faint scent of tea lingered in front of Luo Chen. When he took a sniff, he felt as if all the pores on his body were opened. Luo Chen, who had hardly ever drunk tea, didn't bother to be polite with Chang Gaihan. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. A stream of pure energy flowed from the stomach to every part of his body, and Luo Chen could clearly feel that his spirit had also become more active. After drinking the remaining tea, his mental strength was significantly improved. Good tea. Luo Chen really couldn't say anything high-sounding to comment on this cup of tea, so he could only give a simple compliment. As long as Brother Luo likes it. Chang Gaihan poured another glass for Luo Chen. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Luo Chen finally remembered the purpose of his visit today. That little fatty. Gaihan, I've made some progress on the starlight egg you entrusted to me. But what? If you have any requests, Brother Luo can just ask directly. Hearing Luo Chen's words involving the Liu star spirit, Chang Gaihan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Luo Chen pressed his hand down, signaling Chang Gaihan to stay calm, but it may take me some time, because the previous egg lost too much power. I also need some materials that are hard to find in Qingyang City, so I need your help in finding them. How to better delay time? It takes time for Chang Gaihan to find materials, it takes time to recuperate the starlight egg, and then it takes time to prepare the medicine, and it takes time to hatch it. This delay should be enough time. Luo Chen handed Chang Gaihan a list of materials he had prepared earlier. Because it was to delay time, the materials on it were not very precious. However, these are the kind that are hard to find in Qingyang City and need to be purchased from other cities. Chang Gaihan looked at the list in his hand with a strange expression, but he didn't say anything after all. Okay, I will find these materials as soon as possible. There's no need to be so fast. Luo Chen muttered softly. Chang Gaihan didn't hear clearly, so he asked, "What did Brother Luo say?" It's all right. I have other things to do in the store, so I'll take my leave now. Okay, I'll see you off, Brother Luo. Chang Gaihan stood up and walked Luo Chen to the door. Watching Luo Chen enter Chenyang Pet Shop, a voice in Chang Gaihan's mind still rang out. Ahung, he is lying. I clearly sensed the unique aura of the Liu star spirit on him, which proves that the Liu star spirit has been hatched. Chang Gaihan was not very surprised when he heard the analysis of Qianzi Fuyun Lun, he also felt it. Then what is his purpose? To delay time, to cover up something. Qianzi Fuyun Lun's exclamation interrupted Chang Guiheng's thoughts. I heard that breeders are all weird research geeks. He won't do any weird experiments with the Liu star spirit, right? Probably, not likely. Chang Gaihan's tone was uncertain. Regardless of what Chang Gaihan and his beast Qianzi Fuyun Lun think, Luo Chen has already returned to the store. He first came to the Qinjua's secret realm and selected 5 plants with good quality or above from the only 15 remaining Qinjua grass plants. Sent to the cage on the first floor. Then he invited Luo Yuheng, a king-level beast master, to act as his bodyguard, and selected 15 starlight stone spirits with good qualifications from the level 2 secret realm, now named the Stone Spirit Secret Realm by Luo Chen. When he saw another secret realm coming out, Luo Yuheng accepted it much faster than the first secret realm. They said they would capture 15, but in fact they captured 17, because 2 of them were taken by Luo Yuheng to the Qinjua's secret realm for research. After settling the 20 beasts on the first floor, Luo Chen took out his personal terminal and sent a message on the official account of Chenyang Pet Shop, which he had just registered. Chenyang Pet Shop. After a week of closure for improvements, Chenyang Pet Shop is open again. Let's see what beasts are for sale this time. Picture 1, Qinjua grass with good qualifications and less demand for resources. Picture 2, the battle beast Starlight Stone Spirit with good qualifications, powerful momentum and the ability to change at will. Below are the detailed information of the 2 beasts, Picture 3 and Picture 4. If you want to know more, you can come to the store for detailed consultation. At Luo Yuheng, Fangxing 5-star breeder certification, at Su Muking, spiritual level 8-star beast tamer certification, at Luo Chen, Chenyang Pet Shop Manager Certification, at Luoyang. After publishing it using the official account of Chenyang Pet Shop, Luo Chen reposted it using his own account. Although I don't have many friends on my account, it's better than nothing. Then Luo Chen sent a message to their family group, asking them to forward the news about Chenyang Pet Shop for him. Su Muking was the first to reply and immediately forwarded the message from Chenyang Pet Shop. Luo Yuheng was the second one. As for Luo Yang, he should have been in class and did not see the message. Soon Luo Chen found that someone had replied to the post he posted. Zhang Zheng, Certified Spirit Level 5-Star Beast Tamer. Is Kinjua grass on sale again? Come to the store right now at Luo Chen, Certified Manager of Chenyang Pet Store, number repost. When Luo Chen saw his name, he immediately remembered that this was the guy who bought all of his Kinjua grass last time. But last time he was only at the 4-star spiritual level, and he has reached the 5-star level so quickly. As the first customer to reply to him, Luo Chen was very considerate and replied to him below. Luo Chen, Certified Manager of Chenyang Pet Shop. Great, this time's Kinjua grass has been selected and cultivated, and I look forward to meeting your needs. At Zhangzheng, Certified Spiritual Grade 5-Star Beast Tamer. It was already afternoon, and the popularity of Chenyang Pet Shop had almost died down. Although Luo Chen has now opened the store and hung up a sign saying it is open for business, the customers who came into the store were not as crazy as they were the day after the auction. They were all quietly watching the beasts in the store. However, Qingyang City is a lower city after all, and the purchasing power is limited. Basically, the customers who come to the store at this time cannot afford spiritual level beasts. Even the Kinjua grass of an 8 or 9-star ferocious beast cannot be consumed. The price of Kinjua grass of an 8-star ferocious beast is 150,000 spirit coins, and the price of Kinjua grass of a 9-star ferocious beast is 180,000 spirit coins. Starlight Stone Spirit. This time there are 3 types of spirit beasts ranging from 3 stars to 5 stars. The 3-star one is priced at 550,000 spirit coins. The 4-star one is priced at 600,000 spirit coins, and the 5-star one is priced at 660,000 spirit coins. Starlight Stone Spirit. As a beast that has never appeared in Daxia, it is naturally priced higher. Its skills are also very powerful. As it is born with an earth-level skill, it is impossible for it to be priced too low. Moreover, it is the kind that is very easy to cultivate. Even if you don't invest resources, letting it absorb starlight every night can allow it to maintain its current state and even improve. However, this rate of improvement is too despairing for human lifespan. However, if you want to grow quickly, Chenyang Pet Shop also has after-sales service and provides star stone sales services, which are not difficult to condense in the secret realm with rich starlight resources. However, in this kind of outside world, the starlight is relatively weak, and the starlight stone spirit generally will not condense starlight stones. The starlight stones produced in the secret realm are then very useful. Although Zhang Zheng was the first to reply to Luo Chen's post, the first person to enter the store to buy the beast was Chang Gaihan, who was close to the store. Chapter 55. Chang Gaihan first went to the front desk and greeted Luo Chen before going to the cage where the beast was placed to observe. Unlike other customers who came into the store just to look around, the wealthy Chang Gaihan took a look around and decided to buy the beast. And it was not just one, the fat guy directly ordered 5 beasts. 1 Kinjua grass of 8 and 9 stars for the fierce beasts, and 1 Xing Guang stone spirit of 3 to 5 stars for the spiritual beasts. Just like the last time he bought those sea beasts, even though the beasts he bought this time were much more expensive than last time, he still had no qualms. Knowing that he was not joking, Luo Chen moved the beasts he pointed out from the cages into small cages and placed them in front of Chang Gaihan. A total of 2.14 million spirit coins. After paying with a card, Luo Chen handed Chang Gaihan 5 or 6 star stones and explained. These are the starlight stones that the starlight stone spirit needs to grow. You can come to the store to buy more when you run out. These few pieces are given to you as gifts. Chang Gaihan said thank you politely, and then asked, how much is this starlight stone? 10,000 spirit coins each. Luo Chen saw that the starlight stone spirits condensed this thing very quickly. He just took a few pieces from them, and soon new ones were added to their side. So Luo Chen felt that the price of 10,000 spirit coins was neither too much nor too little, it should be just right. Give me $50 then. Chang Gaihan seems to have a hobby of hoarding goods, and he buys everything in large quantities. However, Luo Chen just hopes to have more customers like this. After counting out 50 starlight stones from his inventory and trading them with Chang Gaihan said to Luo Chen, I will be leaving Qingyang City in the next few days to buy the materials you need. If there are any changes to the egg, you can contact me on the terminal. Luo Chen, who used the materials on the list as a time-delaying strategy, felt a pang in his conscience. Okay, I wish you a smooth trip. When Luo Chen and Chang Gaihan were saying goodbye, another voice interrupted. Young boss, where is the Qinjua grass? Luo Chen waved goodbye to Chang Gaihan and turned to look at Zhang Zheng at the door. You're here quickly. There are still 3 Qinjua grasses left to sell. They're over there. Luo Chen pointed his finger at the location of the Qinjua grass. Zhang Zheng clasped his fist towards Luo Chen, and then hurriedly found the location of the Qinjua grass. After a quick look, he found that the price had changed, but it was still within his acceptable range, so he shouted to Luo Chen. Young boss, I want all the remaining 3 Qinjua grasses. To be honest, Luo Chen was really curious about why Zhang Zheng needed so much Qinjua grass. He probably doesn't have that many contract positions reserved for these pure grasses, but this is the guest's privacy, and it would be a bit abrupt and inappropriate to ask. 480,000 spirit coins. In the end, Luo Chen suppressed his curiosity. Perhaps his father knew something. Wasn't Zhang Zheng's first beastmaster trained by Luo Yuheng? Just like before, Zhang Zheng came in a hurry and left in a hurry, just like a tool. In addition to these two, a 3-star spirit beast Starlight Stone Spirit was sold in the evening. The buyer was dressed like a member of a hunting team on an outdoor adventure. On Luo Chen's recommendation, he bought 5 more star stones. Yes, ordinary citizens who live a stable life in the store would not have so many spirit coins to buy beasts. Except for those larger families, most individual beastmasters choose to join hunting teams. Risking their lives to hunt beasts in the wild or in secret places is a common way to obtain resources. Shaking his head, seeing that it was getting dark and there were few customers in the store, Luo Chen simply closed the door and the business ended. July 3, 552 in the New Life calendar. Today, I sold 9 beasts and 55 starlight stones, with a profit of 3,720,000 spirit coins. Mission: sell 20 or better beasts. 13 have been completed. After closing the shop, Luo Chen came to the quiet secret place and found Luo Yuheng lying on a recliner to rest. Dad, do you still remember that Zhang Zheng? Luo Yuheng opened his eyes, with a flash of doubt in his eyes. Which Zhang Zheng? It's Zhang Zheng, the nether beast tamer who has a contract with the Zhang family in Qingyang City. It was you who helped his first beast to break through. Oh, him. Luo Yuheng understood. Why are you asking him? He has already bought a lot of Qinjua grass in the store. I'm a little curious why he bought so many netherworld beasts. This is related to his talent. His beast taming talent is called netherworld absorption. The disadvantage of this talent is that it can only allow him to contract nether beast tamers, but it does have an advantage. He can extract nether chi from different nether beast tamers. Improve the netherworld talent of your contracted beast, and promote the growth of your own beast. This kind of extraction often works better on beastmasters of the same species as your contracted beastmaster. He bought so much Qinjua grass probably for the growth of the Qinjua grass that he contracted with. I see. Luo Chen suddenly realized something. He felt that the talents of other beastmasters seemed to be all kinds of strange, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Then what is my mother's talent as a beastmaster? Luo Chen had never asked this question since he was a child. Hearing Luo Chen's question, Luo Yuheng's face clearly flashed with disappointment. Your mother, her gift is the blood of the phoenix. Phoenix bloodline, this name sounds very powerful. Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen and shook his head slightly, with a more inexplicable look on his face. Phoenix blood is indeed very powerful. It can double the strength of the skills released by the beasts with phoenix blood, increase the probability of the beasts comprehending the true phoenix exclusive skills, and can continuously purify the phoenix blood. Luo Chen's eyes lit up after hearing these descriptions, but he thought that Su Muking was only at the 8th star spiritual level. Luo Chen suddenly became much more sober. There must be some drawbacks, otherwise Su Muking would not have reached this state. Sure enough, Luo Yuheng immediately continued. But the prerequisite for using this talent is that you must contract a beast with the blood of the phoenix. Otherwise, it will not be of any help to the beast you have contracted with. In the entire country of Daxia, there is no news of any beast with phoenix bloodline appearing. Some pseudo-dragon species or beasts with real dragon bloodline are relatively common. Indeed, even if a beast with phoenix bloodline appeared, how could it be the turn of commoners like them with no background? Even though Luo Yuheng was a 5-star breeder of the stars and had a distinguished status in Qingyang City, he was just an ordinary person in the whole of Daxia. When Luo Chen thought of this situation, he felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart, unwilling that Su Muking's talent was not treated as it should be. But luckily, now that I am here, he no longer believes that he cannot evolve a beast with the blood of the phoenix. Luo Yuheng stood up from the recliner. You are now a spiritual beast tamer. When do you plan to take the Star Breeder qualification exam? Speaking of this, Luo Chen asked cautiously, you have participated in this kind of assessment before, do you have any experience to share? This kind of assessment will not allow loopholes, it relies on real talent and knowledge. Unlike the assessment for trainee breeders, registration is simple and anyone can take the assessment. The assessment for star breeders is very formal, and each trainee breeder has only 2 opportunities per year. Moreover, the assessment is conducted in an illusion, where 3 different beasts will be generated according to the examinee's own requirements. As long as the examinee can train the beasts into spiritual level beasts within the specified time, he/she will pass the assessment. Luo Chen inevitably doubted this assessment method. Can this illusion be guaranteed to develop according to the actual situation? And can he simulate the appearance of beasts that have not appeared in Daxia? And will he steal the unique evolutionary route of the breeder? Luo Yuheng smiled and looked at Luo Chen. I used to have the same doubt as you, but now that you know who created this illusion, you don't have to worry about it. He is Zhuang Shenqiu Lao. Seeing that Luo Yuheng's expression was full of admiration and respect when he mentioned this person, Luo Chen searched for information about him in his little head, which still seemed a little lacking in knowledge even though he had been cramming for relevant knowledge. Unfortunately, the retrieval failed. He could only ask stupid questions under Luo Yuheng's murderous gaze. Who is Zhuang Shenqiu Lao? Chapter 56. Zhuang Shenqiu, founder of the Huxia People's Beast Taming University, Yeyang 5-day Beast Tamer, Star-level Beast Tamer, and honorary lifetime president of the Beast Tamers Association. At the same time, he is also a breeder of commoner origin, and has been guarding many secret places for the country. Many of the top beasts in Daxia were bred by him. The real pillar of the country. There was a strong sense of excitement and yearning in Luo Yuheng's words. Luo Chen was secretly shocked when he heard this long list of titles. It really sounded intimidating. After a pause, Luo Yuheng continued. The assessment of the breeders was jointly formulated by several big bosses and implemented by their beast masters. The dream butterfly weaves the dream world, the wheel of destiny carries out the development of the way, the white jade spider connects many cities, and the Zhirang cornerstone serves as the foundation to jointly build such an assessment world. It can simulate the real world to the greatest extent possible without worrying about errors. Beast taming levels: Fierce Beast, Spiritual Beast, King Beast, Wild Beast, Star Beast. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Are they all star beasts? Luo Yuheng shook his head regretfully. Mendi and Tianyun Fulun have already been star beasts, but Being Yu Spider and Zhirang Foundation Stone are said to have been stuck at the realm of 9-star wild beasts. The level of the wild beasts makes it too difficult for them to connect all of Daxia continuously, so this fantasy world has never been used on a large scale and is only used for the assessment of breeders across the country. As for your intellectual property rights, how can a star-level elder care about your low-level evolutionary path? Thinking of the abnormal degree of the soft fragrant rabbit evolved by Luo Chen, Luo Yuhang changed his mind again. How about this? I'll give you 3 evolutionary roots for beast control. You should study them hard during this period and use the 3 evolutionary roots I gave you to participate in the assessment. Good. This seems to be the best solution at the moment. On the second day, the shop was officially opened after the small ball of fur and the separately selected Kinjua grass and starlight stone spirit were soaked in the cultivation pool. But I don't know if the news of the opening of Chenyang Pet Shop has been spread. When it opened today, I saw a huge crowd of people outside the door. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately closed the shop door, leaving a confused crowd outside the door. Didn't they say that this store has reopened? Ah, I didn't squeeze in last time, I must be the first one today. Is this store going to close today? You must have gathered too close and scared the little brother. Everyone, disperse. Everyone, please disperse. You want to be in the front, right? Luo Chen calmed down a little, then walked back to the warehouse and took out a sign with a QR code on it. This was prepared for him by Luo Yang before he went to school. He said that if there were too many people, a flow control policy would be adopted and entry would be required only by appointment. Luo Chen opened the shop door and put the sign across the front of the shop. Everyone, please be quiet, line up, and scan the QR code to enter. The space in the store is limited, and only 200 people are allowed to enter the store at the same time. Those who exceed the limit will not be admitted. Thank you for your understanding. After saying that, Luo Chen put up a QR code sign in front of the store and called out Little Ball and Colorful Sound Spirit Bird to help him maintain order at the store entrance. The little ball of fur still seems rather reserved and shy, but the colorful sound spirit bird seems quite tough. Some people didn't want to queue and pushed forward, causing the scene to be quite chaotic for a moment. The colorful bird let out a loud cry. It shocked everyone present for a short time, and then it started to curse and call out those who didn't follow the rules. Do you have donkey hair in your ears? Can't you hear me? Go and queue up. With your body that has no flesh on it, you're trying to imitate others and rush forward. Do you want to turn into a paper man so you can go on a date with your 2D wife? And your greasy hands, are you trying to take advantage of others? You look okay, but your character is a bit disgusting. You are the one who looks good on the outside but is rotten on the inside, right? Cyan Linke opened fire at full force and scolded a few of the unruly people, making them retreat in disgrace. The scene immediately became orderly. One by one, they scanned the code in an orderly manner and entered the pet shop. The little fur ball guarding the door looked at the colorful bird flying back and forth in the long line, with a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Luo Chen was happily watching colorful sound spirit bird teaching a lesson to those who didn't follow the rules next to the little ball of fur, but when he saw the look in the little ball of fur's eyes, he immediately became alert. He covered the little ball's eyes with one hand and its ears with the other, and kept muttering. Children should not learn to curse. We should have good manners. Those without manners should be left to Cyan Linke. Cyan Linke, thank you. In any case, the situation has been completely stabilized. After the number of people in the store reaches 200, no further customers will be allowed in. New people will only be allowed in after someone leaves the store. Luo Chen directly gave the job of guarding the gate to Cyan Linke, but the price was a few kilograms of spirit beast meat. It's okay. Luo Chen is rich now and can afford it. Perhaps this is the advantage of internet celebrity stores. It attracts more customers and also means that the products in the store are easier to sell. Although most people came to watch the fun, 3 starlight stone spirits were still sold throughout the morning, along with their food and a lot of starlight stones. Luo Chen admitted that he had underestimated Qingyang City's spending power yesterday, as there were still a large number of wealthy people there. The pet shop did not close for a break throughout the afternoon and continued to entertain customers who came here to visit. The official account of Qinyang Pet Shop has also gained hundreds of followers, and the number is still increasing. Because even though many people cannot judge the quality of the Beastmasters sold in the store, they can only sigh that the Beastmasters are really too expensive. However, resources like Xianling grass, which has appeared many times at auctions and is often in the news, are very familiar. The value of a plant of Xianling grass is about 500,000 spirit coins, and there are 3 of them on the first floor of this store. Even if they don't practice beast control, they feel that they can gain great improvement just by simply breathing the air here. Not to mention that some people have actually analyzed that the selling price of Starlight Stone Spirit is more expensive than that of spirit beasts of the same level, which is very reasonable. After all, it is very rare for spirit beasts to possess earth-level skills, and most of them possess mysterious-level skills. Moreover, as the first beast to appear in Qingyang City, the Starlight Stone Spirit is a rare creature in itself. Many wealthy families or research institutes don't mind buying one to study or learn about its habits. So in the afternoon, people from larger families in Qingyang City who heard the news came and basically bought up all the remaining Starlight Stone Spirits. Among them is Wei Yanzheng. I heard that he is now the full-time manager of the King Yun Treasures auction. Although he has the same name, his position and salary have increased by more than 1 level. He rushed to grab the last Starlight Stone Spirit on sale, and Luo Chen had to admit that he was really lucky. However, when he left, he also took away the Xinqiang rabbit that had been fostered by Luo Chen, even though he had not specifically trained this rabbit during this period. It was promoted to the level of a 7-star ferocious beast, surpassing the originally agreed 6-star level of a ferocious beast. Wei Yanzheng not only paid the money agreed upon at the beginning and the foster care fee, but also paid a little more for the training of the 7 stars beast. However, Luo Chen did not want it. Since he was an old customer, they gave it to him as a benefit. After the last Starlight Stone Spirit was sold, Luo Chen decided to close the store and sent a message on the official account of Qinyang Pet Shop. Qinyang Pet Shop, this batch of beasts has been sold out, please look forward to the next wave of new beasts. One of the fans who followed the store responded quickly. Sunny Banana, I was planning to go to the store tomorrow to take a look. Now I can't go? The cutie eating candy, yes, luckily I went there today. I have to say the spiritual energy there is very rich. Popsicle is too cold, sister, if it weren't for the fact that you are not allowed to bring your beast in the store, I really want to summon your beast to practice. At the cute little one who eats candy. The cutie who eats candy at, who are your sisters? I am a boy, but I got the last foster care spot, so happy. The popsicle is too cold, go to hell, you crying monster. Zhang, certified spiritual level 4-star Beastmaster beast taming is great, and I look forward to the next batch of new beast tamers. It would be even better if they are of the Netherworld type. Jade makeup, there are too few beasts in the store, it's impossible to get one. Luokanilu, I'm just a passerby. Is this store so willful? It just closes down without the Beastmaster? The supply chain is too bad. Light of Chen Yang, Xiao Hizi, don't pretend to be a passerby. This store only sells high-quality beast tames. We don't use inferior beast tames as a storefront. Of course, the demand exceeds supply. Luokanilu, how can such a crappy store have such a loyal fan like you? How much did you buy it for? Chen Yang Zhi Guang, you have 2 eyes and are deflated. Didn't you read the information about the beast tamer above? It's a netherworld beast tamer, a spirit-level beast tamer, and has earth-level skills. Oh, maybe you haven't received a good education and don't know it. Forget it, don't communicate with uneducated people. Luokanilu, you. Wei Yanzheng, certified by General Manager of King Yun Treasures Auction. I have tried the skills of Starlight Stone Spirit and they are very powerful. There is a 5th level Spirit Beast Starlight Stone Spirit that will appear at the next King Yun Treasures Auction. If you are interested, please continue to follow at number and repost. King Yun Treasures Auction official account at number repost. The reposts of Wei Yanzheng and King Yun Treasures Auction brought huge traffic to the Chenyang Pet Shop account. The attention to Chenyang Pet Shop soared rapidly, and even the number of fans under Luo Chen's account increased rapidly. The number of fans soon soared to 30,000 in Qingyang City, which has a population of only about 1 million in this era of popular local area networks. This number of fans is already very good. It is equivalent to that when you go out, 3 out of 100 people follow the account of King Yun Treasures Auction House. Chapter 57. Under the post of Chenyang Pet Shop, there are some unique as well as many weird ones. However, Luo Chen didn't care too much about it. Anyway, this account was only used for promotional notifications. The next time the store was open, the message could be conveyed. Task 3, sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, completed, reward 50 points, can be collected, and add new items for sale in the store, updated. Luo Chen first collected the 50 points, and then adjusted the page to the redemption panel to see that new products had been added. The first 5 were the same ones that appeared last time, so Luo Chen simply ignored them. Item 6, Energy Stone, each piece is sold for 15 points. Item 7, Random Beast Tamer Blind Box, priced at 100 points, limited to 1 purchase per day. Item 8, Forget Dust Flower, weakened version, this flower can make the target who eats it forget the memory of the last month, price, 50 points, only 1 purchase. Item 9, Ancient Wood Spirit World Shuttle Card, priced at 550 points, limited to purchase once a week. Item 10, Ancient Relics Heritage Card Blind Box, priced at 1000 points, limited to purchase once a week. Of the 5 new products that have been released this time, purchase restrictions have been implemented for the other 4 items except the Energy Stone. After looking again and again, Luo Chen finally spent his only 50 points to buy the Forget Dust Flower, which was obviously given to him by the system through a backdoor. Now there is no need to worry about Liu Star Spirit leaking the secrets of Chenyang Pet Shop. But what is the Ancient Wood Spirit Realm? Is it some large secret realm? The Ancient Wood Spirit Realm is not a secret realm that is located near the earth, but a small world that can truly exist independently, with a large number of wood-type beasts living in it. After hearing the system's explanation, Luo Chen asked with some confusion, this shuttle card means that I can go there for training. You are the shop owner, so improving your strength is a byproduct. The main thing is that you can bring back many beasts that are not available on Earth, as well as precious resources. The system's disdainful voice seemed to be saying, we are businessmen, how can we fight and kill all day long? Even if we fight and kill, it should be with the beasts we have trained. What about this blind box of ancient heritage cards? As the name suggests, only some beasts that were famous in the ancient times can be called relics. These beasts are all very famous, and their inheritance cards are not something that every beast can easily obtain. After hearing this, Luo Chen's interest in buying soared, but he looked at his current empty balance. I can only resist the urge to look at these products, otherwise it would be too painful to be able to see them but not be able to buy them. System tasks have been refreshed. As Luo Chen expected, after completing that series of tasks, the system tasks that had not been refreshed for a long time were finally refreshed after he completed all the tasks. Task 1, make 3 spirit beasts evolve, reward 200 points and 2 skill crystals. Task 2, sell 10 spirit beasts, reward 150 points and 10 energy stones. Task 3, pass the Star Breeder assessment and be rewarded with 200 points and a mysterious spiritual level beast. Mission 4, sell a king level beast, reward 500 points and a bloodline enhancement stone. The new mission seemed to him like an upgraded version of the ferocious beast stage. He had already expected it and was not too surprised. There was a knock on the door. Xiao Chen, the person sent by the Feng family for the transaction, has arrived and is outside the door now. It was Luo Yuheng's voice. Here I come. Luo Chen opened the door of the breeding room and went downstairs with Luo Yuheng, who was holding the soft fragrant rabbit at the door. I opened the door with a sign saying temporarily closed and saw an unexpected person standing outside. Lord of the Wind City. His shoulder-length hair was casually draped behind his head, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, which made people who looked into his eyes feel very pressured. The thick beard made him look more mature. This is a man with a story, Luo Chen commented on him. Looking around the store door and not finding anyone else, Luo Chen had a guess in his mind. Lord Feng, please come in. Feng Qingyang nodded and walked into the store calmly. Luo Chen followed closely and closed the shop door again. Seeing Feng Qingyang walk in, Luo Yuheng's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he showed understanding. It turns out that Lord Feng is from the Feng family of Liaoguang City. Feng Qingyang smiled unnaturally, but did not deny it. Jing Jing glanced around the interior of Chenyang Pet Shop, with surprise flashing in his eyes. The store has changed a lot from before. From what he said, it seemed that he had been to Chenyang Pet Shop before. Luo Yuheng smiled and shook his head. I'm old, and I've passed this pet shop to my son. Please take a seat. After the three of them sat down in the rest area of the lobby on the first floor, Feng Qingyang was speechless when he heard Luo Yuheng's words. The minimum lifespan of a king-level beast tamer is 300 years. You are only in your 40s. How can you say you are old? Haha, that's right. Maybe it's because I got married early. I feel like I age faster after having kids. Feng Qingyang, who is 55 and still single, doesn't really want to pay attention to Luo Yuheng. He felt that Luo Yuheng was not suitable for small talk, so he decided to get straight to the point. I'm not very clear about the details of your deal with the Feng family. She said that I will pay 20 million spirit coins, and you will provide a soft fragrant spirit rabbit. Feng Qingyang was also present at the last auction. He knew very well how important the existence of Rose Yangwan spirit rabbit was to those families, so he did not seem too surprised. It was just that his eyes occasionally glanced at the big rabbit in Luo Yuheng's arms, as if thinking about something. This was the soft fragrant rabbit, and it didn't seem to be in as good a condition as the last one. Luo Yuheng smiled and nodded. Since it has been agreed upon long ago, we can start the transaction now. However, we also need to make it clear in advance that the qualification of this rabbit is only good level. It is not as good as the one from the last auction. The previous agreement also stated that the quality of the rabbit cannot be guaranteed. Feng Qingyang scratched his chin and took out his terminal. I need to confirm. Please. Although the networks between cities are not interoperable, they are all local area networks. However, you can make calls across cities, but you will have to pay high call charges. The call Feng Qingyang made was quickly connected, and a lazy female voice sounded. What's wrong, Qingyang? The qualifications of the Ruxiang Juan spirit rabbit cannot be guaranteed. Do you know this? The female voice on the other end paused for a moment. That's true, but as long as the talent of the spirit is still there, the qualifications don't matter. Feng Qingyang looked at Luo Yuheng inquiringly. Don't worry, I still have this talent skill. After Luo Yuheng's assurance, the female voice sounded from the terminal again, obviously hearing Luo Yuheng's voice. Master Luo, it's a pleasure to work with you. Lord Feng, it's a pleasure working with you. Luo Yuheng guessed just by the voice that this should be Feng Manwu, the wild-level beast master of the Feng family. Since Feng Manwu herself had no objection, Feng Qingyang had nothing to say. He hung up the phone, swiped his card to pay, and held the soft and fragrant rabbit in his arms. With such a close contact, Feng Qingyang sniffed the fragrance of roast yang wanling rabbit and suddenly felt that the hidden mental injuries he had suffered in his early years were alleviated. Lord Feng, perhaps you can keep this rabbit with you for a while. It will be very helpful in healing your hidden injuries. Luo Yuheng's words directly confirmed Feng Qinjiang's guess. There was a certain light in Feng Qinjiang's eyes. Perhaps this beast could not completely cure his mental illness, but if it could cure part of it, he would be able to move forward one step further. He suppressed his excitement, clasped his fists and thanked Luo Yuheng. Thank you, Master Luo. I won't bother you anymore. Seeing Feng Qingyang wanted to leave, Luo Yuheng did not try to keep him, but sent him to the door. When Feng Qingyang disappeared from his sight, Luo Chen asked curiously, does this city Lord Feng still have any hidden mental injuries? He came to Qingyang City to be the city lord 15 years ago. 15 years ago, he was a king level 6-star beast master. 15 years later, he is still a 6-star beast master, and has not made any progress. This was very abnormal considering his age and the several king-level beasts he had contracted. Just now, when the Ruxiang Juan spirit rabbit was held in his arms, his mind was experiencing some kind of fluctuation, which told me the reason. He must have suffered some kind of mental injury, which affected his and his beast control's progress. Luo Chen crossed his arms and said, everyone has their own story. Suddenly I thought of myself, perhaps my story is even more bizarre than theirs. Luo Yuheng didn't understand what Luo Chen was sighing about all of a sudden, but the melancholy on his face made him look very uncomfortable, so he patted his shoulder and said, let's go and learn the 3 evolutionary routes to pass the Star Breeder assessment. Luo Chen instantly pulled himself out of his melancholy state. In his previous life, he lived as an orphan until he was 18 years old, and he had only been awake for 2 or 3 years in this life. So although he was nostalgic, he did not have the sense of vicissitudes that was inconsistent with his age. He responded to Luo Yuheng, oh, okay. Chapter 58. 3 days later. Downstairs of the Qingyang City Breeder Association, Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng made an appointment for the breeder assessment on this day. The only difference is that Luo Chen made an appointment for the Fangxing 1-star breeder assessment, while Luo Yuheng made an appointment for the Haoyu 1-star breeder assessment. Starry breeders are divided into 5 stars. 1 star can breed 1 and 2-star beasts, 2 stars can breed 3 and 4-star beasts, and so on, until a 5-star breeder can breed a 9-star beast. Haoyu breeders are divided into lamps. 1 lamp corresponds to a first-level king beast tamer, and then after 9 lamps, a full moon will be formed, corresponding to the ability to cultivate wild beasts, and 1 moon corresponds to 1 star of a wild beast. Until Haoyu Jiu, the breeder, became the beast master corresponding to the 9 stars of the wild beast. The assessment for trainee breeders is conducted together, but from the star breeder level onwards, the assessment is made based on the breeder's own schedule, and basically any time is acceptable. This method is truly designed for the convenience of breeders, and Luo Chen has to give a thumbs up to the person who came up with this idea. After entering the breeder association, I explained my purpose to the very gentle young lady at the front desk. After checking the information on the terminal, the young lady was somewhat surprised to find that both of them had made an appointment for the breeder assessment at the same time. She enthusiastically led the 2 of them to the 2nd floor and brought them to a room that looked very spacious. Master Feng, 2 people are going to take the breeder assessment today. There were only 3 people in the entire spacious hall. One of them was a man in his 30s who was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed and resting calmly. He must be the Master Feng that the young lady mentioned. There were also 2 boys and girls, about 16 or 17 years old, who looked like apprentices. They were diligently reading thick books, but now they put the books down and looked at the Luo father and son curiously. Master Feng didn't even open his eyes, and lazily called out, Lu Xing, take them to the assessment room. The boy sitting at the table next to him stood up and saw the badge of the 5-star breeder on Luo Yuheng's chest. He felt that it was necessary to remind his teacher. Teacher, do you want me to take the test for the advancement of Fangxing to Haoyu as well? What? Master Fang, who was originally relaxed and at ease, jumped up from his seat. Where is the boss? Only after Master Fang stood up from his seat did Luo Chen see the badge of the 3-star breeder on his left chest. Luo Yuheng looked at Master Fang with a smile. Master Fang, how are you? Master Fang obviously recognized Luo Yuheng, and said with embarrassment, how can I be called a master in front of you? Master Luo, are you going to try the assessment of Haoyu breeder? Yes, I've made some progress recently, and I want to give it a try. Then I would like to congratulate Master Luo on his success in advance. Come over to Master Luo. As he spoke, Master Fang pointed in a direction with his arm. Luo Yuheng did not move, but smiled and said, Master Fang, my kid is also here to take the test this time. Master Fang now turned his attention to Luo Chen, who was beside Luo Yuheng. If Luo Yuheng hadn't said anything, he would have thought that this was his assistant or apprentice or something. Haha, look at me, I was so busy leading Master Luo that I neglected little friend Luo. Lu Xing, take little friend Luo to the assessment room. Yes, teacher. Seeing that Luo Chen had been arranged, Luo Yuheng followed Master Fang's instructions and went to the left. Please follow me this way. The young man named Lu Xing took Luo Chen and walked in the opposite direction of Luo Yuheng and the others. It wasn't far from the spacious room, and we entered a slightly smaller room inside. As soon as I walked into the room, I saw a man with a gloomy face walking out of the room. It seemed that the assessment was over, and the result was not very good. After entering the room, Lu Xing pointed to the 7 doors on one wall and said, you will directly choose a door to enter, then sit on the boulder in the room and enter a meditative state. Then your consciousness will enter an environmental space. Don't panic, there will be a voice to guide you what to do. Lu Xing thought for a moment and added, as for identity entry, the boulder in the room will automatically confirm your identity information, so you don't have to worry about being impersonated. That's all, do you understand? After Luo Chen nodded to indicate that he understood, Lu Xing continued, rooms 3, 4, 5 and 7 are still empty. You can choose one yourself, or you can wait for the rooms that are in use. Luo Chen shook his head. What he hated most was waiting. Let's pick number 7. Lu Xing didn't say anything, but just opened the door for him. Wait a minute, unless you open this door from the inside, people outside can't get in. Lu Xing's expression suddenly became a little indescribable when he said this. Although privacy can be well guaranteed, it is still recommended not to do anything weird in there. Luo Chen had a confused look on his face. What else could he do that was so weird? Lu Xing looked at the confusion on Luo Chen's face and felt that he was a little outrageous. He urged awkwardly, you'd better go in quickly. Even after sitting down on the boulder, Luo Chen still looked confused. After coming to his senses, Luo Chen looked around the furnishings in the room. The space was only about 10 square meters in size, with empty walls. The only thing was a huge rock under his butt. However, the boulder is not hard. It feels very warm to the touch and soft when you sit on it. It does not feel like a simple stone. After sitting cross-legged on the stone for a while, Luo Chen calmed himself down and entered a state of meditation. After Luo Chen entered into meditation, many phantom butterflies of various colors suddenly flew out from the huge rock under his seat and surrounded Luo Chen. Luo Chen only felt that his spirit was floating up and up, as if he had reached a height of 10,000 meters in the sky, or as if he had fallen into the abyss underground. Here he seemed to have lost his sense of the space around him. After he finally calmed down, the thick white fog around him made him lose track of where he was. Suddenly, a voice that sounded neither male nor female rang out. Star Breeder Assessment, Assessor Luo Chen from Qingyang City, identity confirmed, please select the Beastmaster to be assessed. After listening to Luo Yuheng's explanation of the details of the assessment, Luo Chen did not panic, but calmly said the name of a Beastmaster. The fierce beast, the 9-star beast, the flaming lion. As Luo Chen finished speaking, the white mist in front of him in his spiritual state rolled around, then condensed together, gradually becoming similar to Qi Yan's appearance before he evolved. Race, Flame Lion. Level, Fierce Beast 9 stars. Category, Elemental, Fire. Status, Calm. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1 Flame, Yellow level. The Flame Lion can spit out flames or attach flames to its claws to attack the target. 2 Flame Bomb, Yellow level. Gathers the energy of the fire element to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 3 Flame True Body, Xian level. Consumes a large amount of fire elements and summons a flame true body that is twice its size. 4 Pounds, Yellow level. Increase your speed for a short period of time. Although he knew that the flaming lion in front of him was fake, the lifelike expression and movements on its face still made Luo Chen feel dazed for a moment. There are some differences between this flame lion and Xian. For example, it has an additional skill pounds compared to Xian. And judging from its fur color, it should be relatively old for a flame lion of its level, and it would be more difficult for it to advance or evolve than at its peak. Luo Chen did not intend to advance it into the Ice Flame Lion King, but to evolve it into another more common beast. 10 pieces of Iron Yang Stone. Luo Chen only mentioned one material, and indeed, its evolution this time only required this material. As he finished his words, 10 red stones that looked like they had been burned by fire appeared in front of him. Luo Chen took one of the Iron Yang stones in his hand. He felt a slight burning sensation and his mental power clung to the Iron Yang stone. Not long after, under the tempering of spiritual power, the Iron Yang stone changed from a solid state to a golden liquid with a hint of red light. Under the guidance of Luo Chen's mental power, these liquids turned into silk threads and attached to the body of the flame lion. These liquid-like substances passed through its skin and were slowly absorbed into its body. After absorbing the first piece, Luo Chen used the same steps to let the flame lion absorb the second piece that had just been tempered. Until the 7th piece, the flame lion did not finish absorbing the liquid transformed from the Iron Sun stone, and it fell to the ground. Luo Chen knew that it was beginning to evolve. During the evolution process, the hair on the flame lion's body stood straight up, and its fiery red hair looked like it was burning. Luo Chen could indeed feel the high temperature it continuously released to the outside world. After puffing for a while, under Luo Chen's gaze, the limbs of the flame lion continued to stretch and lengthen until they grew to almost twice their original size. Originally Luo Chen had to lower his head to look at it, but now he had to raise his head to see its chin. The only change in appearance is the flame on his back that seems to never stop burning. However, when a person's arm passes through it, if the flame lion does not want to harm, there will be no effect at all. If the flame lion is hostile to it, the flame will turn into a sharp weapon to hurt people. But now it seems that we can no longer call it the flame lion. Race, Red Flame Lion. Level, Spirit Beast 1 star. Category, Fire. Status, Satisfied. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1 Flame, Yellow level. The flame lion can spit out flames or attach flames to its claws to attack the target. 2 Flame Bomb, Xian level. Gathers the energy of the fire element to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 3 Flame True Body, Xian level. Consumes a large amount of fire elements and summons a flame true body that is twice its size. 4 Pounds, Yellow level. Increase your speed for a short period of time. 5 Flame Armor, Xian level. Flames spread all over the body to form a pattern of armor, increasing one's resistance to fire skills and being able to cause damage to close targets. After the evolution, in addition to the upgrade of rank, the skill Flowing Flame Bomb was upgraded from yellow level to black level. It is unknown how much the power can be improved. A new mysterious level talent skill, Flame Armor, was added. Now it is clear why it is relatively common among spirit beasts. Luo Chen rested for a while, and after his consumed mental energy was restored, he began to say the name of the next beast to be evolved. 9-star Fierce Beast, the Frost Wolf. Chapter 59. The Frost Wolf's fur is generally white with grey, and when it was squatting on the ground it was almost as high as Luo Chen's waist. Race, Frost Wolf. Level, Fierce Beast 9 stars. Type, Ice, Wind. Status, Curious. Qualification, General. Skills, 1 Low temperature resistance. Yellow level frostwolves prefer to live in a lower temperature environment and have a stronger tolerance to low temperatures. 2 Frost blade. Yellow level the frostwolf attaches frost power to its sharp claws, causing frostbite to the target it touches. If the skin is scratched, the frost power will invade the flesh and blood, affecting blood circulation throughout the body. 3 Wind and Frost Blade. Xian level frostwolf summons a wind blade wrapped in frost and snow, sweeping towards the target. After reading the information about the frostwolves and finding that it was a common one among the frostwolves, Luo Chen had an idea in his mind. 5 Ice and Snow Fruits, 3 Strong Grass Leaves. Most frostwolves living in the wild are able to find these 2 resources on their own and then eat them to evolve. The breeder simply observed this process accidentally and accelerated the evolutionary process by researching the most appropriate ratio of materials. Similarly, mental power is used to refine the ice and snow fruit and strong grass leaves into juice, and then the 2 resources are gradually mixed under the guidance of mental power. Eventually, the liquids mixed in the air to form a milky white state. Then Luo Chen asked for a small bowl to hold the liquid and handed it to the frost wolf. Fortunately, the simulated beast tamers in this environment were very cooperative. The frost wolf drank the liquid in front of him obediently, without leaving a drop. While waiting for the potion to take effect, Luo Chen somehow remembered what Luo Yuheng had said to him. The frost wolf he had bred before refused to drink the evolution potion no matter what. In the end, it had to be beaten up by its owner before it managed to force the potion down its throat. However, Luo Chen has not yet seen an uncooperative beastmaster. Perhaps he has seen too few beastmasters and has not had the chance to encounter one with a unique personality. As he was thinking this, changes began to appear on the frost wolf's body. Large patches of hair began to fall off, and it looked like it had contracted some strange hair loss disease. The hair fell off very quickly, and in a short while it turned from a majestic and powerful frost wolf into a skinny and sick wolf. However, this state only lasted for a short time, and new hair began to grow from under its skin. The original hair was grayish-white, but the new hair was pure white, blending perfectly with the surrounding white mist environment. If it had this kind of hair, it would be difficult to be discovered in an icy and snowy environment. Race, Wind Frost Spirit Wolf. Level, Spirit Beast 1 star. Type, Ice, Wind. Status, Happy. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1 Low temperature resistance. Yellow level the frost wolf prefers to live in a lower temperature environment and has a stronger tolerance to low temperatures. 2 Frost blade. Xian level the wind frost spirit wolf attaches frost power to its sharp claws, causing low temperature frostbite to the target it touches. If the skin is scratched, the frost power will invade the flesh and blood, affecting blood circulation throughout the body. 3 Wind and Frost Blade. Xian level the wind and frost spirit wolf summons a wind blade wrapped in frost and snow, sweeping towards the target. 4 Snowfall. Xian level the frost wolf summons snowflakes to fall in a small area. 5 Following the wind. Yellow level in this state, the speed of the wind frost spirit wolf increases by 20%. The evolution was successful, the skill frost blade was successfully transformed into the mysterious level, and 2 new skills were added. It is a pity that no earth level skills have appeared. When some excellent frost wolves evolve, there is a small probability that they will comprehend earth level innate skills. However, Luo Chen was soon relieved. Everything here was simulated. No matter how excellent the evolved creatures were, he could not take them away. Maybe the simulation was too real, giving Luo Chen the illusion that he was still in reality. The consumption this time was not as great as before, so Luo Chen's rest time was shorter. 7 stars of fierce beasts, radiant dog. For the last one, Luo Chen did not choose the evolutionary route of the beast-taming electric mouse given to him by Professor Luo Yuheng. Instead, he chose one of the 3 beast tamers that cannot evolve according to popular opinion, the glorious dog, which is called the nanny beast tamer. It is generally believed today that only after reaching the 9-star state, that is, becoming the pinnacle of this stage, can the beast tamer evolve and reach the next level. Confusing evolution with advancement. However, the evolution route given by the system is not like this. For example, the 6-star ferocious beast Xinqiang rabbit can directly evolve into the first-level spiritual beast Ruxiangjuan spiritual rabbit. It is generally recognized that the reason why glow dogs cannot evolve is because it is almost impossible for them to be cultivated to the level of a 9-star fierce beast. There has never been a beast master who tried to evolve the glow dog when it was at the 7-star level. A ferocious 7-star light dog emerged from the white mist. It was slightly bigger than the one Luo Chen had previously kept in the store. 4 pieces of Yang stone, 3 sunflowers, and 6 pieces of golden jade silk. Luo Chen then stated the materials he needed. An important reason why he evolved the glory dog in the illusion was that these materials were too expensive and very rare. He felt that the evolution of the beast and the consumption of millions of dollars worth of resources were very disproportionate. Therefore, this fantasy world can be used to practice and see if the evolved beasts are commensurate with the resources they consume. If they are not equal, the worst that can happen is that I won't evolve in reality. If they are far greater, then I will have to look for materials carefully. I hope this fantasy world is really that magical and can simulate the evolutionary path of glory dog. Race, brilliant dog. Level, 7 stars of fierce beast. System, optical, Nico. Status, full of energy. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1 light, yellow level. The energy within the body can be converted into light and radiated from their fur, which can slightly increase the temperature around them. 2 light shield, yellow level. The light dog consumes its own stored energy to form a light shield to protect the target. 3 light healing, yellow level. The faint light emitted has a slight therapeutic effect. As expected of a nanny-type beast master, even at the 7th star level of a fierce beast, glow dog still doesn't have an attack skill at its best. Moreover, Luo Chen wondered if this world had given him a backdoor, as the qualifications of the first 2 beast tamers were ordinary and good. It is probably because no one has ever simulated a glory dog, so this fantasy world took the initiative to simulate a glory dog that is the best in the clan for itself. How to reduce the possible interference in the evolution process of glow dog in other ways. This fantasy world is quite intelligent. No matter what the reason was, Luo Chen gladly accepted it as it would reduce the difficulty for himself. Place the 4 Yang stones in the 4 directions according to the positions of east, south, west and north, and then pick up the thin golden jade thread to temper it with mental power. Connect the golden jade threads and the Yang stone together. There are 6 golden jade threads, and they can just connect every 2 Yang stones. Then he plucked the petals of the 3 sunflowers and threw them randomly between the 4 Yang stones. Luo Chen's spiritual power probed into the Yang stone, guiding the energy inside to circulate between the 4 Yang stones through the golden jade thread according to a certain rule. Pure golden light emanated from the golden jade thread, and the petals of the sunflower gradually broke into pieces, turning into golden spots of light that floated randomly in the sky above the entire formation. Then, tiny white lines appeared on the Yang stone, converging at a height of half a meter from the formation, and finally formed a ball of light emitting soft light. Luo Chen used his mental power to wrap the light ball and continuously compressed it. During the compression process, the somewhat illusory state of the white light ball gradually became solid. Finally, the energy of the Yang stone was consumed, and the soft ball of light became the size of a fist, lying quietly in the palm of Luo Chen's hand. Coming in front of the glow dog, Luo Chen pressed the ball of light on the sun mark on its forehead. As if it had found a place to live, the ball of light merged into the mark on the forehead of the light dog. Then Glory Dog suddenly fell into a deep sleep, lying on the ground silently, as if he had not even breathed. Luo Chen calmed down and said, "Request time to speed up." Chapter 60. The evolution process of Glorious Dog does not happen all at once, and it takes time to digest the power entering the body. The passage of time is accelerating on its body, and correspondingly, changes are occurring everywhere on its body. Its body swelled and its fur became more golden and brilliant. It was not known whether it was the light it emitted or the bright color of its fur that caused a halo to appear on its side. Luo Chen had been using the Eye of Truth to check the information of Glory Dog. When the information changed, he immediately called a stop. Race, Golden Sun Dog. Level, Spirit Beast 1 star. System, Optical, Nico. Status, Quiet. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1 Light, Xian level. The energy in the body can be converted into light and radiated from their fur, which can greatly increase the temperature of the surrounding area. 2 Light Shield, Xian level. The Golden Sun Dog consumes its own stored energy to form a solid light shield to protect the target. 3 Warm Sunlight Healing, Xian level. The faint light emitted has a strong therapeutic effect. 4 Light Beam, Xian level. A highly penetrating light beam is emitted from the mouth or the sun mark on the forehead. 5 Illusory Golden Sun, Earth level. Golden Sun Dog releases an illusory golden sun. While the golden sun is present, Golden Sun Dog gains continuous healing, and the strength of its other light-related skills is enhanced. The golden sun will fire a beam of light at enemy targets every 30 seconds. 6 Sun Wheel, Earth level. The 2 semicircular bone hyperplasias behind the Golden Sun Dog's head will form a sun wheel when necessary, and attack the target from a distance through mental control. Luo Chen touched the head of the Golden Sun Dog in front of him, which was the same height as himself, and his fingers touched the 2 golden protrusions behind its head. The golden color adds a lot of majesty to it. A 1-star spirit beast has 6 skills, and 2 of them are Earth level. I wonder if it's worth the consumption of millions of spirit coins. However, only the Glow Dog with excellent qualifications can evolve into the Golden Sun Dog with so many skills. I don't know how many skills those with ordinary or good qualifications will have. However, Golden Sun Dog is still quite versatile, with skills in defense, offense, healing, and field control, and it would not look out of place in any team of beast masters. However, the high price of its evolutionary materials means that this type of beast tamer is not popular among the common people. The assessment has ended, and the qualification has been assessed as excellent. Congratulations on becoming a 1-star breeder. It was the same voice that announced the result of Luo Chen's assessment. Then, before Luo Chen could react, the picture in front of him suddenly shattered, and his consciousness suddenly felt like it was falling. Real world. Luo Chen, who was sitting on the boulder, slowly opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and it took a while for him to regain clarity. A badge floated out from the boulder beneath his seat, a silver star gleaming on the badge on the blue base. This is the proof of the breeder's identity that bears Luo Chen's spiritual aura, the 1-star breeder badge with a special anti-counterfeiting mark on it, ensuring that no one will impersonate him. He took the badge in front of him and pinned it on his left chest. Only then did Luo Chen truly embark on the path of a breeder. When Luo Chen got the badge, in the deepest part of the fantasy world. This is an island about a few thousand meters in size, with a lush ancient tree growing on it, and the canopy of the ancient tree covers the entire island. A man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s was sitting under a tree. He had a calm demeanor and his eyes were closed as if he was meditating on something. There is a halo behind the man's head that is constantly spinning. On his left knee is a butterfly that is constantly changing colors, and on his right knee is a small and delicate 8-legged white jade spider. The man's eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. Can the radiant dog evolve? And it doesn't need to reach the peak of the ferocious beast stage. His face showed a little more interest. Interesting. He slowly stood up from the ground. As he moved, butterflies spread their wings and flew around him. A white jade spider crawled along his clothes and onto his shoulders. The actions of the two little ones had no effect on this elegant man, as if such actions had been performed countless times. The man's fingers gently stroked the branches of the giant tree behind him. King Yi, do you think you don't necessarily need to reach the 9th level of wild beast to break through? Otherwise, why haven't you been able to break through to the 9th level of wild beast for so many years? Hearing his words, the leaves of the giant tree collided with each other, making a rustling sound, and a slightly old voice sounded. I don't know, you can try it boldly. The man nodded, and the surrounding clouds and mist suddenly began to roll uncontrollably, much louder than when Luo Chen was taking the test. Various rare materials emerged from the clouds. The flywheel-like wheel behind him became larger than the ancient tree, then it stopped above the ancient tree and began to spin rapidly. Various symbols flew out from the wheel and covered various materials. The first evolution simulation of the ancient star tree begins. If Luo Chen were here, he would be able to hear that this voice was no different from the voice he heard during the assessment. Various materials are mixed or absorbed by the ancient star tree in a certain order. However, halfway through the process, the branches and leaves of the ancient star tree suddenly withered and died, its vitality quickly disappeared, and it instantly turned into a dead tree. But fortunately, this is just an illusion world. The death of the ancient tree only means that this time the evolution simulation has failed, and it has no effect on the real ancient tree. The man's eyes did not fluctuate because of this failure. Instead, he waved his hands lightly, and all kinds of materials reappeared. However, compared with the previous version, a lot of new things have been added, and some parts have been removed. It is obvious that he has improved the formula. The second evolution simulation of the ancient star tree begins. Luo Chen returned to the spacious room along the same path he came from. I found that Luo Yuheng was already there, having a pleasant conversation with Master Feng. How could he come out so early? Did he fail the assessment? Luo Chen couldn't help but have this thought. As he got closer, without the obstruction of Master Feng's slightly broad back, the silver-white moon badge on Luo Yuheng's chest caught his eyes. Boy, he worried for nothing. The old man really has real skills. Luo Yuheng also apparently noticed the newly launched one-star breeder badge on Luo Chen's chest, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Xiaoqin's assessment is over, so we won't disturb him anymore. Luo Yuheng and Master Feng said goodbye. Okay, young Master Luo is also a natural talent. He passed the test on his first try. I'll see you off. Although Luo Yuheng refused in every possible way, he was still escorted to the door by Master Feng and his two young disciples. Under the envious gazes of Master Feng and his two disciples, Luo Yuheng and his companions felt extremely uncomfortable. They quickly got on the back of Luo Yuheng's other beast, the green rock sea crocodile, and left. Halfway through the journey, Luo Chen received a push message on his terminal. Due to technology upgrades, the assessment appointments for breeders have been suspended from today. Please pay attention to official news on the resumption date. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Luo Chen looked at the message with some surprise. This means that they made the appointment in time and successfully passed the assessment before the breeder assessment was suspended. If I were one day later and encountered this technology upgrade, I wouldn't know when I would be able to take the assessment. Unlike Luo Chen, who was just thankful for passing the test in time, Luo Yuheng felt something was wrong. How could a technological upgrade appear at this time out of the blue? This fantasy world was created by the power of beast taming. This only means that there is a problem with the beast control that constructs the fantasy world. Luo Yuheng can only pray that there will be no major problems with the beast control. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the profession of breeder. Chapter 61. The first thing Luo Chen did when he returned to the store was to collect the reward for the task. Task 3, Pass the Star Breeder Assessment, completed, reward 200 points, can be claimed, a mysterious spiritual beast, can be claimed. In the breeding room, Luo Chen received the two rewards together, rubbing his hands in anticipation of what the system's mysterious spiritual level beastmaster would be. In a blink of an eye, I saw colorful bird doing nothing, wandering around like a street urchin. An indescribable expression appeared on Luo Chen's face. Perhaps, as long as he didn't have such an outrageous personality as this guy, it would be fine. After just one glance, Luo Chen hurriedly turned his eyes away, fearing that it would affect his luck and turn the mysterious spiritual beast into the second generation of colorful sound spirit bird. The space in front of Luo Chen was torn open, and a confused beastman fell out from it. It looks like a sea beast, and its body shape is quite similar to that of a whale in its previous life. Its skin surface is smooth and shiny, but although it is a sea beast, it has no scales. However, compared with whales that are often tens of meters long, this little guy looks particularly small, only about 50 centimeters in size. Now it was staring at Luo Chen with a confused look on its face. Race, Cloud Whale, Cub. Level, Spirit Beast 2-star. Type, Water, Wind, Space. Status, Confused. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1 Mist Rising. Xian level. The Cloud Whale summons mist around itself, which can block a certain degree of prying eyes from mental probing skills and can continuously restore the Cloud Whale's status. 2 Rain in the clouds. Xian level. The Cloud Whales gather water elements to form rainfall, and the Cloud Whales in the rain gain all-round improvement. 3 Space Shuttle. Earth level. The Cloud Whale opens a space rift to go to a place with known coordinates. The distance limit is 100 kilometers and it takes a long time to accumulate power. 4 Swift Wind Blade. Earth level. Cloud Whale creates a storm like a tornado, and the swift wind is like a knife that can cause a lot of damage. After reading its information, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although it was still a cub, the skill of space travel really surprised and unexpected Luo Chen. Space-type beast tamers have always been extremely rare, and ordinary beast tamers only know about space-type beast tamers from textbooks or materials. Moreover, even if you encounter a space-type beast, it may not possess magical skills such as space travel to save your life. Many of them even have a small space for storing items. Storage bracelets and beast taming bracelets are developed based on this kind of skill. The expensive teleportation arrays between cities are modeled after the skill of space travel. Luo Chen would definitely not let go of such a space-type beast sent by the system. He stretched out his right hand and tentatively reached out to the little head of the Cloud Whale. The Cloud Whale, which had been staring at him vigilantly, turned its eyes, which occupied half of its face, and saw a cloud of mist completely covering its body. The energy fluctuations attracted the attention of the wandering colorful sound spirit bird, which screamed in surprise. "Hiu, manager, is this the delicacy you prepared for me?" After saying this, without waiting for Luo Chen's response, he pounced towards the cloud. Cloud Whale, which is a 2-star spirit beast, is no match for colorful sound spirit bird, which is a 9-star spirit beast only after being suppressed. After a few puffs from the colorful sound spirit bird, the mist that covered the little Cloud Whale's body was torn into pieces. The Cloud Whale trembled as it looked at the colorful bird, which was looking at it eagerly, as if it would become its meal in the next second. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen cleared his throat. "Ahem, Cyan Linke, wait a moment." After stopping the next move of colorful sound spirit bird, Luo Chen turned his head to look at the Yunjing, who dared not move, and forced a gentle smile. "Little Cloud Whale, you don't want to become its food, do you?" Yunjing looked at Luo Chen in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. "Cyan Linke, please translate for it." Cyan Linke glanced sideways, and it was obvious that he would only translate if there was a benefit. 5 pounds of spirit beast meat. Luo Chen, who had a certain understanding of the nature of the colorful sound spirit bird, immediately proposed his own reward. Cyan Linke was not greedy and was bribed by the 5 kilograms of spiritual beast meat. It opened its pointed mouth and made a melodious and light sound. After hearing the cry of the colorful bird, the cloud whale saw its vicious expression. It was as if it disagreed with becoming the beast of that strange human and was really going to chew and swallow it. He felt like crying but had no tears. He had been having a great time in the sea of clouds, but then he ended up in this strange place out of nowhere. It encountered such a bird-shaped bully and was helpless. After thinking it over again and again, it had to agree to become Luo Chen's beast. Cloud Whale will tell colorful sound spirit bird that it has agreed with a few weak chirps. It agreed. Colorful sound spirit bird said to Luo Chen who had been waiting. This time, Luo Chen stretched out his palm and placed it on the head of Cloud Whale. Cloud Whale just subconsciously dodged at first. After it reacted, it controlled itself and allowed Luo Chen to successfully touch its head. It didn't feel sticky to the touch, but rather slippery. Luo Chen rubbed his fingers gently on the head of Cloud Whale. The mental force followed Luo Chen's palm, entered the mind of Cloud Whale, and then invaded its spiritual core. The spiritual core of Cloud Whale is an endless sea of clouds, which should be the reflection of its previous living place in the spiritual world. The invasion of Luo Chen's spiritual power caused the sea of clouds to churn uncontrollably. A part of his spiritual power separated and formed a spiritual version of Luo Chen in the sea of clouds. This illusory Luo Chen sat cross-legged in the sea of clouds, and waves of special symbols spread out, covering the entire sea of clouds. At this time, the contract was concluded, and Cloud Whale officially became Luo Chen's beast. I heard from Luo Yuheng that there were two ways of making beast taming contracts before. The first is the master-servant form, where the beast master has absolute control over the contracted beast, and the beast cannot disobey the beast master's orders. The second is an equal form, in which the beast master and the beast master cannot harm each other, either party can actively terminate the contract, and neither party has the right to restrict the other. I heard that the second one was very popular between the 100th and 120th year of the new calendar, saying that beast masters also need love and care, and cannot be treated like slaves. Therefore, during that period of time, a large number of beast masters chose equal forms of contracts. But it didn't take long for the disadvantages of this form of contract to emerge. Not to mention whether the beastmen obey the orders of the beast master during battle, but in the human world they cannot suppress their own nature, causing great social unrest. Later, this equal form of contract was directly abolished. Any beast tamer who signed an equal contract with a beast tamer would have his status as a beast tamer revoked once discovered. Of course, most beast masters will not really treat their contracted beasts as slaves, but I can be very good to my beasts, but I cannot let them really have unlimited freedom. This is also the knowledge that all modern beast masters will learn from textbooks. Luo Chen seldom went to school, and these were all taught to him personally by Luo Yuheng. Leave a part of your mental power in the spiritual core of Cloud Whale, and the rest of your mental power retreats back into your own body. Luo Chen opened his eyes and felt the same connection between himself and the Cloud Whale in front of him as that between him and the little fur ball. Being able to vaguely sense each other's thoughts, Luo Chen knew that this was a situation that would only occur under the contract. As time goes by, this vague feeling will gradually disappear, and the cooperation between each other will become more and more tacit. If you communicate and train more often, this time will become even faster. The capital of Daxia is one of the 10 great cities and is also the central city of Daxia. The permanent population of the city alone is close to 200 million, so the city was built on a very large scale. Even if you look far away from a high altitude, it is difficult to see even 1/10,000th of its appearance. Not only that, the capital is also the city that utilizes the most space-related skills, and the space it can accommodate is far more spacious than what is seen from the outside world. On a high mountain on the east side of the capital, close to the city, sitting under a lush tree, with stars spinning behind him, a man in his 30s opened his eyes. Even though his expression was indifferent, one could still clearly see the joy flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, it doesn't need the 9 stars of the wild beast to evolve. How did that young man find out? The man shook his head and thought that he would give the boy who inspired him a corresponding reward later. King Yi, Yu Ying, Lingji, the three of you adjust your states, and you will evolve together tomorrow. Xiao Meng, Tianyun, you two should be on guard. The man methodically gave orders to his beast. The several beasts around him did not refute. They always obeyed the man's arrangements. This was a tacit understanding formed over hundreds of years. Chapter 62. The evolutionary paths of White Jade Spider and Zhirang Foundation Stone have been deduced many times, and their evolution is a natural thing for Zhuangsheng. Although the evolution of the ancient star tree had been successfully simulated many times in the fantasy world. But in the real world, it was the first time for him to try to evolve when he was still at the 8th star level of Beast Tamer. So, he, who was usually calm and composed, now had a more cautious look on his face. Thousands of materials appeared at an altitude of dozens of meters, and various resources that are rarely seen in the outside world are just inconspicuous scraps among them. The precious light reflected by the rare materials illuminates the sky of the mountain. From afar, it looks like the mountain is radiating colorful rays of light. However, there are no human settlements within 100 miles of this mountain, and the only ones who can see this scene are the beasts raised in the mountains and forests. These beasts also knew the true identity of the owner of this mountain. After seeing this scene, they just sighed at the man's wealth and then went about their own business. Zhuangsheng was doing three things at once. He divided the material in the air into three parts, and then used his mental power to refine each of the three parts. Although tempering them together can indeed demonstrate Zhuangsheng's superb skills, somehow Zhuangsheng's behavior always gives people a sense of urgency, as if he wants to complete the evolution of these three beasts as soon as possible. Various materials were rapidly decreasing, and soon three balls of liquid of different colors were suspended on Zhuangsheng's left and right. It is hard to believe that only three fist-sized balls of liquid remained of the material that just covered the entire sky. After the liquid took shape, one ball flew towards the only ancient tree on the top of the mountain, one ball flew towards the jade-like spider on the shoulder, and the last ball fell onto the huge rock under Zhuangsheng's seat. Zhuangsheng left the boulder and stood aside, quietly waiting for the three beasts to evolve. A light breeze passed through the forest. The sound was not loud, but it swayed the leaves of the trees on the entire mountain. Rustle, rustle. There was a rhythmic sound. Zhuangsheng frowned slightly. Now that you're here, don't play tricks on me. Venerable Zhuangsheng, how are you? The breeze returned to silence, and a light green bluebird with three pairs of wings appeared in the sky 100 meters away. Looking at him, Zhuangsheng paused for a moment, as if he suddenly realized something. Is it the 8-winged blue windbird whose wings were broken by Xiaomeng last time? He looked at its wings and added seriously, it should be a 6-winged blue windbird now. A human-like distortion appeared on the 8-winged green windbird's face, as if it was stimulated by Zhuangsheng's words. Suddenly, a strong voice appeared again, silly bird, don't argue with him, he wants to delay time. A crack as high as the entire mountain was opened in the space, and then a beast that looked like a gorilla carrying a huge rock squeezed out from it. After coming out, it raised the mountain-like stone pillar in its hand high up and smashed it down in the direction of the ancient star tree on the top of the mountain. The glittering fantasy butterfly gently fluttered its wings, and the people and objects on the entire mountain seemed to become reflections in the water in an instant, becoming a little unreal. The stone pillars as big as a hill passed through the shadows of the ancient star tree and the mountain without causing any damage. This butterfly is really troublesome. Let me do it. An ethereal voice sounded from behind the gorilla. From the space crack that had not yet closed, another beast appeared, floating in the air like a jellyfish. Its head is like a wide canopy, and then there are tentacles that are hundreds of meters long hanging naturally. Some short hairs grow on the slightly transparent tentacles. This jellyfish-looking beast launched an attack as soon as it appeared. The tentacles that were originally hanging naturally suddenly extended two of them towards the mountain, and as they approached, they gradually became illusory. It looks like they are in the same state as the ancient star trees that are trapped in illusion. Huandi knew that this jellyfish-like beast had also entered a virtual state and could come into contact with the ancient star tree and cause damage to them. So with a flash of light, it came to the path of the two tentacles. The light on its body turned into ribbons and it fought against the tentacles. As more tentacles of the jellyfish joined the battle, Illusion Butterfly could no longer maintain the empty state of the mountain behind it. Seizing this opportunity, the gorilla and the first 8-winged blue wind bird that appeared simultaneously launched attacks on the three evolving beasts. The stone pillars of the gorilla were suspended directly in the sky, becoming even larger than the mountains below, and then falling down with tremendous force. The 8-winged green wind bird summoned a gust of dark green wind that enveloped the surroundings of the mountain. Containing wind blades with terrifying offensive power, it compressed towards the mountain. Not only that, there is another enemy hiding in the dark, because an abyss covering the entire mountain appears below. It seemed as if it was going to swallow the entire mountain, and in fact it was, because under some terrifying suction force, the mountain was slowly sinking. Where it meets the mountain, the mantle breaks and a wide chasm appears. Through the gap in the chasm, one can vaguely see a beast that looks like a dragon swimming slowly. Wheel of Fortune and Destiny spread out its body and protected the entire mountain in the center of the wheel. Both the stone pillars above and the surrounding mysterious wind were taken up by it. However, the abyss below was constantly swallowing up the mountain, and it could only pull it as hard as it could to slow down its fall. After this fight, Wheel of Fortune and Destiny could feel that the Beastmaster who was using the abyss below was very powerful, possibly even higher in rank than himself. It is an honor. Even if it costs a huge price, you star beasts are willing to cross over to hinder the evolution of my beast. Hehe, we are not here just to stop your beast evolution, but to kill you. As long as you die, it will be worth it no matter how great the price is. 8-winged green wind bird seemed to have seen Zhuangsheng's final fate, and there was a certain excitement in his tone. Qingling Mountain, the wild plains, the endless sea, and the Moyuan. Even in crisis, Zhuangsheng remained calm and pointed out 4 locations. A resounding voice came from underground, "You were able to discover my origins. What they said is right. You must die." A dragon as black as ink emerged from the ground. There were no eyeballs in its eyes, only 2 balls of blazing flames. "I'm not saying that you beastmen are stupid. I really can't think of any other secret realm beast taming association in this abyss. Abyssal demon dragon. But it's not bad to be able to keep 4-star beasts from this evolution. Ha ha ha." The 8-winged green wind bird let out a sharp and noisy laugh, as if it had heard a joke. 5-star beasts besieging 2-star beasts, do you really think you can survive? Are they really 2-star beasts? Zhuangsheng chuckled. Then, the images around Zhuangsheng, including the entire mountain, shattered, revealing the real situation inside under the protection of Wheel of Heaven's Fortune. Chapter 63. The real Zhuangsheng sat on a flat, round, ancient boulder. The boulder had not changed much from before its evolution, except that some ancient patterns were added to it. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree behind him became oval and full, and they really seemed like tiny stars. It seems that the biggest change is the white jade spider. Its current state is no longer the small and delicate palm-sized one. Instead, it is in a half-human, half-beast state that is almost the same height as Zhuangsheng. The upper body is a perfect human female body, with a beautiful face and waist-length silver-white hair. The exquisite white jade armor fits its graceful upper body perfectly. In its hands, which are carved from white jade, a white spear is tightly grasped. Its lower body is still the body and 8 legs of a white jade spider. Zhuangsheng looked at the 3 stunned beasts on the opposite side and smiled. "It's 5 against 5 now, very fair." The next moment, the leaves between the branches of the ancient tree trembled, and phantoms of stars fell from the heads of the 3 beasts. The half-human, half-beast spider threw out the spear in its hand. As soon as the spear left its hand, it seemed to instantly cross the distance of time and space and pierced the body of the abyss demonic dragon. The black blood spilled onto the surrounding mountains. In an instant, large tracts of trees died, and the lush mountains began to show a trend of becoming bald. The unknown stone under Zhuangsheng's feet did not take any action, but just quietly carried out its responsibility of protecting Zhuangsheng. The three beast tamers who were counterattacked by the two beast tamers and Wheel of Fortune and Destiny are now really suffering. They were already unable to exert their full strength on Earth, and now that they were evenly matched in numbers, they were already showing signs of being defeated. They now have the intention to retreat, so they fight while retreating towards the location of the space crack. The space crack that stretched across one side of the mountain and was as high as the mountain was opened by the fifth star beast, and it was also the reason why it had not taken action. Once this cross-border space crack is closed, it will cost a huge price to open it again, and even they cannot afford it a second time. So the three beasts fought and retreated, approaching the location of the space crack. Among them, the eight-winged green wind bird was the fastest. Despite being hit by the stars, it managed to arrive near the space crack. It was about to enter the crack. But a feeling of stagnation appeared around it, and then the time near the entire mountain range was cut off from the time elsewhere. No. The eight-winged green wind bird only had time to let out a scream, and then saw everything around it moving backwards. Time was reversed. All material movements reversed along their original trajectories, but consciousness was still preserved. The eight-winged green wind bird that went back to 20 seconds ago looked hatefully at the Wheel of Fortune and Destiny in the sky, as it was the one that caused the time to go back. There is no time to argue with the Wheel of Fortune and Destiny. They don't have much time left on Earth. If they don't retreat, they will be killed directly. Anyway, this time rewind would be difficult to use for the second time in a short period of time even if it was Wheel of Fortune and Destiny. Therefore, the three beasts who were determined to retreat did not stop at all, and exerted their extreme speed to rush towards the space crack. The phantom butterfly that was originally fighting with the jellyfish pulled away, its figure flashed, and appeared in the gorilla's dream. Cholera broke out in its spiritual world. The phantom butterfly itself was a beast that excelled in spiritual power. The gorilla's spiritual world was attacked and its speed slowed down instantly. The half-human, half-beast spider used its hands to cut through space and arrived in front of the space crack one step ahead of the three beasts. Then he slowly closed his hands in front of the space crack. Under the desperate gaze of the eight-winged green wind bird, the space cracks slowly merged, and the rift between heaven and earth disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The abyss demonic dragon had a bad temper to begin with, and when he saw that his way back was blocked, he instantly turned around and glared at the calm Zhuangsheng. "Human, I want you dead!" A roar that shook the earth. Abyss demonic dragon decided not to suppress its own power anymore, and terrifying demonic flames emanated from every part of its body. Its body is constantly lengthening and growing, and has become larger than the largest beast, the gorilla. A head was like a small mountain, and the flames in the eye sockets flickered and jumped dangerously. But in the next moment, its body suddenly suffered some inexplicable injury, and blood spurted out from all over its body. Except for the mountain under Zhuangsheng's feet, the surrounding mountains, once stained with this blood, began to burn with an inextinguishable devilish flame. Roar! The abyss demonic dragon forcibly suppressed the suppression of itself by the heaven and earth, and an extremely thick and black demonic flame spurted out from its mouth, aiming directly at Zhuangsheng himself. The air was distorted by this attack. 2 leaves from the branches of the ancient star tree behind Zhuangsheng fell down and transformed into tiny stars several dozen meters in size, intercepting the demonic flame halfway. The power of the demonic flame did not weaken as it penetrated the stars, and it still came straight towards Zhuangsheng. The huge rock under Zhuangsheng's feet finally moved, and an ochre-colored stone tablet stood in front of Zhuangsheng, and the terrifying attack of the demonic flame was firmly blocked in front of it. Abyss demonic dragon watched unwillingly as its attack was blocked, but it no longer had the strength to launch a second attack. It could no longer withstand the pressure from heaven and earth, and its body shattered into pieces of rotten flesh that fell among the mountains. Although its blood produced burning demonic flames, its flesh seemed to give back to the mountains. The demonic flames were extinguished, and vitality among the mountains flourished again. The eight-winged green-winged bird, the gorilla, and the jellyfish were all silent for a moment when they saw the fate of the abyss demonic dragon. How long did it take them to cultivate to become star beasts? The shortest was a few thousand years, and the longest was nearly 10,000 years. I didn't expect that they would end up like this. They are not like those beasts that have made contracts with humans, who can become star beasts in just a few hundred years. So their promotion is difficult, but they also cherish their lives very much. The eight-winged blue-winged bird shouted to Zhuangsheng with a trembling voice, "I am willing to surrender." Zhuangsheng looked with some surprise at the eight-winged green-winged bird, who was the first to speak harshly but also the first to admit defeat. "But how can I trust your sincerity?" Zhuangsheng's words were meaningful, because his eyes were looking at the other two beasts. The eight-winged green-winged bird was also a smart one, and instantly understood what Zhuangsheng meant, so it turned around and faced the gorilla and the jellyfish. "I'm sorry, old friends." The fierce green wind behind him instantly swept towards the two beasts. After the gorilla summoned stone pillars to block the mysterious wind, he also understood the current situation. Their way back has been blocked. If they fight now, they will die. If they don't fight, they will be suppressed to death by heaven and earth when the time is up. If they surrender and find a contract with humans, they may have a way to survive. So it also shouted in a very bachelor manner, "I also surrender." Eight-winged green-winged bird was relieved when he heard its words, but at the same time, he was not sure about the two birds beside him. The gorilla is easy to deal with, you can just run away if you can't beat it, but the jellyfish that can switch between reality and illusion is really difficult to deal with. It turned to look at the jellyfish, "Dude, what about you?" The final result was naturally that the jellyfish didn't want to die now, so the three of them surrendered unanimously. This makes the abyss demonic dragon that has turned into minced meat appear like a joker. Zhuangsheng looked at the three beasts with satisfaction, like a chef examining top-quality ingredients. In order to prevent these three from really dying under the oppression of heaven and earth, Zhuangsheng asked the ancient star tree to open the entrance to a secret realm on its tree so that they could hide in it. After everything was settled, he looked towards the direction of the capital with a serious face, as if he had crossed an infinite distance in time and space. The head of the Yang family will go to Moiwan to guard it personally. The head of the Lu family went to the Endless Sea. The head of the Yu family went to Qingling Mountain. Each of you must kill or capture a star beast, and only when you have 10 wild beasts can you return to Earth. Any objections? 3 different voices were heard from different places in the capital, "Obey the order of the elder state." Only a small number of people in the capital could hear Zhuangsheng's voice, because if the news spread, it would surely cause an earthquake-like shock in the capital. The heads of the 3 top families were actually punished to go to the secret realm to kill beastmen. This was not a small fight, but a real life-threatening one. Qingyang City. No matter how big the earthquake in the capital is, it will not affect Luo Chen for the time being. He is now on his way to the outskirts of Qingyang City with Luo Yuheng. Of course, they were not going to the wilderness for training, but to go to the city gate to buy some good things brought back by the hunting team that had just returned from the secret realm. Various resources and captured beasts are all good things, and you might even be able to find something good. This was Luo Chen's first time out of the city since coming to this world, so he couldn't help but feel a little excited and expectant. Chapter 64. Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng came to the east gate of Qingyang City. Half a month ago, this place had just experienced the attack of tide-calling mermaid. The city wall, which is brand new compared to other places, seems to tell of the fierceness of the battle. The blue-grey city wall is more than 30 meters high, and there is a node every few dozen meters on the wall, covering the entire Qingyang City. The air membrane is stimulated from above. After verifying their identities with the city guards, the two men passed through a passage of more than 20 meters under the city gate. The vision suddenly became clear, and the vast world appeared in front of Luo Chen. In the distance is an endless plain, and further away there seemed to be mountains rising and falling. But the next moment, Luo Chen was attracted back by the noise nearby, and he also saw the market that Luo Yuhang mentioned. On one side outside the city gate, there is a huge man-made square surrounded by many simple bungalows with different signs in front of the doors. But more often they choose a suitable location in the square and directly set up a stall, which is a shop. Luo Chen took a quick look and found stalls selling medicines, shops buying beast cubs, and small stalls selling various rare resources. All of them are related to animal taming business. As Luo Chen and Luo Yuhang walked towards the market, Luo Yuhang taught Luo Chen some basic knowledge. Most of the people doing business here are from the city's hunting teams. They travel in the wild or between various secret realms all year round to obtain resources. Initially, only the major hunting teams exchanged resources here. Over time, it attracted various businesses in the city to come here to purchase resources directly, which greatly saved the hunting team's time. Therefore, the market became more and more prosperous, and finally formed its current appearance. When talking about this, there was a look of reminiscence in Luo Yuhang's eyes. Don't we need to collect taxes here? I have to say that Luo Chen's focus is very strange. Luo Yuhang's recollection was interrupted, and a helpless look appeared on his face. Perhaps they are charging stall fees. After all, the stability of this market still depends on the presence of the city guards. Let's not focus on this for now, let's take a stroll in this market first, and then set up a stall to buy beasts. Luo Chen nodded, okay. Not long after entering the market, a stall selling beast taming attracted Luo Chen's attention. 5 beasts were locked in cages, 2 large and 3 small, looking like a complete family. The 2 larger ones had obvious injuries, with blood oozing out from time to time, and it was obvious that they had only received superficial treatment. Moreover, one of them was obviously taking in more air than exhaling, so it probably wouldn't last long. They look very similar to the Siberian tigers in previous lives, but these beasts have 3 protruding bone spurs on their backs. This was observed from the 3 small beast cubs, because the bone spurs on the backs of the 2 larger ones seemed to have been broken by some external force. Race: Bone Spike Tiger. Level: Spirit Beast 4-star. Department: Military. Status: Nearly dead. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1 pounds, yellow level instant burst of speed, approaching the target. 2 golden claw blade, Xian level. The bone spike spirit tiger's claws emit a blade wind that is out of the body, causing damage to the target on the way forward. 3 hit the weak point directly, Xian level. The bone spike spirit tiger, which has excellent hunting experience, can always find the weak point on the target's body. 4 flying bone blade, Xian level. The 3 bone spurs on the back of the bone tiger can leave the body to cause damage to the target, and after the attack, they can return to the back. This skill is pretty standard, but what attracted Luo Chen was that one of the 3 little ones had excellent qualifications. If you take it back to evolve, the evolved skills may bring you a surprise. Sitting behind the stall is a burly man with well-developed muscles and a thick beard. At first glance, he gives people the impression that he is someone who is not to be trifled with. Boss, how much are these 5 beasts? Zhao Qingfeng, who had been sitting behind the stall board, calmed down instantly when he heard Luo Chen's question. He just gave a bland answer. Each of the 3 small ones costs 60,000 spirit coins, and the 2 big ones, the one with the serious injury costs 250,000, and the one with the less serious injury costs 350,000. Luo Chen watched the flesh on his face tremble as he spoke, and he became distracted unconsciously. Can I get a cheaper price if I pack these 5 together? Boy, do you really want to buy them all? Are you kidding me? Luo Chen smiled helplessly, do you think I'm joking? If the price is right, I will buy them all. Zhao Qingfeng looked at Luo Yuheng, who was not far behind Luo Chen, and understood what was going on. He waved his hand and, if you really want it, a total of 700,000 spirit coins for this family will be enough. Luo Chen rubbed his palms. This price is really much cheaper than selling in the store. Okay, deal. He took out the terminal and transferred the entire amount to Zhao Qingfeng. Luo Chen pointed at the dying bones per spirit tiger in the cage and shouted to Luo Yuheng, who was not far behind him, "Dad, give this tiger a little life." Hearing this, a vine appeared on Luo Yuheng's arm. He came to the cage, and the vines on his arm stretched out their bodies. Then, the branches and leaves at the top secreted a pool of emerald green juice, which slowly dripped onto the forehead of the bone spike spirit tiger that was the most seriously injured in the cage. Soon after the juice was absorbed, the tiger's breathing actually stabilized. Luo Chen then used the bracelet on his wrist to scan the tiger family and took them all away. Although he didn't know what the beast on Luo Yuheng's wrist was, he could sense from its aura that it was a high-level spiritual beast. Therefore, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but look a little more reserved. There were many combat-type beast tamers, but there were relatively few beast tamers with healing skills. Being able to train a healing beast tamer to this level, his main combat beast tamer will only be more powerful, and he may even be a king-level beast tamer. Regardless of Zhao Qingfeng's cautiousness, after Luo Chen took away the Bonethorn spirit tiger family, he continued to stroll along the path in the square. Most of the things here are much cheaper than those in the city, but the quality varies. Even if you are cheated, the seller will deny it as long as you leave the stall. So if you want to buy really good things, it really tests your eyesight. With Luo Yuheng, who seemed like a veteran, they actually purchased a lot of resources to serve as inventory for Chenyang Pet Shop, in case they might need them someday. During this period, a lot of beasts were purchased, but there were still few baby beasts for sale here, and most of them were injured adult beasts. Come to think of it, generally speaking, cubs are more popular with big families because it is a good opportunity for them to develop relationships with the other children in the family. As for these adult beast tamers, new slots will be vacated for them to contract only after the beast tamer's own contracted beast dies in battle. Compared to adult beasts, if there is no rush, most people prefer to raise them from cubs, because the habits of wild beasts are difficult to correct in a short period of time. It will cause great trouble when cultivating tacit understanding and cooperation. Even contracted adults prefer to buy tamed beasts in the store, which is why the prices of tamed beasts here are so low. If they can't sell it, they don't have the resources to keep it, so they can only sell it as edible meat. Of course, this refers to the common beasts. If it is a rare and precious beast, it will still be very popular regardless of whether it is an adult or not. After a rough tour, Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen paid 500 spirit coins to the management office of the market and obtained the right to use a stall near the center of the market. Luo Yuheng even bought a big wooden sign and went to the stall to buy it. He wrote buying various beasts on a wooden sign and placed it in front of the stall. The first business came quickly. Not long after the stall was set up, a woman with a strong face came to the stall. He asked, "Will you take in the sea beast?" Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen looked at each other, and then Luo Chen responded, "Yes, but we want to see what kind of beast it is." The woman looked around before taking out a basin full of water from her bracelet. There is a palm-sized carp in the basin, shining with golden light. Under the sunlight, the golden light seems to be dazzling. Not to mention its strength and skills, just the appearance of this fish makes people feel rich. How much do you think it's worth? Chapter 65. Race, Golden Carp, King of Beasts. Level, 7 stars of Fierce Beast. Type, Gold, Water. Status, Irritable. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1 Golden Armor. Xian level Golden Carp attaches a layer of armor with protective capabilities to itself or the target. 2 Golden Bloodline. Earth level. The owner of the Golden Bloodline can actively endow metals with spirituality. The awakened metal will directly become the follower of the spiritualizer. The amount of metal that can be controlled is related to the amount and level of the golden carp's spiritual power. 3. Water arrow, yellow level. Compress the water element to form a water arrow, and attack the target within a suitable distance. Golden carp. Carp with metal elements underwater, it's interesting. I don't know if it's difficult to find metal underwater. After reading the information about the carp, neither Luo Chen nor Luo Yuheng showed any strange expression. Luo Yuheng asked calmly, I have never seen this beast before. Have you asked a breeder to identify it? The resolute-looking woman hesitated for a moment before answering, I haven't looked for it yet. I just came out of the secret realm and it was very difficult to get this beast. Can you give me a price? If it's suitable, I won't ask anyone else. Even without making an appraisal, Luo Yuheng already knew what it was. Look at this beast, the energy strength inside is only about that of a 7 or 8 star beast. According to the general beast price, it is priced at around 100,000 spirit coins. Because of its excellent appearance, there may be some wealthy people who want to buy it as a home decoration, so I will give you a premium of 20,000 spirit coins. Finally, because this beast is not very common, I will give you an additional 10,000 spirit coins. The total price is 130,000 spirit coins. What do you think? In fact, there is one thing that Luo Yuheng did not say, that is, pure sea beasts are not that popular in inland cities like Qingyang City, and the prices often have to be discounted. However, considering that this golden carp is a king of beasts, Luo Yuheng did not mention this point. The woman's eyes lit up when she heard Luo Yuheng's offer. She didn't expect that the carp she casually fished out from a small puddle in the secret realm could be sold at such a high price. She herself is a person who is afraid of trouble. Since someone has already offered a price far beyond her psychological expectations, she has no intention of waiting for an even higher price. Okay, let's go with the price you said. Seeing that the woman did not go to ask other stalls, Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Although there may not be 2 breeders with the gift of the eye of true knowledge in this market, what if this woman meets another one? She might be sold to someone else. After paying the spiritual coins, the woman with a resolute face gave the basin containing the golden carp to Luo Yuheng and his son. Perhaps the space in the basin was too narrow and the oxygen supply was insufficient, so the golden carp was listless in the basin and didn't care much about its current situation. Luo Yuheng stretched his hand into the water and touched its head. A few weak water arrows hit Luo Yuheng's hand, but did not cause any damage at all. After the stall opened, many small hunting teams brought their injured or disabled beasts to the stall to ask for prices. For some beasts that were not seriously injured, Luo Chen quoted a price based on the situation, and purchased a few when both parties felt it was appropriate. However, there were too many repeated types of beast tamers later on, and Luo Chen had to decline the acquisition of some beast tamers that were too common. For example, among the ferocious beasts there are frost wolf, electric rat, hound, and so on. Among the spiritual beasts are bone spur spirit tiger, wind-chasing spirit swallow, drilling rock snake, etc. The king beast, no matter how rubbish the king beast is, it would not be sold on this kind of street stall. The large-scale acquisition of beast taming also satisfies some of Luo Chen's little selfish desires. He has finally come to such a colorful world of beast taming. He set a small goal for himself, which was to raise one of every type of beast he had seen, to satisfy his hobby as a stamp collector. In your own secret realm, you can see all kinds of beasts, both common and rare. Isn't it a pleasure just thinking about it? By the evening, the bracelets in Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng's hands that could hold beasts were almost full. Unknowingly, they had acquired more than 100 beasts and spent nearly 10 million spirit coins. People in the market had already packed up their stalls and left. Luo Yuheng saw that it was almost time, so he and Luo Chen put away their signs and prepared to return to the city. At this time, a young man called out to them, "Wait a moment, I have a beast egg here, can I take a look at it? Luo Yuheng stopped what he was doing and looked at the young man who was speaking. The young man was very thin and dressed very simply, but his back was very straight and he exuded a special vitality. Okay, take it out and let me see it. The young man carefully took out a round, smooth, grayish-white egg from the backpack behind him. He carefully placed the egg on the stall and signaled Luo Yuheng that he could observe it. It is really difficult to confirm what kind of beast it is just by looking at the eggs, because there are too many types of beasts in this world, and many of the eggs laid by beasts are extremely similar, so it is impossible to analyze them just by looking at the appearance. Race, Thousand Tribulations Beast. Level. Department. Status, Incubating. Qualification. Skill. It was the same state as the last time I observed Liu Star Spirit. Except for the name, it was full of question marks. There is no way to know more information, but the name also shows that it is unusual. Luo Yuheng glanced at the young man who was looking at the grey-white egg with concern. You care so much about this egg, it must be of great significance to you. Why do you want to sell it? The young man pulled a bitter smile and said, this egg was left to me by my mother, but I am incompetent and have not been able to hatch it for more than 10 years. Now my first beast is injured. I need spiritual coins to treat him urgently, so I have no other choice but to sell this unhatched egg. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and touched the egg, and the young man was afraid that he would damage the egg without knowing the severity of the problem. Luo Chen was very interested in this egg, Thousand Tribulations Beast. The name sounded extraordinary. It just so happened that Luo Yang's second beast had not yet been contracted. If it was hatched, it would be perfect for him. How about 300,000 spirit coins? Luo Chen quoted a price that he thought was relatively suitable. After all, no matter how nice the name sounded, it was just an egg now, and he didn't know what conditions were needed for it to hatch. If the thing hatched turns out to be in name only, he will be the one who suffers the loss. The young man looked a little embarrassed. I wonder if I can add more. My first beast needs 400,000 spirit coins to treat. 400,000 spirit coins was not extremely expensive, and Luo Chen thought it was a decent price to buy this egg, so he was about to agree. Luo Yuheng spoke first, can you let me see the injuries of your first beast? The young man was a little hesitant, but he had been observing Luo Yuheng and his son here for some time, so he thought that the father and son should not have any ill intentions, so he summoned out his first beast. A bat as tall as a person suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and Luo Chen was startled by the shadow. The pitch-black bat looks a little ominous, and its body is quite slender. But what is unbearable to look at is that there is a wound across its left wing, as if something had tried to tear its entire wing off. Somehow, Luo Chen suddenly remembered a steel butterfly he had rescued before. Their injuries were too similar. Even though the bat was summoned, it still lay quietly on the ground, breathing weakly. Race, Darkborn Shadow Bat, King of Beasts. Level, Spirit Beast 7 stars. Category, Dark. Status, Dying. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1 Shadow, Xian level Darkborn Shadow Bats prefer to stay in the shadows. In dark environments, their speed and attack power are increased. 2 Shadow Strike, Earth level the darkened shadow bat can shuttle from one shadow to another within a certain range and cause huge damage to the target. 3 Charged Strike, Xian level the darkened shadow bat patiently accumulates strength to prepare for the next attack, doubling the damage that can be caused next time. 4 Shadow Erosion, Earth level darkened shadow bat summons a shadow area in the target area. The summoned shadow area can continuously consume and erode the target, causing corrosive damage to the target. 5 Shadow Chain, Xian level chains that emerge from the shadows, shackle the target and restrict its movements. Chapter 66. Vines began to grow from Luo Yuheng's arm again, and this time they dripped a few drops of green juice onto the wound of Darkborn Shadow Bat. The emerald green juice turned into long black hair, barely connecting the wings and body that were about to break. However, it was only able to stabilize the serious injuries, and more treatment will be needed in the future. Seeing Luo Yuheng treating Darkborn Shadow Bat, the young man's face was very excited, and he said incoherently, "Thank you, thank you." However, Luo Yuheng frowned slightly. "If my guess is correct, the cost of treating this beast is more than 400,000 spirit coins." The young man's face was a little more dejected, and he nodded and said, "You are right, but I still have some savings, and I still need 400,000 spirit coins to make up the difference." Luo Yuheng squatted down, put his fingers on the neck of Darkborn Shadow Bat, and withdrew his fingers after a moment. He stood up straight and said to the young man, "I don't know if you trust me. If you hand over this beast to me for treatment, I will use the egg as a reward." Now the young man was in a dilemma. He didn't know Luo Yuheng, so he couldn't trust him. However, the skill Luo Yuheng showed just now showed that he did have some abilities. However, he couldn't bear to entrust his only beast to someone else. Seeing his worry, Luo Yuheng continued, "We have to close the stall and return to the city anyway. You can follow us into our store to get to know the way, and prevent us from running away." The young man had a bit of an awkward look on his face, but he still nodded firmly. Right now, nothing was more important in his heart than Darkened Shadow Bat. He no longer has any family, and it is his only family now. As long as it can get better, it doesn't matter if he suffers or is looked down upon. Luo Chen put the grey-white egg in his hand back into the young man's hand and asked him to keep it well and give it to them after curing Darkened Shadow Bat. In order to save time on the road, Luo Yuheng summoned the only beast he had a license for, the green rock sea crocodile. None of the three people were fat or heavy. The size of the green rock sea crocodile itself was larger than a small jeep, and it was more than enough to carry 3 people. Don't be fooled by its bulky body and low lower body, its speed is really amazing. Its 4 legs are deeply embedded in the soil, and when it moves, it seems as if it is swimming in the water, which is extremely smooth. Along the way, Luo Chen also learned the young man's name, Ban Mo. Ban, a rare surname. It was the first time Luo Chen had seen it. After hearing his name, Luo Yuheng asked for some reason, "Do you know Banzai?" Ban Mo's body visibly stiffened, and his voice became low, "It was my father." After Luo Yuheng confirmed the news, he did not ask any more questions, which made Luo Chen scratch his head and cheeks, like a civet that couldn't eat the melon. But seeing that Ban Mo was in a low mood, he didn't dare to ask more questions. In this way, he arrived at Chen Yang Pet Shop in strange silence. Ban Mo looked at the sign of Chen Yang Pet Shop with an expression of surprise. "You two are the owners of Chen Yang Pet Shop?" Luo Chen opened the shop door skillfully and brought Ban Mo into the shop. "You also know our store?" Ban Mo carefully scanned the decoration inside the store and said carefully, "I've heard that the sales style of the store is very unique." Luo Chen always felt that he wanted to say the word weird during that pause. "Well, there are a few, but my store adheres to the principle of only cultivating high-quality products, so it is inevitable that some supply exceeds demand. I can only open the store like this for now." Luo Chen has no shame in praising his own store now. When a sentence is repeated several times, it actually becomes natural to continue saying it. Ban Mo smiled and nodded. From the information he read on the internet, it was true that the sales of the beast tamers in this store were quite good, and most of the customers who bought the beast tamers gave them high praise. Moreover, there were several rare beast tamers that appeared in the store, which is why this store is so popular. "Leave Shadow Bat to me. I'll take it upstairs for treatment." Hearing Luo Yuheng's words, Ban Mo released Dark Origin Shadow Bat from the bracelet, and Luo Yuheng's mental power condensed into a pair of invisible big hands and lifted it up. Then the man and the lifted beast walked towards the 2nd floor. Fortunately, the stairwell was spacious enough so that even the darkened Shadow Bat, with its large wings, could pass through easily. Ban Mo looked worriedly at the direction where darkened Shadow Bat left, and seeing the sign no visitors at the stairs, he finally controlled his steps and wanted to follow. Seeing him standing at the stairs like a pervert, Luo Chen understood his inner anxiety, so he stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, my father is a king-level beastmaster after all. Even if he can't cure it, it won't make the situation worse. Come on, go sit over there for a while. Ban Mo came back to his senses and slowly walked to his seat, but he didn't even notice the water Luo Chen poured for him while sitting there. He kept staring at the direction of the stairs. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. How come he was just like an old father waiting for his wife to give birth? Knowing that it was useless to say anything now, Luo Chen simply ignored him. Summon out the two little guys who have been confined in the beast-controlling ring for a whole day, otherwise they will make trouble. As soon as the little fur ball appeared, it threw itself into Luo Chen's arms, because it was now too big and Luo Chen's shoulders could no longer hold it. It was sad for a long time because of this, and now the place it has chosen is Luo Chen's arms. That is to say, Luo Chen also became a spiritual level beastmaster and his physical fitness was improved, so he was able to hold it steadily in his arms. The cloud whale even more rudely occupied Luo Chen's head. It was said to be staying on his head, but in fact Luo Chen could not feel its weight at all. Because a huge part of its weight is offset by its own suspension. Besides, how heavy can a palm-sized cloud whale be? Luo Chen really dotes on these two little beasts and is not angry at all despite their noise. The little fur ball looked at the cloud whale that was hovering above Luo Chen's head with some indignation. He climbed up through Luo Chen's arms, then stretched out one of his claws, trying to slap the cloud whale down. However, cloud whale did not give in to it at all. It condensed a water ball and protected itself firmly above Luo Chen's head. The little fur ball's claws poked the outside of the water ball, but failed to break it. Instead, its movement was restricted by a strong elastic force. The little fur ball pressed its entire belly against Luo Chen's face, and took turns slapping the water ball with its two paws. However, the water ball remained motionless in the face of the violent storm. Cloud Whale looked at the little ball of fur lazily, as if he was powerless to complain about its boring behavior. Luo Chen, who was stuck in the soft fur on the little fur ball's belly, quickly lifted the little fur ball away with both hands and said helplessly, "Hey, don't be so grumpy. I'll find you something to eat." Every time the two little ones fight, he will tempt them with delicious food, which always works. Having two beasts competing for one's favor is such a sweet burden. However, balancing the relationship between different beasts is indeed a very profound subject. I heard that after contracting a beast tamer, one can still quarrel with oneself. For example, refer to the two-headed antelope. What's more, these are two different beast tamers. Each of them found different snacks for the two little ones, so that they could stay quiet for a while. Ban Mo looked at the interaction between the three of them with some envy, and when he thought of the current situation of Dark Inherited Shadow Bat, he became even more worried. After waiting for about half an hour, Luo Yuheng went downstairs again with Dark Shadow Bat. When going up, Darkened Shadow Bat was lying down, and when coming down, he walked by himself. However, one of its wings was still drooping limply. As soon as Ban Mo heard the noise at the stairs, he hurried over to check on the situation of Darkened Shadow Bat. After confirming that it was no longer in danger, he hurriedly thanked Luo Yuheng. "Thank you, Master Luo, thank you." Then he solemnly handed the grey-white Thousand Tribulations beast egg to Luo Yuheng. After Luo Yuheng took the egg, he said, "Although it is no longer in danger, don't use your skills lightly recently. And you still have to come to me every day for treatment in the next few days." Ban Mo naturally would not neglect the treatment of Darkened Shadow Bat, and he immediately promised that he would come to the store regularly to receive treatment every day. He took out a silver white card and said, "This is the additional consultation fee, about 400,000 yuan. I hope you don't mind." Luo Yuheng pushed the card back and said with some regret, City Lord Ban, you have always been a city lord that I respect. You don't need to pay for the consultation. This egg is enough to pay for it. Seeing Luo Yuheng mentioned his father, Ban Mo was silent for a while, and finally put the card back silently. Since his father's death, he has seen too much of the fickleness of human nature, and he never expected that he would be able to benefit from his father's care again. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Chapter 67. Luo Yuheng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. It's getting late today. If you don't mind, you can stay in the store for the night. It is said to take one night, but in fact, it is not a big problem for a spiritual level beastmaster to go without rest for 2 or 3 days. A king level beastmaster can go for whole months without rest, so from this aspect, the beastmaster also becomes extraordinary. It's just that humans prefer to carry out activities during the day, and they still habitually need a place to stay at night. Ban Mo bowed deeply and said, "Sorry to bother you then." After Luo Chen prepared some food for Ban Mo, he quietly reminded the colorful sound spirit bird to pay attention to Ban Mo at night. Then he went up to the 3rd floor and placed the beast he had bought today. The space of Quiet Secret Realm is still too small and cannot fully accommodate the hundreds of beasts purchased today. Luo Chen could only place more than 30 beast-level beasts in the Bonethorn Spirit Tiger he just bought in the Kinjua Secret Realm. The remaining nearly 60 beasts in the Spirit Beast stage were placed in the Stone Spirit Secret Realm. I have to say that the Starlight Stone Spirit is too insensitive to the outside world. Even though there are so many lively spirit beasts in the Secret Realm, it still didn't disturb them from their stone state. Perhaps given their long lives, these spiritual beasts are also mayflies in another sense. Starlight Stone Spirit, according to the system, they can generally survive for thousands of years, and those at the king level can even exist for tens of thousands of years. When he knew this lifespan, Luo Chen just wanted to say, "It's amazing how long he can live." It is estimated that even if they contracted a beastmaster, the beastmaster would just be a passerby in their lives. Perhaps a Starlight Stone Spirit could have several beastmasters in his lifetime. If the relationship was deep, it could really serve as the family's foundation and protect the rise and fall of a family for dozens of generations. Since each spiritual level beast had a beast binding ring on it, Luo Chen basically let them roam freely in the secret realm. Stone Spirit Secret Realm is extremely desolate. It only has Starlight Stone Spirits that can survive by relying on starlight. These newly arrived beastmasters cannot completely rely on the extremely rich starlight energy to survive. Therefore, Luo Chen had another task in the future, which was to feed the beasts he captured. What made him feel even more tired was that these beasts had different tastes. Some ate meat, some ate vegetarians. The meat eaters were still okay, as they could basically eat any fresh meat that was not too outrageous. Mainly those vegetarian beasts. They won't eat this grass or that fruit. If they eat this food, they will have diarrhea, and if they eat that food, they will not be able to absorb energy. They are really difficult to serve. But I will just have to take care of these beasts today, and I will choose different food for them tomorrow. Watching these free-range beasts find their own living territories and stopping several fights, it seemed that the beasts were finally behaving themselves. Luo Chen returned to the secret realm where Luo Yuheng's cabin existed, Quiet Secret Realm. While Luo Chen was placing those spiritual level beasts, Luo Yuheng had already arranged the ferocious beasts in the Kinjua Secret Realm properly, and even the injured Bonethorn Spirit Tiger had received another treatment. It seems that his condition has improved a lot now, and the broken bone spur on his back shows signs of growing back. However, Luo Chen soon discovered the discordant part. The height of Kinjua's secret realm was more than 30 meters, which was indeed enough for humans and beast-type beasts. But now there are more beasts to control, including several kinds of bird beasts. The 3 new beasts, blue-winged bird, lark, and crowned sparrow, cannot stretch their bodies at all. Luo Chen could clearly see that they were feeling a little depressed. Seeing Luo Chen's gaze fixed on the roof and the birds looking up at the sky, Luo Yuheng immediately understood his thoughts. Patting Luo Chen on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry, leave it to Suo Yin." The locking sound that Luo Yuheng mentioned was the Light Cat King. It must be said that Luo Yuheng's ability in naming is indeed much better than Luo Chen's. Unlike the little ball of fur he named Double-Tailed Cat, the later Cloud Whale was called a little thing by him. It is cute, but it would not be appropriate to call it a little bigger. Luo Chen then remembered that he seemed to have not checked the lock sound information after he was promoted to a spirit beast, but now was the right time. So he used the Eye of Truth to look over and was observing with great interest the locking sounds of various beast tames in the secret realm. Race, Light Elvis. Level, King Beast 1 star. Department, Psychology. Status, Curious, Leisurely. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1 Air Film. Xian level. A layer of air film formed by energy is attached to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. 2 Mental Power. Xian level. The mental power of the Light Cat King is extremely strong. It can leave the body and condense into various physical states, causing interference to the outside world. 3 Spirit of Thought. Earth level. Light Cat King cuts off a portion of his mental power to form cat spirits. These cat spirits will exist as clones of Light Cat King, always surviving in reality, and can inherit a portion of Light Cat King's strength. 4 Spirit Cone. Xian level. The Light Spirit Cat King draws the surrounding spiritual energy to form a cone-like state, which can cause damage to the target. 5 Standing Still. Xian level. When the Light Cat King stays quietly in one place, it will reduce its own presence. 6 Agility. Yellow level. The Light Elvis has a faster reaction ability. 7 Insight. Yellow level. When the Light Elvis observes the target for a long time, it is easier to find the target's weaknesses. The information content of Light Cat King is really long. As a king-level beast with excellent qualifications, it can possess many skills. And you have to know that it has just been promoted to a king-level beast master not long ago, and can learn some skills that it could not learn when it was a spirit beast. It was indeed a first-level realm, and the king-level beast master was so terrifying. But getting back to the topic, it seems that none of these skills can solve the psychological problems of the 3 bird beasts. Dad, it's true that lock tone is excellent, but what does this have to do with those birds? Hee. Luo Yuheng smiled childishly, which was rare for him. He walked to Suyin and muttered something. Luo Chen then saw a small, somewhat unreal kitten running out of Suyin's head. But this kitten looks like a smaller version of Light Elvis. If Luo Chen's guess was correct, this should be the cat spirit mentioned in the skill introduction of Light Cat King. The locked cat spirit shook its body, and then a pair of bird wings could be seen extending from its back, and it directly turned into a winged cat cub. Apparently, this was the first time that Light Cat King used this skill. The kitten walked unsteadily, not to mention flying, which was beyond the scope of a cat. However, these conditions were completely changed after Suyin closed his eyes. He became steady after walking a few steps. Then, a cloud-like ball was formed by mental power, which carried the cat spirit and taught it to fly. After a while, it could fly quite well. After the cat spirit completely learned to fly, it revealed its true purpose. It flapped its small fleshy wings and rushed towards the birds on the roof with its fangs and claws bared. When the birds saw the cat spirit coming, they fled in all directions in a hurry. Although it is a kitten, these birds in the ferocious beast stage are not stupid. That powerful aura cannot be faked, and they have no desire to resist at all. Luo Chen looked at the cat spirit chasing the bird around and said with a cracked expression, "This is how you prevent birds from getting depressed." It's not that Luo Chen is suspicious, it's really like he's treating these birds as toys to lock the sound and relieve boredom. Luo Yuheng shrugged indifferently, of course, when these birds are busy, they don't have time to think about other things, so naturally they won't have any psychological problems. Well, Luo Chen looked at the few bird beasts that were busy running around in the secret realm, and actually felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with Luo Yuheng's approach. It seems that I still have to learn more on the road of being a breeder. Luo Yuheng's behavior not only solved the psychological problems of bird-beast control. Moreover, he even trained the skill of spirit of thoughts of Cyan, which gave him a feeling of making full use of it. Chapter 68. After a sleepless night, Luo Chen spent a long time arranging all the beasts. When I came to my senses, I realized it was already the next morning. It wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't rest for a day, so Luo Chen went straight out of the secret realm and went to the first floor to see if Ban Mo, who was left behind by Luo Yuheng yesterday, was still there. When he walked to the first floor, Luo Chen smelled the aroma of food, which whetted his appetite after a busy night. Looking at the source of the fragrance, it was coming from the table in the lounge area on the first floor, which was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Luo Chen looked at Ban Mo who was sitting quietly at the table and asked curiously, "Did you buy these?" Ban Mo nodded, "I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought a few more." Luo Chen sat down next to the table without any hesitation and pushed a plate of dumplings in front of him. As soon as you take a bite, the rich juice and the unique aroma of the spirit beast meat burst out instantly, making you unable to stop. Luo Chen ate a steamed bun and said vaguely, "We are not picky at home. Any breakfast is fine." Seeing Luo Chen's satisfied expression, Ban Mo swallowed his saliva. He had already eaten in advance, but now he felt a little hungry again. At breakfast time, Luo Chen habitually opened the terminal and prepared to check if there were any hot news. As soon as I turned on my phone, the screen was flooded with ding-dong messages. Luo Chen took a closer look and found that most of the news were shared by his younger brother. This completely aroused Luo Chen's curiosity. How could his younger brother, who seldom read the news, push news to him? Luo Chen clicked on it and looked at the nearest one. Daxia's network service technology upgrades have been successful, the isolated city era of each city may be coming to an end, and local area networks will return to the internet era. The fantasy world will no longer be used only for the assessment of animal trainers, but will be popularized to every animal trainer in the country. We will usher in a true second world. The National Youth Breeder Competition and the Youth Beast Tamer Competition have been restarted. Who will become the pride of this era? Good news for all civilian breeders, Mr. Zhuang Shenqiu has made public thousands of complete evolutionary roots he created personally. Zhuang Shenqiu emphasized the importance of patent protection. After the second world, the fantasy world, is opened, breeders can upload their own unique evolution or cultivation methods to the fantasy world. By applying for a patent in this way, if the patent is used by others in the future, a certain fee will be paid to the patent owner. Zhuang Shenqiu also said that only the first person to apply for a patent will enjoy patent protection, and if subsequent applicants are duplicates, they will not be recognized by the fantasy world. The Council of Elders passed the new proposal of Zhuang Shenqiu. All Huxia citizens have the right to become beastmasters. Anyone over the age of 12 can apply to the local city lord's mansion for a beastmaster of 4 stars or above. Giant City Construction Plan. Daxia will build a super giant city that can accommodate 1 billion people with the existing 10 upper cities as the center. Luo Chen read the news one by one, wondering if he was being played a prank. How could Daxia suddenly take so many actions overnight? He put down the terminal, looked at Ban Mo, who had a calm expression, and asked tentatively, "Did you watch the news?" Ban Mo raised his eyebrows, his expression still didn't change much. "I saw it." Luo Chen looked at his indifferent reaction and thought that he was reading some normal news about Qingyang City, which was different from the explosive news that Luo Yang shared with him. It seems that what Luo Yang shared with me was indeed fake. So he picked up the terminal and sent a message to Luo Yang. "Chen Luo, you kid, you can still play pranks." Before Luo Yang could reply, Ban Mo seemed to have remembered something and added. "Are you talking about the competition or the second world?" "Ah." The terminal in Luo Chen's hand vibrated. Light of Chen Yang. Luo Chen glanced at the terminal guiltily, his throat moved, and his voice was a little dry. "Is this all true?" Ban Mo opened his terminal and showed him the official page of Qingyang City Lord's Mansion. These messages are all officially released, so they shouldn't be false. Chen Yang Zi Guang, what kind of prank? Light of Chen Yang, this was the news announced during the school's morning class, and it was also released officially. Chen Yang Zi Guang, the official spokesperson of the Presbyterian Church, also read out part of the news. Looking at the accusatory messages that Luo Yang kept sending, Luo Chen quickly withdrew his message and replied with received. Pretend that the injustice he had done to Luo Yang had never happened. Although the news was true, Luo Chen felt that something was very wrong. Why are so many messages read out overnight? It feels as if time is very urgent. Luo Chen recalled the content of the news he had seen. It seemed that these policies were related to or involved the entire population and the grassroots. Everyone tames beasts, improves the strength of grassroots Hyuxia residents, selects geniuses, provides resources to cultivate geniuses, and improves high-level combat power. What is all this for? Is a new round of beast control going to break out? He seemed to have heard his father say that the next round of spiritual energy revival was about to come. Perhaps it was related to this? As a newbie in the world of beast taming, I guessed and thought any reason was possible. With a sigh, Luo Chen decided to empty his mind and not think too much. Anyway, he is still a small guy now, so let the other big guys take over first and let him grow up first. Luo Chen figured it out, and then he smiled awkwardly at Ban Mo. Haha, it's really good. Dong dong. There was a knock at the store door, and through the single-sided glass, Luo Chen saw Chang Gaihan, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Oh, I almost forgot, this is also a creditor? However, Luo Chen has now been able to delete Liu Yingling's memory in the pet shop, so he can now receive him with confidence. If Chang Gaihan hadn't come in the next few days, he would have been planning to send him a message, saying that he had prepared the materials to hatch the eggs. But even if he came, I would still have to say this, because in the past few days, Liu Star Spirit has reached the 7th star of Spirit Beast. He didn't know how much Chang Gaihan knew about the Liu Star Spirit race, so the signs of being born a long time ago were still easy to see. So after Luo Chen opened the store door, he bombarded Chang Gaihan with a barrage of insults. Brother Gaihan, you've been missing for quite some time recently. Do you remember the egg you asked me to hatch last time? It was the beautiful one. I have been hatching it for several days, but when I went to look for you next door, you were not there. Now that you are finally here, I will go upstairs to pick it up for you. Chang Gaihan was caught off guard by Luo Chen's enthusiasm, but he quickly reacted and said quietly. Brother Luo, I seem to have told you that if you have anything, you can contact me on the terminal. Ah, really? Luo Chen patted his head. It's not that intercity communications are too expensive, we ordinary people have to save as much as possible. You wait here, I will bring the beast down for you. Chang Gaihan had no intention of being unreasonable, and seeing that he was finally willing to hand over the beast to him, he felt a little excited inside, but he still kept a dignified attitude and nodded in a reserved manner. Chang Gaihan looked at the table of breakfast in the store and Ban Mo who was sitting upright at the table, and nodded as if to say hello. Ban Mo smiled back at him, neither of them spoke, and the scene was quiet for a while. Soon Luo Chen brought the Liu Star Spirit out of the secret realm. However, before bringing it out, it was naturally allowed to eat the weakened version of the Forget Dust flower. Its eyes are now clear and it has forgotten its experience in the secret place inside the store. It only remembers that it was an egg in Chang Gaihan's place before. How come it is now in the arms of this strange boy, and has been successfully hatched? When Luo Chen brought Liu Star Spirit to the first floor, it immediately left Luo Chen's arms after sensing the familiar aura of Chang Gaihan. Like a young bird returning to its nest, she threw herself into the arms of the little fat boy Chang Gaihan. Chang Gaihan was also very excited. He lifted up the Liu Xingling and looked around. After confirming that there was no problem, he thanked Luo Chen solemnly. "Thank you, brother Luo, for hatching Lu Yu." Luo Chen didn't care about these verbal thanks, cleared his throat, and said in a businesslike manner, "Ahem, this incubation cost a total of 30 million spirit coins." Seeing that the little fat guy was not short of money, if the price was too low, he would suspect something was wrong, so Luo Chen quoted a price that he thought was relatively high. Chapter 69. After hearing his offer, Chang Gaihan's expression did not change at all. He naturally transferred 30 million spirit coins to Luo Chen, and handed over all the materials that Luo Chen had told him before to Luo Chen. There were a total of 30 kinds of ingredients, some of which had 3 or 4 of each, neatly placed on another table next to the breakfast table. Luo Chen looked at the materials, a hint of embarrassment inadvertently flashed across his face. These materials are not particularly precious. Compared with the incubation cost of 30 million spirit coins, they are less than 1/10 of their value. The difficulty lies in the fact that some of these materials are rarely used, some have better and cheaper alternatives on the market, and some are simply hard to find. So it will take some effort to find all these materials. Luo Chen declined, saying, "The beasts have already hatched, so these materials are no longer useful. You should take them back." "How can I ask the breeder to provide the materials? I spent a lot of effort to find these materials. It would be a waste if they were kept by me. It would be better to let them play their due role on other beasts." Chang Gaihan smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Oh well. Luo Chen finally accepted these materials. After all, there were many different evolutionary routes for him, and he might use them someday. After seeing Luo Chen take away all the materials, Chang Gaihan remembered the original purpose of his visit today. "Luo Chen, are you interested in the upcoming young breeder competition and young beast tamer competition?" Luo Chen recalled that there seemed to be this item in the news he had just read, but he just glanced at it roughly and did not decide whether to participate or not. "I haven't thought about it yet. I may or may not participate." "How can I not participate?" Hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, Chang Gaihan seemed a little anxious. "This is a national event. If you get a certain ranking, there will be many generous rewards. It would be a shame if you don't participate." Luo Chen looked at Chang Gaihan's performance and felt very suspicious. "You seem to be looking forward to my participation in that competition." Chang Gaihan's body stiffened, and then he pretended to be indifferent and said, "Isn't it because you are a very talented breeder that you even hatched my egg? You will definitely get a good place in the competition, I just don't want your talent to go to waste." "Really?" Luo Chen stroked his chin with his left hand and looked at Chang Gaihan, who was pretending to be calm with a thoughtful look. "Then I'll think about it." Ban Mo, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't help but persuade Luo Chen. Small business owners should really give it a try. No matter what the result is, it is a valuable experience. Moreover, in this competition, you can see the methods of many different breeders, which will be of great benefit to the improvement of your breeder skills. After listening to what these two said, it seems that participating in the young breeder competition really has all the benefits and no harm. A series of tasks has been released. Phase 1, participate in the youth breeder competition and win the Qingyang City Championship. As the manager of a beast taming store, how could he not be famous and put all the talented people of his generation under his feet? Go, young man, and let this era accept your glory. Rewards for the first stage mission, 1 mysterious material and 1 formula for a low-level beast taming physique tempering liquid. Luo Chen ignored the system's somewhat childish descriptions with a frown on his face. The goal was to directly point out the conditions for completing the task, as well as the rewards. The reward is so tempting that I have to participate even if I don't want to. So, he put his hand on Chang Gaihan's shoulder and said with a different tone. "Show me the details of the young breeder competition." What he had read before was a short news report, which did not contain any details. Chang Gaihan was shocked by his sudden change of attitude. After he realized what was happening, he found the content that would be published and showed it to Luo Chen. Skip the bunch of fancy words at the beginning and jump directly to the detailed requirements at the end. Participation requirements: Huxia citizens with a bone age of less than 30 years old and who have been assessed by the Huxia Star Breeder. Competition process: each city will start the preliminaries from August to September, which means that the lower city needs to complete the competition before August 15th. Then the top 3 contestants in the city will be selected and go to their respective central cities for the second round of competition. Correspondingly, Central City also needs to select the top 30 contestants in the city before August 15th. From August 15th to August 31st, the second round of competition will be held in the Central City, and the top 5 will go to their respective upper cities to participate in the third round of competition. From September to October, the third round of the competition will be held in Upper City. More than 80 contestants selected from Central City will compete with 80 contestants selected from Upper City for the final 10 qualifying places. From November to the end of December, the finals will be held in Beijing. The 10 finalists from each city, a total of 100 contestants, will gather in Beijing to compete for the final winner. Rewards: the rewards for the first round of competition will be the responsibility of each lower city. The value of the champion reward must not be less than 1 million spirit coins, the second and third place prizes must not be less than 700,000 spirit coins, and the top 10 should also receive rewards worth more than 100,000 spirit coins. The second round will be organized by each central city. The prize value for the champion shall not be less than 10 million spirit coins, the prize value for the runner-up and third place shall not be less than 5 million spirit coins, and the prize value for the top 20 shall not be less than 500,000 spirit coins. The third round will be organized by each upper city. The prize value for the champion shall not be less than 100 million spirit coins, the prize value for the runner-up and third place shall not be less than 10 million spirit coins, and the prize value for the top 50 shall not be less than 1 million spirit coins. The fourth round will be in the charge of the National Elders Council. The total value cannot be measured in spirit coins, so all breeders are requested to work together. Registration time: July 10th, 553 to July 15th, 553. Registration location: Fantasy World. Fantasy World will be available in every city in Daxia before July 10th, please be patient. Note: the specific time of participation shall be subject to the official announcement of each city. Looking at the series of spirit coin rewards above, Luo Chen was a little dazed. Once these rewards were announced, I was afraid that all the civilian breeders in the whole country would sign up without hesitation. Luo Chen looked at the time. Today was July 5th, and there was still some time before registration, so it was not urgent. After reading all the content, he asked Chang Gaihun to push the article to him before returning the deluxe version of Chang Gaihun's terminal to him. Not to mention that this deluxe version of the terminal feels very different to use, it is extremely smooth and comfortable. Chang Gaihun was in a hurry to go back and sign a contract with Liu Xingling, so he did not stay in Luo Chen's shop for long. After saying a few words, he said goodbye and returned to the next door of Chenyang Pet Shop. Ban Mo did not leave, probably because he was waiting for Luo Yuhang to treat darkened Shadow Bat today. Luo Chen did not see the figure of Darkborn Shadow Bat in the store, and thought that Ban Mo must have called back the bracelet. You can summon the Shadow Bats outside. After all, it's not very comfortable to wear the bracelet. Anyway, my pet shop is not open today. It is better to be a king-level beastmaster, who can not only gain the ability to fly by relying on his own powerful mental power, but also open up a beastmaster space in his own spiritual core. This beast-taming space not only provides a place for the beasts to rest, but also promotes the recovery of the beast's injuries and energy, making it more comfortable than staying in the outside world. However, the beast-taming bracelets developed by technology can only provide temporary shelter for the beasts. It is certainly not comfortable and can only provide a barely sufficient place for them to stay. Ban Mo felt a little embarrassed when he heard that, and summoned out Darkborn Shadow Bat. The rich spiritual energy in Chen Yang's pet shop did have a good effect on the Shadow Bat's recovery. However, he was afraid of disturbing Chen Yang's business in the pet shop, so he took the bracelet back in the morning. Luo Chen instructed Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, 2 guests will come to pick up the beasts they have entrusted to you today. Don't forget to return the beasts to them after verifying their identities. After making the arrangements, Luo Chen opened the shop door and prepared to go out to purchase food for the beasts in the secret realm. Ban Mo looked at Luo Chen, who left him in the store with confidence just like he did last night, and felt a little amused. He could only say that this store was really strange, perhaps influenced by the store manager, both in the way the store was opened and in the manager's style of doing things. What's more, the person in charge of doing business and attracting customers in the store is actually a beastman.